Sup, my fellas, don't forget to leave feedback and enjoy the story. Bright fireballs crashed into a huge stone fortress. The last dungeon has been cleared. The knight's leg appeared and screams were heard that the dungeon was collapsing. A warrior knight with a sword in his hands, baring his teeth, turned back, looking at how ghosts with glowing eyes were chasing them from the dungeon fortress. He told his guys to run faster towards the exit. The knight angrily looked back with an angry grin, adding that if they stopped, they would not survive. Silhouettes of ghosts in the form of red smoke with glowing eyes followed the people. The ghosts were very willing to kill the invading humans, whom they believed to be aliens from another world who had destroyed their hideout. The company of knights looked back in tension, realizing that there were too many ghosts, and they were catching up with them. In the distance there was a bright explosion, emitting streams of fire in different directions. A strong knight with a shield and a huge spear stood up to protect his guys and covered them with his silhouette, who did not expect this at all. One of the fighters suddenly stopped and turned around, raising his hand in an attempt to stop his brave defender MoonYeob. The protagonist grinned sarcastically, turning to his comrade and baring his teeth ironically. While in his white armor, he extended his index finger towards the guys and smiled sarcastically. He noted that whichever of them survives, he will allow him to write his biography. An ordinary weekday sunny day in a big city, where people were hurrying about their business through a large pedestrian crossing. People didn't realize they weren't the only ones. A crowd of people on a spacious street went about their business, joking and talking about their topics along the way. Two people bumped shoulders with each other. The fair-haired guy, who was hit on the shoulder, turned in bewilderment at the black silhouette and called him an asshole who didn't see where he was going. Immediately the guy suddenly widened his eyes when he realized who he had stumbled upon. Underneath the black cape was a demon with hieroglyph designs on its face and one glowing red eye. The demon smiled at the man's reaction. Humans were not the only ones who built their own civilization. These were demons. The demon in a black cape, emitting a red aura from himself, became suddenly angry and began to lift stones into the air with his magic. Demons are an entire people living underground, like an entire civilization, completely different from what was built by people on the surface of the earth. A huge gray hand of a monster appeared from under the ground, the appearance of which raised a whole cloud of dust and a flurry of collapsing stones. A ferocious and powerful monster with purple chains appeared from underground and people began to run away in panic. A demon with a red aura floating in the air watched as his army of monsters summoned from underground marched through the city to capture him. Due to a sudden invasion by demons, humanity was on the verge of complete destruction. They were ugly monsters with several pairs of glowing eyes on their heads. Humanity tried to resist, using its army and tanks to attack the monsters, but no weapons had any effect on the demons. The most important demon with a red aura raised his hand and pointed it at his monster. These demons had magic. The ferocious monster immediately exploded into the air, leaving behind a cloud of dust as the red aura demon controlled its magic. The ferocious monster swung its huge arms and was about to hit the ground. This magic allowed them to break any attack. However, the situation soon changed. A squad of demons with a purple dark aura watched as the bald man radiated bright blue magic from himself, clapping his hands in front of him. Magic, which was owned by demons, people began to inexplicably appear. Silhouettes of people with a blue aura and appearance stood up to protect humanity. These were the few people who were gifted, who were able to change, and they became superhumans, possessors of superhuman abilities. A squad of superhumans in powerful armor and wielding axes went to resist the demons. Having gained new strength to resist, humanity fought back against the underground civilization of demons. One superhuman fighter in golden armor defeated a monster with sharp teeth. One after another, superhumans cleared out the dungeon of demons and a glimmer of hope for survival began to glimmer for humanity. A large group of superhumans stood in front of a rift in space that emitted a purple aura. This was the last dungeon, the gate. Several superhumans, including a dark-haired guy, humbly looked ahead at the last dungeon. In the spring of 2005, the 7 strongest superhumans gathered. A company of superhumans in their armor flew inside the last dungeon and white rays of light were directed at the last demon. These heroes cleared the last dungeon, the main lair of demons, and put an end to a long war. It was a diverse group of superhumans, each of whom had his own uniqueness and image. For saving humanity, these superhumans were nicknamed the Seven Saviors. A long black limousine pulled up to the curb, and journalists with cameras were about to film them. Those 7 rescuers were in the car, and they began to get out. The saviors, in their costumes, got out of the car and walked forward through the crowd of journalists and the joyful glances of their fans. These saviors gained enormous wealth and popularity. In the memories there was the same hero, MoonYeob, who stood up for his guys. It was he who did not return from the battlefield. There was a white sign with the inscription "The Grand Opening of the Monument to the Hero Seo MoonYeob." The leader of the 7 saviors, Seo MoonYeob, is the only one who did not live to enjoy the rewards that were showered upon the others. 2 other surviving heroes in costume watched as the white cloth was removed from the monument. A group of hero guys sadly watched the opening of the monument to their comrade in arms, to whom it was dedicated. The survivors became celebrities. The hero in a black suit cast an intense glance to the side, raising his eyebrows. The white blanket cut through the air after it flew off the monument. A crowd of people and journalists watched as the 6 surviving heroes stood over the monument, from which the white veil was flying away. The deceased main character became a legend. So 17 years passed. We moved to the state arena of the city of Seoul, where a match in international competitions between South Korea and France took place. The weather was sunny in the city, and the commentator could be heard shouting from the big stadium that the local players were in trouble. Flashes of purple light were emitted throughout the stadium. The commentator noted the strong attack of France, but their players did not lag behind. It was an arena where battles took place, where the blonde player threw the South Korean player away from him with a deft blow. A strong blonde player from France was Nathan Bernard. Bernard continued to throw his quick punches at the bald Korean player. Bernard, with the help of his red aura, which helped him move deftly in the air, smashed his opponents. The commentator was shouting about how Bernard's player was beating their local players to pieces. The black silhouette of Bernard bent over the ground in the pose of an assassin, swinging his blade. The black silhouette of Bernard spread his blades, watching as the blue silhouettes of his opponents lay defeated on the ground. Bernard took all 6 kills single-handedly. A man in a black suit watched with displeasure the blue hologram of Bernard, pleased with his strength. The commentator wondered if there had ever been such a player in the International Combat League. 2 commentators in blue suits looked at each other and discussed what was happening live. One commentator noted that Bernard was in danger of becoming one of the top 3 players in all of history. Another bespectacled commentator sadly said that their local team was put out of action very quickly. Bernard turned back contemptuously, looking at how the silhouette of a girl in red armor appeared behind him. This was the last fighter from the local team, the blonde girl Baek Haein. Haein bared her eyes bloodthirstily, and she began to advance with red flashes of light. The commentators knew there would be little hope of victory, but they still believed in it when Haein went on the offensive. Her weapon of choice is the whip, and she was about to strike Bernard. Haein was already close to Bernard and was about to strike with her whip with red energy. Bernard looked on arrogantly and contemptuously as the enraged Haein was about to deliver her crushing blow to him. All the spectators were in anticipation and opened their mouths to the events taking place, and at the same time, the guy in a black suit and glasses was also expecting the further outcome of the fight. Haein soared into the air and with a deft leap intended to hit Bernard with a whip with a red aura. Suddenly Haein fell into a stupor and widened her eyes. People knew that Haein was the daughter of one of those 7 saviors. Bernard rushed past Haein, who was in disbelief from such a quick unexpected attack from her opponent. Bernard told her that with such a team she would not be able to defeat him, giving her a contemptuous cold look. Bernard rushed past Haein, whose silhouette he cut, causing her to become covered in blue light as a sign of defeat. The commentator said her name and noted that she was killed and the South Korean team lost miserably. A blue hologram of Bernard appeared on the podium as the winning MVP player. Commentators said that the entire local team was not enough to repel Bernard, and in the second round Bernard took the lives of all 7 players. The match between the teams of South Korea and France ended with a devastating score of 0-11. The spectators were indignant at such events and looked upset. This was a disappointment for them, because once upon a time there were many talented superhumans in Korea. A man in a black suit watched the events taking place separately on the sidelines. Commentators noted that Korean players had once destroyed the dungeons of demons during the Great War, But now their athletes were no longer the same as before. There was a badge hanging on the chest of the man in the suit, and it was the head coach of Beak Jeho. People understood that it was a disgrace for their country. Jeho pressed his hand to the railing and lowered his head with bitterness when he saw the score 2-0 in favor of France on the scoreboard. Commentators noted that it was a shame for the nation that had produced two of the 7 saviors of mankind, MoonYeob and Jeho. The head coach gripped the railing tightly, as it was hard for him to accept such a loss. The commentator noted that the match ended in victory for France. The two commentators continued to discuss the match with sad faces. They noted that France were good, but the match was very sad for them, expressing their understanding that it was not easy for all the people of Korea after the loss. There were angry comments from spectators who also did not understand how their country, in which two great saviors of the world were born, could lose with a crushing score. A few more unpleasant comments from people who were perplexed at how esports competitions could be held in the country if there were no smart players, noting that their players could not stand up to anyone, and only Haein could still prove something. The spectators immediately became angry and began shouting resentfully at the players, telling them to get lost, because it was a shame to lose in an international match. The audience had a hard time and continued to express their angry thoughts about all the players being replaced and Haein being left behind. All the spectators sitting in the stands watched what was happening with bitterness. They noted with irony that they themselves paid to see how their players were disgraced. Jeho, in a black suit, continued to hold onto the railing, feeling displeased for his country's loss. His black silhouette was on a hill and observed 7 special modules in the ground. This man was one of the 7 saviors of Jeho, who was sadly aware of the failure of his country. Jeho watched with his head down as special computer modules in the ground emitted blue light. He understood that this was the 3rd time they had lost since he became the head coach of the national team. Haein sat in a special virtual reality installation and angrily took off her helmet. She turned off her module and the broadcast was completed. All the players approached the Haein module with sad faces, which also lowered its hands from such a sad event. Jeho realized that people were right and Haein was the only normal player when the others fell short of her. Jeho watched from above as his disappointed team walked around with their heads down. He knew that Korean superhumans used to be said to be strong and resilient, but that was in the past. Jeho put his hands in his pockets and left his team, going into the dark depths of the corridor. He understood that the mental strength and skills of the current team were very weak, and all those who could do anything had long since gone abroad. Jeho frowned slightly, remembering his battle comrade, the main character who died, noting that this was the fate of other capable players. Jeho grabbed the doorknob and was about to enter the trainer's room. The head coach of the national team walked along the dark corridor and stopped abruptly. He exhaled heavily and closed his eyes. Jeho raised his head and silently greeted his dead friend MoonYeob. Jeho looked at the picture where their entire past team of saviors of humanity was. Jeho was very sorry that the main character was not with them now. Jeho looked at the picture where they were young and standing together. Jeho frowned slightly and took a closer look at the photo of the young MoonYeob. Jeho timidly straightened his tie when he heard some noise. A guy with curly red hair walked into the trainer's room and addressed Jeho, telling him that everything was set for the interview. The red-haired guy timidly looked at the coach and noted that they were already waiting for him. Jeho sighed again and straightened his jacket, preparing to leave the office. Jeho closed his eyes sadly and replied that he needed to apologize to his people. Jeho headed towards the exit from the office, simultaneously placing his hand on the shoulder of the red-haired guy, who closed his eyes in hopelessness. Following the guy, Jeho said with irony that this is precisely why he was appointed head coach. Jeho walked forward with a sad face as the red-haired guy tried to find out what was going on. Jeho understood that everything was lost, because they could not compete with anyone in such a lineup that was mentally and physically weak. The red-haired guy, apparently a player, waved his arms to the sides, trying to inspire his humble coach. He reminded him that Jeho had just taken over as coach. Jeho looked indifferently towards the guy who was hysterical and closed his eyes. Jeho said that he would have to announce his retirement in this interview. The guy watched as their head coach spread his arms to the sides and walked towards the exit to the stadium. Jeho added that he could only achieve something if a miracle happened and MoonYeob returned from the dead, so he decided to quit rather than let his team drag their reputation into the mud. The guy explained that without Jeho their team had no chance at all. The distressed guy watched as Jaeho headed towards the exit with a cold gaze. Jaeho knew that this was his chance. He rolled his eyes and frowned slightly, realizing that now was the opportunity to quit. Suddenly, the phone in his jacket pocket vibrated and Jaeho drew attention to it. He took out his phone and saw that the president of the association was calling him, and thought that now the president would also reprimand him for his loss. Jaeho stood in the dark corridor and put the phone to his ear, hearing the president's exclamation that a very important news had flashed on the news. Jaeho looked ahead resentfully, holding the phone to his ear, thinking that the president of the association would now begin to explain to him. Jaeho immediately responded with sarcasm that the news was that the head coach had humiliated the entire country at an international competition and he himself was even present. Jaeho became slightly angry and frowned when the president shouted into the phone that he meant other news. Jaeho immediately widened his eyes and was stunned by the news when the president announced it. In the sky, through a purple portal, the body of the main character fell from the real world. His body fell onto the square with his monument, where there were people. Suddenly, after the roar, people began to turn back towards the cloud of dust. This was Gwanghwamun Square, 3 monuments. People watched what was happening in confusion and concern, seeing that someone in armor fell from the sky onto the square where there was a monument to Admiral Yi Sun-sin. A crowd of people gathered near the monument to that same fallen hero MoonYeob. The protagonist's monument was in the image of his malicious smile and gaze. 7 years ago, MoonYeob saved 6 heroes by sacrificing himself. The main character fell from the sky right next to his monument and people looked at him and filmed him on their phones. Wounded and exhausted, MoonYeob sat on the ground with his eyes closed. People understood that this was the same hero MoonYeob. Jaeho looked at his phone in a sweat, not moving his body in shock. The president of the association shouted into the phone that Jaeho must have gone deaf since he didn't understand the first time, although he was in shock and couldn't say a word. The wounded protagonist in his armor sat near his monument, his eyes slightly closed. The main character, grinning his face, slightly opened his eye, glowing with blue light. The president of the association repeated that MoonYeob had returned from the dead. Bright blue energy spread in the dark space. The main character at that time dealt with various monsters and demons, bleeding from them. MoonYeob bared his teeth heavily and looked back at the demon chasing him. MoonYeob sharply turned back and extended his sharp sword with a blue aura towards the demon. MoonYeob looked with wide-eyed horror as a horde of demons and monsters chased him. The protagonist with an angry face extended his hand to the side, and a weapon with a hilt began to appear in space. The main character grabbed a spear-like weapon and continued to glare forward at the monsters. Hatred and a bright blue light leaked from his angry gaze. The demons with red fiery eyes looked at their opponent with an angry expression on their faces. The black silhouette of MoonYeob landed right in front of the gate to the dungeon and put a shield in front of him, holding a long spear in his hands. The protagonist frowned slightly as a bright blue light flashed from the gate behind him, and he realized that the gate was finally sealed. MoonYeob, emitting bright energy from himself, watched as a bunch of demons with a red aura approached him. He understood that now there would be a tense fight. MoonYeob stood wide and spread his spear and shield, expecting an attack from the red aura demons. The main character bared his teeth and looked contemptuously towards the demons, realizing that he would have to fight to the end. MoonYeob snapped his eyes open as soon as he opened his eyes. The main character jumped up sharply from his hospital bed, confused and at a loss. MoonYeob sat on a hospital bed and sighed heavily, trying to understand what had happened. The nurse with a badge around her neck looked in surprise at the awakened MoonYeob, who was holding his head. The main character looked at the nurse resentfully, continuing to hold his head. He tried to figure out where he was by asking the nurse about it. The nurse looked dumbfounded at the perplexed MoonYeob and told him that he was in the hospital. She asked about his well-being. The protagonist was angry about the situation and looked forward angrily, trying to touch his face. He looked at the calendar and saw that today was no longer 2005, but 2022. The protagonist was angry at the situation, not understanding how this could be. MoonYeob remembered exactly that the last time he went down into the dungeon in the year was 2005. The nurse crossed her fingers and smiled ironically as she looked at the embittered MoonYeob. The nurse understood that MoonYeob was surprised and made an attempt to explain to him about all the events happening in the world. The nurse grabbed the remote control and wanted to turn on the TV so that the main character could watch everything himself. The nurse raised her eyebrows and curiously pointed her hand at the TV that was on, where the news was showing. The nurse told MoonYeob to see for himself. On TV, a male presenter addressed the audience and noted that they were moving on to a news broadcast, where they were talking about the fact that the main character was taken to the hospital. The nurse with a surprised face and an angry MoonYeob listened to the news. It said that MoonYeob, the leader of the Seven Saviors, who was presumed dead for 17 years, had suddenly returned and was currently being treated at a medical facility. The news showed the moment where the protagonist landed near his statue with his eyes closed. The presenter noted that according to eyewitness accounts, MoonYeob fell from the sky and landed right at the foot of his statue. The presenter added that the protagonist was unconscious. However, according to doctors, his life was not in danger and he received only minor injuries. The main character carefully watched the news, which stated that eyewitnesses reported that MoonYeob was wearing the same armor that he was wearing when he was last seen, when he descended into the demon dungeon in 2005. The presenter was surprised to note that despite the fact that MoonYeob was a Superman, his appearance had not changed at all in 17 years. The main character widened his eyes and was confused when he heard that some experts noted that it might be a space-time anomaly phenomenon. At this point, the release was completed. MoonYeob scratched his neck and looked ahead indifferently, reflecting on the fact that 17 whole years had indeed passed, because for him it was just 2005. The nurse pointed her finger to the side and raised her eyebrows, noting that the main character was right, and that's why there was a mess going on outside the window. MoonYeob looked out the window with disgust, looking at how a whole crowd of people was waiting for him. The nurse explained that journalists were on duty around the clock at the hospital waiting for him. A bunch of journalists raised their lenses to the hospital building. Some angrily bared his teeth and frowned, realizing that 17 whole years had passed, and these impudent journalists remained as annoying as before. MoonYeob frowned slightly at the nurse and raised his hand. He asked her to give him a mirror, to which the nurse immediately responded. The nurse grabbed a small oval mirror and asked the protagonist if such a mirror would be suitable for MoonYeob. The main character looked in the mirror with confusion and touched his cheeks, realizing that during this long time he had not changed at all. MoonYeob looked down with a downcast gaze, being in the black shadow. He understood that there was no way he could look so young at 47 years old, and tried to come to terms with the idea that this might actually be a space-time anomaly. The main character also thought that this was impossible, because he had never heard of an anomaly that could last as long as 17 years. He reasoned that if this really was the world of the future, but 17 years later, then much could have been different. The main character sharply widened his eyes and certain thoughts came to him. MoonYeob looked at the nurse angrily in a sweat, raising his hands in front of him. With trembling in his head, he tried to find out what happened to his fortune and money. The nurse was a little confused. MoonYeob became very angry when the nurse reminded him of how he had made sure that his will stipulated that all his funds be given to a fund to support orphans. A bunch of people were taking pictures in front of a huge cottage. When the protagonist asked about his home, the nurse pointed out that his celebrity home had been converted into a museum. The super sports car was sold at an auction where people showed their tokens with the desired amount. When MoonYeob asked about the car, the nurse explained that it was sold at a charity auction. The main character, from such statements and hopelessness that he was now left with nothing, widened his eyes and fell into a stupor. MoonYeob clenched his fists and became angry, realizing that in other words he was not only a beggar but also homeless. The main character hit the blanket with his fists and lowered his head as the nurse laughed at the situation. MoonYeob was sad that he now found himself without money, noting that if he had known that he would have found himself in such a situation, he would have saved some amount. The nurse raised her hands and looked at the saddened protagonist with his head down with an alarming smile. The nurse told MoonYeob not to worry about the situation, because he was a hero who saved humanity, so she understood that he would not be left in trouble. And she added that what's more, Jeho called the hospital as soon as he heard about his arrival, so she said that she would call him back and ask him when he would arrive. A clear sunny day surrounded the city and the hospital building absorbed the warm rays. The nurse noted that he himself had recently called and said that he would arrive soon. MoonYeob looked at the nurse slightly tensely and replied that he understood everything. The nurse explained that she would be gone for a while, so she told him if he needed anything. She asked him to press the call button. The nurse headed towards the exit and opened the door to leave. MoonYeob threw a cold grin to the side as the nurse left. The protagonist looked out the window at the changed new city in which he found himself. He saw himself in the future, but it was difficult for him to believe it. The main character looked out the window with a cold gaze, seeing his reflection in it. He felt that he would have to ask Jeho about everything, but for now he was going to check the condition of his body. The protagonist's eyes were enveloped in a blue aura and opened a system window to use his analyzing gaze. The card came out. An analyzing gaze, the ability to visualize and analyze the abilities and talents of living beings. The result is seen only by the caster. This ability made him the strongest among superhumans. The protagonist remembered his younger self, where he stood with a wooden staff and fought monsters with wolves. This view analyzed the data and abilities of the object not only in the present, but also its potential in the future. MoonYeob imagined himself wearing armor and fighting other armored monsters. The silhouette of the main character, glowing with a blue aura, sat on the corpses of the monsters. It was thanks to this skill that MoonYeob developed many times faster than those around him. News appeared in all public news pages about MoonYeob and his exploits, how he cleared out a secret dungeon with another success. Very soon he became the leader of a dungeon clearing group. There was still something missing. The protagonist recalled how timidly he put his hand behind his head when Jeho asked to teach him the skill from his friend. Young Jeho held his fists in front of him and looked in bewilderment in front of the standing protagonist. And even Jeho, who later became one of the 7 saviors, was not so simple. Jeho looked persistently at his student and, using his skill, saw a table with his characteristics. MoonYeob was even surprised by his abilities, as he considered him just a loser. The main character looked forward attentively at his student, realizing that Jeho had very good potential. Jeho explained that he would only take him on as a student if he played the box during his studies, which was not his problem at all. Jeho immediately responded that he would do whatever it took to stay alive. Jeho was once raised using his ability. MoonYeob sat on his bunk and looked at his ability card, believing that he still had the same skill levels as before. His gaze caught on the characteristic of willpower, which was at the level of 110/100. MoonYeob, sweating, looked angrily at the system window with skills. He knew that level 100 was the height limit for a person. However, he did not understand why he had 110. The protagonist frowned forward, seeing another important point. He saw a blue tag with a new skill that he had not seen before. It was an immortal skill, immune to death from physical impact. The main character was confused, continuing to hold his index finger at the system window. He realized that he had not previously had such a very valuable ability, and assumed that superpowers could be given out in certain circumstances. MoonYeob thoughtfully looked away and grabbed his protruding chin, remembering the image of the white demon of the last battle. He theorized that this superpower might have been given to him during the last battle. MoonYeob tilted his head slightly and continued to talk about this situation. Suddenly he turned to the side and frowned at his friend who had appeared, calling his name. Jeho opened the door of the chamber and looked at the main character in shock. MoonYeob raised his eyebrows and looked back, dumbfounded, recognizing his old friend. Jeho looked intensely and carefully at MoonYeob and his exclamations, remaining silent, in shock. Jeho's eyes filled with tears, as he was very happy to see his friend again. The main character smiled sarcastically and answered with irony that during this time Jeho had become too sentimental. Jeho bowed his head and covered his roaring eyes with his hand. Jeho, with mockery and tears in his eyes, raised his head and said that it was a time of peace outside. 2 friends climbed to the roof of the building and watched the city at night under the cover of darkness under the light of the moon. They stood next to each other, drinking coffee in a glass. The protagonist looked at his friend with irony and a smile, joking about his sentimentality and tears, which should have stopped. 2 friends sipped coffee under the night sky and smiled. Jeho replied that MoonYeob is yet to find out, and the older he gets, the more tears he gets. The protagonist grinned and closed his eyes, joking that he couldn't understand, because he was young. MoonYeob looked sarcastically towards his friend and pointed his finger at him, holding his coffee. He asked Jeho if he kept his promise. Jeho looked puzzled at the main character, asking about the promise he had forgotten about. MoonYeob smiled sarcastically at Jeho, who laughed at the reminder. The protagonist reminded him about the biography that Jeho was supposed to write. Jeho smiled and understood what was being said. MoonYeob grinned, grinning at the grinning Jeho, who presented him with the image of a book about his great biography. Jeho explained that he hired a state writer from a famous fantasy novelist. The protagonist asked sarcastically, and that in the book everything should have started from his very birth. MoonYeob carefully watched his friend, who curiously told him the rest of his story. Jeho replied that they also made a documentary and a feature film where everything looked like it was mythology. Jeho added that the content was average, but both the films were very popular, noting that these films became blockbusters all over the world. MoonYeob raised his contemptuous gaze upward, slightly puzzled. He wondered what he should do now. The main character, dressed in hospital pajamas, watched with fascination the illuminated city at night. He thought that he had already died, but he woke up in the hospital because 17 years had already passed, and around him there was a world completely unfamiliar to him. He explained that he understood everything mentally, but it was difficult to believe. Jeho looked closely at the protagonist, who was looking slightly angrily at the city. MoonYeob noted that even if he was the savior of humanity, in reality he felt like a person without a place to live. Jeho put his hand on MoonYeob's shoulder, showing him empathy. Jeho smiled in awe and gestured that everything was fine, to which MoonYeob looked dumbfounded. Jeho reminded the savior of humanity that he has a friend who can help him with money in any amount. The two friends looked at each other with a sarcastic grin. MoonYeob, clenching his fist in joy, noted in surprise that Jeho had indeed gotten older, noting that he should have accumulated a ton of money by now. MoonYeob asked him if he was currently doing business. Jeho shrugged his shoulders and explained with a slight shyness that he had good savings from raids and a state bonus that was given out after the Great War, adding that he did something interesting with his money. Jeho replied that it was better to grow money rather than just spend it. The main character looked arrogantly towards his friend, holding his chin. He was interested to know that if Jeho was rich, then how did his business not fall apart if it was headed by a fool like him? Jeho timidly closed his eyes and scratched his face. He was ashamed to admit, but he also entrusted the running of his business to a professional. The protagonist answered cordially that everything was clear to him. MoonYeob laughed hard and pointed his finger at his friend, who was slightly angry at the jokes. The main character ironically noted that Jeho was now also unemployed, to which Jeho replied with slight chagrin that he had a job. MoonYeob was a little puzzled and asked about Jeho's place of work. Jeho and MoonYeob stood on the stone roof platform and Jeho explained that he was the head coach of the national team. MoonYeob perked up when he heard this news, to which Jeho immediately went into his phone. MoonYeob once again asked Jeho about working as a head coach, who was quietly muttering to himself. Jeho exhaled heavily and noted that now he would show him everything. Jeho handed the phone to his friend and showed him the match between Germany and France. It was the final of the European Esports Championship. The main character looked puzzled at the live broadcast of the match, where players from different countries fought among themselves in a furious battle. MoonYeob, confused, raised his head and looked towards Jeho, holding the phone in his hands. The protagonist asked about what it was, adding his assumptions that these could be dungeons that they cleared at one time, asking why they were not destroyed now. Jeho explained that it was an e-sport and the competition was called the Battle of Superhumans. MoonYeob looked at his phone in confusion, not understanding what e-sports was. Jeho began to explain that the scene was a virtual reality dungeon where a battle between two teams took place. Jeho raised his hands and spread his fingers, explaining the modern realities of fighting. He noted that this was a kind of business where superhumans used their skills that were no longer needed in reality. He added that this sport has always been popular and now interest in it has surpassed any other. The protagonist looked arrogantly at the phone, watching the finale of the fight. He hummed and replied that for him it was not serious, like childishness. Jeho immediately stood up for modern sports, recalling the images of modern players. He began to explain that the high-class players were almost comparable to the Seven Saviors and their achievements in sports were a source of national pride. MoonYeob clenched the coffee straw in his teeth and looked contemptuously at the phone, answering Jeho with indifference. MoonYeob was interested to know where their country was. The main character was trying to close the lid of the coffee when Jeho suddenly began to sweat and pretended not to hear. MoonYeob turned sharply towards his friend and joked about his old age. Allegedly he couldn't hear well, so he asked him to repeat it. In the distance, Jeho and MoonYeob stood next to each other and the main character asked clearly and loudly where their country was now. MoonYeob waved his hand and was about to throw the empty glass in the trash. The protagonist noted that they had a small population, But there were many superhumans in their country, and he was sure that in this game for kids they definitely should not have been in last place. Jeho looked ahead and hesitated to answer, not knowing how to tell him the current state of affairs. Jeho looked sideways at his friend with a smirk, noting that South Korea was the latest. MoonYeob threw the cup and it landed right on the edge of the urn. The glass fell from the urn and lay on the ground. MoonYeob continued to stand in a bent position after the throw. MoonYeob looked puzzled at Jeho, who looked down sadly. The main character opened his eyes in horror and was greatly surprised as soon as the realization dawned on him. A black limousine was moving along a busy highway over a bridge under the cover of darkness. Jeho noted that when a great evil was overthrown, the one who overthrew it became evil himself. The main character frowned at Jeho while sitting in front of the chair with his arms crossed. MoonYeob asked Jeho about what he was saying about himself. Jeho, driving a vehicle, threw his hand behind his head without looking up from the steering wheel. The head coach of the national team noted that this is why their country was the weakest in this sport. MoonYeob dissatisfiedly asked Jeho if he understood what he said. The protagonist sat imposingly in the front seat and looked out the window as the car rushed at high speed. Jeho explained that after the war, the authorities began to see superhumans as a threat, because there were no longer demons to fight with which they were needed, and the authorities feared that their swords would turn against them. The protagonist noted with irony that these people remained the same as they were. Jeho grabbed the steering wheel and explained to the protagonist sitting next to him that the Superhuman battle game was strictly controlled under the pretext that superhumans had too much destructive power, and he was no exception. MoonYeob indifferently looked away, noting that he had noticed this before, because even in his time, all the strongest Korean superhumans simply went to other countries and became players or coaches. Jeho laughed at this remark, holding tightly to the steering wheel of the car, and said that everything was true. From the outside, the main character added that he remembered the people who hovered around them like vultures, wanting to use them in one way or another, noting that they should have broken their kneecaps back then. Jeho watched with a grin as MoonYeob spread his arms to the sides in indignation. The head coach of the national team noted that MoonYeob said such bad things about the president and politicians that it would not seem enough. MoonYeob replied that it was all because he was angry at their blatant attempts to use his powers for state purposes, adding ironically that he had not even tried to say bad things about them yet. Jeho's satisfied grin appeared on the side mirror of the car. He explained that this was all due to the fact that they initially tried to limit them, and therefore the average level of superhuman players was very low in the country. The head coach of the national team and at the same time a friend smiled at the main character, who looked unhappy. Jeho was about to propose this idea to MoonYeob, who immediately rejected the idea. Jeho replied that he had not even had time to say anything yet, when suddenly the protagonist, with his intelligence, explained that he knew that Jeho was going to drag him into this sport. Jeho looked at the indignant friend of the savior of mankind with bewilderment as they rushed at high speed. Jeho didn't understand why MoonYeob abruptly rejected his idea, since he was only 30, and at the peak of his powers. Jeho asked his friend if he was ready to waste his life just like that. MoonYeob angrily replied that he was not wasting his life and asked him not to get involved in this matter. Jeho looked anxiously at the main character, who with slight irritation began to explain his position. He explained that he no longer wanted to live like a Superman, and his superhuman life ended there in the last dungeon. Jeho began to reassure his comrade and assured him that now everything was much simpler. There was no debt and no pressure, it was just sport. Jeho, with a drop of sweat on his face, looked intently at MoonYeob, who responded with indifference. MoonYeob ironically asked about the debt, because he did not look like a person who would fight for others. The protagonist closed his eyes and sighed heavily. He replied that when he was little, he fought to survive, and to be respected in the place where he was raised after discovering his abilities. MoonYeob looked away towards the window and explained to his friend behind the wheel that it was time for him to finally live for himself. MoonYeob crossed his arms and angrily pointed his finger at Jeho, imagining images of newspapers and articles. The protagonist imagined that even if he went into sports, the journalists would no longer give him a pass, and they would insist that the great savior of the world, MoonYeob, would now save Korea and would continue to say such nonsense. MoonYeob understood that one day journalists would raise the people's hopes to the skies and would follow their every move. Jeho carefully watched the reaction of MoonYeob, who smiled sarcastically. Jeho asked the main character with enthusiasm whether thoughts of battle had ever occurred to him, which should have made his blood flow through his veins. MoonYeob sarcastically noted that he was already tired of being a clown. Jeho averted his humble gaze out the window, as he understood that it would be worth leaving this topic for later. The protagonist looked indifferently out the window, watching the illuminated road. Jeho looked puzzled at MoonYeob, who put his hand on his knee and watched out the window. MoonYeob noted that the Korean superhumans weren't such losers after all. Jeho immediately became curious and wanted to know more about these words. The main character extended his index finger upward out the window. He added that as long as they had a strong girl player, they would not be lost. Their black car drove past the banner of their legendary girl fighter. She was a dark-haired girl with a bob, to which MoonYeob noted her eyes and general attractiveness. Jeho calmly looked forward as the protagonist choked heavily on water when he heard that it was his friend's daughter. MoonYeob looked at Jeho intensely, imagining the image of his little daughter. He knew it was Haeun, who he said must have been 6 years old. Jeho explained that it was 17 years ago, and now she was 23. The protagonist felt funny about this event, but Jeho was extremely unhappy and tried to keep a calm face. MoonYeob was very surprised and noted that his daughter had always been beautiful, and now she was even more beautiful. Jeho told his friend to be quiet. MoonYeob timidly turned towards Jeho and apologized to him for his behavior. Their black car drove into the city and stopped. They arrived from a huge building, Jeho's house. Han Seung-hee, Jeho's wife, greeted them at home with admiration. 52 Superman, dressed in a brown dress. She was glad to meet her husband's old friend. Seung-hee met the men in the courtyard of the house and clasped her hands. He noted that she had not seen him for a very long time, to which MoonYeob ironically noted that he had not seen her for only a week. Jeho watched as MoonYeob interacted with a smile and playfulness with Seung-hee, who smiled back at him. Seung-hee jokingly said that she aged in just a week. MoonYeob sarcastically explained that Seung-hee was not old at all, but looked as if only a week had passed and she was still young. Seung-hee noted her husband's friend's charisma, adding that he remained the same as always. Jeho timidly put his hand behind his head and smiled at his wife, who was also happy about the events taking place. Seung-hee thanked her husband for taking the time to bring MoonYeob home. Jeho replied that it was his friend, who had been considered dead for many years and had now returned to him, so he did the least he could. The main character watched the shining silhouette of a loving couple, Jeho and his wife, who were glowing with happiness. He understood that now it was all for real and he had truly returned to life. The protagonist looked forward with trepidation, realizing that he had returned to a peaceful future without the struggle for survival and wars. The starry night sky enveloped the entire city, including Jeho's house. MoonYeob wondered what he should do here now and decided that he might as well play. MoonYeob, wearing a blue sweatshirt, stuck his hand into a bag of chips. The main character was lying on the sofa in a blue tracksuit and was about to turn on the TV and watch the news. Suddenly, MoonYeob's eyes widened when he caught the program on TV. The love series Stairway to Heaven was shown on TV. MoonYeob stood up sharply and put his hands forward in surprise. He was shocked that he came across a repeat of the same drama that he had not finished watching for a long time and did not know how it ended. The main character clenched his hands into fists and bowed his head in joy. He understood that this was fate. He bared his teeth and his eyes shone with happiness. He noted with irony that it was precisely for this reason that he returned to this sinful earth. Jeho walked past his friend who was watching the series gloatingly. The protagonist gloatingly noted that he had stocked up on chips and would now watch the series until the very end. Continuing to listen to the plans of his arriving friend, Jeho fell into confusion and widened his eyes. MoonYeob said that since the circumstances were so fortunate, he will watch all the dramas from 2005 to this day. Jeho was surprised that there would be too many of these dramas since 2005. Jeho suddenly jumped up with concern to his friend, who was lying imposingly on the couch, eating chips. He asked him if he was really going to watch dramas for days, to which the main character agreed without hesitation with the words of his friend. MoonYeob munched on some chips and looked ahead with a frown as Jeho lowered his eyebrows and looked at him worriedly. MoonYeob exclaimed and noted that he had just arrived at his house, and they were discussing that they put the topic of sports on the back burner for conversation. Jeho timidly replied that he understood everything and expressed this agreement so that he could live for himself. The head coach with a dissatisfied look opened the curtains, where a crowd of journalists could be seen in the window. Seo noted that the journalists had been guarding his house for several days and were not going to leave until they saw MoonYeob. The protagonist looked out the window indignantly and leaned against the sofa, grumbling about the situation. A huge crowd of journalists gathered in front of Seo's house, and the guys understood that there were a whole darkness of them. MoonYeob closed his eyes tightly and grabbed his face, realizing that these arrogant journalists are not going anywhere. MoonYeob jumped up from the sofa and put his hands on his knees. He understood that he needed to come to terms with this situation for now. Seo looked anxiously at his friend, who added that the journalists should be dealt with the next day. The main character put his hands in his pockets and looked disdainfully towards the window. MoonYeob asked Seo to gather all the journalists in one place to tell them to leave him alone once and for all. A huge multi-story hotel building with thick clouds floating above it. A bunch of cameras with flashes of light were pointed forward. People and reporters watched as the main character and Seo company walked to the main table to be interviewed. People thought he would have to wait at the door for a month, adding that MoonYeob seemed much more reserved than expected. One of the journalists noted that he heard that when MoonYeob didn't like something, he would start rowing and overturning furniture, and he was wondering what reaction would come from him now. The main character straightened his shoulders wide and noted that it was time to start the press conference. The main character grabbed the microphone and began to say that all the people had already noticed that he had returned, and he himself was surprised by what happened, and he could imagine the degree of their surprise. Seo sweated and watched with an ironic grin as his friend spoke into the microphone. MoonYeob explained that the enormous attention that was focused on his person was expected, and people could be surprised that the main character of the conference behaved normally. MoonYeob, in his repertoire, looked into the audience with disgust and noted that he was already sick of all this, and he ordered the journalists to ask all the questions today and never approach him again. Seo looked at his comrade with displeasure, realizing that here it was pointless to hope for the goodwill of his friend, because he remained the same as he was. He told reporters to raise their hands and was going to answer their questions one at a time. One of the journalists asked a question about how the main character managed to return alive from the last dungeon. The protagonist with a cold look answered that he himself didn't know. He just woke up in the hospital and he didn't have a more detailed answer to this question. A huge pile of willing hands reached up, and the next question was asked in the hall about whether the main character still had the last 17 years of his life in his memory. He replied that for him 2005 was just a couple of days ago. Another question was whether he communicated with other heroes of the last war. MoonYeob replied that no, for them it was just a business collaboration and they were not close. Someone asked him whether he intended to demand his savings from the state. He coldly replied that no. The protagonist and Seo were sitting at the table when only one hand of an elderly man appeared in the hall after the words of the next question. A man with a bald spot on his head raised his hand and asked whether MoonYeob had heard from the head coach of the national team about the Battle of Superhuman's game. The protagonist explained what he heard. A bunch of cameras and spectators watched the main character that evening at the conference. The man asked MoonYeob if he had a desire to go into esports. Some journalists looked at each other with dumbfounded looks. Seo looked ahead indifferently, understanding his friend's answer. Seo grabbed his head and closed his eyes tightly when MoonYeob angrily replied to the entire audience that he had no desire. The elderly man extended his hand and arrogantly asked if MoonYeob could explain the reason for his answer. The protagonist looked arrogantly to the side, scratching the back of his head with his little finger, and replied that he did not consider it necessary. The man looked at the main character with a malicious grin and answered sarcastically whether this was due to the fact that he felt incapable of doing this. MoonYeob only grinned mockingly in response and pointed his finger at the old man, who suddenly became angry. MoonYeob jokingly explained that if he were an old man with a receding hairline, he might have thought so. MoonYeob extended his hand forward towards the hall and sharply replied that he didn't like this sport, and that's all, so he didn't consider himself a clown and was going to do only what he wanted. The protagonist thanked everyone for the conference and replied that it was time to call it a day. MoonYeob rose from his chair and was about to touch the microphone. He hoped that he had satisfied people's curiosity at least partially and asked them all not to bother him anymore after this conference. MoonYeob closed his eyes and said goodbye to everyone in the room. The main character put his hands in his pockets and headed towards the exit when Seo shyly put his hand behind his head and laughed for show, and said thank you to everyone for your attention. Suddenly a cry was heard that the heroes had stopped. The guy with glasses extended his hand and said that he had one last question, to which MoonYeob gave a puzzled look. The journalist with dark hair looked down at MoonYeob, who was listening attentively with his hands in his pockets. The journalist noted the player Gerald Walker, who said about him that the glory of the Seven Saviors was long in the past and they could never defeat him, so he was interested in knowing the opinion of the protagonist. MoonYeob looked down at the journalist with a puzzled expression, his eyebrows furrowed slightly, not understanding who Gerald was. The journalist with a confused face explained that it was a famous American cybersportsman, who was called the best American tank. MoonYeob looked at the journalist cheekily, asking about this American player who was supposed to be the best of the best. The journalist presented images of the 3 best players of our time. He explained that it was because there were the top 3 in the battle. Blonde Nathan Bernard from France, Roy Meyer from Ireland with red hair, and red-haired guy Daniel Mansk from Germany. The journalist adjusted his glasses and noted that Gerald was an outstanding player, but was not one of the 3 of these players, and grinned. The main character put his hand on his head in bewilderment and closed his eyes, ironically noting that so many years had already passed and he was told about this in all seriousness. MoonYeob straightened his shoulders and looked towards the hall. He explained that since Gerald was not even among the top 3 players, he would not talk to him. The journalists looked at each other at the statement of the main character, who said that if Gerald wants to fight him, then he will not fight him in some game, but let him come to him and tell him to his face personally. MoonYeob looked contemptuously at the camera and showed his middle finger, adding that he would bury it in the garden with his own hands. The very people in question were watching this broadcast on TV. A gray-haired man in a white suit grinned sarcastically, looking towards Gerald. It was Zachary Wood from the American esports agency Battle of Superhumans. Gerald clenched his fist tightly and crushed the wooden handle. Gerald angrily looked away towards Zachary and turned to him. Gerald bared his teeth and frowned, noting that Zachary urgently got him a ticket to Korea. The weather above the house was clear and the sun was shining brightly. Jeho arose after learning about the Premier League with the USA. MoonYeob was lying on the sofa, baring his teeth in displeasure, while Jeho was talking on the phone nearby. Jeho was unhappy that he was not told about the Premier League sooner. MoonYeob told Jeho to go talk on the phone outside because it was disturbing him. Jeho closed his eyes and furrowed his eyebrows. Jeho told the person on the phone that he understood everything. Jeho lounged on a small chair, baring his teeth in displeasure, after which the main character looked at him. The main character asked Jeho what happened to him. Jeho told the protagonist that they will have a Premier League with the USA in 2 weeks. The protagonist turned away, looking indifferently at the TV, while Jeho narrowed his eyes at MoonYeob, clenching his hand into a fist. Jeho noted that all this happened because of what the main character said to Gerald. The protagonist knitted his eyebrows and looked nervously at Jeho. Jeho crossed his arms over his chest, looking angrily at the protagonist, remembering his behavior during the interview. Jeho reminded MoonYeob that he told the one who was specifically trying to provoke him, and he asked him to tell him that he would bury him in the garden. Jeho covered his face with his hand, closing his eyes, while the main character looked at him, baring his teeth. Jeho told MoonYeob that Gerald clearly lost his temper after his words. MoonYeob stated that it was just a kindergarten. Jeho was slightly annoyed, causing his eyebrows to furrow. Jeho noted that the protagonist publicly recalled that Gerald was not among the top 3, and apparently this is what hooked him. Jeho noticed that Gerald wants to fight MoonYeob, but since he is not a player in the battle, Gerald will take it out on their team. The protagonist rested his head on his hand and looked at Jeho. He didn't understand what the players had to do with it, calling Gerald a scoundrel. Jeho bared his teeth nervously, clutching his head with his hand. Jeho said irritably how unlucky he was. The protagonist lay indifferently on the couch, watching TV. The main character wished Jeho good luck, saying that he would mess around for him. Jeho looked at the protagonist indignantly as he suddenly jumped up from the couch. MoonYeob told Jeho that if they have a Premier League coming soon, then Haein will come soon too. The main character pointed his finger towards Jeho. The main character noted that Jeho said that she was on the national team. Haein walked into the house, taking her white sneakers off her feet. Haein shouted to her mom that she was back. MoonYeob looked irritably towards the door, baring his teeth. He was startled by the sudden slamming of the door. The main character widened his eyes slightly. Seung-hee widened her eyes, smiling happily when she saw her daughter. Seung-hee greeted Haein, surprised that she had already returned. Haein smiled widely, carrying a suitcase with her things. Haein noted that she rushed home when she heard that MoonYeob had arrived and wanted to see her with her dad. Haein took her glasses off her head, looking at her mother as she pointed her hand towards the protagonist. Haein asked Seung-hee where the protagonist was. Seung-hee noted that he was behind the TV in the living room. The main character stood up slightly and waved his hand at Haein with a slight smile. Haein smiled widely, beaming with joy at seeing the protagonist. Haein suddenly rushed towards MoonYeob. Haein jumped towards the main character, happily hugging him while he was slightly surprised. The protagonist looked at the happy Haein, who sparkled with her eyes. The main character told Haein that she was no longer little and almost killed him. Haein was glad that the protagonist was indeed back. The main character patted Haein on the head, smiling widely. He said that he thought she had already forgotten him. Haein looked at the protagonist with a smile, remembering how the protagonist ruffled her hair when she was little. Haein noted that one cannot forget the protagonist when he always played with her and treated her with chocolates and cookies when it was impossible to wait for this from mom and dad. MoonYeob looked at the happy Haein sitting next to him. MoonYeob noted that she has already grown up, adding that children are indeed growing by leaps and bounds. Haein told the main character that she is already 23 years old. The protagonist placed his hand on the armrest, looking at Haein, who was smiling, showing her teeth. The main character asked Haein that she came because of the Premier League. Haein replied to the protagonist that she came to see him, and the league, that's right, is an additional quest. Haein moved slightly closer to the protagonist, her eyes wide open. Haein looked at MoonYeob in surprise, her mouth slightly open. She asked MoonYeob if it was true that he was not interested in esports. The main character bared his teeth in irritation, resting his head on his hand. The main character thought that Jeho put her up to it by telling Haein that he had no interest in this. The main character pursed his lips, embarrassedly pointing his finger at the TV. Haein didn't understand why he wasn't interested. The protagonist told Haein that he had things to do. Haein moved closer to the main character, clasping his hand as he slightly pulled away from her. Haein asked the main character that he would not go even if she asked him, to which the protagonist replied that he would never go there. Haein puffed out her cheeks offendedly, looking at him with narrowed eyes. Haein noted that MoonYeob is no longer the same as before. MoonYeob furrowed his eyebrows and bared his teeth, looking slightly displeased. The main character noted that it was more likely that they all changed. Haein turned her back to the protagonist, causing her to droop slightly. Haein noticed that he always did what she really asked. The protagonist irritably noted that he bought her cookies or snacks. Haein suddenly perked up, causing her eyes to widen. Haein approached MoonYeob, who crossed his arms and looked at her. Haein told the protagonist that she had another request, adding that she needed to do an avatar association test. MoonYeob didn't understand what it was all about. The protagonist knitted his eyebrows and looked to the side with displeasure. He didn't understand how much more was possible. Haein folded her hands in front of her face, looking at the main character with a pitiful look. Haein asked the protagonist if he could at least do this for her since Jeho is busy and he can't. The protagonist agreed to Haein's persuasion. The main character exhaled heavily and knitted his eyebrows. He asked Haein where it even was. Haein flashed her beautiful eyes and looked at the protagonist with a slight smile. Haein told the main character that he would soon find out everything. The weather was clear above the huge high-rise building, Korea Superhuman Battle Association. At the entrance, Haein and MoonYeob greeted. The protagonist and Haein walked towards the man standing at the computers. The administrator told the guys to follow him. The main character looked around the room while Haein walked behind next to a man in a business suit. The administrator pointed to the chair in which the helmet was located. He told Haein that he would help test her avatar. Haein thanked the man. Haein placed her weapon next to the chair on either side. The administrator said that he was starting to check weapons and armor, after which synchronization with the avatar began. Haein took the helmet and placed it on her head, grinning slightly. Haein told the man that he could connect her. The protagonist stood behind the man, looking at the screen. The main character was slightly surprised, causing his mouth to open slightly. Haein asked the protagonist if he was looking at her. Haein asked to be given a monster because she wants to move around. A hologram of a monster began to appear in front of Haein. A huge black monster that looked like a wolf appeared. The main character watched Heian from a computer monitor. The main character was surprised that they learned to do this. The administrator turned to the protagonist, slightly raising his palm upward. He told the protagonist that superhuman combat is a virtual sport, and with the help of advanced association technology, they generate monsters, dungeons, and players in virtual reality. The protagonist stood opposite the man and looked at the monitor image. The administrator said that players who are joining the association for the first time are asked to first create an avatar for themselves. The main character noted that it really looks like a real Heian. The main character looked at the monitor in which the monster bared its fangs. The protagonist noted that we need to see how good Heian is in business. The monster suddenly moved. Heian stood opposite the monster, who quickly rushed at her. Heian slightly knitted her eyebrows and raised her weapon. She struck the monster. Her weapon grabbed the neck of the ferocious monster, who clearly did not expect this. Heian jumped into the air, swinging her sword as the monster opened its mouth wide and pulled its paws towards its wrapped neck. Heian approached the monster in the air, about to hit it. She took off the monster's head with one blow, emitting a white aura. Heian looked at the result with satisfaction, smiling slightly. The monster's hologram began to disappear as Heian moved away from it. The administrator told Heian that the synchronization with the avatar was successful, and she could leave. Heian grinned maliciously, baring her teeth. Heian got up from her chair and ran to MoonYeob. Heian asked MoonYeob what he thought of what he saw. MoonYeob gave him a thumbs up and grinned wickedly while Heian looked at him displeased. MoonYeob sarcastically told Heian that this is not bad for a 6-year-old girl, and she has a lot of potential. Heian answered irritably to the main character so that he could try it himself. The main character bared his teeth in irritation, moving away from Heian, who was pointing her finger at him. The main character noted that he had previously said that he would not compete. Heian replied that this was not necessary and he could just try. Heian put her palms together, bringing them to her chin, and looked at the protagonist with hope. Heian noted that she was very curious because she had heard so much about the strength of the main character from her dad, and wanted to see with her own eyes. Heian looked away, looking sadly to the side and clutching her fist to her chest. Heian told MoonYeob that she grew up never seeing him in battle, and by then he was long dead. Heian looked to the side sadly, her eyebrows knitted together slightly. MoonYeob looked at Heian in confusion, after which he exhaled heavily. MoonYeob agreed to Heian's request. Heian beamed with joy, her eyes wide. MoonYeob noted that he will only show it once, and only because she asks. Heian thanked MoonYeob from the bottom of her heart. The man pointed his hand to the side, after which the guys turned their attention to him. The administrator asked the protagonist if he wanted to try the game. The administrator closed his eyes and smiled slightly. He told the protagonist that they usually do aptitude testing first before creating an avatar. The protagonist looked away with a serious expression while Heian looked at him with a wide smile. The administrator noted that since the main character is not going to compete, they can immediately start creating an avatar. Heian noted that it would be pretty cool. The main character put his hands in his jacket pockets and looked at the man. The protagonist asked the man that he needed to sit in the chair. The administrator noted that if the main character enters the module in this form, his avatar will be created unarmed and in a tracksuit. The administrator pointed his hand at two workers who were somehow dragging a spear and shield. The administrator suggested that the protagonist first choose a weapon. The protagonist took the weapon with ease, while the workers lay wearily on the floor. MoonYeob noted that these are a little different from what he used in his time, and they are quite lightweight. The administrator said that these are standard weapons, adding that players usually have customized weapons, but in the training room they only have standard ones. The administrator noted that if he is not comfortable, he can ask him to find something else. MoonYeob threw the shield aside, declaring that he was fine as it was. MoonYeob bared his teeth in irritation, throwing his spear over his shoulder. He said that a spear would be enough for him, and his patience had long since run out, asking him to get straight to the point. MoonYeob sat down in a chair and put the helmet on his head, after which system windows appeared in front of him. The main character thought that he should look at what battle is. The connection to the virtual world has begun. System windows appeared. Analysis of information about weapons. Body scan. The bright blue core radiated energy flows from itself in different directions. System windows appeared. Scanning is complete. An avatar is being generated based on the information received. The main character opened his eyes. The administrator asked the protagonist if he could hear him. The protagonist stood in the hall, examining it. The administrator noted that MoonYeob was in a virtual room, a complete replica of their training room. MoonYeob raised OK, spreading his fingers and looked at her. He noted that the sensations were similar to those he experienced when entering the dungeon gates. MoonYeob looked at the screen that appeared, which showed Heian and the administrator. The administrator told MoonYeob that the synchronization between the avatar and his body is complete. Heian wished MoonYeob good luck, calling him uncle. The main character began to stretch his legs before the battle. He asked to be given any opponent, like the administrator did for Heian. The administrator clicked on the panel, after which a hologram began to appear. A huge pink monster with a shining eye appeared. The monster hovered above the main character's head. He noted that the monster is similar to Salarbun. Heian and the administrator watched the main character. The protagonist noted that he feels that he is not the same as he came across in his time. The administrator said that everything is correct since this individual is special, and it can only be injured with the help of an aura. The monster looked at the main character, emitting a blue aura. The administrator added that it was generated according to data on the strongest Salarbun that existed. The monster rushed towards the protagonist. The main character stood still, without flinching, while the monster approached him. The main character raised his cold gaze to the monster. MoonYeob threw the spear behind his back, gathering energy in 2 fingers. MoonYeob extended his hand straight in front of him towards the monster. MoonYeob hit the monster with just 2 fingers, causing it to simply dissolve. Heian and the administrator were surprised, their mouths agape. Heian widened her eyes at what she saw, declaring that it was incredible. The main character stood next to the dissolving hologram monster. Heian was amazed that the protagonist killed the monster with just a snap of his finger. The main character did not understand what was wrong, noting that now he understood what happens when you kill Salarbun. The administrator adjusted his glasses, opening his mouth slightly. He said that Salarbun is not the strongest of monsters, but it is also impossible to kill it with a snap of a finger. The main character turned to the system monitor, which displayed the administrator. The protagonist told him that he had stopped making fun of him and generated something stronger for him, since he needed to check something. The hologram of the monster began to disappear, while the protagonist stood nearby, picking up a spear. The protagonist thought that this was true, and he did not feel the difference between cyberspace and real life, and he should try the same thing there. The main character put his hands in his pockets, looking slightly behind him. The main character noted that even if this is the strongest Salarbun, he did not even manage to warm up properly, and nothing could be done. Suddenly a voice told the main character that they were talking about him, that he was the strongest of the superhumans, and where Salarbun could compete with him. MoonYeob looked up, pursing his lips. He noted that they spoke to him in English. The administrator panicked as he saw the system turn red. Heian and the administrator didn't understand what was happening. The administrator began to briskly hit the keyboard with his fingers, and inscriptions warning of danger began to appear on the screen. The administrator told Heian that the problem was that there was an attempt to connect from an external source. Gerald bared his teeth and tore through the system, destroying the ceiling and cutting down the monster, his red eyes blazing. Gerald looked at the main character with displeasure, landing on the floor. Gerald asked the protagonist if his invitation was still valid. The protagonist looked at Gerald, who bared his teeth. Gerald looked at the main character confidently, frowning his eyebrows. He stated that he came at the call of the main character and did not understand why he was so surprised. Gerald added that the protagonist seemed scared and did not expect that he would actually come. The protagonist looked at Gerald indifferently. Gerald's eyes flashed furiously, looking at the protagonist. Gerald stated that he does not know how many of them there are, 7 or 9 heroes, but he will prove that all their glory is not worth a damn. Gerald rushed towards MoonYeob, intending to strike him. Gerald screamed at MoonYeob to die. MoonYeob did not hesitate, looked at Gerald with a cold gaze, who struck. Gerald hit the main character, emitting a blue aura. Plumes of smoke began to rise from the place where the protagonist was, but he was not there, which made Gerald surprised by this. Gerald widened his eyes in horror. The protagonist told Gerald so that he could be scared. MoonYeob smiled insidiously as he appeared behind the frightened Gerald, emitting a thick black aura. MoonYeob noted that this cannot be. MoonYeob flashed his sinister gaze, smiling evilly, shrouding himself in black energy. The main character noted that he was just thinking about the test he was planning. The protagonist smiled, showing his teeth, and looked at Gerald with narrowed eyes. Gerald covered himself with a shield, holding an axe in his other hand. Gerald pursed his lips and looked warily at the protagonist. The main character was ready, holding a spear tightly in his hand. Heian and the administrator stood at the monitors, watching in shock, not understanding what was happening. The receptionist and Heian widened their eyes. A voice was heard telling them not to worry. The doors to the room began to open. The guys looked in surprise at the people who appeared in the aisle. Jaho entered the room with a gray-haired man and a girl in a black suit. The white-haired man said that this battle was with his permission, and everything would be fine. The receptionist and Heian looked at the people who entered in shock. The administrator noted that it was the president of the association. Heian was surprised that Jaho showed up there since he said he would be busy. The president of the association spread his arms to the side, standing opposite the guys. The president of the association said that this was agreed upon in advance, but apparently they were not informed, which he regretted. The president smiled widely, extending his hand slightly. He asked the manager if this would satisfy her. It was Park Jinti, the president of the Korea Superhuman Battle Association. The manager adjusted her glasses, smiling slightly as she looked at Jinti. It was Emma Morse, manager of Gerald Walker. Emma told Jinti that she was grateful for his cooperation, adding that it was a very difficult request and they were granted. Jinti remembered the moment MoonYeob stuffed his mouth with food, looking clumsy. Jinti noted that MoonYeob was in debt to him for the most part, and let him just try to object later. Jinti looked at the monitor with a smile, thinking that he should be grateful. Jinti watched the main character on the screen, who smiled maliciously. Jinti thought that because of this incident, he might become interested in esports. The protagonist swung his spear while Gerald swung his axe. The main character and Gerald collided with their weapons, emitting a powerful aura. In their place, a huge black energy vortex appeared. The protagonist jumped to the side, sliding along the ground, looking at Gerald with a displeased look. Gerald jumped to the side, baring his teeth, looking at the main character. The guys distanced themselves from each other by a decent amount. The protagonist looked at Gerald with a serious look, thinking that he was better than he thought. Blue flames began to emanate from the protagonist's eyes. He used the analyzing gaze skill. Gerald stood motionless under the gaze of the protagonist, and a stat card with skills appeared in front of the protagonist's face. Gerald's card had stamina and strength at 100%. The main character was surprised by this result, noting that he was truly ideal for tanking, adding that his willpower was pumped up to 87. Gerald stood opposite MoonYeob, slightly baring his teeth. MoonYeob thought he was just a hot-headed madman, but he had something to add to his madness. MoonYeob stood motionless opposite, looking at Gerald. Gerald didn't understand why the protagonist was just standing there and staring at him. The protagonist grinned maliciously, showing his teeth. He thought that Gerald was not just a talker, and if he had been like him in their time, he would have taken him on a raid into the last dungeon. The main character widened his eyes, thinking that his superpower was also ideal for a tank. The main character recalled the moment in the hospital where he discovered a new skill of immortality, after which he smiled insidiously, his eyes sparkling. The protagonist thought that he had previously wanted to test the skill on a monster, adding that it would be much better to test it on Gerald. The protagonist rushed towards Gerald, emitting black lightning and a white aura. Gerald bared his teeth and swung his axe at the main character. Gerald thought that in this way he saw him clearly. The protagonist stopped in front of Gerald and he hit his shoulder with his axe. Gerald widened his eyes, not understanding why the protagonist stopped right in front of him. MoonYeob grinned insidiously, his eyebrows furrowed. MoonYeob looked at Gerald madly, and a blue aura appeared in front of his face. MoonYeob told him that he would show him something. The main character flew away from the blue column of energy. Heian and the guys watched in shock. Clouds of dust rose in front of Gerald. Heian asked the protagonist why he stopped and why he let him get hit. Gerald looked in confusion towards the rising clouds of dust. He thought that Heian was right, and he abruptly stopped his advance, as if he wanted to be killed, not realizing what he was up to. The protagonist said displeasedly that it was much more painful than he thought. Gerald widened his eyes. A blue column of powerful energy, shrouded in black lightning, flew towards Gerald. Gerald jumped to the side, dodging the blow. The main character launched a spear at him, which stuck into the wall. Gerald flew into a rage, baring his teeth and frowning. Gerald didn't understand how MoonYeob survived, because he didn't even defend himself. Gerald widened his eyes in fear. The hall was covered in clouds of dust. MoonYeob didn't understand why. The main character opened his mouth slightly, asking the administrator what he generated the smoke for him. The guys looked at the protagonist in surprise, their mouths open. Gerald stood in front of the smoke and dust, motionless. The smoke began to disperse in different directions. The main character sat on the floor in shabby clothes, holding out his hand in front of him. MoonYeob asked Gerald how he liked this trick. MoonYeob smiled insidiously, looking angrily at Gerald, enveloping himself in black lightning. The main character noted that he told Gerald that he would show him something interesting. A skill card has appeared. Immortal, immune to death from physical influence. Gerald widened his eyes angrily, looking at the main character. He did not understand how the protagonist could survive such a blow. The protagonist put his hand to his chest, baring his teeth. He noted that he received cool superpower after a failed date with death, and now he is immortal. MoonYeob thought that the test was positive. MoonYeob slightly tilted his head to the side, looking at his almost healed wound from the blow. He thought that not only had he not died, but his superpower was also quickly healing his wound. MoonYeob said that he wouldn't do that, noting that it wasn't a duel since he was invulnerable. The administrator looked at the monitors with heian and confusion. The protagonist turned to the administrator. The administrator asked the main character what was wrong. The main character looked at the system screen with an indifferent expression on his face. The protagonist told the administrator that he was immortal, as he had a new superpower after his return from the other world. The administrator was surprised by this and did not understand how this was even possible. Opposite the main character stood Gerald, who carefully watched everything. The protagonist told the administrator that in this way the fight would not be fair to such an ability, asking him if it was possible to block the effect of the superpower. The administrator replied that it was very easy to do. MoonYeob asked the administrator to block the immortal ability. A system window appeared in front of the main character, offering to block the skill. The administrator said that everything was ready and now he would not be able to use it. Gerald looked at the protagonist in bewilderment, frowning his eyebrows. He was surprised that MoonYeob was immortal. MoonYeob told Gerald that he simply decided to try out a new ability. MoonYeob smiled insidiously, looking at Gerald with narrowed eyes. The main character noted that since the ability works even in the game, he will not give him a chance to justify his defeat by saying that he has such an ability. Gerald took out a spear from the wall and headed towards the protagonist. Gerald threw a spear towards the main character, smiling maliciously. Gerald noted that the protagonist is indeed a show-off, as rumor has it, adding that he will look at how much his skills are exaggerated by rumors. The protagonist grabbed the spear, looking at Gerald with a malicious smile. The main character told him that of course the actual experience of fighting him would be different from what he had heard, because he was many times stronger than people could understand. Gerald looked irritated at the main character, pointing his finger at him. Gerald told the main character to stand up and fight, throwing all excuses aside. The main character sat on tiptoes, tightly clutching a spear in his fist. The protagonist joked with Gerald that he would first defeat the 3 best players in battle, because you can't bypass 4 demon warlords and immediately turn on the demon king, noting that things don't work that way. The protagonist sarcastically noted that he had already been told that Gerald was not even among the top 3. Gerald was struck by the words of the protagonist, causing him to boil with rage. Gerald jumped off the floor, rushing towards the main character. MoonYeob, making fun of him, noted that he had put pressure on him. Gerald angrily rushed towards MoonYeob, baring his teeth. MoonYeob successfully blocked Gerald's blow after blow without much effort. Bright blue energy radiated into space. Gerald slammed his axe into the floor, emitting a blue aura, and then widened his eyes, noting that MoonYeob had disappeared. The protagonist suddenly appeared behind Gerald, enveloping the entire space in dark energy. Gerald turned sharply behind his back. The main character, his eyes sparkling, sent a blow towards Gerald, emitting a blue aura. Gerald was shocked that the main character was hitting behind his back. The spear, emitting bright white energy, approached Gerald's face. Gerald managed to dodge the blow of the enraged protagonist, who emitted black lightning from himself. The main character narrowed his eyes, smiling maliciously. He thought his reaction was good, despite how much his view was blocked by the shield. The main character noted that this is not bad, but it's time to call it a day. The protagonist pulled his spear hand back, gathering powerful energy into the spear. The protagonist pursed his lips and puffed out his cheeks, his eyes wide. MoonYeob made a powerful spear throw that emitted a black and blue aura. Gerald shielded himself with a shield, taking the entire blow to him. With a powerful blow from the main character, Gerald was knocked off his feet. MoonYeob smiled contentedly when he saw the result. Gerald landed on the ground, clutching his side with his hand. Gerald widened his eyes, imagining the changing blue stream. He thought that MoonYeob was specifically aiming for his shield, adding that the spear changed its flight direction right before colliding with the shield. Gerald noted that this is supernatural control over weapons. MoonYeob spread his arms, smiling mischievously, declaring that he had won. Gerald rested his knee on the floor, looking at the main character with a dissatisfied face. Gerald told MoonYeob that he had not won yet, since the spear passed on a tangent, and he, as can be seen, is quite alive. The main character noted that he did this on purpose, adding that he left him alive, and he was dissatisfied with something. Gerald looked at the protagonist indignantly, knitting his eyebrows. The protagonist told him that he would never be able to win with this huge shield. Gerald looked at the main character, baring his teeth. The protagonist told him that just because it was big, it didn't mean he needed a big shield and he needed to choose a smaller size. Gerald did not understand what the main character was saying. Gerald looked awkwardly to the side, his mouth parted. The main character told Gerald that he was giving him advice because he turned out to be more than just a chatterbox, and because of his large shield he could not see what was happening around him. Gerald pursed his lips, widening his eyes in surprise. The main character noted that he is sure that he has been blamed since childhood for having tunnel vision. The protagonist raised his hand, smiling widely. He noted that this is why Gerald chooses a large shield, to block attacks and at the same time be able to look around. The protagonist remembered the moment when he appeared behind Gerald. MoonYeob noted that this is a half measure, and with strong opponents who manage to use Gerald's vision against him, this choice will be his undoing. Gerald looked at MoonYeob in surprise. The main character advised Gerald to change his shield to a small one. Given the level of his agility, this would be the right decision. Gerald looked at MoonYeob, who grabbed his neck with his hand. Gerald asked him if he was lying. The main character told Gerald that there is no point in lying, and even if he follows his advice, he is still head and shoulders above him in battle. Gerald looked away in confusion, gritting his teeth, saying that he would probably try to do that. The guys watched in surprise what was happening on the monitor. Jeho bared his teeth nervously, looking at the monitor. Jeho didn't understand why the main character was teaching Gerald. He was already a strong opponent. The main character smiled contentedly, looking at Gerald. The protagonist said that his work was over, so it was time for him to go watch the series. Gerald looked questioningly at the protagonist, tilting his head slightly to the side. The protagonist smiled insidiously, rustling his fingers. He noted that he taught Gerald a lesson, so he should remember to give him the tuition fee when he returns. Gerald agreed with the words of the main character. He rose to his feet, while the protagonist stood opposite, with his hands in his jacket pockets. Gerald noted that he has a condition. MoonYeob raised an eyebrow, looking at Gerald annoyed. He didn't understand what the other condition was. Gerald pointed his finger at MoonYeob, his mouth parted. He stated that he wanted another duel. Gerald added that the main character is due to fight him in the Premier League in 2 weeks. MoonYeob knitted his eyebrows, looking at him with displeasure. MoonYeob noted that he had previously said that he was not going to play the battle because he had a lot of drama ahead of him and had not given up any games, adding that he also did not need his money since he had changed his mind. Gerald approached the protagonist and grabbed his hands, baring his teeth. Gerald told the protagonist that he would pay him with money or whatever he wanted, as long as he showed up at the competition. The protagonist angrily stated that he did not want to, telling Gerald to leave him alone. Gerald looked at the main character angrily, clutching him tightly. Gerald told the protagonist that next time everything will be different. The main character thought that Gerald had gone crazy, because there was complete madness in his eyes. Gerald opened his mouth wide while MoonYeob bared his teeth in irritation. Gerald said in a raised voice that MoonYeob should play the battle with his abilities, and not sit on the couch and degrade. MoonYeob noted with displeasure that he would decide for himself how to use his own abilities. The guys watched the drama on the huge monitor in confusion. Suddenly something dawned on Jinty, causing his eyes to widen. Jinty smiled insidiously and narrowed his eyes, looking at the monitor. Jinty thought this was his chance. The weather above the house was clear. There was a series on TV in which a girl was seen. The main character was lying on the sofa, resting his head on his hand. He was interested in whether the couple would get together on the show or not. The protagonist widened his eyes. The TV said the broadcast had been interrupted for an urgent message. MoonYeob rose slightly, looking at the TV with displeasure, noting that they had interrupted him at such a moment. There was news on TV in which the main character flashed. The man on the news said that MoonYeob has publicly stated that he definitely has no intention of getting into esports, but they have reports from eyewitnesses of his recent duel with Gerald. The man added that it is quite possible that his opinion on this matter may change. The protagonist bared his teeth, looking at the TV with a blank look. According to the news, they said that the audio from the duel was not entirely clear, but they were informed by an anonymous source. The man opened his mouth slightly. A photo of the main character was displayed in the corner of the TV. The man noted that provided that the US team wins the Premier League with Korea with a score of 11-0, then the main character will take part in the Premier League. The man added that at least that's what the American side claims. MoonYeob widened his eyes in bewilderment. The news said that according to the same American side, the protagonist accepted these conditions. The main character furiously wrinkled his face, opening his mouth wide. The main character stated that he never said such a thing at all. The multi-story glass building of the Korea Superhuman Battle Association rose. From behind the closed door an indignant cry was heard about what really happened. The palms slammed the table with force. The guy shouted, asking what it was. MoonYeob stood at Jinty's desk, and a worried Jaho tried to stop him as he demanded an answer from the man. The gray-haired man held his head with his hand, as if it hurt, and the guy behind him pointed his finger and shouted, asking who this anonymous informant is. If only they would show him, and the guy would strangle him with his own hands. MoonYeob indignantly pointed his finger at the phone screen on which the video of his conversation with Walker was open and asked what kind of video this was. On the screen, a man held him by the shoulders, and the guy shouted that the part where he refused was cut out of him. Jinty leaned his hand on the table, getting up when he heard that the guy who posted this video would also kill him, and began to say that first of all. The man bowed very low to the amazed guy, saying that as the president of the association, he apologizes for his tactless attitude towards the hero who had repeatedly saved the world. MoonYeob looked at this in surprise, asking what was wrong with him, and for no apparent reason began to bow. The gray-haired man stood up and looked pitifully at the guy and began to justify himself that Walker had already won over the Game Association in the USA. Given the precarious position of the Korean branch, he could not reject his offer. He said that the public and the top are also pushing. He apologizes not as president, but as a senior. MoonYeob frowned, saying that his situation was clear to him, but the guy looked at the man's hand, which he placed on his shoulder with a clap, telling him that he had nothing to worry about. Jinty looked at him confidently and said that he had come up with a great way to avoid trouble. The man said that only if the US wins a runaway 11-0 win in the match against Korea without losing a single fighter will MoonYeob participate in the friendly match. He looked at the guy with a shining gaze and said that he had put forward such a condition. He said that he would only be interested in a strong team, and everyone agreed, so don't worry. Although the level of the Korean team is low, it's not so low that you won't get a single kill in 3 games. MoonYeob looked at him, gritting his teeth, and shouted that he didn't care about it. He wasn't interested in these battles. Why was everyone clinging to it? Holding him by the shoulders, Jinty looked pitifully at the guy and said that in any case the condition was impossible. Everyone knew his character. That's why they agreed. With an ingratiating smile, the man made a wish in the guy's face and asked how long they had known each other. He plaintively asked to save him just once. The brunette looked displeased at the man, who promised in return to donate all the profits to his favorite child protection organization, and begged him to agree. MoonYeob growled with displeasure, clenching his teeth, listening to the persuasion, and he himself thought, if only it weren't for the deeds of the past. He exhaled, touching his forehead, and said that okay, but only once. The man happily clapped his hands, saying that of course, does anyone ask for more, thanked him. Jinty rushed to the guy with a request to let him kiss, to which the brunette grimaced, trying to move him away, and said that he would do without it. He looked at the gray-haired man with displeasure and said that if they kill at least one American player during the match, he may not participate. Even if they cry, he will not change his decision. Jinty punched himself in the chest with a smile, saying that of course, let him take his word for it. Jinty stood at his table and suggested that the men, since they had sorted it out, should all have dinner together. The guy asked if he was offering treats. The head of the association waved his hands and said that, of course, anything for him. There was one restaurant nearby, and suggested going there. Jinty turned away and thought that he would not break his promise. In his desk was a paper with a report on the results of the Korea-USA match, and the results of the match simulation said that in all 5 sets, the Korean team earned 0 points, and the US team from 9 to 11, showing a perfect game. He thought that he would apologize to MoonYeob in advance. Under a clear sky stood a white building with columns. The news announcer reported that he was broadcasting news received directly from the Korea Superhuman Battle Association. It became known that MoonYeob accepted the US offer. The female reporter pointed to the image of the guy in the corner of the screen and said that perhaps he would still participate in the battle. The next reporter was shouting about breaking news. His name, a match and battle were heard from all sides. MoonYeob wrinkled his face in displeasure and clasped his hands over his ears, asking where his dramas are. Why are they playing only this all day? He covered his eyes with his hands, imagining a smiling Jinty, who showed a thumbs up and thought that the old man had made a noise. It was necessary to immediately break off all ties with him. There was news on the TV about a schedule change that said that the Friday broadcast of Swift Low Kick would be replaced by a special on MoonYeob, and the guy screamed, telling them to go to hell. He stood at one of the large panoramic windows and looked out onto the street. MoonYeob looked out the window and talked about his hard life. Then he turned his gaze to the side. He looked out of the window, wondering what kind of sounds there were, looking at the moving silhouette from the side. The foot in the white sneaker hit the red cone. Haein, next to her father, moved rapidly, leaving behind traces of movements, and trained diligently. MoonYeob made an interested sound as he looked at this. Jeho threw a small yellow ball to the girl. The girl's gaze turned to him. With a swift movement, she grabbed the ball with her whip. MoonYeob turned around, looking there, and thought that the girl was training. Jeho, pointing his finger, commented on the training, telling the girl that this time the reaction speed was quite good. But she needed to speed up more, to which she replied with a smile that she understood. The man suggested that, after all, she was a sub-dealer, and to support the team it was important to increase her maneuverability. Haein agreed with her father. MoonYeob stood behind the man and thought that he was wasting his strength again, and his father continued to give advice on improving her agility. The guy's eye glowed blue as he began to analyze. He looked at the smiling Jeho, and the system displayed a window of information about her. The blue window reported that the object Jeho, human, strength 61 out of 82, agility 90 out of 90, speed 94 out of 95, endurance 59 out of 80, willpower 81 out of 81, skills 63 out of 75, aura 66 out of 70. The girl's superpowers were teleportation and whip. The guy looked at the agility value and thought that she had very high speed, but her agility had already reached the limit. He looked at the girl, imagining her father in his youth and thinking that Haein's maximum stat value was not comparable to Jeho in the past, so she simply could not do what he expected of her. The guy thought that, however, the top indicators of her strength and endurance were higher than those of her father. He could not believe that with such data she was given the role of a sub-dealer. He looked with his shining blue eye and thought that this approach worked with Jeho, but for Haein this development path is a mistake. Screaming, the girl fell to the ground, leaning on her hands, and demanded a break. MoonYeob approached her. She called out when she noticed him, and he thought that even if the leader of the Korean team was in such shape, an outcome in which they would not defeat a single American was quite possible. MoonYeob looked at the girl carefully. She smiled admiringly and asked if he had seen her train, to which the guy said with a smile that he had seen her and that she didn't have to focus on agility. Jeho pointed with his hand, looking at them, and said that she was a little short, she needed to push a little. MoonYeob turned to him and said that she is not the father, to which Jeho asked back in surprise. The guy poked the man with his finger and ordered him to stop developing the girl's speed and agility. She simply cannot become what he once was. Raising his index finger, the brunette said that her dexterity had already reached its maximum. The same with the technique of controlling the whip. Haein looked at him carefully and listened that they have similar types because of their speed and even superpowers are close, so he decided to make her a sub-dealer, but they are different. She was surprised to hear the guy call her. MoonYeob asked, looking at her, having grabbed her opponent with a whip, what will she do next? Haein clenched her hand into a fist and stated that she would pull him and knock him down or simply tie him up and throw him to an ally. MoonYeob pointed his finger at her and said that she answered incorrectly. She should dissipate with him herself. He stated that by imitating Jeho's style, she will not achieve good results. Support is not hers. Not only is she inferior to her father in speed and agility, but there are no comrades next to her who would definitely deal with the enemy. MoonYeob stood next to the girl and said that this is why strength and fencing are more important to her now. Haein turned around and looked at the sword lying on the ground when the guy said that it was her sword that would put an end to the fight. MoonYeob grabbed the training equipment with his hands. Holding a sword and a whip in his hands, he said that he would show it just once, let them watch carefully. There is nothing complicated about it. He walked over to the training bag, saying, like this, he swung his whip. The whip wrapped around the shell. Concentrating, he said that the girl must catch and destroy. Jeho and Haein watched in surprise as with a deft movement of the sword, the guy cut the training bag in half. Turning his gaze to the shocked girl standing behind him, he asked if she remembered. Father and daughter looked at him in surprise and were silent. MoonYeob turned to them and said that it is impossible to take the life of an opponent with a whip, so she needs to master the sword as skillfully as the whip, so she needs to train strength and fencing. He stated that from now on he is changing the girl's position to melee dealer. Jeho asked in surprise when the guy asked if he understood. Looking at the girl sternly, MoonYeob said that they would start with simple strength exercises, 500 sets. Haein and Jeho repeated in shock. Gloomily holding a sword in his hands, the guy sternly asked why they were frozen. Let them move and start 500 repetitions. Looking at them, he stated that there were 14 days left until the match, and all this time, starting from today, he would train Haein. From the tall white building of the Korean dormitory and training hall of the US national team, there was a shout addressed to Walker, asking what does this mean? A smiling John, the agent and manager, spread his hands and said that the man's abilities had improved significantly in just a couple of days. Walker looked at him resolutely, holding an axe and shield. He asked how he had become a better fighter, to which the man pointed his finger at him and said that he definitely had. The fighter chuckled when he heard the guy holding his chin contentedly reason that after meeting MoonYeob he suddenly announced that he would change his approach to defense. The man even wondered what had come over him. With a smile, John pointed at him with his hand and said that after observing him, he noticed that his weaknesses were no longer such. If he sticks to this style, he could break into the top 3. John stood in front of the man, spreading his arms, and said that fundamental changes require training. It will still be difficult for him to compete with speedsters like Nathan until he gets used to the new combat tactics. However, they will benefit enormously in the long run. Walker looked at him and sternly asked how much, if you count in monetary terms. With a smile, raising his index finger, John said that in his opinion, over $10 million, if he still masters the style. Then upon concluding a new contract he will be able to raise his fee by this amount. The man thoughtfully repeated the amount. He shifted his gaze. Looking at MoonYeob depicted on the screen, the fighter ordered to send this money to him immediately. John behind him screamed in shock, asking what, and the man calmly replied that this was a consultation fee. Stretching out his hand, he said that he would definitely drag him into the arena. Walker extended his hand to the TV, strictly speaking to him to just wait. MoonYeob was looking at him from the screen. The White Seoul National Stadium for the Battle of Superhumans was located in a picturesque location. Spectators looked at a hologram of the Korean and US flags at the match. The commentator said that this day has finally come. It was a historic moment. 2 men in blue suits sat with headphones and microphones and commented on the ongoing match. One of them said that he was sure that the spectators were looking forward to the meeting of these teams. The second introduced MoonYeob and Walker standing and said that this is the hero and star of the American Battle of Superhumans. Today they will find out how their confrontation will end. Now they will introduce the participants in today's game. The Korean national team appeared on the screen with names, positions on the team. Next on the screen was the US team, also with names, numbers and positions on the team. Then Haein number 3 appeared on the screen, which was a melee dealer. The commentator said that all team members are masters in their field, so everyone is looking forward to the results of the match. Walker appeared on the screen in the national team uniform, who was number 1 and occupied the position of tank. MoonYeob sat on the bench and heard the commentator say that many people wanted to see the Haein player in her new role. MoonYeob looked ahead seriously and mentally asked the girl not to let him down. Ahead stood a gray sculpture surrounded by a red glow. In front of it on the path were skeletons with glowing eyes. The commentator said that this dungeon is an old castle from the underworld, guarded by an army of skeletons, called the Place of Marta Borni. The dungeon has 3 floors and each of them has its own boss. Smoke emanated from the mouth of a skeleton with horns, which was surrounded by a purple glow. It was the skeleton warrior of the first floor. The next monster was a knight in armor with red eyes who was sitting on a red burning horse. On the second floor the boss was the Death Knight. The skeleton of the dragon opened its mouth, from which fire appeared. A skeleton in a cloak with glowing eyes towered above it. On the third floor, a bone dragon and a lick await players. The commentator said that many people are watching the game today for the first time, so they will tell the rules. A sign appeared on the screen with the rules for the battle of superhumans. It was written that to win it is necessary to destroy the enemy team. Points are awarded for killing NPC monsters and players of the other team. More points means more bonus. The color changes depending on their number. Below was a diagram where there were squares of blue, purple, red, black, and white, where blue was a small amount of points and white was a large amount of points. The players entered the arena, looking around, illuminated by the blue light of the spotlights. The commentator said for everyone to welcome the participants. The opposing team was also illuminated by bright spotlights. The commentator said it was time to find out how this meeting would end. On the screen there were team flags with the battle logo. The commentator said that the game was starting. Go ahead. A mini-map of the dungeon appeared on the screen indicating the start of the teams. The Korean team players ran on one side. Team USA players ran on the other side. A crowd of skeletons appeared ahead of the uniformed players. The commentator explained that on the first floor, the US team immediately met skeletons. The monsters' eyes glowed red. The man looked at them sternly. The commentator explained that the fighters were starting to hunt and drew the audience's attention to these precise movements. The men smashed the skeletons with swift blows, breaking their heads. Walker waved his hand, smashing the skeleton, the map showing how far they had progressed. The commentator said that the athletes may attack slowly, but thanks to accurate and timely strikes, they organize excellent defense, a real iron wall. Walker's eyes glowed blue, as did the impact of his weapon. The commentator asked, "I wonder what is going on with the Korean team at this moment." The dungeon was dark. Haein's eyes shone with a determined fire. She held a weapon in her hands and thought about doing what she had learned. The commentator said that it was time to shift attention to the Korean team. The national team players, led by Haein, quickly ran forward. The commentator called on them to see how fast they were moving. Suddenly he sighed in shock, looking forward. A bright light scattered skeletons, striking them with lightning. The commentator asked what was going on there. He said in surprise that the team was moving, ignoring its opponents. Someone's legs were in armor and the team members were running forward. The announcer said that even in the second zone they were just running past. Jaho stood and looked at the screen at the players moving forward and thought that they were great. Let them continue to move forward. The man raised his head up, looking at the hologram, and thought that if everything worked out, they would win. The spectators looked at each other in surprise, and from the round area in front of them a hologram was broadcast with players confidently running forward. The commentator said that the team was previously known for playing long games. Most likely now they have a clear goal to defeat the boss. Haein ran forward with a concentrated look. The announcer said that the risk was very high, but success would bring many points at once. Skeletons with red eyes gave off a blue glow. The dungeon map showed Team Korea's progress, and the commentator said that if the leader was killed, the first floor would be closed for a while. The mini-map showed the team's movement to the next point. The skeletons continued to glow blue. The commentator said that this would give the team a head start over the fighters from the States. The boss symbol and Team Korea symbol appeared on the screen. The man said that they had arrived. The players were rapidly approaching with many hands that emitted a purple glow. The presenter said that the Korean team players approached the boss of the first floor, the skeleton warrior. Haein looked at him determinedly. Her father looked at the screen excitedly. The commentator explained that right now they are going on the attack. Walker looked ahead sternly. The host noticed that he was waiting for something and said that he did not understand what was happening. The American athletes did not seem to be going to fight. One of Team U's members hid around the corner and watched as the opposing team's players fought the purple skeleton. He looked out, watching the battle process. The announcer was wondering how to describe everything that was happening. He said that the team is successfully fighting the skeleton warrior. The guys are using new tactics. Walker looked ahead sternly with a determined look. Michael, standing behind, waved his hand and asked with a laugh, "They took the bait. Can they go straight to the second floor before the first one is closed?" Walker, without turning around, replied that they would wait a little longer. They needed to enter the area with the boss, but he didn't think he could do it quickly. The man with the shield turned to his teammate when he heard that he would lend him his power. The purple skeleton with glowing eyes opened its jaw and screamed loudly. A cry was heard that it was almost done. The skeleton jumped up, raising swords in his hands, while the players of the Korean national team were quickly running below, shouting to Hae-in to finish him off. The girl quickly jumped up to the skeleton and heard the command for everyone else to cover her. Hae-in quickly moved forward towards the skeleton. Suddenly her gaze darted to the side, noticing something. The huge carcass of a player with a shield knocked her down. She winced, covering her eye from the bright light, wondering what it was and where it came from. The Korean team looked on in amazement. The announcer shouted that it was Walker. Jaeho frowned worriedly and watched, thinking the man was crazy for moving so quickly. The commentator said that the man used Hurricane, his teammate's superpower, and attacked the Korean team. Walker covered himself with a shield, and in front of him was a huge blue flash. The girl hit the dungeon wall, shattering it, surrounded by a blue glow. The system reported several times that Hae-in had been killed. The hologram of the girl flickered blue. She looked forward in amazement. Walker leaned down, holding a shield in his hands. It was completely surrounded by a bright purple-blue glow. He said it was a good decision to start looking for a boss right away. Looking ahead resolutely, he declared that, however, whatever their plan, only victory mattered. The skeleton standing in front of him roared with a purple glow, and behind him, the US team players rushed towards the monster, leaving blue trails behind them. Team Korea looked in surprise as a huge blue glow appeared near the skeleton's head from the impact. The system reported that the skeleton warrior was destroyed. The first floor will be closed in 10 minutes. The system repeated the alert, and the US team players quickly ran forward. Walker looked ahead resolutely, thinking it was time to end here. The US team players quickly moved towards the Korean team players, attacking and cutting them with their weapons. The players screamed in shock at the blows, which left bright trails behind them. The man commented that the US team suddenly appears and instantly destroys the Korean team. The players dealt swift blows. There was a bright shine of flashes everywhere. The commentator said that it was a pity for the fighters, because they already had a hard time during the battle with the boss of the floor. This is a complete disaster. The sword pierced the body. The US team players stood in the dungeon. Walker exhaled. He looked at the frightened guy sitting in front of him, resolutely raising the axe over his head. Surrounded by a black haze, he declared that they were done for the day. A swift blow struck the frightened guy. Bright drops of blood splashed. The commentator said that this is the end of the first round. Viewers looked at a hologram where the Korean flag had a 0 and the US flag had 1. The commentator said that today's score is 0-11. The US team finishes the first round with an impressive result. He said that the second round will begin after both teams have regained their strength. Hae-in walked down the corridor and thought that they had lost again. She stopped at the door, looking upset. The girl opened the door, sadly thinking that even training under the guidance of MoonYeob did not bring results. The guy cleared his throat into his fist and said that since everyone was assembled, they were starting, let them listen carefully. Hae-in opened her eyes in surprise. The players of the Korean team were sitting in the room and looking upset at MoonYeob, who said that he was crying tears of blood. Looking at their game, the team should listen to his advice. Someone tried to argue that their coach was Jaeho, to which the guy sharply ordered him to close his mouth, standing confidently in front of them. The girl was surprised to think that it was MoonYeob. The guy looked at them sternly and stated that he had no desire to get involved in this, but he decided to take pity on them by asking, did they understand? Raising his hands, he said that he understood the team's idea, but this was not enough to win. Asuricans are stronger in all respects, experience, skills, and so on. Hae-in looked at him carefully and listened that they could fight at least 1,000 more times, but they would still lose. The chances of winning were 0. He continued that they don't think they came here just to hear this. Let them listen carefully. With a wicked smile, MoonYeob made a finger movement, as if cutting the neck, and declared that he would help them defeat at least Walker. MoonYeob raised his hand and sternly explained that the Martaborni Palace was one of the dungeons that he went through with the president of the association. He imagined the rock on which the demon was sitting and said with a smile that it was an uncomplicated location, and only the third floor was dangerous. Standing in front of the Korean team, he added that with their skills, even getting there was a problem, and that they fill it out and think through a strategy. He frowned, raised his hand, and said that they had a good plan in the first round. Looking sternly at the team, he added that it would be very good if it also worked. He stuck out his hand and raised his index finger, saying that the first thing was reconnaissance. The team members looked upset. The guy continued to say that, of course, killing the boss before everyone else is great, but we must not forget about the main enemy, and that they should keep an eye on other players, because they wanted to quickly finish and get into the main monster's room. But they didn't reconnoiter the situation. He looked at the rest of the team, who were also upset, and added that the second point would be to think ahead, and that after defeating the boss, they still had to fight with Team USA, and they should think about what condition they would be in when this moment. MoonYeob asked what the team would have done if Gerald had killed Haein outright. He looked at the saddened players, saying that they lost outright because they had lost sight of the very basics. He shook his head, putting his hand to it, and muttered displeasantly about the national team and Jaho. The team looked at the guy who was gesturing and telling them that there was absolutely no point in discussing the past, and that they should end the conversation about the first round, after which they thought that he himself had started it. The guy with a stern expression raised his hand, saying that they should get to the point, adding that he would tell them what they should do next. The American team ran into battle at high speed while the commentator announced the second round and said that now the USA team was much more active. A board appeared explaining their division, the commentator adding that they were apparently going to use a 6-5 formation for this round, and the fastest ones would grab Team Korea's best players. The teams split up. The announcer added that Gerald and the others would finish them off. The man looked confidently in front of him while the commentator said that this tactic was best suited to their team's ace. The spectators in the stands looked at the arena in surprise. It was the commentator from the control room who said that in this case their team would definitely. Interrupting himself, he said that what was happening was impossible. Skeletons appeared on the battlefield. The announcer announced that Haein, as soon as he appeared on the battlefield, the Korean team was approaching the monsters. The girl was in front, and the commentator finished the sentence by saying that she immediately rushed forward, after which he asked what tactics they would show them this time, and asked them not let down. The men in the control room looked at what was happening in surprise. One of them announced that the Korean team usually played defensively, but now they see the opposite situation. Haein has changed its position and is acting in a new way, like the whole team. MoonYeob praised them with a satisfied smile. He watched what was happening, thinking about what if they did everything as he said. The girl was heading forward at high speed, and he ended with the thought that they would have a chance to win. Haein looked ahead confidently, deciding that this time they would definitely win. The American team's scout was hiding from the boss behind a rock. His position was displayed on the scoreboard. He looked out from behind the rocks, tensely saying on the radio that he did not see the second enemy team. Without taking his eyes off the boss, he added that there was only one road there, which means they would go after them. Gerald replied that he understood him. The positions of the American team and their scout were displayed on the scoreboard. The man looked to the side with displeasure, thinking that they had seen their new tactics back in the first round. Looking at one point, he mentally added that it was only a matter of time before he met MoonYeob. The rock behind him became covered with purple cracks. Stones fell down while he thought about what the guy would be like in a real fight. The man turned around in shock, asking out loud what was happening. Shock waves emanated from the rock, and increasingly strong cracks appeared. Eventually the rock broke, sending up dust and rocks that blocked his view. Blocks of stone fell to the ground. The Korean team, holding weapons in their hands, attacked the American team. The Koreans loomed over them in the air. The USA team members looked up in fear. Gerald wondered how they got there. MoonYeob stood with his finger raised, telling the team to listen carefully, because he would only speak once, after which he explained that the main thing is reconnaissance, and Haein will do this, because she is the fastest. If it turns out that together with Gerald there will be less than 5 human, The team members looked at the guy in shock after he said that in this case they would not catch the monsters and the boss. The board reflected the starting points and the boss. The guy added that only one road leads to the palace, and that everyone who played the battle knows this. But there is another secret passage. On the board there are purple stripes indicating a secret path. The guy explained that only those who have been in a real dungeon know about it, after which he added that the girl would walk along it and scout out the situation. Dark rocks blocked the light. MoonYeob explained that this passage was difficult to find, since it was located somewhere in the wall, but it would help with the search. The large gate opened slightly. Purple light poured out of it, and the guy added that this way they could find out what the opposing team was really planning. The Korean team members were moving along the secret path. MoonYeob continued to say that after discovering the path, all 11 players would go through the secret path, split into 2 groups and attack the USA team. The rock above the heads of the American players split and fell. The players of the Korean national team were flying through the air, heading towards the enemy. The guy's words sounded in the girl's head that this time they would kick their ass. Haein landed on the ground in front of Gerald, placing her hand on the floor. She looked up while sitting on the ground and remembered another of his words. She looked at the enemy captain looking at her sternly. MoonYeob's words that Gerald should be hit in the legs were stripped in her head. The girl said in surprise that he is known specifically as a melee fighter. Asked how his legs could be his weak point, to which the guy replied that this is exactly the case. The young man looked at her sternly, imagining 2 images of Gerald with a large and small shield, and explained that their captain changed the shield in order to move faster. But now it is much more difficult for him to protect both himself and others, and most likely he is not yet used to it to add to the small score. He will add that this is not exactly a weak point, but with their preparation it is better to aim there. MoonYeob imagined how Gerald angrily held his shoulders, also presented the concept image of the 2 teams and the image of Haein, after which he explained with a smile that after winning the first round, the Americans were under pressure from the desire to continue not to give them a single point, so they slightly on edge and, most likely, will be watching all sides at once, waiting for them to attack, and therefore it is important to get close and attack suddenly, using all their strength and abilities, after which he concluded that this is their new strategy. The guy looked at the team with a grin, saying that if they did this, they were guaranteed to be able to turn the tide of the match, and then asked them to trust him. The girl looked ahead, mentally thanking him. Suddenly she took off at high speed, leaving behind only a trail. The Korean team hovered in the air over the American one. The commentator said that the Korean team was rapidly attacking, and the fighters from the USA did not have time to react. Haein and the guy behind her were enveloped in an aura. The announcer added that the girl was attacking the captain of Team USA, and the support cast an aura of fiery concentration on her. Sung Yubong held her hands in front of her, keeping the fiery concentration activated. The board describing the ability stated that the aura effect weakens opponents around. Haein and 2 other participants headed towards the head of the opposing team. The girl swung her sword at Gerald. The man struck, making 2 kills, but the girl was behind him. He gritted his teeth as he quickly turned around and thought about how they had appeared out of nowhere. A guy with a sword was heading towards him from behind. Gerald then watched as the girl made a dash and dealt 2 blows to the enemy. She glanced at her opponents out of the corner of her eye. The system counted her 2 kills. The man stabbed the captain of the USA team in the back with a sword. Gerald thought that their supports were hitting their backs. After receiving the blow, the man quickly turned back. He dealt a powerful blow to the guy with his shield. The man looked back at his allies. The system counted him 1 more kill. He shouted to the team to get everyone together, because the situation was critical. 3 members of the American team stood back to back, surrounded by opponents. Gerald thought that it would take too much time for the vanguard to arrive to them, because now there were 3 of them, and there were 7 enemies. Michael looked back at the enemy moving towards him. His hand was shrouded in an aura. Robert Pierce looked back at the fireball flying towards him. Gerald swung his weapon with all his might, deciding that they could handle it. The weapon hit the enemy, and the system counted the man another kill. Gerald stood with his hand down after the throw. Haein ran at him from behind. The man nervously quickly turned to look at her. Rising in front of him, he discovered that there was no one behind him, then think that a second ago she was not here. Suddenly the girl found herself under the man's shield, holding a blade in her hand. She stabbed him. After that, the girl quickly ran behind him until the man recovered from the blow. She quickly turned around, crouched on one leg, and tied the whip around his ankle. With a deft move, Hae-in knocked Gerald off her feet. Members of the Korean team killed Michael. The commentator announced that the USA team was suddenly attacked, and although they tried to hold the defense, but another member of the American team was hit by a fireball, and the announcer ended the sentence by saying that the Korea players were in a more advantageous position, although the team lost 7, but was able to kill 3 opponents. Hae-in menacingly approached the enemy lying on the ground. The man lay on the floor without a leg, telling her that they began to fight differently, after which he asked if MoonYeob taught them this. The girl coolly swung her sword, pointing the blade at the man's face. Gerald looked at her with a nervous grin, saying that this was amazing. Blood splashed onto the floor. The commentator declared that this was an incredible result. There was a scoreboard hanging above the arena, with the flags of 2 countries. The announcer said in delight that 5 American fighters were already out of the game, and the Korean team was leaving the lead. Jaeho looked up in shock. MoonYeob held his hands behind his head and asked him with a smile if he saw it, after which he said that as he said. Looking at Jaeho, he ended the sentence with the fact that they piled Gerald. The commentators looked at each other in delight. One of them announced that the second round was ending, and for the first time the Korean team was able to surprise everyone. The second announcer answered him that no one could have expected this from them. The scoreboard above the arena showed the score 2-0 in favor of the American team. The second commentator added that, however, unfortunately for them, the match ended in victory for the American team. The members of the American team gradually emerged from their booths. The announcer continued to say that if their team had not been attacked by the second part of the US team, this round would have been much more interesting. Gerald looked ahead with annoyance while the man said that one way or another. Gerald looked up. He looked at the team scores. The announcer ended the sentence with the fact that the Korean team still killed 5 opponents. The man looked at the burning number 5 while the commentator said that they had not had such a result for a long time. The scoreboard showed the rock-breaking moment, and the commentator said that it was worth celebrating the impressive wall-breaking moment, to which the second announcer said that this was the highlight of today's match. People in the stands watched the replay and cheered in delight as the men in their hands said that there was one player at the center of it all. Hae-in was the center of attention after the commentator announced that it was Team Korea's captain, adding that she personally committed 4 of the 5 kills. The girl clenched her fist with a confident smile, after which the announcer announced her name. Photo and video cameras were filming something, firing flash after flash. The journalist interviewed Jaeho while they were being filmed by the paparazzi. She introduced herself as a reporter from the XBC Sports channel, Jae. The man looked at her with a smile while she said that in this round his players were able to show a completely different side of themselves, after which she asked what thoughts and impressions he had about today's battle. The machine raised his hand and then answered the question by saying that his team and he thought it was a great experience. They got a good result, and they weren't going to stop there. The girl, with a surprised face, thanked him for his answer, then mentioned that they used a secret tunnel in the second round and asked how he came up with that. The man smiled broadly, saying that he was sure that many were surprised by such a move, because the game was played in an ambiguous place. He began to turn to the side, saying that before the king's round, the man looked at MoonYeob sitting on the podium and finished the sentence that they had requested special help. The guy looked at him silently. The girl, standing next to Jaeho, wanted to say something while the young man did not take his eyes off him. MoonYeob turned away irritably, gritted his teeth, and thought that he was up to something again. Hae-in greeted everyone with an enthusiastic smile, and then introduced herself. The reporter handed her the microphone with a smile, telling her that she had performed amazingly in today's game, and then asked if she had a new approach to training. The girl clenched her fist in front of her with a smile, saying that her uncle worked with her a lot, adding that the secret passage was his idea, as well as the new tactics in today's match. Looking at the price Hae-in was standing at, MoonYeob exhaled heavily. The guy looked away and asked out loud displeasedly why they always mention him in their conversations. What if a voice caught his attention and said that they were simply telling the truth? The young man looked over his shoulder at Jinti, who had approached him, who asked him why he couldn't calm down. MoonYeob in response asked what he was up to. The guy pointed to the stage, telling him to go give them an interview, because he was in charge here. Jinti calmly looked at the dissatisfied guy, saying that he was too old for this, and that he was happy here, but that the young man in response asked why he should hang around him. The guy turned to the old man after he said that he didn't need a reason to stand near him, because he just remembered the old days and nothing more. After which he asked if anyone else knew about the secret passage besides the two of them, and did he come up with the battle tactics in the second round, to which the young man answered in the affirmative. MoonYeob, with a calm expression on his face, said that he thought using the tunnel was too much, because this is a sport, not a war. He irritably lowered his head on his hand, looking at the old man out of the corner of his eye, and said that he would gladly come up with something else, but their guys were inferior to the other team in all respects, so, after thinking about it, he decided to use this particular option, because it seemed to him the best solution. Jinti introduced Heian and asked if he taught her since he felt like she had adopted his fighting style, to which the guy replied that he had no desire to teach her. The young man began to rise from the bench as the man behind him said that he was glad that he was able to see his plans in action, and that he had a special talent. The guy spread his arms to the sides with a slight smile and said that he admits that he is amazing. The man slightly extended his hand to the guy, asking him to listen, after which he invited him to find a better use for his skill. MoonYeob irritatedly pulled away from him, saying that this was nonsense, because he had already won the argument. The old man, with a calm expression on his face, promised that he would not ask again if he refused this time, after which he said that this was his last offer, but asked to listen to him. The BCK emblem was surrounded by the Korean team. The man said that the new season, the Major League, would start very soon. The guy looked at the old man with an irritated look and asked if he wanted to invite him to participate. The man put his hand forward, shook it and answered in the negative, saying that it would be too much for the eyes of his side. The old man smiled, looking at the dissatisfied guy, and said that it would be very cool if he at least just joined the team in the very first round, and that's all. The man looked at the guy with annoyance, thinking that it seemed to him that he would refuse, but it was still worth asking, after which the guy replied that he would think about it. The old man opened his eyes in surprise. Jinti raised his hands in shock. The guy was cleaning his ear with his pinky while the man asked what he just said. MoonYeob answered him with a question, asking if he was completely deaf, and then said that he would think about it. The old man looked at the guy in surprise, remembering his irritated face, and thought that he could have refused right away. The man did not take his eyes off the guy when he said that he thought it would be easy. The guy grinned awkwardly, scratching the back of his head, and, remembering the moment when the girl pointed the blade at Gerald, said that looking at how she fights, the matter seems quite entertaining, and that watching is always interesting. But being a participant is even more interesting, so he will think about his proposal. Jinti listened in shock to his words that the real dungeon had disappeared anyway, and you could only test your strength in a battle of superhumans. The old man grabbed the guy by the neck and began to ruffle his hair, smilingly saying that this was a great idea, and he said it very coolly. Holding the angry guy, he took out his phone and showed him a video of their team in the match with a smile, saying that it had received several million views in just an hour. The guy looked at the screen, seeing that the video had 11 million views and a bunch of comments praising him and their team. The guy angrily agreed with his words, after which he asked him to leave him alone. He raised his hand to his neck, looking displeasedly at the joyful man, and said that he almost strangled him, adding that he seemed old, but had more than enough strength, to which Jinti replied that he was just glad that the guy agreed. Looking at the old man, he said that he would just think about it, adding that he should not hope too much because the chances were 50-50. The guy looked irritably out of the corner of his eye at the smiling man who was glowing with joy. Jinti told him to think carefully. The girl looked at him thoughtfully, asking that it turned out that there was not much left before the start of the Major League, to which the old man answered in the affirmative. MoonYeob thoughtfully raised his hand to his chin, reasoning that they would have to select the best of the best for such an event, and said that he didn't like it all. The man thought in surprise that he was thinking quickly. The young man pointed his finger at the old man that even if he agreed, he had conditions. The old man looked at him in surprise, saying that he didn't know what he was talking about, but the guy watched with a satisfied smile as he joyfully raised his hands, saying that he would be ready to do whatever the guy wanted. MoonYeob said that this was great and offered his terms. A large white building stood under the bright rays of the sun. Jeho stood on the street, holding a sword in his hands and asking the guy a question. He was wearing a light jacket and dark blue pants. Suddenly he frowned angrily and, to finish his question, asked how to even understand this. A guy with a calm face stood opposite him, holding a weapon on his shoulder, and said that everything was clear as day. The old man said that he would fulfill any of his wishes if he agreed to participate in the battle with pro-level teams. Without taking his eyes off the man, the young man said that a new life had begun for him, which he would happily spend on the sofa in front of the telecom. Suddenly he fell silent for a second. Jaeho slightly extended his hand towards him, asking what it meant. MoonYeob ruffled his hair slightly and said that if he decided to take on this, then he needed to do everything properly. The guy put his hand in his pocket, standing opposite the irritated man, and said that he didn't think he needed training, given the level of the other players, but he was well aware that he would have to drag the whole team along with him. Jaeho apologized for teaching them poorly. The man pointed his finger at himself, saying that he understood why he wanted to do this, after which he asked what he had to do with it. The young man indifferently turned away from the irritated man, who was pointing his finger at him, and said that besides Haya, he is the next one who is at least something, and who besides him has the power to kill him, after which he interrupted himself, asking him to forget still said. The man exclaimed, asking what it means to kill him, adding that this would never happen. Jaeho clenched his teeth, looking at the smiling guy, and said that they would look at this again, because he had not held a weapon in his hands for 17 years. The young man asked if he decided to scare him, and jokingly called him a great coach. The man exhaled heavily while the young man pointed his finger at him with a smile, and asked him to trust him, because he would try to get him into shape in the time that had been left behind. Jaeho, he wondered why he would do this. He looked at MoonYeob and asked if the guy realized that he was no longer as strong as before, because he was already 48. The young man looked at him with a grin, told him to stop making excuses, and called him an old friend. MoonYeob looked at Jaeho and activated his analyzing gaze. In the system window that opened, his indicators were listed: strength 55 out of 70, agility 79 out of 100, speed 80 out of 99, endurance 55 out of 69, willpower 83 out of 90, skills 52 out of 70, 69 out of 72, and his superpower is teleportation. Looking at his old friend, the guy thought that he had indeed become weaker over the years, but it seemed to him it would not be difficult to restore his skills with the proper level of training. He looked at the man menacingly and, grinning, said that hell would begin tomorrow, after which he asked if he understood his point. The man fearfully said the word everything, after which he finished the phrase in his head, thinking that he was finished. Jinti looked out the window at the night city. I remember the guy's words that he had two conditions. The first was that he had to be on a team with Heian, because he didn't need noobs who would die right away, and the second was that Coach Jaeho will also participate. The man looked back, thinking that he could already imagine how many sponsors would appear when two of the 7 saviors perform on the same team. He raised the phone to his ear and said that he had a request. The news headlines included the names MoonYeob, Jaeho and Heian, each of which generally stated that the guy would take part in one of the battles at the upcoming championship, that he would again work on the same team with a coach, that the legendary family was preparing to battle with him, and that 2 of the 7 saviors unexpectedly return after 17 years. There are 7 days left before the battle. The screams of the hero are heard, who are in complete bewilderment. There are 7 days left before the match, and he continues to scream. He asks him about what he taught him before. An old friend and the protagonist stand opposite each other in fighting stances. He still tries to answer and says that if the technique is lame, you need to move a split second faster than the enemy. The savior points his finger at him and says that he still remembers this, and he holds his head and says that he will try faster. He becomes serious, picks up a weapon and gives off an aura. He immediately took off and rushed into battle. He jumped up a little as he accelerated, and he launched a lightning attack on the hero's shield. The protagonist took a lower stance, and he pushed off and jumped back. MoonYeob leaned on his shield, and he spread his arms to the sides, putting his sword in his belt, and asked him what he thought, and asked if it was better this time. Lazy Guy said that it was not bad, but it seems that he forgot that before he had time to make 3 blows, and not 1. Jaeho touched the back of his head and, sweating, squinting his eyes, said that it was 17 years ago, and asked him to give him a discount. He immediately bent over, holding his back, and said that he was very tired, and also mentioned that at his age it is difficult to train again. But the hero began to move towards him and said that he would have previously called this a regular warm-up, not a workout, so he told him not to whine and that they were continuing. This terribly surprised his old friend, and he shouted that they had already been stuck here for 8 hours. The protagonist looked dismissive and said that he didn't care about it, and also mentioned that there was a TV series starting soon, so he asked him to speed up. But Jaho was dumbfounded and exclaimed that he was still 30 years old, but he was already 48 years old. And he also mentioned that he had to go somewhere today, so the series was cancelled for today. Such words did not please him. He looked at him with a questioning look and asked again. Immediately after, he asked a question about where exactly he needed to go. The Korea Superhuman Battle Association building stands tall, and its glass panels reflect the light. At the entrance, our guys were met by two. One had dark hair and glasses, the second had brown hair and short wide eyebrows. The first was called Yoo Hyun-soo. He greeted our protagonist and asked him if he had come today to test his avatar. He turned and pointed his hand at his colleague and introduced him as Brown Tenor. He also said that he was from the World Battle Association, and today he would be helping them. To all this, the savior only remained significantly silent. He immediately made a dissatisfied face and said that he was going to clarify something. His old friend looked at him with caution and anxiety. These four stood in a spacious corridor. The hero asked if he had taken this test before. He pointed his finger at Hyun-soo and said that he had already killed Salarbun, fought Walker, and asked what else they needed. But he calmly replied that at that time the check only affected his physical capabilities. He immediately added that they needed to analyze everything else so that he and his avatar would match each other as much as possible. Next, they showed a panel showing the object's skills and the avatar's skills, which are 100% synchronized. He also added that they have not yet had problems with full synchronization, but it is better to be safe. These words surprised the savior, and he immediately asked again. He also tried to clarify whether complete synchronization was possible at the moment. The head of the department lowered his gaze slightly and said that the avatar is literally the same person as him, only in the virtual world. He extended his hand a little forward and said that he could even reveal skills that had not yet manifested themselves, and which a person himself was unaware of. He only answered and said that he did not know that technology had stepped so far forward. These four stood opposite each other and talked. Hyun-soo, without changing his posture, laughed and said that their system is unique, therefore it is kept secret, and the employees responsible for its work are scattered all over the world. This surprised the protagonist, and he asked if it was really being kept secret, since it seemed to him that it was just in its development. He replied that one could say so, but they say that the system is based on someone's supernatural powers. MoonYeob became wary and tilted his head slightly forward and said that the power contained in a copy of the real world was quite strange. His old friend still looked at him with incomprehension, and he replied that to some extent this is not so. The hero doubted even more and furrowed his eyebrows, and asked if they really didn't know how everything worked, and asked if it could be possible that those who created the superhuman battle system pursue some other goals besides creation and development of esports. But he answered in an alarming voice that he didn't think so. And at the same moment, the savior was very determined and began to flex his fists. He said that even if this were the case, if real monsters burst into their world again, he would be happy to fry them all. This greatly alarmed the head of the department, and he asked him to start synchronizing as soon as possible, and also thought that he had a difficult character, and he needed to be more careful. Armik stood in the middle of the testing center, and from the loudspeakers the voice of assistance was heard, talking about that it was time for them to start, and offered to test his strength, agility, and aura. He looked around and thought. They started broadcasting again and said that the avatar would need a complete likeness, so he would need to try. He approached a machine from which a handle was sticking out, and on top there was a dial. The voice from the loudspeaker said that they were starting with a test of strength, and he agreed with them. He was told to just pull the handle. He grabbed her tightly. He pulled it out with great speed and force and released it. After he released it, the pen was quickly sucked back in and the numbers began to change. They quickly scrolled and changed their values. The result was 813. He pulled the handle over and over again, and different numbers came out. Both 819 and 817 came up. He immediately remembered his characteristics. He thought that his strength was 79, and he didn't even think that. He did not continue his thought. In the control room, they saw his images and the last numbers that he received. Hyunsu and his colleague watched this. He stood motionless, and his colleague thoughtfully put his hand to his chin. He himself thought that this was not quite what he expected from the hero. A voice from the loudspeaker announced that a test was coming next to evaluate his dexterity. The protagonist stood in the middle of the room, in which there were two large buttons at both ends. He was told that when the signal sounded, he would need to press them one by one. He agreed, sank a little lower and got ready. He opened his eyes a little wider. Hearing the beep, almost in an instant he found himself in different ends of the room and pressed both buttons. His old friend and the association staff were shocked by the results, and they thought that none of them could have imagined that a tank could move so fast. A pre-programmed phrase was loudly heard twice, indicating that the test was completed. The hero exhaled, and the remnants of the aura began to gradually fall down. He stood up to his full height and asked how much he got. The tester said that his result was 963, and this is surprising. The protagonist thought, looked away and said that he could do better and he was going to hit 970. He asked if he could repeat it. He was given the go-ahead. Everything happened again in the blink of an eye. The test completion notification sounded. On the screen in the control center, the protagonist was visible standing on one leg and the number 971 was visible above him. Everyone there was even more shocked, because he scored even more than 970. The savior looked into the camera and asked a question about what the result was the best. A slightly frightened Hyunsu said that there was one player who had 1007. The hero immediately assumed that it was Nathan Bernard. They immediately asked him if he knew about it. He immediately remembered how Jeho showed him a video of him. He slightly extended his hand forward and said that his old friend had already shown him several videos, so he knew about him. He smiled widely and imagined it again. And he said that they say that he is as fast as his friend in his youth. And he immediately thought that it was unlikely that he would surpass him with his agility indicator. The voice again said that it was time for them to continue. He clenched and began to flex his fists, smiled widely and thought that he liked the fact that he could get points here and he was going to try to score 975. He concentrated very seriously and put his hands on his hips. He exhaled deeply and thought that he needed to concentrate well. He was trying to encourage himself in his own thoughts. The protagonist closed his eyes and thought about why he was in such excellent shape today. Still with his eyes closed, he took a step forward, surrounded by an aura. His eyes immediately lit up blue. He took off with incredible speed, so that after him only a cloud was visible. The human eye could not even perceive how quickly he moved from one point to another. Everyone in the control room was stunned and even opened their mouths, because no one expected anything like this. They only understood one thing, that he had become much faster. A notification was heard that the test was completed. The hero suddenly braked in the center of the room. He heard the notification again and exhaled deeply. He immediately asked what happened to the numbers. A little later they came out of their state of stupor and Hyunsu said that it was impossible. The protagonist, having caught his breath a little, said that he thought he did better this time. He turned to them again and asked how many points he received. A shout was heard from the loudspeaker that there were 1007 of them, and also that Nathan Bernard, the fastest Superman in the world, had the same figure. These words stunned MC, and he thought about how he could get the same meaning. He immediately introduced his old friend and this man. He thought that his agility score was 97, and this was worse than those two. But at the same time, he was able to show the same result as them. The hero stood in the middle of the room, in which there was a column of dust, and he thought about that it is possible that he may go beyond his capabilities. He spread his arms and said with a slightly dismissive look that he had one idea, and wanted to check something else. He asked for the strength check to be done again. They only agreed with him. They told him that the test would be the same as last time and he was asked to start when he was ready. The savior took hold of the handle. He closed his eyes. He thought that at this moment, the most important thing was concentration. He suddenly opened his eyes and realized that the moment had come. He shouted and pulled the handle. Everyone at the point was surprised again and looked attentively at the screen. They all mentioned at once that the indicators had increased again. The hero was seen on a screen in the staff room with the number 890 next to him. Hyunsu mentioned this and said that it was much better. The savior was asked if this would be enough. He looked at his palm and, after thinking a little, said that it wasn't and that he wanted more. He moved his fingers a little and thought that he was able to cross his limit in both strength and dexterity. But he also had a question inside him about why this happened. He also wondered whether it was possible to become stronger so quickly. Remembering his indicators again and not taking his eyes off his hand, he realized that this was wrong, and also thought that such rapid growth should not be associated only with concentration. But he already had something similar. He had already experienced this feeling once before. He immediately opened his eyes wide and it dawned on him. He realized that this moment was in a past life, and also that it still lives in him. He immediately remembered the huge variety of monsters that had attacked him earlier, and remembered himself being beaten. He thought that going through the last dungeon was incredibly difficult. He directed his gaze forward and turned slightly pale. The thought ran through his head that being on the verge of death, he was able to increase all his indicators, and he was able to achieve all this with his willpower. The hero remembered his stats and the line with willpower, in which the value was maximum and equal to 110. He thought that this might work now. He thought seriously and looked away at the ceiling. He thought about the point of fighting it all if, with immortality and willpower, he would win against anyone. The protagonist concentrated again and looked forward. He thought that it was as if someone specifically wanted him to participate in the battle and win. A voice from the loudspeaker said that this time they needed to check his aura. In front of him was a white ball, inside of which swirls were visible. He was asked to look at her, and was immediately asked to touch her and release his aura, and the sphere had to react to this. At that time, the savior looked at her carefully and raised his hand and said that he was interested, because before they had to work with weapons and simply estimated who was stronger by eye. From the control center they said that now they can measure it with an accuracy of 1 point and, as a rule, the aura indicator is valued more than others since its value is determined at the moment of awakening of forces and usually does not change. The protagonist agreed with this statement and said that the aura indicator, even through training, is very difficult to improve. He immediately remembered how he tried to train her. He created clots, tried to meditate and release her through his hands. And he immediately remembered that his aura after waking up was about 96, and he wanted to increase it to 100, but no amount of training helped him with this. He slowly raised his hand to the sphere, and I thought that it would be different now. Everyone at the point was once again speechless and exclaimed that his aura was getting bigger. At this moment, the savior continued to pour aura into the sphere, and it sparkled mercilessly. He thought that now it should definitely be equal to 100, because this is the maximum a person can achieve. The sphere began to sparkle even brighter. She began to glow purple, and once again the programmed phrase from the notification was heard that the test was completed. The specialist from the World Association opened his mouth and eyes wide and expressed his extreme surprise. The value on the board was 1030. The hero's eyes began to glow purple, and a haze emanated from the sphere, and he himself asked how much he had gained. The voice from the loudspeaker expressed extreme doubt, but he immediately exclaimed that this is a new record. This is the largest number in the history of mankind. Everyone at the point was confused, and the man with glasses said that he had set a new record. And he just smiled broadly and showed a finger up and said that he had no doubt, since it was him. But the voice continued to speak and said that the previous one belonged to Shirin from the Seven Saviors and her result was 1012. And the protagonist remembered her and asked if she had the best score. They told him that this was so, but they did not think that someone stronger would appear. While MoonYeob said that her aura indicator was really serious, he immediately remembered that her physical strength was at its lowest, but due to her self-confidence, she always moved forward. He remembered how he scolded her, poking her with his finger, and tears rolled down her eyes. He then told her that she had no brains at all and urged her to do as he said, but she was perplexed. She almost cried when she said that she did just that, and he immediately thought that now she would be terribly angry. The protagonist put his hands in his pockets again, and Hyunsu said that all tests have been passed, but he has something to add. The savior did not quite expect such words, so he immediately asked what exactly it was, and he replied that during the match he would not be able to use his immortal superpower, to which he meaningfully remained silent and thought that this would indeed be fair, because the task is to destroy the enemy team, and if it is impossible to kill him, then victory will always be his. The man with glasses said that he would be sorry to limit natural opportunities, but the association is ready to compensate him for the inconvenience. He, in turn, said that they could limit his health since he is unlikely to need immortality. He lowered his head and nodded, closing his eyes, but said that he would not refuse compensation, and of course monetary compensation, because he did not need this ability anyway. A loud voice was heard, which said that all the brothers and sisters should listen carefully. A man in a robe stood on the balcony of a building and many similarly dressed people stood under him. He addressed them and said that only one person could save them, and he is the only ray of light in this world, and they must believe in him with all their hearts. They all extended their arms, and the speaker shouted that thanks to their faith they would find salvation. He raised some photograph above his head, and he shouted for everyone to see the face of the Savior. Above the balcony hung a portrait of MoonYeob, and the speaker was holding a newspaper clipping that said that he was an immortal and contained his photograph. He shouted that he had risen from the dead for them, because he was their savior, Mr. Seo MoonYeob. They began to exclaim even more, and he shouted that they must show him their faith, because very soon the time of salvation would come. The crowd shouted his name non-stop. The protagonist and Jeho were walking not far from this on the street and did not quite understand what was happening. And the fanatic stood behind the fence and continued to mutter. From what he saw, the Savior's face wrinkled and he immediately asked what kind of strange people they were. People in robes huddled together and continued to chant his name and shouted that he was the Savior of the world, and that they believed in him. The hero pointed his finger at them and asked his old friend who they were, because they didn't look like journalists, and he answered with dissatisfaction and caution that this is the Seo Moon community, and they consider the lazy person to be their god. The protagonist made a dissatisfied expression on his face, and remembering who it was thought for a second. He remembered how they stood outside his window when he was in the hospital. He angrily pointed his finger at them and asked if it was them, and he lowered his head in anticipation of the worst, and replied that it really was they. He asked again about what this nonsense about his godlikeness was all about. The weather is bright and warm outside. He replied that they believe that the world is soon threatened with destruction, and in him they see its salvation. The Savior crossed his arms and asked if they were going crazy, but his friend just threw up his hands and said that he had returned to the world of the living, which is why they were so confident that they were right. MoonYeob got terribly angry, and slowly exhaling said that he might need to teach them a lesson. Jeho extended his hand forward to stop him and asked him to calm down, asking him where he was going. And he confidently, without slowing down, asked him if he had heard him. At the same moment, he abruptly took off, and his friend shouted after him. He soared high up and landed on the edge of the wall, which was located on the side of the fanatics. A very disgruntled protagonist looked at them and loudly shouted at them to all shut up. People in robes immediately surrounded him and began to whisper, calling him their hero and their savior, and he again ordered them to close their mouths, pointing his finger at them. He immediately threatened them that he would use his power. The community members calmed down and fell silent. They looked at him carefully. The lazy man put his hands in his pockets and was glad that they were finally silent. Everyone looked at him intently. He told them that he thought they knew who he was. Someone from the crowd answered one by one. Immediately after this, he became enraged and, pointing his finger at them, shouted loudly for them to stop following him around and get the hell out of there. He also told them that they were just a bunch of crazy fools. They were all very surprised and alarmed. He clenched his teeth in rage and looked around at them. She screamed and asked them if it was fun for them to stalk him every day. He also asked them later if they wanted to get a job. He asked if they had a leader and asked him to come out here, and said that now he would show which of him was the savior. They began to whisper again, and one leaned towards the other and said that the savior was angry with them. The crowd got a little excited, not understanding what they had done wrong. During the dialogue, the other two exclaimed that this was impossible, since he was their savior, and the last one said that it was most likely a test of their faith. Some raised their heads a little higher and looked at him intently. The idea came to them all at once that they must show him the strength of their faith. The hero was very puzzled by this state of affairs. They started chanting his name again, and he was a little horrified by this turn of events. He started to break out in a cold sweat, and he thought that they were completely sick. He began to shake with anger, and his friend wanted to contact him, but then he realized the gravity of the situation. There is such a cold sweat. I just realized what was about to happen. MoonYeob said that they have 10 seconds to get out. He was filled with rage. His eyes lit up with an aura. He raised his hand. He also added that if they don't do this, he will kill them all. Jeho shouted at him to stop, but he again said even louder that right now he would turn the entire crowd into ashes, and no one would help them. The friend still continued to try to stop him and asked him to cool down. A few minutes later, the following picture appeared before us. The main fanatic lay unconscious. Many of them were lying to the side, and the protagonist was sitting on a mountain of people. He held some boy by the collar and asked him if he would still follow him. He answered in tears that he wouldn't. He immediately put him on the ground, stroked his head and said that this answer was correct. She also added that from now on I should try to think with my own head and not listen to others. The man with glasses remained silent significantly. The savior jumped from the mountain of people. He landed next to him and said that he was finished and they could now return to training. He looked at him intently and turned to him, but MoonYeob himself did not quite understand what he wanted from him. He was terribly taken aback and told him that he was a complete psycho, and he answered him with an indifferent look that it very much seemed like a compliment, but those guys were crazy, and he immediately asked what was wrong with this cult. His friend exhaled heavily and said that they had better go quickly since the journalists would arrive soon, and without hesitation he exhaled and said that they too could be beaten. This puzzled Jeho terribly, and he, spreading his hands, asked him if he understood that by doing so he was only attracting more attention to himself. But without thinking twice and putting his hand forward, he replied that he had already dragged that flock of journalists who asked him about the orphanage. A figure in a black cloak rushed over the houses. At first she remained silent meaningfully, then sarcastically called him a savior. The protagonist turned to his friend and told him that because of this they would be less interested in other people's lives, but he only gently agreed. A figure stood in the distance on a lightning rod stiletto on a multi-story building. But then the hero notices her and sharply turns his gaze towards her. Jeho didn't quite understand why he reacted so sharply and asked him about it. The figure immediately disappeared and took off from its place, and MoonYeob replied that it was just his imagination. On the day the match started, the following happened. We see Incheon National Airport. Many cameras rushed in one direction. Someone exclaimed that this was indeed Joe Pellman. A dark-skinned man came out, with short hair, in a suit, with his assistant, with blonde hair. Words were heard from the outside that he came personally to Korea because of Seo MoonYeob's participation. The man was delighted and asked his assistant if the era of superhumans had returned to this beautiful country after 15 years. She answered in the affirmative, and also added that many talents were born here, which he took to the USA, and he even became agent number 1. He answered and said that he could not take the best. The green-eyed one said that Mr. Jeho is not participating in the battle of superhumans, but the 7 saviors were never interested in this. She looked away and remembered Shirin, and she said that she showed interest because she was quite young, but quickly refused when she found out that restrictions would be imposed on her in the game. She said that nothing could be done about it, but her test scores were superior to everyone else, and he replied that she was right and said that she alone could finish off the enemy team in a match of 11 versus 11. The man clenched his fists and said that he missed them then, but now he won't do it. The girl turned around and noticed something, and he continued to talk about how the best fighter would be his. This fighter is the main character, because he is the hero of humanity. All the journalists shifted their attention to the side, and she pushed her partner in, addressing him by name, asked to take a look. A fair-haired man was coming out of the airport. He was wearing sunglasses, an open shirt and blue jeans. This man was Jake Land. The dark man clenched his teeth and looked at him with his eyebrows drawn together. Journalists filmed this meeting in full. The fair man, surprised by this meeting, looked at him in response. He lowered his glasses a little, winked at him and said that she wanted this battle to be fair, and he thought that it was easy for him to speak. A spark arose between them, and journalists continued to film them. Both thought that they would never lose to each other. Journalists admired this. An unknown man came out with a bald head and a bunch of rings and jewelry. He was wearing smart shoes and red jeans. 2 bald spots shone. One of them said that he destroyed their dungeon business and now appears here quietly. The second responded by saying that he did not think he would have the desire to participate in the battle. The Moro brothers appeared before us. These were 2 absolutely identical twins. They said in unison that they would not leave it like this. They blurred in happiness and seemed to be flying. They exclaimed that they should get his autograph or sign a contract. and they must do at least some of this. And one of them said that he would like to meet him during the war, but there was no opportunity. Agents from different countries saw each other and fell silent. Between all of them flew from the edge, they prepared. All of them at one moment had the idea that they had flown over in order to steal it. They all looked at each other and a spark erupted. But then the dark man and the brothers and the light man were suddenly distracted by something. Suddenly there was silence at the airport. A woman came out of the airport doors. Only the clicking of heels broke the silence. The untouchable of this world came out. She stomped loudly in front of them. She was the youngest of the 7 saviors. A beautiful young, red-eyed girl, holding her finger up, asked where her younger brother was. Her name was Shirin. A huge crowd stood in front of the Olympic Stadium, and the hero was surprised at how many people there were. A lot of people also gathered in the arena inside it. He said that it was good that the population had decreased during the war, and Jaho immediately answered him that he couldn't say that, but he just said that this is a fact and there is nothing special about it. The red carpet was laid out and a limousine pulled up. The friend immediately asked him to control himself, at least today. He got out of the car and said what he thought. Our friends walk along the red carpet in good business suits, and journalists take pictures of them. The protagonist smiled slyly, looked in front of him and said that it was time for them to have fun. Many in the crowd chanted his name, and the Dodger, exhaling, said that he did not understand why they needed all this. The savior was distracted for a second by looking at him and said that he should take better care of him. At the same moment, journalists began running towards him from behind. They shouted their names and asked to be interviewed. Jaho pushed him on the shoulder and said that he was asking him not to say too much. He did not have time to understand what happened. The friend jumped back sharply and teleported away, and the journalists brought microphones and cameras to the hero, and he himself immediately shouted to him that he had completely misled the shores, since he was using him as bait. Journalists began shouting various questions. Some shouted questions about how he would explain his desire to participate in today's game. Another asked if he was afraid of losing the field to young athletes. 3 asked about his moral and physical condition. The protagonist flew into a rage, and she thought that she would kill him later. The questions kept pouring in. Next, they asked if he knew that Ms. Shirin of the 7 rescuers was also here. And they also asked about how he felt when meeting for the first time in 17 years. This information surprised him, and he asked again and tried to find out if she would come to this match. The dark-haired, glasses-wearing journalist said she would be there today, and she recently flew to Korea to watch the Superhuman battle. He was very surprised by this answer and asked why she needed this. And the journalist, moving the microphone closer, said that she had a little brother here. He fell into bewilderment, clenched his teeth and asked about another brother. A second later it dawned on him and he exclaimed the question of whether he was this brother. A moment later, the hero bursts into some room, throwing the door wide open. He entered the men's locker room. Many people noticed him. Everyone who was currently in the locker room stared at him. He walked up to his old friend, pushed him on the shoulder. He turned around and looked at him. He turned to him and asked if he had heard. He asked about what, and the protagonist immediately exclaimed that Shirin had arrived. Jaho anxiously pretended to be happy about this, and Haeyeon immediately jumped out and asked if she was really in Korea. The friend immediately put his hand on the lazy man's shoulder and told him to be careful, because there were a lot of reporters here ready to tear him to pieces. The hero looked at him aggressively and asked him about who provoked them and left him alone. He just lowered his gaze without removing his hand and asked him not to talk like that, and suggested that he prepare for her appearance. The protagonist, with a slightly frightened face, raised his hand a little up and said that perhaps she had come to take revenge on him. But he replied that this was unlikely to happen, because many years had passed. But he immediately told him not to think, but that he had forgotten about the reporters and how he left him on their seat. And the friend only remained significantly silent. At the height of this era, 17 years ago, Chinese Superman Shirin. She was one of the Great Seven, one of the 7 saviors. Next we see her collecting red sphere. She was the only daughter of a previously wealthy family. Since childhood, she has successfully developed her abilities. Her bank accounts were filled to capacity. Next we see her sitting on a throne. Since she was 17 years old and lived like a real queen. In the hero's memories, we see her pointing her finger at him, and she screams that she can't do it anymore. Her willpower was 29 out of 40, and the protagonist was terribly annoyed then. She hated people like Seo MoonYeob the most. He, pointing his finger at her, said that she didn't think what she was doing and asked her if she was normal at all. She believed that such people were useless. The hero always reproached her, and this almost always brought her to tears. Those people whom they hated always insult. In the flashback, he points his finger at her. He tells her that even a monkey could do it better and she has nothing at all except strength, and she could only endure. Also, the people she hated act like ugly people. The Beak family turned their backs on him, and the girl said that her uncle should buy a tuxedo because a funeral awaits them soon, and the protagonist himself drooped. Jeho touched his head and said that they would think about it later. There are more important things to do now. He turned to the crowd and immediately shouted for everyone to pay attention to him. Everyone turned their head towards him, and he began to talk about what they should know about how such battles take place. But then he mentioned that they now have new players. The lazy man listens to him carefully, and he says that he tells everyone again. He raised his head up with enthusiasm and said that the match today was for charity, and the athletes were divided into a team of love and a team of hope. And as they already know, the love team includes players from the national team, and the hope team includes newcomers, except for Heian. We see the symbols representing these teams. He identified himself as the leader of the team of hope, and he pointed his finger at himself. He said that the main character would also take part in the match, and he, in turn, raised his hand and said hello. And behind him stood and smiled his friend's niece. Jeho scratched the back of his head anxiously and said that he was very worried, since he had not held a weapon in his hands for a long time, and therefore he relied on each of them. The guys looked at him with enthusiasm, smiled from ear to ear, and said that they would not let him down and hope for him, and also asked him to lead them to victory. The deputy captain of the Hope team was named Park Chulho. The hero carefully examined everything. I thought that he could speak smoothly and still make speeches, and I also thought that he really was fit to be a captain. Looking at their family, he read their stats. He thought that one of them would really be a good, powerful one. He also turned his head towards the rest of the crowd, and I thought that the rest are neither fish nor fowl. But then he noticed someone. He looked at some young smiling guy who was shouting that they were counting on the captain. His name was Choi Hyuk. His superpower was the concentration of his aura and internal strength, which allowed him to cover weapons with aura and cover his body with aura. He also noticed that his strength limit was 90. He thought that he could become a good tank if trained correctly. He looked at him, beckoned him with his finger and told him to come over. He was surprised and agreed. She was anxious, scratching the back of her head, introduced herself and said hello. He said that his role is main damager. I was about to say yes, but then I stopped abruptly. He twirled his finger in his ear and asked why he was the main damager, and he only answered that it was so, and he was in this position in the team. This angered the lazy man, and he thought about what a fool he was. He immediately asked him to repeat it and asked why he wasn't tanking. He stood at attention and said that he didn't do this because since childhood he wanted to become like him, but he didn't have enough talent. But he asked what superpowers he had, and he replied that he could use the aura on his weapon. He asked if that was all, and he replied that it was so. The protagonist looked at him seriously and thought that he didn't even know about his second strength. That's why he is a DD. He also thought that the opposition was probably given to him only because of his appearance. The bald man raised his glasses and asked how he, being so frail, was going to tank. And that boy, standing at attention, listened to him. And I heard the verdict that he would be a dealer. MoonYeob immediately turned and pointed his finger and asked the girl to bring him a shield. She immediately jumped out of her seat. He took the shield and handed it to the guy. He didn't understand why he needed it and asked about it. Jiro took the shield in his hands and said that he did not have time, so he would only explain the base. He told him that he must constantly move and protect the left side of his body with this shield. He told him that the tactic is this: remove, attack, move again and defend. In general, defense, attack, and immediately asked him if he understood it. The boy told him with fear that he was a main DD, and the savior, with a terrifying look, said that he was an idiot and asked which one he was. He stood and scolded him in front of the crowd, emitting an aura. The thought flashed through everyone's mind that he was crazy, but to change the player's position at the first meeting. Some people had a question in their minds about what he had done so wrong, and someone had a question about whether they would work together. Hyuk began to shake his head from side to side in search of support and turned to the captain, and he only remained significantly silent. So, in addition to everything, he, with the most calm look, expressing agreement, said that it was excellent. Now they have 4 tanks, 6 dealers and 1 support. The boy realized that he was just pretending not to hear, and being in complete horror, he drooped. And he continued to broadcast that they had decided on the positions in the game and now it was time to take the suits. The protagonist tried it on and looked at himself. He asked him why he was so light, and his friend answered him that they were quite light, but very strong, and asked if they were comfortable. Someone answered that such a thing exists. He also asked how he was feeling, because from his face it seemed that he was very dissatisfied. He, a little shyly, put his hands on his hips and said that he was not entirely pleased, because he didn't think that one day he would have to put on this uniform himself. He smiled broadly and said that there would be no problems with the weapon. He had prepared something especially for him, and handed him the shield. The hero looked at it. He picked up his gift. It turned out to be a black spear. He also said that it really feels good in the hand and fits great and is a good choice. And he said that he warned that this was something special. And he asked if this weapon was real from the time of the salvation of the world. And the friend only replied that this spear was not made less than a year ago. As I was about to leave, he turned around and told him not to relax, even taking into account the fact that he is really strong and has fought real monsters before. They know how to fight people. They are weaker than him, but they have more experience in battles. To be more precise, they are the more experienced of the two. The lazy man looked at him warily. But right after, he smiled and crossed his arms, and he asked again sarcastically. At that moment he told him not to worry. He smiled broadly and showed a thumbs up, and he offered to show an excellent game to his older sister. The crowd held signs, chanted, smiled and screamed. There was a sign on the stage that announced Team Hope and Team Love. Both teams stood on 2 sides of the corridor, and the protagonist thought that even by appearance it is easy to tell where the national team is. He looked at them and thought that their average stats were 70 and their average level was 60, which meant they were slightly superior, although even with this gap they can win. He leaned forward slightly and whispered to his friend a question about what guided his choice of players, and he replied that he wanted the indicators to be approximately equal. At the same moment, the hero thought that he knew it. He shook his head in different directions and thought that this was a standard type of selection, so as not to recruit too strong and too weak fighters into the team. But then he noticed something interesting. He saw a boy who had a potty haircut and was chewing gum. He immediately thought about what kind of fool he was, but at the same time, he thought that he had pretty good characteristics. He started looking through them, and he realized that his willpower was 26 and 60. He noticed this and thought that his mental strength was not the bottom, but the bottom. His name is Shim Yong-soo. He thought that the limit of his strength of 60 non had developed it only to 26. He noticed the look on himself and remained meaningfully silent. And the lazy man continued to think and thought about how he was even taken to the team. In a real battle, he would have immediately moved his horses, but he interrupted his thoughts while praying and asked what he was staring at. Such an impudent question stunned him, and he asked whether he was really addressing him, and he replied that it was exactly like that. The little impudent man looked at him with anger, and he began to remember that he had seen him at the last match. He remembered noticing him in the crowd, and I thought that he decided to participate in the game after the war. He looked at him with even more anger, and he was also struck by the thought that he had no idea what a battle of superhumans actually was. The protagonist took a guy by the shoulder and told him that this man had just realized that he wanted to change places with him. Jero stood next to the boy, and she asked what he would like, because he sees that he doesn't like the fact that Mick is here. He looked at him very arrogantly and said that, of course, he didn't like it, because at the match he behaved just as arrogantly. So he said that it was funny, considering that he had never participated in a battle of superhumans. This made the lazy man laugh terribly. He looked at him with a predatory smile. The little impudent one looked at him and with a grimaced face asked what was funny about this. But he was abruptly interrupted by the protagonist. He smiled, and he asked him who his father was. The boy with the bowl of hair looked at him wryly, and I asked him if he knew the vice president of the association. The hero said that he guessed right. He wanted to object to something, but the notification of readiness sounded sharply. They looked up at the speaker. The voice from the notification asked everyone to come up to the stage. The savior turned his head at him and told him that it was time for them to go. He tried to stop him. He asked him what he meant and what he knew about his father, and he, turning away from him, said that he was just wondering how someone like him raised such a young fool. After all, people like him find it difficult to breathe even air alone. This made Yong-soo wildly angry, and he continued to broadcast and said that, in principle, he hates arrogant scoundrels who hide behind someone's back. The lazy man showed him an obscene gesture and said that he was grateful to him, because now he had a wild desire to play a battle and kick his ass. He very angrily told him to get ready to eat the earth. The voice of a commentator was heard, who said to meet the player. MoonYeob turned around with a round shield in his hand and heard everyone around him repeating his name. The hologram broadcast a blue image of a standing guy. The commentator said that the hour had come, and the audience repeated the player's name. There were two teams in a line opposite each other in the arena. The commentator said that they will finally see MoonYeob in the battle of superhumans. The spectators watched attentively what was happening, hearing that even though the match was for charity, it was impossible to imagine a more interesting event. The announcer said that today everyone can see many superhuman celebrities who came as spectators here. Sitting in the seats among the spectators were Gerald, a member of the U.S. National Superhuman Battle Team, Palman, a USA Superhuman Battle Agent, and Land, a European Superhuman Battle Agent. On the other stand sat Philip and Jean Moreau, owners of the Parisian club Lumiere, and Sharon, one of the Seven Saviors. The voice of the presenter said that it was time, so the battle of superhumans begins. Two commentators in suits sat at the blue screen. One of them said that the first match would take place in a spiral cave. A diagram of a cave with marked locations and starting places for teams appeared on the screen. The commentator said that it was 3 circles, in the center of which there was a secret path leading to the dungeon. A black snake and several monsters in the form of spiders with glowing red eyes appeared on the screen. The presenter said that the monsters in the cave were represented by skeletons, serpents, and spiders. 2 images appeared on the screen. A heart pierced by an arrow is the command of love, and a wing is the command of hope. The commentator said that the love team represents the Korean national team, and some members of the Seven Saviors play for the hope team. The announcer asked who will take the lead in this unique match. 10 minutes ago, Jeho stood in front of the team, spreading his arms, and said that the briefing was starting. Let them listen carefully. He presented a map of the dungeon and said that 2 teams would simultaneously start moving each from their own sector. The starting point for the Hope team is in the 5th sector, and the Love team starts moving from the 1st sector. Jeho raised his index finger and said that these zones are located exactly opposite each other. The place numbered 5.1 was marked on the diagram. The man said that they would start the hunt there and would advance to 5.2. They will defend these zones, and then MoonYeob will go forward to zone 5.3 and kill the serpent boss. Jeho said that since this is the boss of the location, after killing him, the dungeon will be sealed, so during the hunt, let them carefully monitor the time. MoonYeob, standing with his back to the others, said that it's good, he will do everything. The other players turned to each other, talking to each other, asking if he would kill the serpent himself. Didn't it take at least 5 players to kill the boss? Even super strong teams send at least 3 players. The captain said that after this they would clear the 6th sector and move into the inner ring. He imagined the opponents standing opposite each other with swords. Jeho stood next to both Heian and MoonYeob and said that most likely the enemy team would catch up with them somewhere in this period of time, and so the 3 of them would take care of them. It doesn't matter how many there are, the 3 of them will definitely defeat everyone. MoonYeob turned his gaze to his comrade and thought that they could immediately go head to head with the full squad and win. Why is the man so unsure of himself? He smiled insidiously and thought that this was a great chance for him to understand the game and just warm up, and only then, in the second round, to prove himself. A group of people stood in a dark dungeon at the starting point for Team Hope in Sector 5.1. Jeho shouted to his teammates to get to position. The team moved along the dark, gloomy corridor of the dungeon. Heian took the position of rear main dealer, Jeho the position of advanced sub-dealer, MoonYeob the position of advanced tank. The guy turned around and looked at the guy, who grimaced in fear. It was advanced tank Hyuk. The guy giggled, saying that they had not seen each other for a long time. Many spiders with red eyes descended on the players from above, and the guy called them black monsters with legs. The spiders were rapidly approaching. The Love team also stood at their starting point in Sector 11, surrounded by huge spiders. Team Captain Woohyun shouted to Yongsu that he needed to attack the spiders, to which he received an unhappy response that he did not need to remind him. The guy released huge balls of fire from his hands, shouting that he already knew what to do. Huge jets of fire surrounded the spiders. Yongsoo, with the position of main dealer, stood among the fire and cursed. He remembered how MoonYeob came up to him and called him a fool who does not understand who is who in this world, and promised that he would definitely be finished. He thought angrily, who does he take him for? He won't leave him alone. Yongsoo held a ball of fire in his hand and looked at the approaching monsters and thought that this guy and some 7 saviors, no matter what happens. The monsters exploded with bright flashes, and the guy shouted for everyone to move back. His face was burning with anger, his eyes were burning, as were his hands, from which balls of flame emanated. He thought that he would kill MoonYeob with these very hands. MoonYeob peeked out from behind the shield and told Jeho to move forward. The floor of the dungeon shone with rapid traces of movement. Jeho, sword in hand, ran forward resolutely and jumped onto the guy's shield. With his movement, the brunette gave him acceleration and the man rushed further. He jumped high, swinging his sword at the monsters. Exhaling, he struck hard with his sword, leaving bright marks behind him. Jeho fell along with pieces of the defeated monsters and shouted to his partner that he was retreating. The player jumped back and MoonYeob took the blow on his shield. He smiled and confidently said that it's okay, he'll cover it. Jeho concentratedly cut the monsters with the ball. Commentators looked at this in amazement and shouted that this was the famous duet. The spectators looked contentedly, smiling widely. The announcer said that crowds of spiders attack them simultaneously from different sides, but they masterfully deal with everyone. MoonYeob with a shield stood next to Jeho, who had crouched on one knee and leaned on his sword, and said that it was great. One zone had been cleared, to which his friend said that his back hurt. Several spiders ran up to them from the other side, and the guy said that that side remained. Jeho decisively cut them down with his sword while the brunette covered him with his shield. Hyuk looked at them in shock with a shield in his hands and thought that this match was easier than their usual matches in the arena. He looked at MoonYeob, who masterfully cut down monsters with his spear and sword, and thought that for him this was like a game without losses. Was he always this good? The brunette stabbed with his spear, which burned with a blue flame, and thought that it wasn't, that brute force was his main weapon. A gloved hand closed around the shaft of the flaming pole. Hyuk looked at this in admiration, thinking that he was using his superpower. The system reported information about the superpower of aura concentration. He can use the aura on his weapon, the guy thought, holding a shining blue shield in his hands, and thought that it was a little unusual to use a shield, since he had always applied aura only to the sword, but now he would try to concentrate the aura on the shield. With a cry, Hyuk charged at the big spider, thinking he would see what would happen. He slashed at the monster with his sword, leaving a bright trail behind him, and wondered what happened during the attack. The guy clenched his teeth with zeal when several blows fell on his shield, and he continued the thought that while he was defending, he also needed to maintain the concentration of his aura. Jeho and MoonYeob looked closely at the fighting guy, and the brunette thought, wow, since when is he so good? With a satisfied smile, he turned and said, that's great. He's tired of standing around and chilling. The huge black spider lolled out its nasty tongue. MoonYeob looked out from under his shield, shielding himself from the blows. He hit the monster harshly, leaving a blue glow. The spider's legs quickly reached towards him. The brunette fought the monster decisively, hitting it and leaving black marks behind him. The Moro brothers smiled greedily, clenched their fists, beamed, and thought, wow, this technique. They turned to Shirin and asked her, this is MoonYeob's calling card, isn't it a meter attack? The girl said that's true. She watched closely what was happening and thought that the meter attack looked like a normal spear attack. But in fact, at this moment he was using his super strength. The spear in the guy's hand lit up with a bright blue light. Thanks to the super strength, the spear follows its target at the highest speed with this force, without letting go of the spear from his hands. He makes an accelerated lunge, hitting targets within a radius of 1 meter. MoonYeob quickly pierced the spider with his spear. He stood holding a shield in his hand next to the defeated monster, and Shirin thought that all this was needed to create a super fast attack that was extremely difficult to dodge. This power had much greater potential than a normal attack. She thought that, despite the use of such a complex technique, the player is relaxed and calm, so from the outside it seems that this is the most ordinary attack. The blue projection showed the smiling face of MoonYeob. Shirin said that this is a technique that cannot be made mistakes from the moment of the first movement until the very end, and he uses it playfully. Shuren looked attentively at the projection, saying that he was 17 years old, that now he was still the same thorn in one place. The brunette smiled contentedly, saying that this flank was clear, and behind him a huge spider with red eyes appeared. The guy stopped smiling and looked there. He hit the monster sharply with his spear, asking where he was going. He struck, wanting to finish quickly. MoonYeob sharply threw his spear, which was surrounded by black flashes. The guy smiled contentedly, with a confident look, saying that the monster would not escape. He then announced that Area 5.1 had been cleared. Jeho stood in the circle of his team and announced that they were all great. Suddenly he began to turn around, saying that now they are moving to 5.2. He did not see MoonYeob and asked where he had gone. Hayek replied that he had defeated the spider and moved on. The guy remembered how MoonYeob with a confident smile said that he would go to defend Zone 5.3, so let them follow him. Hayek looked at the captain worriedly, saying that's what the guy said, should they worry? Jeho exhaled tiredly, scratching his neck, and said that everything is clear, this is the right decision. MoonYeob may look impulsive, but he acts with calculation. Turning to the team, the man announced that they were going to 5.2, and the players replied that they had accepted the order. Area 5.3 was a dark and gloomy place. There was a greeting from the guy. He stood in front of a huge dark snake, which bared its sharp teeth at him. It was the boss of the 5th sector, Serpent. MoonYeob confidently looked at the monster developing its mouth and said that they had not seen each other for a long time. He really wanted to fight it. The guy exhaled, closing his eyes, and told himself to pull himself together and concentrate. Lon pulled his hand with the pull back, looking decisively at the monster and ordered him to attack. Serpent opened his mouth and screamed. Suddenly he quickly attacked the player, throwing him back. MoonYeob slipped further, but survived. He looked determinedly at the monster, clutching his spear in his hand. Suddenly, with a swift leap, he pierced the snake's body with his superpower, spreading a bright glow and black flashes around. He clenched his teeth resolutely. MoonYeob smiled contentedly, asking, "Are they already here?" The team looked at him in surprise, and the guy said that he thought they would need more time to clear the area. He smiled contentedly, sitting on the head of a huge serpent, and his classmates looked at him in surprise and thought that he really defeated the serpent alone. The brunette remembered the table of changes in aura color based on the results of a hunt, where the more points, the faster the color of the aura will change, and said that as he understood from the match, the more he kills monsters and opponents, the stronger he becomes. In order to see the changes, they need survive at least one round. He resolutely jumped off the snake's head and, smiling, said that that's why he trusted them with everything else. Turning to Heian and Jeho, who were looking at him, he called for them to follow him. With a wicked smile, MoonYeob pointed his finger to the side behind him and said that he had a great plan. The players ran forward resolutely, as was shown by the hologram that the spectators were looking at. Leaving the destruction of small monsters to other fighters, the 3 main players of the Hope team went to hunt for the Love team, which is still busy clearing the area of monsters, but will be able to notice this trio. They go where there are the fewest mobs. MoonYeob quickly ran forward and thought that when he fought with the serpent, he killed him with almost one blow. The players ran through the narrow dark corridor of the dungeon. He thought that by killing monsters he could quickly increase his strength in the game. He ran forward, thinking that for now, that his aura is at the 5th level, the very bottom is blue, in which case the spiritual power will be 110 points. Behind him he called out the name Jeho. Having caught up, he asked the guy, saying that they would soon go to the Love team, why doesn't he have any plan? The brunette replied that it was he, and the man shouted that he promised to try. With a smile, MoonYeob remembered the blonde guy from the enemy team and said that he had an idea. There he saw a guy similar to Shuren. He has good physical strength but a problem with mental strength, apparently a rich son. Jeho clarified that he was talking about Yongsu, and said that it was like that was his name. The man looked at his partner and heard his words that he didn't know whether the guy would be among the players they would target now, and if not, they'd come up with something on the fly. But if this person ends up there, he will be in trouble. On the diagram, Sector 12 was marked in red, where the Love team was located. In the darkness of the dungeon, shouts were heard that the sector was clear, it was time to end the hunt. The captain of the Love team, Woohyun, looked at his comrades and told them to split into 2 groups, 5 people going to Sector 9, and the remaining 6 to Sector 11. Amid cheers of encouragement, the red-suited members ran forward through the tunnel. There were 5 members of the love team in Sector 9. They were decisively killing the black spiders. Yongsoo released bright fire from his palms, which incinerated the spiders. He looked at his palms engulfed in flames and thought that, thanks to his hunting glasses, his aura was already yellow. Looking at his hands with a wicked smile, he thought that he would see MoonYeob again. Dongja next to him shouted that they were moving on and moving to the next zone. The blonde stood with a predatory smile and thought that with such an aura he could crush even MoonYeob. His partner covered him with a round shield, shouting to him to be careful. A bright flash of impact reflected from the shield with which he covered the guy and hit the side. Blue pixelated blood ran down the blonde's face. He was surprised to recognize this spear. Opening his eyes in surprise, the blonde screamed that they were under attack. In Sector 11, which was marked in red on the diagram, there were 6 more team members. The brunette pressed his fingers to his ear, screaming and trying to hear about the attack, and asked, "Is this MoonYeob?" He shouted for them to wait, they would come to the rescue. But he was interrupted by 2 arrows pierced into the ground nearby. The team in red looked in surprise as the team in blue approached, asking that they were here too. Hyuk looked forward excitedly. He remembered MoonYeob's words that when the serpent was finished, they would help them with the attack on the enemy team. The brunette smiled insidiously and said that they are a national team, so it will not be easy. But they will be able to kill them all. They will quickly finish their business and come to the rescue. The Hope team, led by the guy standing in front excitedly, looked at the opponents, and then heard the command to go ahead. MoonYeob held the shield on which Jeho was sitting and asked how he could block the blow, because he was strong enough, to which the man said not to make him laugh. The blow was very weak, and the brunette answered displeasedly that the old man simply did not understand the new generation. He wished the man a good trip and let him not die there, it would be a shame, to which his partner shouted and hurried him, and the guy agreed. MoonYeob screamed, gritting his teeth with zeal. With a strong movement of his shield, he sent his partner forward. Then he swung, his spear glowing blue, and he said, once again. With a blazing look, he swung his blue flame-covered spear and spoke forward. He threw his spear with a strong blow. Jeho, clutching his sword in his hand, noticed how the spear flew past him. The opponents led by the name shouted in surprise that MoonYeob was targeting Yongsoo, demanding to stop him. The blonde grimaced and extended his arms, as if trying to cover up. He turned around at a man flying past him. Someone was shouting about teleportation and hurrying him, and the guy was surprised to think that he was attacking tanks. The guy with the sword in his hand stared at Jeho, who landed next to him, and hurried everyone to gather and catch their captain. But a swift blow knocked back his outstretched hand. The man turned around, looking at it. Jeho crouched down and turned towards the opponents. A shining spear landed next to him. He heard them say that they need to win while the teleporter is recharging. Heian wrapped her whip around his body, screaming as Dad approached him. With a confident smile, she said she was going. Jeho looked back at his opponents. Behind him, Heian flew with a sword and whip in her hand. Suddenly a bright golden light appeared. Heian, surrounded by a golden glow, and Jeho landed next to the brunette. MoonYeob looked at the man with a smile and asked, calling him an old man, how long he had been playing sports, and he smiled displeasedly. With a satisfied smile, MoonYeob stated that it seemed that the tanks had been dealt with. The best players on Team Hope looked at their opponents, and the brunette said that it was now 3-on-3. 3 of the love team members looked at them in surprise. Looking confidently, the guy suggested splitting up into pairs. Yongsoo clenched his teeth, looking at him furiously. The blue rays of the hologram were reflected in the stadium, and the voice of a commentator was heard, who said that this was very cool, and that they would see duels between players. The commentator sitting on the left smiled and said that they pretended to attack Yongsoo, and they themselves removed all the tanks. The man sitting on the right replied that the Hope team did a great job and finished everything beautifully. An angry MoonYeob was shown on the screen, and the commentator said that his attacks are really amazing. He controls both the force of the blow and the speed. Next, his super strength with a spear was shown, and comments about how he is very skillful in using his abilities when attacking. The hologram showed a blue image of MoonYeob. The host said that they would return to the events of the battle. Player MoonYeob sends player Jeho flying again. Yongsoo stood with his mouth wide open in surprise as members of the opposing team ran past him. A swift blow swept through, leaving a bright trail. Jeho ran forward, holding his sword resolutely in his hand. The guy stood, clenching his teeth in shock, and said that this was impossible, and MoonYeob, standing behind him in the shadow with a shield, asked why it was impossible. Suddenly the shield flies right across the blonde's face. MoonYeob catches shield bouncing off the fallen guy and asks, "Maybe stop whining already." The guy standing in the shadows raises his spear, saying that the blonde guy is a stupid major. The system reported that Jeho had 3 kills and MoonYeob had 2 kills. The members of the love team standing around asked in surprise that they had already killed 5. The guy with his hair pulled back was gritting his teeth in anger and asking what the hell, when did they manage to kill so many team members? He frowned and growled in anger. The guy quickly rushed forward with a sword, shouting to the others to attack. If they win now, the overall victory will also be theirs. Let them come to their senses, they are players of the national team. He was rapidly approaching Hyuk, who was standing with a shield and was surrounded by a purple aura. The guy remembered how MoonYeob stood in front of him with a shield and said that there was no time, so he would only explain the base. He must constantly move and protect the left side of his body with this shield. Hyuk resolutely held his shield and remembered that he had removed it, attacked, moved again and defended, defense, attack, defense, attack. The furious blow landed right on the score. The angry guy's fist hit the shield and Hyuk thought that he needed to be removed. He pulled the shield back, throwing the guy with a swift blow so that he flew away, gritting his teeth with dissatisfaction. The enemy thought, when did he manage to become a tank? Where did such good defense skills come from? The fast start left a bright mark and the love team member cursed, thinking that he didn't even know how to tank. He hit him angrily, shouted with a wish for death, and Hyuk fearfully thought that he needed to do it faster. There was a stone behind him, and the guy stumbled, starting to fall. A bright flash of impact. The system reported that MoonYeob had 3 kills, a bright purple-black blow, and Hyuk, who looked at it in surprise. The guy turned to the brunette, who praised him, and Haeun and Jeho stood nearby. They told him to leave the rest to them. The brunette smiled insidiously and offered to deal with them in 5 minutes and proceed to the next stage. The commentator said that the first round ends with the victory of the Team of Hope with a score of 8-0. Jeho's image appeared on the hologram and the announcer announced that he was becoming the best player of the first round. There were loud cries from the Team Hope locker room about how incredible the coach was. The participants asked if he realized how cool he was. He probably thinks that he is the best here. The participants looked at him with inspiration and joy, saying that he would definitely be among the top 3 players in the battle. The man laughed awkwardly and thanked him for such words. He listened to the praise with an embarrassed smile and thought that at his age it was a little awkward to return to duty. But the feelings he experienced when he picked up a weapon again for the first time in 17 years were worth it. He turned around and looked at MoonYeob sitting on the bench and thought that everything was possible because he was nearby. The brunette looked at the phone he was holding in his hands. There a man shouted that love must return. MoonYeob looked at this in surprise and asked, "Are you serious?" A commentator in a blue suit said that the second round would begin very soon and suggested taking a look at the new location. His colleague explained that this is a complex dungeon, where rooms and stairs intertwine in front and behind, left and right, above and below. Wherever the hero is and no matter what he does, tenfold gravity falls on him. An image of a red labyrinth with many stairs and a map of the location appeared on the screen. The presenters said that this is the labyrinth of death. 2 teams walked in rows after each other. The commentator said that MoonYeob had already cleared this dungeon once, but before him, many superhumans had laid down their lives there. It will be interesting to see the first liquidator back in action. MoonYeob said nothing. Don't pay attention to how Yongsoo winced and grinned at him. The brunette walked confidently with his shield and wondered why, after waking up, he was surrounded by so many idiots. He remembered Gerald, who claimed that the 7 saviors had long since exhausted themselves and would not even be able to touch him. I remembered the reporters outside the hospital. Then I thought about the people in cloaks who shouted about the savior and thought about the sect that worships him. The guy looked over and thought about fools like Yongsoo. They are either against him or with him. MoonYeob sat down in a special gaming chair, picked up the helmet, saying, "What do you mean they want him to show the real game?" He put the helmet on his head and said that no problem. He was ready. Smirking, he said that, however, everything would be much worse than they could imagine. The diagram showed the exits of the Hope team and the Love team, located in the corridors opposite each other. The players stood in a circle and listened to Jaho, who said that there would be a short briefing. The man said that he thinks that everyone already knows that the labyrinth of death is very complex. MoonYeob called out to him and said that he would go alone. They would be there themselves somehow. The captain turned to him in surprise. The man waved his hand in surprise and asked if he still remembered how the labyrinth worked from the time of the raid, to which the guy confidently replied that, of course, since only a year had passed for him, he remembered almost all the places he had visited. Jaho, with an awkward smile, thought that for him these 17 years really had not happened. He heard the guy's question about whether the dungeons were changing in the game, and answered that everything was the same here. Jaho said that the guy is the most familiar with this place, so he can go, just without nonsense. MoonYeob grinned contentedly and told Grandpa not to worry. He promised to put on a show. Turning away, he told his teammates to just wait, and he thought that if the love team started moving parallel to them, then he knew exactly where they would be. MoonYeob quickly ran forward, leaving his team behind. Heian looked after her in surprise and asked her dad if he was sure that he could be released alone. The man also looked after him and said that although he looks like a goofball who only watches dramas, he has enormous combat experience, and he approaches tasks responsibly. Looking uncertain, the man said he was sure he already had a plan, and the girl said it was cool. Jaho looked very excited and thought that there really is a plan. MoonYeob ran forward, bouncing off the walls and leaving a bright trail behind him. Many monsters appeared in front of the guy. Skeletons in helmets and black cloaks opened their mouths in front of him. With a smile, he pulled back the shield and said that everything was like the good old days. Shouting that he was glad to meet him, the brunette quickly ran forward towards the monsters, covering himself with a shield, and the skeletons ran towards him. He decisively approached the monsters with a shield advantage. The hologram showed a blue image of his smiling face. With a swift blow from his spear, he threw away several opponents at once. Moving quickly, MoonYeob covered himself with a shield from the attacks of the angry monsters. He smiled wickedly as the bright mark of the blow reflected off his shield. The guy ran very fast, hitting several skeletons with his shield at once. He brought his spear back. With a deft blow, the player smashed his opponent, bones scattered everywhere. The guy thought about the labyrinth of death. If a year has passed before it, it means 18 years for them. He spread his arms, holding himself against the enormous force that was moving towards him, and thought that with the gravity increased tenfold, it would be difficult for a beginner to cope with this. Holding his shield, he jumped high, leaving a mark. A bright blue flash appeared among the stairs of the stone labyrinth. The name was rapidly moving up and thought that despite this, it was possible to adapt. He grabbed the pole and quickly spun in the air. Then he let go of the pole and quickly flew down with a satisfied smile, thinking that this way he could greatly shorten his path. The players on the opposing team were very surprised when MoonYeob landed not far from them. Woohyun said in surprise that he was already here, and not even 10 minutes had passed since the start of the round. The guy looked at his opponent and heard that in the first round he understood what they would do in the second. The brunette with a shield in his hands confidently rose in front of the eyes of his surprised opponents. Shining eyes, surrounded by flashes of aura, MoonYeob informally said that they were already dead. The captain of the Woohyun love team shouted to his players to get ready and attack now. With a wave of his hand, he directed the players, shouting that he could not come alone. Let them divide into groups and move on. The players scattered through the corridors of the labyrinth, and MoonYeob thought that he was rushing to conclusions, because he was really alone. Regrouping in such a situation is not a bad solution, but in any case he will easily kill them all. Holding a shining spear in his hands, the player grinned contentedly and told the guys that they would now play. MoonYeob's gaze shone with the blue flame of an analyzing gaze. One by one he looked at the guys running towards him and thought that it was not this one or that one. Then he thought that it was that one and threw a spear at one of them, who wrinkled his face and screamed in surprise. The player fell, immediately turning blue, and the system reported that it had one kill for MoonYeob. Holding a shield in his hand, the guy extended his other hand forward and thought that, of course, he would never have survived. His agility was 51 out of 54. The brunette stood in the middle of the platform, which was empty, and thought that it was a pity that that spear could not be returned. But the 3 remaining ones would be enough for him. And then he asked in surprise where everyone had fled. The guy looked forward with a smile. Then he raised his head, examining the upward stairs of the labyrinth, and said that then he would have to go up. The map outline showed where the player was. A tired love team stood on one of the floors and heard a cry for them all to quickly come here. The players were talking among themselves. Woo-hyun scratched his head and asked how he found them so quickly. This ruins all plans, to which his friend replied that he was still alone, which means his team is in another zone. Why not attack him altogether? The captain looked at him, holding a shield in his hands, and said that perhaps his partners were simply hiding. This could be such a plan, to distract and then suddenly attack. They cannot carelessly rush after him. They must be on guard. The enemy will probably attack again. At the edge of one of the floors, MoonYeob looked at the stairs going down, having risen quite high, judging by the map. The commentator said in surprise that after active movements, the MoonYeob player froze and did not move, and his colleague said that he wondered what he was up to. The guy said this place would be good. He stood on one of the ledges of the tower and thought that, given the speed of the opponents and how long they ran, they were probably hiding somewhere now, maybe here. MoonYeob grinned contentedly, saying that the chances are 50-50, but if you don't check, you won't know. The spear in his hands became covered in blue fire. The player raised his hand with a brightly glowing spear. With a sly smile, he said the word love, and then he decisively threw his spear down. It flew quickly forward, leaving behind a bright blue flame, and the guy thought that love should return. The spear quickly flew down, bouncing off rungs and ladders, leaving behind a bright blue trail. She was rapidly descending. Bright blue rays diverged in all directions. The love team players froze in surprise when they saw a bright blue glow above. The spear was rapidly approaching and suddenly plunged sharply into one of the players, hitting him. Woo-hyun looked in surprise at the amazed comrade, from whom a burning spear was sticking out, and asked in surprise where and how did he know. Commentators were surprised and unanimously exclaimed that this was simply incredible. The system reported that MoonYeob had 2 kills. The guy sat down, looking down and asked with a smile, "It means the kids were here after all." The system repeated that MoonYeob had 2 kills. The presenter said that they had already said what exactly awaits them today. The guy grinned with a very pleased look, and the commentator continued that they were waiting for the most exciting match in the history of the Korean Battle of Superhumans. Team Love froze, looking at the huge crack that the spear had made in the floor, while the notification was displayed that MoonYeob already had 2 kills. Yongsoo raised his hands in anger and frowned, cursing, saying that he should have attacked right away. He exclaimed that although MoonYeob can defeat 1, he may not be able to survive against 2 since no one is covering him. Woo-hyu closed his eyes and put his hand to his forehead as the blonde man clenched his hands into fists, bared his teeth and started shouting that they were all just giving him time to prepare for the blow. While the team captain asked him to stop, the guy kept shouting that MoonYeob was still tracking them while they stood still, when they could split up and go explore. Woo-hyu turned to his comrade and folded his hands on his belt, saying that there were too few of them for this. Yongsoo indignantly asked if he even had a plan. At this time, MoonYeob landed on a hill next to them and began to observe the altercation, asking if they had begun to fall apart. Turning to the side, the blonde continued to scold, noting that they all pissed him off. Clenching his teeth tightly in anger, he continued to blaze with anger, noticing a guest sneaking up behind him. He shouted that he hated them all and could fight MoonYeob alone with just his strength. The captain refused his freedom, asking him to take care of his aura, after which he added that it would be better to explain and attack everything at once. Yongsoo bared his teeth and concentrated his power into his hands, which lit up with a bright red fire. He was loudly indignant that everything was forbidden to him. The blonde turned around and released a fireball from MoonYeob, shouting that he would do everything himself. The guy looked at the loud explosion that formed above his head. Holding the flames in his hands, he smiled predatorily, shouting smugly that he knew he was standing behind him. Yongsoo perked up and opened his mouth in puzzlement when a low male voice called him a fool. Team Lubov looked with surprised eyes at the dark silhouette that stood in the resulting wall, and held a shield in its hands. MoonYeob grinned widely with an arrogant look on his face, asking if he really believed that he discovered it himself. He added that if he really wanted to hide, he would never have noticed him. The team jerked when the man suddenly disappeared, saying that he didn't get the role and needed to take courses. Yongsoo, with frightened eyes, clenched his teeth tightly, asking in a stuttering voice, how was he able to block the blow so easily? The captain muttered that his comrade was aiming straight at him. Remembering the bright explosion that happened a few minutes ago, he thought that Youngsu's superpowers and aura were at an excellent level, and even for the major league he was very good, which was why he was put in the position of core dealer. As the dust cleared, he realized that his attack was not at all easy to block. Woo Hugh said that they cannot leave this unanswered. The captain looked at his squad, gritting his teeth, telling the blonde that he had to catch him. He said that they should split into 2 groups, noting that 6 are going to hunt monsters while the rest are catching MoonYeob. Pursing their lips, Team Love looked at their captain as he said that they would pretend to go north, and when he followed them, they would get caught. He noted that even MoonYeob would not be able to cope with 3 dealers at once. Woo Hugh raised his hand, after clenching his hand into a fist, and confidently said that thanks to the points they had earned for the hunt, they would certainly be able to handle him. 3 guys with guns ran forward while the announcer said that it seems that Team Love has started hunting for MoonYeob, but it's unlikely that it will be that easy. While the boys continued to sweat through the maze, the voice added that the chief of the 7 rescuers knew the maze of death better than anyone else. A man was watching the fleeing members of the squad from above. He asked smugly if they had decided to play turtles, judging by their speed. Holding a shield and weapon in his hands, another figure of MoonYeob jumped at the guys, and they raised their heads with a puzzled look. The guy with glowing eyes grinned predatorily, raising his spear to attack. The announcer said that he had already found the opposing team and was now preparing to attack the 3 fighters. The trio jumped out of the way as MoonYeob hit the ground with a powerful attack, causing a bright flash to shoot upward. The guy with a satisfied face looked with a grin at his opponents, who surrounded him from all sides. He noted that their plan was not bad. He jerked sharply to the side, dodging the attack that he wanted to strike with his sword. Looking at them, he thought that they were all dealers. He smiled contentedly, revealing his white teeth, and asked them, noticing that all 3 were not as weak as the others. Lee Donghia jerked in fear as MoonYeob appeared behind him in an instant, glowing with a purple aura. With a grin on his face, the guy dealt a fatal blow, and the system notified that he already had 3 kills to his name. Frowning his brows, he sharply turned his stern gaze to the side. The spear in his hand began to tremble as he was about to use a meter throw. Turning around, he begged for his spear at the 2nd dealers, while simultaneously covering himself with a shield from the archer's attacks. The system added 1 more kill. With a predatory smile on his face, MoonYeob turned to Jae Yeonsu and said that it was his turn now. The archer froze with his mouth open in fear, while drops of sweat flowed down his face profusely, and began to ask not to do this. He immediately took off from his spot with a bow in his hands, trying to escape from his attacker with a loud cry. A moment later, he was struck by purple lightning, and the system added another kill to MoonYeob's account, which eventually became 5. The guy stood on the battlefield, shrouded in a red aura and held a spear behind his back, noting that since he killed 5, there were still 6 left. Lifting the corner of his lips, he smiled predatorily, sparkling blue eyes, and declared that he would finish them off in one go. The spectators in the stands watching the event gaped in surprise, asking if he was really their compatriot, noting that he had destroyed 3 dealers in less than a minute. Jake and Gerald and their manager watched the events without breathing, while the announcer was surprised at such speed. The Morrow brothers clenched their hands into fists, smiled contentedly, and their eyes shone with delight through their sunglasses. The presenter said that many players are probably worried and anxiously awaiting the outcome of the confrontation between a Superman with combat experience and professional players. Pursing her lips, Shirin froze in surprise, unable to say anything. The announcer asked what his result was in the fight with Walker. Opening her mouth slightly, she said with shock in her eyes that he had indeed returned. The voice told MoonYeob that he had done a good job. The guy was squatting, touching the communication transmission device on his ear with a smile on his face. Jeho asked when he managed to kill everyone, and he responded by asking what he didn't like, adding that he already had a red aura. He raised his head and looked around when his friend asked where he was now, noting that they could join. MoonYeob replied that he was in the 3-1 zone. Rising, he again touched the device on his ear, saying that by the time they arrived, he would have finished everything himself. Clutching the spear tightly in his hand, he moved on, declaring the end of communication and noting that he had gone to kill everyone. Jeho tried to stop him, but the guy had already fled the place. Like a bright white arrow, he landed in front of the remaining squad of the Lubov team. Holding his spear behind his back, he he landed on his haunches, blazing with a red and black aura from above. MoonYeob looked at him with a crazy smile, asking in a low voice if they were waiting for him. He noted that he promised to come early. Captain Woohyew put his hand forward with a worried face, shouting to the rest of his comrades that they should get together and work according to plan. Several players jumped out of their seats and began to go around the guy from both sides. He asked were they really prepared. MoonYeob looked to the side, paying attention to 2 squad members running to the side. On the other hand, the other 2 guys did the same. A couple of moments later, he stood in the center, watching as 3 pairs of fighters surrounded him. Holding his spear tighter and holding his sword at his side, MoonYeob grinned, assuming that they wanted to attack him with the whole crowd. As his eyes flashed with blue flames, he looked to the side, thinking that no matter how hard they tried, he would deal with everyone, starting with the nearest one. Having scanned the abilities of the player Byoko running towards him, whose strength and agility were pumped to the maximum, the guy noted with a grin that he had good stats. However, Byoko, flickering with a blue light, moved at great speed, using his instant acceleration skill, which gives he is able to move 30% faster for 30 seconds when spending aura. When the player hit MoonYeob's shield with a sword, he mentally noted that this was a good ability, and it meant that he could improve his agility to 102.7 and increase his agility to 104, converting a stream of blue energy and directing it towards the opponent. Byoko continued to advance. However, the Superman effortlessly blocked his attack with his aura. He thought about how he was the only member of the opposing team who could speed up for such a long period of time, but he still did it poorly. MoonYeob began to hit the guy with his spear at great speed, but he was able to dodge by going to the side. As the player lowered his head, he saw a spear in front of him that was about to hit him square in the face. The guy asked in a low voice if he had thought that it was worth calculating his movements, despite his speed. As he swung his weapon and the aura column shot upward, Byoko flew away, simultaneously dissolving due to the fatal attack. The system announced the 6th murder of a Superman. He turned around when Team Captain Lubov, who was standing behind, turned to Yongsoo, who was holding flames on his palms. In an excited voice, he ordered a fiery explosion to be used on the guy. When the blonde sharply extended his arms forward, there was a bright flash and fire filled the space. In a low voice, he wished MoonYeob death. Running up to the rising cloud of dust, a blonde guy named Jinhun shouted that he could not see the enemy anywhere. With white eyes and furrowed brows, he sped up with a loud cry as he was ordered to do everything quickly. Swinging his sword, the player ran towards the cloud of dust. A moment later he disappeared inside, and a second later his silhouette disappeared from view. The MoonYeob inside swung his sword, blowing up the dust, and sent a stream of his aura towards Byoko. Yongsoo and Woohyew were caught on the spot with surprised faces and slightly open mouths when the system announced that the guy already had 7 kills. The captain muttered that this simply could not be. The Superman with a gloomy face and glowing white eyes began to throw his spear from one hand to the other. Rushing forward, he quickly closed the distance and destroyed 2 more squad members one by one. The system announced 9 murders. The dark silhouette of MoonYeob stopped in front of the disappearing body of one of the guys, into which a spear was stuck. He picked it up and muttered that he was almost finished. Throwing his weapon over one shoulder, the Superman grinned contentedly, looking at the remaining members of the squad and jokingly asked whether the 2 of them were really going to attack one. Yongsoo, who stood behind his shocked captain, trembled in fear, asking what was going on here. He added that they had never had anything like this even with the French. Looking at the guy with brown hair, MoonYeob saw that 2 of his characteristics had reached the maximum, namely strength and speed. The rest of the indicators, except for skill and endurance, were also quite high. Reading his slow skill, the Superman learned that it allows a 30% slow on up to 10 targets within a 10-meter radius, but only for those with a lower aura score. The brunette, his right eye sparkling, grinned maliciously, saying that the guy has good stats, but his super strength is so-so since many people have an aura above 80. He was slightly puzzled when Woohyew turned to Yongsoo with a worried face and began to ask what he. Via for an instant, his face was distorted in a silent scream when the spear suddenly pierced his chest. MoonYeob indignantly asked what kind of disrespect this was, noting that he was talking to him now. The blonde froze with shock on his face, looking at the disappearing body of his comrade. The system notified 10 murders. Pursing his lips, Yong-soo turned his head to the side with frightened eyes as a deep voice said that now it was just the two of them. When the Superman began to get closer, the guy began to step back, shouting at him to stop and not come. A second later, MoonYeob was right in front of him and with a crazy smile on his face, he raised his shield to strike, shouting wishes for death. He hit the blonde straight in the face with his edge. Yong-soo flew to the side and with a sharp movement found himself slammed into the wall. At this moment the last murder was committed. Shock was reflected on the faces of the announcers watching what was happening, and they shouted with their mouths wide open that this was simply incredible. One of them exclaimed that now the audience could watch how for the first time in the entire history of the Korean battle of superhumans. He loudly added that the enemy team was destroyed by one player. The announcers, still in shock from what was happening, announced that they had received an unexpected result in the first and second rounds, and this was the first time they had seen something like this. Many comments regarding the match were displayed on the screen, with people expressing their delight at MoonYeob's abilities. The presenter noted that the reaction of the audience was comparable to a volcanic eruption. He added that even though their ace Haein did not particularly participate in the match, Nage's team was able to achieve a clear victory without losing a single player. When a person appeared in the hall, the announcer loudly said that all the experts' words that MoonYeob would need time to adapt turned out to be bullshit. When the Superman with a slight smile on his face began to enter the hall with his team, many people began to chant his name. The guy pointed his finger at the device that was hovering above them and asked Jeho what it was. The coach said that it was a drone camera. Looking at his friend's surprised face, which was shown in a large projection throughout the hall, he noted that thanks to it, it was possible to shoot a scene from different angles at any height and immediately transfer the image to the screen. MoonYeob asked if this is a live broadcast. With a satisfied smile on his face, he suddenly showed his middle finger at the camera, and the whole audience saw it, and Jeho was dumbfounded by this behavior. Clenching his teeth tightly, he began to grab the joyful guy, indignantly asking what he was doing. When the Superman replied that it was fun, the trainer ordered him to let go of his hands already. He grabbed him by the scruff of the neck and began dragging him along the floor towards the exit, saying that it was time for them to leave here. When MoonYeob asked where they would go, the man was outraged that he did not understand. He stated that they were going to do an interview with MVP. After a while, the two of them stood on a small podium, with many reporters crowding around. The girl greeted them and introduced herself as host Lee Yong-hee. While the Superman was picking his ear, Jeho smiled at the girl and introduced himself as a player on the Nage's team. Handing him the microphone, the presenter smiled broadly, saying that the team showed an excellent performance in the match today. She noted that she wanted to first ask questions to the MVP coach regarding the first round. Lifting the corners of his mouth, he smiled nervously after being asked if he knew it would end this way. Jeho replied that he couldn't even think of it. Putting his hand behind his head, he closed his eyes and laughed, noting that in the midst of the match, he decided to completely trust MoonYeob and his skills, and the result was excellent. He added that he thought he himself remembered some things after all these years. The brunette looked to the side as Yong-hee thanked the man for his answers and said that she would now ask questions for MoonYeob. Looking at the girl, he waved his hand when she moved the microphone towards him and said that in the first round he simply surprised everyone, and in the second he shocked everyone. She asked if he already believed then that he could defeat everyone alone. Superman responded positively, noting that the battle was not much different from real combat. Recalling his maneuvers with a spear and how he destroyed the opposing team, the guy said that when he received a weapon in the first round, excitement awoke in him, and already in the second he was able to play enough. The presenter thanked him for his answer and asked him to give advice to the losing team. Pursing his lips, MoonYeob rubbed his chin with his hand and thought, remembering the faces of his team members. He thought that they weren't very good at teamwork and positions, and they couldn't use their superpowers effectively. Jeho, looking at his friend, immediately became gloomy, and a negative aura began to be read around him when the guy said that he believed that the problem was with their coach, who did not see their potential and true abilities. He added that the problem also lies with the captain, who cannot establish teamwork. He looked at the smiling girl with serious eyes when she asked if he could say something for the other players. The brunette replied that while they were at the bottom, they could not expect high results. He smiled widely and put his index finger and thumb together, hinting at money, saying that everything could change. He noted that they now live in the era of capitalism. As the big black car drove through the city at night, MoonYeob asked Jeho where they were going, noting that this path was not like the road home. The man replied that they were going to celebrate their victory, and Haein left while they were doing an interview, so she was waiting for them there. Remembering the dissatisfied face of the woman with thick short hair, the Superman exclaimed that he could not miss his series, since there was a new episode now. The coach asked why he couldn't just watch it on the internet, since today was their holiday. While the man held his hands on his arm and looked at the road, MoonYeob said displeasedly that he was annoying him. Jeho asked him to be patient, and then asked why he said those words during the interview. Remembering how his friend smiled broadly, showing a coin with his fingers, the man noted that he was talking about the fact that everything can change. He asked if he was not interested in the battle. The brunette replied that he didn't really care, but he was asked to give advice, and he doesn't really care about all the athletes. The man turned an annoyed look at his friend as he clenched his teeth tightly and asked how could they even have a coach who put them all in the wrong positions. Jeho asked to remember himself first. He began to think that MoonYeob had been saving the country for 11 years, but then he wanted to become some kind of coach. He remembered how a friend in the past began to give everyone instructions on who should be given what weapon, and who should behave how. The man thought he was really good at this. Pursing his lips, he remembered the silhouette of an adult man with stubble and in a suit. He thought that only they were always being watched and discussed. He mentally noted that Imrakasa, one of the 7 saviors, took all of MoonYeob's advice and became an excellent trainer himself. The brunette, sitting in the car, turned to the window, saying that today he realized something. He said that in this country they don't know how to teach. Jeho invited him to become a coach. The guy looked out the window, causing his hair to start blowing in the wind. He replied that he could if they paid him well, but today, so be it, he will help for free. His friend laughed, noting how generous he was. The Superman smiled widely and turned his head to the man, saying that in this case he wanted a favor for his help. He asked what he needed, imagining in his head the image of a guy with a shield in his hands. The brunette said that his first wish was for Hyuk to be placed in the main team in the position of tank. He then remembered Byoko, noting that he has little control over his speed, but it could work to their advantage so he could be used as a surprise effect. Also, Woohun's face appeared in his head, and he asked to be placed in the position of the second tank. Jeho jerked in surprise as MoonYeob ran his thumb across his throat, imagining in his head the pompous image of the blonde with a smug smile on his face, and told him to put that fool away. The man immediately understood who he was talking about and exclaimed that he couldn't kick Youngsu out. He adjusted his glasses and began to look at the road when the brunette turned and asked if he was afraid that the deputy president would do something to him. Jeho asked if he had gone crazy, and reminded him that he was actually one of the 7 saviors. With a worried face, he imagined the image of a blonde man in his head and said that in Korea there are few outstanding players, and Youngsu is exactly like that, and he has more auras and good superpowers than others. MoonYeob looked at him and remembered how the player looked at him with fear in his eyes and said that he had little willpower. He added that it was because of him that Team Love lost so easily. Gritting his teeth, he looked displeased at his friend when he started talking about superpowers. The brunette interrupted by saying that first the mentality and then the strength. He asked to just put Hyuk in his place and train him well. The Superman smiled widely, placing his hand on the car window. He said that was his request and then told the friend to give it to the deputy. He also noted that if he wants to hire him, he is waiting for a lot of money. The multi-story Hunter's Hotel glowed with bright lights. MoonYeob and Jeho went inside. Haein, wearing a small purple dress, ran towards them through a large banquet hall with round tables. Waving her hand, she loudly rejoiced that the brunette had come. Running closer, she smiled widely and asked if her uncle knew what an amazing bar there was, noting that the vodka was very tasty. The guy asked her if she was really into alcohol. When they started arguing, Jeho stepped aside with a grim smile on his face, saying that he should go to the chairman. Haein shouted that MoonYeob was a drunk himself, and now she has learned. They began to turn around at the Superman when he smiled contentedly and exclaimed that since they had fallen on those fools, they should get well drunk today. Many sidelong glances were directed at MoonYeob and began to whisper that he had come and we should try to talk to him. A dark-skinned man named Joe Pellman clenched his hand into a fist, saying that although there were a huge number of agents here, he would never miss his chance. The girl next to him asked him to wait. She asked him if he really thought that the guy would immediately agree to sign the contract. He replied that perhaps not. Suddenly someone tapped Pellman on the shoulder while he was saying that he would try to carefully handle him. MoonYeob, standing next to Haein, turned his head back when his name was called. He is a grown man with gray hair who had sunglasses on his shirt. The guy greeted Superman Jake Land, who is now an agent for the Battle of Superhumans Association in Europe. Pellman watched from the side as the two men began a conversation, and the brunette noted that they had not seen each other for a long time, after which he asked to call himself by name. The U.S. Association agent, sweat dripping down his face, narrowed his eyes, thinking that Jake would definitely not take MoonYeob for himself. The man's lips stretched into a crooked grin as an image of a brunette with a spear on his shoulders appeared in his head. He thought that the guy was not like other players, and if he couldn't understand the feelings of a person who came back to life after 17 years, he mentally noted that Jake wouldn't be able to do that either. The gray-haired man handed MoonYeob his business card asking him to call if he wanted. He responded by saying that he would think about it. Studying the business card, he looked back when Haein appeared behind him with a question about how he knew English, if all he had done since the age of 13 was run through dungeons. The brunette replied that he had been to many places, so he learned the language. He also added that he often chatted with Walker. The girl replied that for some reason it seemed to her that he only knew Korean. With a big smile on his face, MoonYeob started pointing at her as Haein tearfully exclaimed that she thought the two of them were ignoramuses. The Superman asked the girl if she was really stupid. She shouted that this was too much. Observing the active dialogue between the two people, Pellman noted that Jake had left and now he had a chance. With a puzzled look, he stopped when two men touched his shoulders on either side, asking for forgiveness. MoonYeob and Haein turned their gazes to the Moro brothers as they approached with beaming faces, asking if they could speak English. They clenched their hands into fists with joyful faces when the guy replied that he knew French. The brothers exclaimed that he was simply a hero. They were very surprised when the brunette realized that they were the owners of some kind of club. Haein came closer and, putting her hand to her face, whispered to her uncle that this was not some club, but the Parisian Lumiere. She noted that he is considered the best in the world. An image of a blonde guy appeared in MoonYeob's head when the girl said that Bernard, who is one of the top 3 players, is a member of this club. The brunette wondered if he was talking wholesale about the nimble guy Jeho told him about. He straightened up and looked at the two brothers and then asked if they really wanted to invite him to Lumiere. The Moro responded in unison in the negative. The Superman was very surprised when the two joyful men said that they knew that he would not agree, and for them it would be a great honor, however. Haein with a dumbfounded face pointed at herself as the brothers with wide smiles on their faces pointed at the girl, and said that they came for this beautiful mademoiselle. The girl covered her mouth with her hand when MoonYeob pointed his finger at her and asked if she wanted to join them at the club. She asked in shock, "Is this really true?" Leaning against the brunette, she began to smile joyfully and thank them. Moro said they have been watching her for a long time. The guy looked at the two men and opened his mouth slightly, asking if they really came to take her and not him. The brothers replied that they would never lie to the hero. Imagining in their heads how Haein was put together piece by piece, they began to say that she previously had the position of sub-dealer, and they did not need such people. They noted that the girl was able to reveal her talent when she took the position of dealer, and everything fell into place. The brunette smiled slyly when one of the brothers said that they thought she would be a great addition to their team after some training. He thought they were right. The Moro smiled widely, and their faces simply beamed with joy. One of them said that if the hero also wants to join their team, then that would be just great. The second added that together with him, Haein and Bernard, their team would become simply invincible. Clenching their hands into fists, the men crouched slightly as MoonYeob said she would think about their proposal. The brothers exclaimed that they would prepare the best contract especially for him and would not spare any money. The guy narrowed his eyes and looked intently at the men, asking if their wallets were really that thick. They replied that they did not see anything strange in spending money in order to take such a hero for themselves. The brunette smiled contentedly and raised an eyebrow when Moro said that since they were his longtime fans, they would like to give him a weapon. MoonYeob replied that he loves gifts, resting his hand to his chest. The two men bowed and thanked him with wide smiles on their faces, after which they said that they did not dare to distract him any longer. The guy looked at how literally a second later there was no trace of them left in the hall, after they said goodbye to him. Smiling, Haein approached the brunette with a gloomy grin on his darkened face, who said that he was tired and would better go home. The girl started asking him what they said. She followed him when the man took off and walked quickly to the side, saying that they needed to have a little drink before leaving. Haein continued to question him about what the Moro told him. MoonYeob stopped with an irritated expression on his face as he was greeted by an unknown male voice. He put his hands in his pockets and turned his head, irritably asking the man what he needed. The man asked for 1 minute. A tall, gray-haired man with glasses put his hand to his stomach and said that his name was Yang Minyong, and he was the secretary of the Blue House. The brunette asked what the Blue House needed from him. The man asked if he knew about the Superhuman merit system. The guy looked at him with a puzzled look and asked if he was talking about the system that should provide superhumans after the end of the war. Looking at MoonYeob with a calm gaze, the secretary began to tell him that this was not a hoax, noting that 17 years had already passed. He said that he and Jeho were assigned the first level of subsidies. Minyong opened his mouth with a calm expression when the brunette asked what this meant, and said that he had to pay him everything for 17 years of absence. Pursing his lips, the Superman froze with surprise in his eyes when the secretary added that if we talk about specific numbers, the world is 2.568 billion won. While a large expensive chandelier illuminated the banquet hall, the guy repeated the amount he had heard. Looking away, he continued to quietly repeat about money. Hana looked at the back of the man, who stood aside and muttered that if we combine this money with what Walker paid him. The girl asked him what he was doing. Hearing a voice from the side, MoonYeob turned his puzzled gaze in that direction. Looking over his shoulder, he saw a dark-skinned man who introduced himself to him as Joe Pellman and said that he was an agent from the United States. The brunette grimaced and exhaled noisily, saying that if he also wants to offer him a job, then let him leave since he is already tired. The agent froze in surprise with his hand frozen in the air. He said he only wanted to tell him one thing. The man, with drops of sweat running down his face, remembered the hero MoonYeob in the past and said that he did not yet fully understand this new world for him. He added that he once saved him, but 17 years have passed since then and his past life has already disappeared. The guy looked at Pellman with surprise on his face and asked what he meant when he said that this issue could be resolved in the future. Straightening his back, the brunette listened intently to his words that over time he would understand his place here, meet new people, determine his purpose in life and be able to become part of this post-war world. Handing over a black business card with his name on it, the agent said that, therefore, he did not need to worry about what was happening, and if it happened, as he said, he noted that he would be glad if he called him. Pellman said goodbye to the hero. MoonYeob and Haein looked after the departing agent with surprise on their faces, who approached his colleague and asked if he had said complete nonsense. The girl replied that in some places yes. The brunette grimaced, holding the business card in his hands while the girl tried to see what was written on it. She asked in surprise, was it really Joe Pellman himself? The guy said that he was kind of smart, and then asked what he actually does. Looking down at MoonYeob, the girl formed the image of an agent in her head and began to tell her that in the USA Pellman is one of the best agents who work with superhumans. She said that he was called the Money Ghost, and even during the formation of the battle, he took many Koreans to America and made stars out of them. The brunette looked at Haein with some puzzlement and said that he had not heard a word about money. He turned and looked after the departing agent along with his colleague, when the girl said that he even once offered her father a job. She asked if he knew about this. MoonYeob replied that it was the man who told him more about personality. As the big lights dimmed and the spotlights began to illuminate the stage, a man stood up to announce the start of their charity dinner. The light rays briefly illuminated the brunette standing in the hall, and the presenter said that he would now introduce them to the person in charge of fundraising and who had donated the largest amount to date. The guy opened his mouth and his eyes widened in surprise when the host announced that it was MoonYeob. The spotlight continued to illuminate the silhouette of the brunette ascending the stage when asked to do so. Standing under the bright lights, he looked out at the large audience, asking how much money did he have if he had made the largest donation. He glanced at the tall man with gray hair as he shouted that he had 1.74 trillion won. Jinti put his hand to his mouth to make his voice louder and shouted that he had already transferred all the funds to his personal account and Jaho's account. The brunette smiled puzzledly, and a drop of sweat ran down his cheek. Holding the microphone, he noted that the man had so openly named the amount in front of everyone. He added that he himself didn't even know there was so much money. Raising the microphone closer, MoonYeob smiled and said that he only heard about the payment of 2.5 billion. He added that he was surprised that, having a fortune of more than 1 trillion, he was so happy about these trillions. People started smiling, and a quiet chuckle ran through the room when the guy asked if it could be because this money was finally his. With a calm face, the brunette began to speak into the microphone that 17 years have passed since their victory, and during all the time that he was not among the living, a lot has changed. With confidence in his eyes, the guy noted that everyone says that he slept the world, and many believe that he made a great sacrifice. MoonYeob recalled his younger self holding a weapon, saying that this was not why he fought. Imagining himself in the past with a grin on his face, the guy added that he just liked clearing dungeons. He remembered standing in front of a large crevice from which a soft pink light shone. The brunette said that if they had not completely destroyed the evil, he would have wanted to continue to fight it. The Superman remembered watching a documentary about himself and said that this is why he is not particularly happy when people thank him for saving him. Imagining his indifferent face at that moment, he said that there was nothing to be happy about, since it was as if his favorite hobby had disappeared. Standing under the spotlight, MoonYeob said there was something he was proud of. He noted that the children he can help with this money have a chance to grow up and become worthy people. The guy leaned the microphone closer and said with confidence in his voice that for him this is more important than saving the world, and he hopes that the unfortunate girls and boys, one of whom he himself was once, will have a little less trouble. The brunette walked off the stage to loud applause, and the presenter thanked him for such a speech, offering to move on to the next one. Pursing his lips, MoonYeob looked up indifferently when a male voice noted that he was good at making speeches. Jinti, in a white suit, put his hands in his trouser pockets and asked if he was trying to compensate for his behavior with money. The guy said that he didn't want to be misunderstood, because in fact he was a kind person with a difficult childhood. He smiled contentedly when the gray-haired man said that this was no excuse, and he believed that he was already born problematic. The brunette asked to put jokes aside, and then asked what he needed. Standing opposite the guy, Jinti asked whether it was necessary to treat the team so cruelly. MoonYeob replied that they should have been trained normally in the first place. He looked at the man with a smile on his face, who turned away and buried the dragon in his face and said that it was impossible to behave like that at a charity game. And now the Korean Battle Major League has become a playground for the guys who were robbed by MoonYeob. The guy asked what next. The gray-haired man clenched his teeth tightly and approached the guy, after which he began to shout at him indignantly, asking why the government considers superhumans to be monsters in human form. The brunette asked, is it really because of him? Jinti started shouting that he was absolutely right. He showed him a news article in which a guy was holding a member of parliament by the neck, and the headlines were about an attack. The man angrily asked whether Parliament and the Blue House were his playgrounds. They brought their furious faces closer to each other and clenched their teeth, arranging a confrontation with their gazes. Jinti stated that it was because of him that the reputation of all superhumans was ruined. The guy responded by saying that it was the first to start it. Clenching his teeth tightly, the gray-haired man stepped back and exhaled noisily. He said that, to be honest, he came not only because of this, noting that there was another problem. He asked MoonYeob if he wanted to join the national team as a coach rather than a player. Jinti's eyes widened in surprise when, after he said that money was not a problem, the brunette replied that he did not want to. The guy smiled contentedly, turning white teeth, and said that he had other things to do. Sitting in a large black car that was driving through the night streets, the brunette ended his monologue by offering him 16 billion and asking if he would accept such conditions. He asked what kind of nonsense is this. Jaho looked at his friend with a puzzled face, who with a wide smile declared that he wanted to become the owner. The man asked where this idea came from. MoonYeob looked out the window with a satisfied face, and the wind began to blow his hair. He said that it infuriates him that you can't look at their national team without tears. He asked why not become the owner of his own club, noting that he could choose the players himself and train them properly. He turned his head back into the car and crossed his arms when Jaho glanced at him and asked since when has Team Korea bothered him. He noted that more than 20 billion won is needed to create a first league team. The brunette asked if it turns out that when they move to the second league, there will be even more money there. The man clenched his teeth tightly and turned his indignant gaze to the satisfied face of his friend and loudly asked whether he really wants to do all this just for the sake of enrichment. MoonYeob looked at his comrade with joyful eyes and smiled widely, asking, "Isn't it obvious?" When they arrived at the building, which was shrouded in the darkness of the night, Jeho said that they had arrived. Getting out of the car, the guy touched the car door with his hand and glanced to the side. The man asked him what was wrong. He looked in the direction where the brunette was looking and saw a dark female silhouette on the road. This woman was Shirin, wearing a black cloak. Jeho teleported to the woman and with a nervous smile on his face asked what she was doing here. Shirin replied that there is one thing. Pursing her lips, she turned her gaze to MoonYeob. He wondered what she was doing here. A drop of sweat flowed down the face of the guy looking at her, and he thought that he could not understand what she was thinking. While before everything was written on her face, he thought that even the atmosphere around her had changed, and it was not the indicators that needed to be checked. Having used the ability of an analyzing look on the woman, the brunette saw that all of her indicators except strength had reached their maximum. Looking at her calm, thoughtful face, he mentally noted that she had good stats and also had the location superpower. He wondered if she had really become so strong. Putting his hands in his pockets, MoonYeob approached her, asking why she came here. He asked if it was to kill him. The guy clenched his teeth in irritation when Shirin smiled and said that she had a thought. But, unfortunately, he is immortal. The Superman asked in response if she believed that she could cope with him if he were mortal. Arching one eyebrow, MoonYeob grimaced as a bead of sweat ran down his cheek. He asked if it was all old grievances from afar, noting that the woman was alive only thanks to him. Shirin smiled softly and laughed, saying that she was not offended by him. She added that she believed he had suffered enough. Standing opposite her, the brunette waved his hand and asked what she needed. His eyes widened in surprise when Shirin replied that she wanted to see for herself that he had indeed returned. After these words, she noted that she was convinced and then said goodbye. When she turned around and walked back, Jeho watched her go and MoonYeob remained confused. He indignantly asked what was wrong with her. The woman with a calm face had already walked some distance when she heard the guy's irritated question about why she had come at all. Shirin glanced back. She remembered how in the past a brunette with eyes white with anger pointed his finger at her, demanding to come to her senses. Breaking into a scream, he asked if she was ready to answer if everything fell apart because of her. Or did she want to get a slap in the face right here? The young black-haired girl sat on the ground, burying her face in her hands. She thought that she was very tired and wanted to go home. Shirin raised her tear-stained eyes in surprise when she heard a loud sound. She turned back and saw a huge monster with glowing eyes looming over her. Gritting her teeth, the girl rose from the ground and thought that she needed to use the damping beam. She began to concentrate her power as the monster prepared to attack. Shirin mentally noted that she couldn't concentrate. The monster hit the ground, causing a beam of light to shoot upward. A deep male voice said that she couldn't even cope with that. With surprised eyes, the girl looked at the guy who was holding her in his arms. Pursing his lips, MoonYeob looked back at her as a small drop of blood ran down his cheek from the cut. He asked if she was okay. At this moment, young Shirin's surprised face began to turn red. As she continued to walk down the street, she smiled softly, her cheeks turning slightly pink. She mentally noted that he had indeed returned. I received a notification on my phone that money had arrived. Seeing this, the main character thought about what kind of club he should buy. MoonYeob was happily looking at his phone when a concerned man asked him if he had learned how to use online banking. Then he asked the guy if he really wanted to become the owner, to which he received a positive answer. The main character looked closely at the player's ratings. He believes that opening his own club will bring him a lot of money, but MoonYeob warned him that he would need a lot of investment. The guy looked back with displeasure at the man who offered him his help. He decided to help him buy a club from the KB1 League. MoonYeob, placing his hands on the back of the sofa, considered that his own money was enough for him. He asked Jeho if there was still KB2, since he told him about KB1. The man, raising his finger up, seriously said that in the long run it is better to take KB7, because there are 7 players. Jeho sat down on the sofa when the main character, holding the remote control in his hand, suggested that there were fewer players in such a club. The man explained to him that it is much easier to manage 7 players than 11. but the guy answered him that in KB2 there would be better fighters than in KB7. MoonYeob grabbed his phone, smiling. He decided that he would buy the KB2 right now. Hearing this, Jaho suggested that he first read more about the clubs. The main character jumped up from the couch. He decided to learn about clubs from his grandfather. The guy moved away from the phone, as the interlocutor was loudly happy about something. MoonYeob began to closely examine the beige curtain when the man realized that, due to the creation of his own club, the guy refused to become the coach of the national team. The main character asked him not to yell. Zachary leaned back in his chair as MoonYeob asked him what options he could offer him. The man said that he has 3 teams that he could sell in the future, but at the same time, there are some guys whom he is ready to give up right now. Zachary was staring at the sales contract when the guy asked if he was serious. The document was in a blue folder. MoonYeob asked the man where he could watch this team. Meanwhile, the game building was illuminated by sunlight as the protagonist approached it. On the sign he saw that the GT Kings were fighting against Hanjing today. Seeing this, the guy assumed that Zachary had scammed him. Meanwhile, the huge battlefield was consumed by the cheers of the fans. The spectators sitting on the benches, clenching their fists, began to root for the teams. One man wished the GT Kings good luck, believing that they should win. At the same time, the brunette sitting in front shouted out that they were diligently preparing for this match. MoonYeob, putting on glasses and a mask, carefully examined the battle room. He believes that in this form he will definitely not be recognized. When the main character sat down, those around him began to look askance at him. They don't understand why he's so worked up. One guy decided to change seats, considering MoonYeob strange. The main character watched the arena intently. He, considering that what is happening even for a second-rate league is somehow not very good, hopes that not all the team's players are playing poorly. Meanwhile, the host announced that the teams were entering the arena. The GT Kings players greeted their fans with smiles while Hanjing walked out disgruntled. The main character, seeing the stats of one player, was upset. Armed guys began to enter the arena. Watching them, MoonYeob didn't understand why they kept repeating the same word. Upon entering the system, the guy's eye became covered with a bright blue flame. Something really interested him. Beads of sweat began to run down the faces of the Hanjing team players as the protagonists began to examine their characteristics. Meanwhile, armed players entered the arena. MoonYeob doesn't understand how, with such physical characteristics, Jahoon was put in the support position. This player is also capable of creating a protective barrier of aura when attacked by an enemy. The main character assumed that, because of this superpower, Jahoon was put in support. Taking a closer look at the player's stats, he noticed that he had 74 skill units. MoonYeob believes that he has a fairly high skill score, despite his weak body. That is why the main character suggested that this player could become a good dealer. Closely watching what was happening, the main character did not expect to see a fighter who, having been properly trained, could be safely released into battle. He decided that he had already learned enough about Jahoon. Now his gaze fell on Youngwon, who has 82 units of strength. After seeing his stats, MoonYeob guessed that they were very close to Ki Woo-hyu's. The pink-haired guy, thanks to his skill, is able to increase speed, strength and agility by 25%. The main character believes that this superpower can be very useful. There were loudly cheering players outside the arena when MoonYeob decided that the rest of the team was useless to him. He suggested that the reserve players were cheering for them. The main character, laughing loudly, abruptly covered his mouth. He did not expect that there would be a girl among the reserve players. Naeun stood outside the arena supporting the Hanjing team. The guy decided to check her performance. He noticed that the girl was able to jump forward 20 meters, suggesting that she was jumping like a flea. Taking his chin, MoonYeob decided that her ability was not the worst. But at the same time, he believes that, being in inept hands, it can even cause harm. The main character thought that Naeun needed to increase his speed to 100 units. After an hour of battle, the current score surprised the guy very much. Seeing that the GT Kings team was winning without a single mistake, the guy remembered that he had not seen such losers as Hanjing for a long time. Smiling, MoonYeob took off his glasses when he declared that he was more interested in this arrangement. At that moment, the main character received a call from Zachary, who asked him if he had chosen his team. The guy said that he was taking Hanjing, a high-rise panoramic building illuminated by sunlight. 2 days later at the Korean Battlefield Association, a man, feeling sorry, asked MoonYeob to take care of his players. In front of a huge table stood 2 people concluding a contract for the sale and purchase of a club. The boss promised the seller that he would take his team to the top. Hearing this, the man believed that a hero like him could do it. The bespectacled gentleman shook MoonYeob's hand when he promised that he would support him. Meanwhile, Mango Economics posted an article that the main character purchased the Battlefield Club for 5.19 billion won. This article received a huge number of comments. A user under the nickname JJHL suggested that MoonYeob would not be suitable for coaching. Standing next to the entrance to the building, Zachary congratulated the guy on being the new owner of the KB2 club. This made the main character laugh, because the man was even happy to dump this burden on him, since he told him that the command could not be returned. MoonYeob looked back at Zachary, smiling, as he admitted that he had no plans to take the club back. The man asked him if he had thought about how he would manage the team. The blue-haired guy, spreading his arms to the sides, said that first, just take a closer look at the players. Hearing this, Zachary reminded him that coaching a large group is not so easy. A smile appeared on the gray-haired man's face when MoonYeob informed him that, having finished with his business, he was leaving. Zachary was surprised that the guy bought something for himself. The main character turned his head and said that he would now have to go a lot of places. He also admitted that he was tired of constantly annoying Jeho. Sitting on a black motorcycle, the guy said that the owner of the club should be able to spend money correctly. The motorcycle's headlights glow bright blue. Leaning his body, the blue-haired guy dodges past cars on the Gyeonggu Expressway. One man, seeing MoonYeob rushing, loudly asked who dared to ride a motorcycle on highways. He also noticed that the guy was sitting without a helmet. The main character, casting a devilish glance at those around him, rushed no matter what. Seeing him sitting behind the wheel, the brunette opened his mouth. The man's face changed dramatically and began to smile when he realized that it was MoonYeob. All the drivers started smiling, thinking that the guy bought a motorcycle after paying out from the fund. They decided that the main character rides without a helmet so that the police would immediately recognize him and not stop him. The blue-haired guy drove past the cars at great speed. The drivers accepted this, since it was he who would save humanity. Meanwhile, the sun was already setting below the horizon when MoonYeob arrived at the Hanjin clubhouse. He looked back with displeasure at the 2 crows sitting on the roof. Noticing that the terrace of the old building was empty, drops of sweat began to flow down the protagonist's face. Dressed in a black leather jacket, the man looked displeasedly at the house. He thinks that they are very sad, but at the same time there is a lot of space. Meanwhile, the guy turned to the concerned stranger, who told him that entry to outsiders was prohibited. The embarrassed man took off his cap and began to apologize to the owner, since he did not expect that he would decide to stop by so late. He told him that he was a coach. Hearing this, MoonYeob took a look at his good form and guessed that he was a Superman. A smiling man stood in front of the main character as he used his analyzing gaze to look at his indicators. Seeing them, he realized that Dongjun was a Superman who would be nice to have as a support. The pink-haired boy began to scratch the back of his head when, standing in front of him, MoonYeob asked him how old he was. He replied that he was born in 1980. The main character hugged the coach and, smiling at him, said that he was 4 years older than him, since he was born in the 76th year. Dongjun bowed his head in embarrassment as MoonYeob looked at him with a devilish gaze. The guy told him to count the difference between 76 and 80. Then he asked him if he was older, to which he received a positive answer. There was a huge deciduous forest around the clubhouse. The blue-haired boy said that he would call Dongjun bro, adding that he could call him elder. But the coach thought that master sounded better. The man showed the main character the premises of the clubhouse in detail after MoonYeob asked him to do so. After they toured the building, the coach said that there were 14 players in the club. While the smiling Dongjun was left behind, the blue-haired guy, not understanding why they needed such a huge room, was glad that they at least had equipment. The coach told him that they had everything they needed since they had a lot of space. The man opened the door to the darkened room that is their training room. MoonYeob, examining everything in detail, began to turn his head around. He believes that everything is not so bad for them, but at the same time he does not understand why they only have 11 modules for 14 players. Standing behind, Dongjun began to wipe away his tears with a handkerchief as he reminded the main character that technology is expensive. Ignoring him, MoonYeob noticed that the man had a recovery skill. Looking closely at the training room, the blue-haired guy decided that he could handle everything, even though he didn't like something about this club. He believes the main problem lies with the players. Looking at the concerned coach, the main character asked him to show him the fighters. Dong-jun asked him if he should take him to them now. A drop of sweat ran down the man's face when the guy, thinking that there was no point in delaying, ordered him to call everyone. Meanwhile, in the rest room, MoonYeob sat on the sofa. The guy told the player that he was now the new owner of the club. In front of him stood an embarrassed red-haired girl, who, introducing herself to him, said that she was glad to meet the owner. The main character thought that Naeun looked like a flea. Seeing her wounded hands, a surprised MoonYeob asked her if she was practicing with a bow. The shocked girl suddenly raised her leg. She doesn't understand how he knew about this. The guy reminded her that he could easily identify such things. With his hands folded, the main character stared at Naeun. He considered that he could not put her in the place of main Didi since she had little strength. Then he told the girl that she would not be able to hold the dealer's position. Naeun sadly lowered her head. MoonYeob understands that she would have remained a spare due to the fact that she does not have very good skills. But this will not happen, since the main character has appeared in the clubhouse. The brown-eyed girl's pupils widened when the guy announced that he would make her the main character of the team. Introducing the girl in a black and latex suit, MoonYeob loudly declared that she would become their angel. But Naeun didn't understand what he was talking about. A blush appeared on the surprised girl's face. The blue-haired guy told her that her task would be to morally destroy the enemy, quietly depriving him of his mind. Naeun felt awkward when MoonYeob, who was sitting opposite her, asked her if she had seen any improvements from practicing so much. At that moment, the girl imagined how, clenching her fists, she admitted that she was hopeless. Hearing this, the blue-haired guy would have laughed, informing her that she was fired. Returning to reality, Naeun began to cry. She believes that if she confesses, these thoughts will become reality. The redhead raised her head sharply when MoonYeob said that he had no plans to kick her out. The girl felt awkward until the guy sitting on the sofa reminded her that he wanted to make her the main character. Naeun didn't expect him to say this seriously. Smiling, the main character pointed his finger at the girl. He said she had some talent. Hearing this, Naeun assumed that he was talking about archery. Tears flowed from the girl's eyes when the guy loudly announced that any Superman could handle an ordinary bow. Introducing a runner at a distance, MoonYeob told the girl that she was a good runner. The shocked girl opened her mouth in surprise. The blue-haired guy asked her to use her super strength to focus on this. The main character imagined how she, armed with a bow, attacks her opponents. He believes that by causing a fuss among her enemies, she will be able to finish off the monster they have been doggedly pursuing. And then, when the opponent gets angry and starts to catch her, Naeun will use speed and jump. A bead of sweat ran down the blushing girl's face. She assumed she would need to make a feint. MoonYeob informed her that she would hold her position no matter what. Looking at the girl with a devilish look, the main character said that during the battle she would not be left unattended. However, he believes that given Naeun's speed, it will be difficult for the enemy to catch her. After looking intently at the girl, the blue-haired guy asked her to make the other team sweat a lot. As a coach, he told her to run because otherwise she would die. MoonYeob explained to Naeun that in a real fight, everything depends on how fast she is. The girl looked at the clubhouse owner confusedly when she asked him if she could take the leading position. The guy told her that if she tried hard, she would become a member of the national team. Naeun was so happy that she opened her mouth. The girl put her hands on the table menacingly. She asked the guy if he was lying. The girl blossomed when she bowed her head and realized that she could take a leading position in the national team. Naeun jumped high with happiness, promising that she would work hard. Seeing this, MoonYeob asked her to go back to the hall and also call Jaehoon. Meanwhile, the glass door opened when the player announced that he was entering. The main character turned around sharply and menacingly told him to be faster. A worried Jaehoon stood next to him, who was glad to meet the owner of the clubhouse. He told him that he was playing as a support. Hearing this, MoonYeob didn't expect that there were such crap among the superhumans. The blue-haired guy, crossing his leg, sighed, since the Hanjing team contains only unique individuals, when looking at whom he just wants to laugh. The player told him that he was called, but did not specify on what issue. The main character tilted his head, grinning, and then told Jaehoon that he was no longer in support. A drop of sweat ran down the shocked guy's face. He loudly exclaimed that he was a support. MoonYeob got so angry that he clenched his teeth when he again told the player that he was no longer a support. Hearing this, Jihoon assumed that there was some kind of mistake. While the main character began to take a closer look at the player's performance, the brunette did not understand why he was called so suddenly, and also removed from his position without warning. Jihoon's hair stood on end in surprise. MoonYeob told the player that the main DD position suits him better. Imagining a muscular man holding a sword, the main character told the guy that he had a talent for wielding weapons. Hearing this, the brunette asked the head if he had ever watched him play. The main character awkwardly turned away from the worried player, as he remembered that he had passed out during their match. But at the same time he told him that he had found out everything about them. After which Jihoon reminded that he has low strength and agility. The player looked intently at the blue-haired guy, who told him that he was used to retreating and defending himself with super strength. Jihoon believes that this is how a support should behave. A dark aura began to emanate from the main character, which scared the player. He loudly told him to stop arguing with him. Recalling how men protect others, MoonYeob admitted that he can't stand support players. He believes that you have to work in a team where one of the fighters, being a support, plays the role of furniture. The blue-haired guy raised his hand and turned to Jihoon. The guy stated that he was one of the 10 supports who would fight in the battle. Placing his finger, he remembered that Jihoon was very similar to Daniel, and also said that he would have at least 2 superpowers. He believes that when such players cover the rear, their potential is increasingly revealed, resulting in increased effectiveness. A drop of sweat ran down the brunette's drooping face when the protagonist asked whether defense was his superpower, to which he received a positive answer. The blue-haired guy turned his head, smiling. He told Jihoon that this was his first weapon, and he would give him the second one. MoonYeob looked at the player so dissatisfied that his facial muscles tensed. After all, Jihoon asked him if he plans to make him a support who can fight. At that same second, the angry main character grabbed the player by the t-shirt. The guy menacingly told him that he would be the main DD, who had superpowers as a support. Hearing this, Jihoon began to apologize. MoonYeob continued to hold the shocked player's shirt. He doesn't understand why Jihoon clung to support so much, suggesting that he was afraid to take up arms and go into battle in the front ranks. The main character began to rub his hands when, standing behind him, the player grabbed his heart. He told him that he should not make such an approach the basis of everything, and also asked him to listen to him in order to achieve success. Concerned Jihoon, holding his stomach, asked the blue-haired guy if everything would work out if he followed his advice. MoonYeob replied that it was very important for him to make the effort himself. Passing his hand over his neck, the main character asked the player if he wanted to remain a support. But at the same time he threatened that he would be screwed if he remained as such. The blue-haired guy extended his hand to Jihoon, asking him what he was choosing. He asked him if he liked being part of a team that was trailing at the bottom and in last place in the league. The player looked worriedly at the hand of the head, who invited him to take a step forward in order to change his life for the better. He squeezed MoonYeob's hand tightly, saying that he would become a main DD. When the main character left his office, he was met by Dongjun, who asked if he had finished getting to know the players. The blue-haired guy tilted his head and looked menacingly at the coach, standing in front of the shocked man. MoonYeob asked him if he could find another trainer who was a good swordsman. Dongjun said that he has a couple of guys in mind. Hearing this, the guy asked to find a person who could explain to Jihoon how to handle the sword. The blue-haired man looked menacingly at the coach, who reminded him that this player was a support. But MoonYeob said that from now on he is becoming a main DD. Passing by the shocked Dongjun, the blue-haired guy said that Naeun needs to be taught how to run properly. Hearing this, the man thought it wouldn't work, but MoonYeob said he was confident in his actions. Looking back at the shocked coach, the main character, pointing his finger, said that the children from the first group needed to increase their endurance. He admitted that during the match, he noticed that the GT Kings did something to pump her up. The blue-haired guy asked the coach if he could leave now, to which the man asked him to be careful. Approaching his motorcycle standing in the courtyard of the Hanjing clubhouse, MoonYeob remembered something. He looked back at the coach to ask him for something. His eyes fell on the club's name when he suggested changing it. The next day, the 2-story mansion was illuminated by sunlight. Looking askance at someone, the blue-haired guy leaned his head on his hand. Jeho looked worriedly at the main character lying on the sofa when he asked him what was wrong. MoonYeob asked him to leave him alone as he felt sick without him. The man pointed his finger at the switched-off TV when he told the guy that he doesn't even watch his own dramas. He guessed it was because of Hanjing. The main character looked at the floor with displeasure when Jaeho asked him if he plans to expand the roster, despite the fact that the team has 14 players. At that moment, the guy abruptly jumped up from the sofa, which greatly surprised the man. Jaeho asked him why he stood up like that. The blue-haired guy moved towards the door, leaving the man, who asked where he was going, alone. MoonYeob stated that he needs to recruit new players. Approaching the huge window, the main character decided that he would have to arrange a casting. A huge number of journalists stood near the gates of his house. Seeing them, the guy assumed that they would help him. Meanwhile, near the door, the men began to animatedly discuss something. Putting blue slippers on his feet, MoonYeob called the coach. When the main character walked out onto the balcony, Dong-jun greeted him on the phone. The blue-haired guy suggested that he update the team a little. Approaching the glass fence, MoonYeob admitted that he was serious and asked if there were any problems with it. The man told him that maintaining new players would cost a lot of money. The angry protagonist removed the phone from his ear. After asking Dong-jun to stop whining, the guy menacingly stated that he would buy a new module if they took the player. Staring intently at the neighboring building, MoonYeob asked the trainer how much it cost. The man said that one module would cost him 200 million won. Hearing this, the main character bared his teeth in anger. He believes that this amount is not so large, but at the same time he remembered that his club is poor. The blue-haired man abruptly grabbed the glass railing, suggesting that new players should be immediately impressed. MoonYeob, holding on with one hand, informed the man that the recruitment would last for 3 days. The main character jumped over the fence and landed in the yard. Dong-jun assumed that, in so many days, they would not find any players. A sly smile appeared on the blue-haired guy's face when the coach explained to him that they needed a month for the players to apply for the second league. MoonYeob admitted to him that he has one thought that will help him cope in 3 days. Meanwhile, near the gate, the journalists calmly decided to drink coffee. But the wooden door opened. Seeing this, the men opened their mouths in surprise. The main character greeted the journalists. Extending his arms to the sides, he smiled and said that they were again actively working to earn a living. One man asked him if he would give an interview to them. At this point, someone asked him if he had thought about playing alone. MoonYeob looked at them slyly and lowered his head. He told reporters that he would answer all their questions, but at the same time they would need to do something for him. A brunette with glasses, raising his hand, asked the main character what he needed, to which he replied that it was nothing special. Showing 3 fingers, the blue-haired guy confidently announced that recruitment for his team would be open within 3 days. Presenting the tab for recruiting players to the Hanjin Club, the guy admitted that he expected to see many applications. While the main character was racing along the road on a motorcycle, Dong-jun informed him that they had received many applications. Despite the enormous speed, MoonYeob leaned down and asked if there were a couple thousand potential players. The blue-haired guy glanced at the trainer's avatar as he admitted that he didn't understand why there were so many people wanting to participate in Battlefield. MoonYeob asked him why he was so excited, because everything was fine with them. The main character was racing past cars at high speed when a man reminded him that it wasn't even the season yet. The guy suggested that he first just deal with the applications. MoonYeob decided that he would independently select candidates. The coach hid a huge stack of papers lying on the table. He said these are all resumes from Superhumans. While a worried Dong-jun began to scratch his head, the blue-haired guy examined each player in detail. He decided that he would quickly figure everything out, why, and conduct interviews. Hearing this, the man said that he would prepare everything. Looking at the huge number of profiles, MoonYeob remembered that all superhumans, after awakening the power, undergo a physical test in the association of their country. Each summary contained values for strength, agility, and aura, which are measured through a physical test and then converted into numerical values. The main character, angrily examining the questionnaires, remembered that he himself had recently taken these tests, but his results were much higher. He realized that everyone who wanted it was kind of dead. The angry guy clutched the documents in his hands because he couldn't understand the player's potential. Continuing to shake his head from side to side, MoonYeob, hoping that some good player would appear, decided that he should at least once run through all the applications. Meanwhile, his pupils narrowed when he saw some interesting profile. This turned out to be an application from Seon-ho, who has telekinesis and fairly high performance. The main character did not expect that this guy works as a courier. Carefully looking at the numerical indicators of his characteristics, the blue-haired guy realized that he had strength of about 33 and agility of almost 44 units. He realized that this was only 1.5 times more than the average Olympic gold medalist. Looking at the player's photo, MoonYeob felt that this guy's physical condition was worthless. But at the same time, the main character realized that he, possessing visual telepathy, could convey not only an object, but also show others what he sees. A wide smile appeared on the blue-haired guy's face as he stated that he was interested in this player. Meanwhile, the interview began in the Hanjin clubhouse, illuminated by the bright sun. A smiling guy entered the office, closed his eyes and greeted MoonYeob. He admitted that he has been a long-time fan. Sitting next to Dongjun, the main character opened the guy's profile and asked him if he participated in matches when he was a high school student. Jinho said that after graduation he stopped playing. Holding the pen in his hand, MoonYeob looked at the guy menacingly. The man asked him if he had changed his mind now that he had applied to join the team. The blue-haired man was so angry that he tensed all his muscles when the potential player said that he just wanted to see him in person and ask for an autograph, adding that he bows to him. MoonYeob threateningly told him to get lost. A dark aura appeared around the main character when Jinho told him that he didn't understand anything at all. The main character repeated to him that he asked him to leave the office. Drops of sweat ran down the brown-eyed guy's face. He doesn't understand why MoonYeob does this to a fan who came to him. After which he asked the main character what would happen if everyone found out about what happened. Hearing this, a stapler flew into his forehead, causing snot to fly out of his nose. The guy screamed loudly. Jumping up from his seat, the main character looked at the fallen Superman and asked him if he was watching the news. He threateningly asked Jinho to be sure to tell everyone that MoonYeob sent him, adding that he is a complete scumbag. The blue-haired guy extended his hand and lowered his gaze ominously. He demanded that the next candidate be brought to him. Seeing how the guy was carried out of the office by 2 security guards, the remaining volunteers became nervous. One man, hearing something like a blow, wondered what happened at the interview. A bead of sweat ran down Seunho's face when he was asked to enter the office. Standing near the door, the guy lowered his head, after which he introduced himself to the head of the team. Sitting next to MoonYeob, Dongjun looked at the form with concern. He asked the guy why he came with such low scores. The pink-haired man turned to the smiling director. He tried to ask him why he chose this particular player. Seunho felt uneasy as he was being looked at closely by MoonYeob, who, using an analyzing gaze, looked at his indicators. The main character became convinced that his guesses about low levels of strength and agility were correct. But at the same time, he noticed that this player has telekinesis, visual telepathy, and is also able to transfer his own aura to another person. The blue-haired guy was surprised that he had as many as 3 superpowers. Holding his chin, MoonYeob remembered that aura transfer was considered one of the rare superpowers with great potential for strategic use. Upon opening the resume, the main character noticed that Seunho did not mention this ability. He decided that the player did not even know about its existence. Looking carefully at the concerned coach, the blue-haired guy asked him if it seemed strange to him that Seunho was born in 2002. The man told him that everything was correct, saying that he and Naeun were the same age. Holding his chin, MoonYeob looked at the guy intently, saying that this was fate. A bead of sweat ran down Seunho's worried face as the main character called out his name. The blue-haired guy remembered the filled-out form when the director asked him if he had experience in combat, since he only indicated delivery service in the career column. The player said that he had no experience because he simply worked as a courier. Seunho clenched his fists when MoonYeob, looking intently at him, asked why he sent the application then. The man explained to him that, with such low performance, he was not very suitable for the role of a player. The dissatisfied protagonist did not take his eyes off the guy who perfectly understood his position. Seunho admitted that since childhood he dreamed of getting into Battlefield as a player. Remembering how he looked back at the newsstand, the guy said that before he had always justified himself, hiding behind low performance. He believes that others see him as weak and worthless. Holding the boxes with one hand, Seunho continued to stare at the screen. He remembered a tear running down his sad face when he said he was serious about applying for the team. The entrance to the room was illuminated by a lamp. MoonYeob said that he had a few things that interested him. Hearing this, the guy said that he could ask him anything. Seon-ho began scratching the back of his head in concern when the team leader asked him at what distance his telekinesis works. He told him that the test showed something like 2.5 kilometers. Hearing this, the man remembered that it was already 3 kilometers away. Seon-ho remembered how he uses the aura transfer ability when MoonYeob asked him what he does first to transfer things. The guy told him that first, using aura, he finds out the approximate location of the recipient. The man asked him if he would be able to find another player within the work of the aura, to which he received a positive answer. Sitting at the table, the director started pointing his finger at the candidate when Seon-ho explained that he had to search manually because it didn't work on autopilot. Hearing this, MoonYeob stated that it would do since space in dungeons is limited. The team leader tilted his head, smiling. He realized that Seon-ho could use the ability to detect the enemy. Introducing the praying girl, the main character joyfully announced that he had found a nun with whom their angel would work. With his hands folded on the table, the man asked the guy if his name was Seon-ho, to which he received a positive answer. Smiling widely, MoonYeob pointed his finger at the player, indicating that he had been accepted. Shocked, Dong-jun jumped up from his seat and then asked if the director was serious, and Seon-ho began to thank him, imagining the guy standing behind the armed Naeun. The main character told the deputy that he would be an excellent partner for this girl. But Dong-jun doesn't understand what he's talking about. Leaning his hands on the table, the director stood up. He said that the team's strategy will be based on the work of these two players. MoonYeob decided that this would be a union between a thief girl and a nun who would show her the right path. Meanwhile, an orange sunset had already appeared in the sky. One man announced that MoonYeob was the new owner of the club. Holding his beer tightly, he suggested celebrating their new milestone. He told the players that they could eat and drink as much as they wanted. Steaks were being grilled in the clubhouse courtyard. Dong-jun, raising a mug of beer, asked them to love the new head. Holding a bottle of vodka, MoonYeob glanced at the players. He realized that, despite his anxiety, the atmosphere in the team was normal. At that moment, someone greeted him. A pink-haired man approached him and told him that he was the captain of Hanjing. Having looked at his statistics in more detail, the main character remembered that he had seen Young-won at competitions before. MoonYeob looked at the guy menacingly, believing that he was of little interest to him as a player because there was nothing special about him. But at the same time, he does not understand why Young-won is on this team. After which the captain admitted that he had heard that the main character was investing a lot in Hanjing. Meanwhile, the rest of the players continued to rest while the pink-haired boy thanked the director. He promised that he would do his best, trying not to disappoint him. Hearing this, MoonYeob said that he was well aware that there would not be good results right away. Young-won bent down in front of the man, asking him to do so, for him to take care of them, to which the head replied that he also hopes for mutual cooperation. Holding a bottle of vodka in his hand, the main character gazed after the captain. He realized that this guy was open and sincere. MoonYeob saw Naeun talking to Seon-ho on the side. He thinks they get along great. The man beckoned the guys with his finger, asking them to come to him. Looking at the joyful red-haired girl, the director asked if they had already met, to which he received a positive answer. After hearing him, MoonYeob said that they, being the same age, become new members of the second group. Having lowered the bottle of vodka, the man confidently advised them to live together, since they would participate in battlefield as one whole. He called them the main set on the command menu. Imagining an angel and a nun holding each other, the man said that while Naeun was pulling out information and praying for the forgiveness of her soul, Seon-ho was playing the whole game behind her back. Hearing this, the red-haired girl assumed that they were cool guys. Imagining the guy dressed as a nun, MoonYeob said that he looked a lot like her. At the same time, the guys did not understand what the director was talking about. The head began to wave his hand until the players became uneasy. He said that they would discuss everything later. The main character closely watched the leaving guys. He realized that the team was now at least minimally staffed. MoonYeob turned his head, smiling. Looking behind the clubhouse, he remembered that he needed to come up with a new name for the team. The letters hanging on the facade of the building were made in a gradient. The worried players turned their heads sharply when their leader asked them to pay attention to him. Holding a bottle of vodka in his hands, the main character confidently announced that he would announce a new name for the club. A sly smile appeared on his face as he told the players what he planned to name the club. 3 months later, the panoramic building was illuminated by sunlight. According to the news showing the club logo, it was announced that the MoonYeob team, formerly known as Hanjing, had changed its name to YSM. They believe that today's game will test their new strategy. What was written on the screen was that YSM is fighting against BC today. According to the news, since MoonYeob became the owner of the club, the composition of the main team has not changed. But at the same time, many new players will enter the field today. Taking off his glasses, the main character looked confidently at the players. He asked them to do everything they did in training, after which he asked Seunho if he understood everything. While in a huge arena, a worried guy asked if this was really happening to him. A head told him that they were just adding a little showmanship and showmanship. MoonYeob loudly told the players that the day had come when they would show everything they had learned during these 3 months of training. Looking at the inspired guys, the main character demanded that they have fun from the heart, after which they shouted loudly. When the players moved to the location, it was announced that the first round of the battle between YSM and BC was beginning. The stadium arena flaunts in front of us. A woman's voice is heard, which says that she is grateful to the protagonist for the invitation and calls him by name. But she says that she has not been to the stadium for a long time, and he was a little surprised by this and asked if it was true. It turned out that the main character was sitting in a chair next to a young girl with long light brown hair. She laughed softly, covering her mouth with her palm. She said that when Haein first debuted, she came to support her several times, but after that she still couldn't find time. MoonYeob asked about how things are going with Jeho. The walls were painted light blue and glittered. She said that he asked her to wait a little while the national teams improved their skills a little. The hero said that he came at least once. The lazy man leaned his elbows on the chair, turned his gaze to the side, and propped his head on his finger. And the woman said that he had never been there. Every time he was waiting for something and seemed to never dare. He immediately cursed with dissatisfaction, saying that he was just an idiot. The blonde leaned forward a little, and the protagonist looked at her and smiled widely. She asked if he worked differently with his guys, and he replied that she had no doubt. He smiled broadly, pointed upward, and she looked at him carefully. He asked that she allow him to show an incredible, exciting battle. The sun is shining in the sky, and huge rocks are floating in space. Water flows from some of them and greenery grows, and people are standing on the edge of one of them. The announcer says that we are in the first round dungeon, Wizard Canyon, which is quite a picturesque place. In reality, you won't find anything like it. A dungeon in which you can see combat not only on land, but also underwater. This is where the mobility and reaction speed of athletes is important. Both teams start at the very bottom of the canyon from 2 different points, and at the very top is the boss. And the announcer is eagerly waiting for the YSM lineup to be shown to them. Next, we observe the events of 3 months ago. The hand is holding a stopwatch. Someone says that she covered 100 meters in 3 seconds and didn't even get out of breath. We see a joyful Naein running confidently through the stadium and a tired Seunho running. Someone says that the girl has incredible talent. The hero stands next to the coach, who is dressed in a turquoise tracksuit. They stand on a hill, and there are steps in front of them. A man in a tracksuit says that the boy has also become much faster and more resilient. But the girl in this regard is simply a treasure. He also said that he had heard that the boy had no experience in battle, and asked the protagonist how he saw his talent. The savior turned his head a little to the side and looked at the students. He asked about what the hell was going on and why their progress was so different. He thought that he was actually cheating a little by putting on an analyzing look. The hero put his hand a little forward, and the coach, holding a stopwatch in his hand, spread his arms to the sides. Sportively said that the protagonist's instincts amaze him. But this was to be expected, because it was he who at one time revealed the talent of Mr. Jeho. MoonYeob said that instead of compliments, he would rather take care of the athletes, and that they will have to run in a variety of dungeons. So he should take this into account and train them properly. The picture of Naein running appears again. She smiles and does not slow down. The coach said that once they mastered her style, they should be guaranteed to get good results and they would be able to introduce her into the real game. The calendar sheets were torn off one after another. Meanwhile, 40 days of training have passed, and 50 days remain before the competition. The jumper again jumps around the arena, bypassing all her colleagues. Some of them exclaim that she had stolen the monster from them again. Flashes of aura from her jumps are visible, and someone continues to swear again and asks how to catch this girl if she jumps like that. Naein looks back and begins to lose height, raising his arms up and tucking his legs. She thought about how she had come off, The protagonist put his hands in his pockets. His assistant stood nearby. The hero said that he was satisfied with them and now a containment strategy could be applied. He turned to Team B and asked about the team's impressions. An exhausted Seunho stood next to the equally tired captain of their team. Red Eyes said that he had the feeling that the capture speed was half as fast as usual, and the boy said that he seemed to have developed a neurosis. The girl looked up with a slightly alarmed face. The director asked them all to think about what pissed them off the most. He said that the dynamics were excellent, and the jumper was great. She broke into a smile, closed her eyes, thanked him, and said that she would try. At the same moment, she thought that every time she answered with a smile, but in reality she was incredibly worried. She imagined the main character smiling widely, gritting his teeth and slightly squinting his eyes. She remembered his words that he would make her the main character. She thought that their director was the best. He said this to a man who, even at the lowest rank in the second league, had been sitting in the reserves for an eternity. She stood in the middle of the space with her head down, and a shadow fell from behind her. She thought about MoonYeob saying that she could become a member of the national team if she trained. She collected her thoughts a little and raised her head a little higher. She thought it was hard to believe. She wondered if she would really succeed. She fell into complete despair. Her eyes dimmed. She looked at the floor. She remained silent meaningfully, thought that her nerves were on edge. She also wondered whether she had done well. But then someone called out to her. She opened her eyes wide and came to life. Confused, she turned her head towards whoever was speaking. Youngwon stood in front of her. She asked if someone called her. She began to quickly swing her arms in different directions, while terribly panicking, and the commander stood at full height with a shield and sword in his hands. He asked her if she could hear him and asked her if she was worried. She answered him that this was not so, and also said that there was not even a drop of anxiety. She opened her eyes wide, calmed down and looked at him carefully. He asked her to calm down and said that there was no need to pretend that everything was fine, because this was her first game, so it was absolutely normal that she was nervous. A telepath appeared behind the captain and smiled widely. He said that when he first walked onto the field, he even vomited. She stood stretched out and pressed her hands to herself, at the same time worried. Youngwon said that she can be nervous as much as she likes. The main thing is not to doubt her own abilities. The team stood closer to each other, and the captain stood in the center and smiled. He said that the leader of the Seven Saviors himself believes in them, and she will become the best game thief. The girl immediately became inspired, leaned forward a little and agreed. The team stood in a row, all its members preparing for the upcoming events. The captain said that they are a team that was assembled and coached by a national hero, so they must fight with dignity so as not to disgrace the name of the director. They all raised their fists in the air, and Youngwon raised his shield behind his back. He shouted that they would do everything as agreed. The rest of the crowd let out a cheer. Vic and his companion sat in their seats and watched what was happening. Holograms showed what was happening in the virtual world. The announcer said that the players of the new YSM team split up and started moving. He suggested that it was a 4-4-3 strategy. Naeun runs ahead of the whole team with a serious face. Jihoon runs behind her, and behind him Seunho tries to catch up with them. The announcer talks about a team of 3 traversing the dungeon ignoring the monsters. He suggested that this holding back from the very beginning is YSM's special style. This trio quickly began to jump on the floating stones, climbing higher and higher. They are now in the middle of the canyon, and they suddenly looked up and braked. The speaker said that 3 of the YSM, after moving forward so rapidly, suddenly stopped. They looked at a rock that was much higher than them, and the guy told them to wait a little. He leaned over. He picked up a stone from the floor. He looked at him and said that this should be enough. He began to imbue the stone with his aura. This is his superpower called telekinesis. He threw the stone down. He imagined how, being behind an obstacle, he could look for an object to which he could direct a charged object. And behind the wall there were 2 people, one with an aura and the other without. Based on whether telekinesis is possible, one can judge whether the enemy is nearby or not. That is why he imbued the stone with aura. There are 3 stages to this action. The first is the combination of telekinesis with aura transmission. The second is the search for objects with an aura within a radius of 3 kilometers. The third is determining the location of the enemy. With its help, he acts as a scout, establishing the location of the enemy. An invisible thread of aura stretches behind the stone. He flies around one of the rocks. He flies over it and sees 4 moving figures. The thread continues to stretch. He is getting closer to the figures. The thread reacted to the presence of the aura. He suddenly opened his eyes and said that he had found them. They turned out to be Jonghyuk, Choi Yongjil, Young Yundi, Im Jiwook. The boy pointed to the rock that was above them. They all stood up. He said that all 4 were moving in one group, and the rest said that they understood. Naeun squatted down and prepared the skill. She looked up, a little worried, and prepared the aura in her legs. She rushed high up, leaving a trail of dust on the ground. She did a somersault in flight. Then she straightened up and grouped herself. But then she noticed something. In the place where she jumped, the red team was already fighting with the monsters. Some defended themselves with shields, others attacked. She watches all this from the side. The Reds are surrounded on all sides. She said what she saw. She soared high into the sky again. She rushed towards the battle. The girl pulled her bow, charging the arrow with aura, and took good aim. She thought that there were no strong players there to stay away from. The opposite team of 4 rushed into battle. One of them jumped on the fire dragon, and it was on its last legs. The jumper said that they had almost caught up with this monster and urged them not to relax. 3 arrows flew into the dragon's face at once. The dragon howled and the crew members asked if it was an arrow. The girl clenched her fist in honor of victory, smiled and looked at them. She said what she did. The team looked at her as aggressively as possible. Some even clenched their teeth. One said that she stole it from them. Someone said that they lost points for the monster, and their leader told them to stop whining and focus on the hunt. 3 of the team went back to fight the monsters, and one of them ran towards Naeun with a very angry face and a dagger in his hand. The commander ordered Jiwook to deal with her. She jumped back sharply, dodging the lunge, and landed a few meters away. But at the same moment a blade began to sharply approach her. She was surprised by this. The guy wants to hit with a swing, and the girl suddenly flies up behind him, and the ground cracks from her jump. This surprised him terribly. He was stunned. He thought that she had disappeared, but from behind him a question was heard about where he was looking. She was already above him and again loaded her bow with arrows with aura. He looked at her angrily, and his teammates fought with the monster. She shouted that she was here. The guy got angry and asked if she was making fun of her, and after he thought about it, she jumped up and instantly found herself there. He stood up with his legs and arms spread apart, and she had already landed a few meters away from him. He thought that her speed was amazing. At the moment of landing, he wanted to attack her, but she immediately moved several meters back, then again and again, during which she smiled, and he kept trying to attack her. She mocked him and constantly said that she was not there. He was looking in the wrong direction, and he shouted out a phrase that he would kill her. He fell into a wild rage and his eyes turned white, and he clenched his teeth. He thought about how it infuriates him to admit that he can't keep up with her, and immediately after he added that it really pisses him off. She again rushed high into the air and looks down at him, and he holds 2 daggers in both hands and looks at her. The announcer says that she has slightly irritated the Incheon players, and that she moves so quickly that the enemy does not even have time to figure out what is happening. She reached for arrows in the quiver behind her back, but then discovered that it was empty, and the speaker said that the supply of arrows is not endless. Seunho felt something. He heard a call from her. She asked him for arrows. A new quiver of arrows filled with projectiles appeared in her hand. With a pleased look, she extended her hand to him and took it. He told her to pick him up. The announcer spoke again and said that thanks to the guy's strength, this problem has ceased to be such. If you are supplied with arrows so quickly, it's easy to play for restraint, and it was also not surprising that thanks to his supernatural strength, Seunho was able to become the main player in just 3 months. But then he began to straighten the blanket on the ground, which greatly surprised those watching. He pulled out Seo MoonYeob's biography. He spread the arrows and volumes of biography around him, lay down on the blanket, took the book in his hands and conveyed a message to the girl that if she needed arrows, she could immediately contact her. But she told him that this would be enough. The guy immediately broke into a satisfied smile, resting his head on his hand. And the announcer mentioned that this player reads manhwa during the match. A few weeks ago, YSM was preparing for his first match. There was some kind of flash. Voices were heard calling to catch her quickly because she had already stolen 6 monsters. Naeun soared high up, leaving a group of 4 people on the ground. She looked at them smiling. Someone from the group said that she was too fast and they would never catch her. The director and his assistant look at the screen on which they see a broadcast of their training. Dongjun said that she most likely has an innate gift for pissing people off, and the director replied that if that were so, then she would not have any problems. The main catch is that her partner needs a safe place to use abilities, and finding it takes time. They are still watching what is happening, but this time the screen shows Seon-ho sneaking somewhere. The assistant asked what they should do, because until he finds shelter, it will be difficult for the girl to get ammunition. They remembered the newly minted main DD and his skill. The protagonist offered to give them Jihoon to accompany them, because his superpower would help protect them from monsters. The screen shows how the guy found a good place for himself, laid out the quivers in a row and squatted down. And the hero said that apparently the nun had found a place for herself. He took the quiver in his hands with the most serious look, and without changing his face, he sent it to the recipient. And so time after time, the savior and his assistant looked at the whole thing and remained significantly silent. MoonYeob pointed his finger at the screen and asked how long he would continue to do this. And Dongjun said that it would be so, because he should not move alone in open areas, and also mentioned that he would be there until someone came to pick him up. The main character filled his lungs, and the assistant looked at him with caution. MoonYeob asked him if he thought it looked pathetic. He immediately thought about it. He said that this would not work. He smiled, looked at the screen and raised his finger and said that even if he was so careful, he would rather look like a clown than some kind of nerd. The boy continues to read the manhwa. The announcer mentions this. Something is flying over him with great speed, and he smiles and reads a book. Traces of an aura and rapid movement are visible. The newly minted DD chops up monsters. The speaker mentions that they are now witnessing truly spectacular battles. The man with glasses continues to shred monsters left and right. He makes crazy combos causing huge damage to monsters, while his comrade is chilling behind the manhwa. The boy smiles while looking at the book, carefully laying out a stack of its parts in front of him. The announcer announced that while the player Jihoon fights wyvern cubs, player Jo Seon-ho continues to enjoy reading. The crowd sitting in the hall is indignant, looking at each other and indignant that after the arrival of the new director, the team seemed to be replaced. The boy heard the message and looked away. He was asked to hand over more arrows. He took the quiver in his hand, and then he teleported him. The main character burst into laughter. He laughed as hard as he could. A girl with long straight hair looked at the protagonist, and he wiped away tears of laughter with his hand. She asked him if he told them to play like that, and he answered her that it was funny. He smiled smugly and lit up, and she still looked at him with slight misunderstanding. He said that he knows how to find talent where no one sees them. It even scares him how good he is. And she replied that he and Jeho helped a lot with this, or rather, they had already helped. The savior got angry and imagined Shim Yongsu and Hyuk. She said that he proposed to put the short-haired one on the main team in the tank position. As for the sucker, it needs to be removed. The hero turned to the girl. She said that she doesn't know for sure because his old friend doesn't talk to her about work, but she heard the name Hyuk from him, and it suggests that there is some friction there. He was a little surprised and clarified this again. He lowered his head, shook it from side to side and folded his hands, and the woman just smiled softly and a little anxiously. He told her that later he would ask him himself, and when problems arise, the coach should know how to resolve the issues with all his severity. She said that he started doing his own thing again. They both suddenly looked at the screen, and the hero was a little surprised. The announcer said it was time to take a break from Seon-ho. 6 players from the red team attacked one girl altogether. She continues to maneuver, but they continue to attack. The speaker said that 2 more players are joining the BC team, and this situation is very dangerous for Naeun. The dark-haired, short-haired man from the team, attacking, shouts for them to grab them now. The guy with telekinesis closed his book and said that it should spin around like it was in a frying pan, and that she needed to escape only that way. The girl was a little alarmed. Pieces of ash were floating around her, and she said that she accepted. The boy smiled, looked over his shoulder and asked her if she could. She immediately agreed. Her body was covered with an aura, and she herself radiated a pillar upward. She ran. They shouted to catch her quickly. The blonde one almost got hit in the head with the weapon. He thought about the fact that he was the first to come face to face with the enemy's DD, and also that this was a real battle. But still, she remembered the face of her director who was smiling, as well as her captain who extended his hand forward. The main character said that if she tries hard, she might become a member of the national team. And Youngwon said that she will become the best game thief. Her hair flew up. She thought that she could handle it. She remembered how her team raised their fists in the air, and how their captain said that they were a team that they had assembled and coached, the national hero, and therefore urged them to fight with dignity so as not to disgrace the name of the director. The girl was filled with enthusiasm and looked ahead with a smile. She thought that she would do everything in her power. She dodged the blow of a man with a mace and made several jumps back at once. She carefully looks behind her and jumps back along different trajectories. The enemy team is annoyed and they continue to chase her. Someone ahead of them shouted that they were too slow, and the man with the shield said that they couldn't miss her. Naeun, moving her legs with great speed, rushed forward and ran away from them. While she accelerated as much as possible, the enemy team jumped after her, and they shouted at once for someone to grab her. Two members of the Reds simultaneously made a powerful blow, but the girl managed to dodge it and jump to the side. She again makes a somersault in the air. She makes another jump, pushes off from the edge of the cliff, and jumps down sharply, and they shout at her, and she thought that this was great. But three men jumped after her. She turned around and saw them. She thought that they were not lagging behind. The entire enemy team is chasing her hard. Everyone has angry faces. Their leader is screaming for them to catch the girl quickly, because if they hesitate, the difference in points will become too big. He immediately added that it was necessary to drive her to the last. She stood on the edge of one of the rocks, and the wind was humming below. The men surrounded the girl and drove her into a corner. They said that she had nowhere else to run. The angry man clenched his teeth tightly, and the veins appeared on his neck. He tries to catch his breath and tells her to look back. The girl turned around and looked down, and he told her that it was high here. She stepped on the edge and a piece of rock broke off from there, and he continued talking and said that no matter how steep she was, she would not be able to jump from such a height. The fragment that she broke off continued to fall down. She raised her hand and tried to catch her breath a little. She asked him if he was sure about this. She extended her hand even higher and became more cheerful, which puzzled them even more. She asked a rhetorical question about the fact that she had nowhere to run and that they had driven her to a dead end, and that this was a great achievement. She also said that if she asks, they are unlikely to just let her go. The two men looked at each other and were left completely bewildered. One asked the second if everything was okay with her. But then the same men raised their heads up and something large cast a shadow on them, which of course surprised them very much. The girl screamed that finally, a flying rock rose. The YSM team was holding onto the rock and their captain was sitting on its top, and Naeun was still standing in front of them with her hand raised. They all jumped off the floating rock at once. The friendly team surrounded the girl for protection, but she still continued to wave her hand and said that they would not miss them. She winked and showed two gestures with both hands indicating a heart. She said that even if everything is not fine with her, nothing can be done. Soon he brought her hand to her mouth, and the hero smiled widely with all his teeth. The announcer said that this match was terribly exciting, and the YSM players jumped off the floating island. Both announcers are terribly dumbfounded. They talk about Team MoonYeob's tactics being amazing and Incheon's BC running out of time. They'll have to fight right there, and part of BC's team is paralyzed. A person from the main character's team fights with two members of the Reds at once, and hits one in the chest and the other in the back. The leader of the enemy team is shot in the chest. Fighters in red are rushing towards the YSM fighters, and on the floor lie corpses from the BC team that have not yet disintegrated. The speaker says that the remaining fighters arrived in time, but it was too late. A scoreboard is displayed in the arena on which the YSN team has 9 points, and the opposing team has 0. The announcer says that this is an amazing victory in the first round, and this is a team that in recent years has only taken last places in the league. This is the first such interesting match for quite some time. Today they discovered a real treasure in the form of new players, and we are talking about Naeun and Seon-ho. And then the archer girl and the telepathic guy find themselves in the middle of the stage. She looks around. The speaker says that before their eyes another mind-blowing union was born, on whose ascent they now pin high hopes. The couple stands closer to each other, the light falls on them. A variety of shouts can be heard from the observers' positions. Someone shouts that they are great. Someone says that the guy has a rod. And someone says that the girl did an excellent job. The crowd chants their names, and the girl was simply delighted with this and even opened her mouth. But then she noticed something. She turned her head towards where Seung-hee and MoonYeob were sitting. She thought about the director looking at her. The main character put his hand to his mouth to guide his voice and said what he was talking about. She remembered him pointing at her, smiling and talking about how he would make her the main character. The protagonist smiled, turned his body a little to the side and showed her a thumbs up. Naeun broke into a sweet smile looking at him, and the guy scratched his cheek with his finger. A huge hologram is visible showing the two of them to the audience, and the announcer says that the YSM team wins the first round. The clear victory in the first round was a complete surprise, and this result shocked everyone. The red team was simply furious and looked at them angrily. The protagonist team stood closer to each other and looked at them with a slight smile in response. BC began to worry. I remembered the moments where the jumper is charging her bow with an aura, and Seun-ho is lying on the ground reading a manhwa. The announcer says that they will soon see what will happen in the second round, because this pair played a crazy game of restraint, leaving no chance for their opponents. The shock of what they saw demoralized them and ultimately led to defeat. The protagonist's team has warmed up and continues to gain momentum. In the second round, the YSM team scored 7 points, and the opponents scored 0. And the overall score was 2-0 in favor of the MIC team. The speaker says that they have a huge lead in the second round. He also said that this was expected. The most productive player of the match is the team athlete YSM Naeun. The girl took the microphone in both hands, closed her eyes and began to say that she was grateful to the one who was the first to discover her potential and made her a real gaming thief who robs the enemy. This all turned out to be the merit of their director. News headlines are seen after the game between the two teams, all featuring Naeun. When the interview with her came out, the online community exploded. Someone wrote in the comments that she was just crazy, and after watching the video he was already angry. Someone joked that the Express News said that BC fans had all their teeth crumbled out of anger and it was time for them to get implants. And someone even said that they broke their monitor when they saw that they couldn't catch her until the very end. Another video title is visible, which again shows the jumper. She looked away and smiled. In the comments they write that they are seeing her for the first time, and the fact that deterrence was played out so cool in their country is amazing. The overwhelming number of comments were about her, but Seun-ho also made headlines. In the comments they write that the girl could not do anything without him. He was nicknamed the hidden gaming thief. He was also recognized by viewers for his abilities. Interest in the battle of superhumans in Korea had almost disappeared, but this match fanned a real fire from the last spark. This isn't the first time two rookies have become superstars, and the main character built a strategy for their union in advance. The protagonist appeared on the headlines. In the comments they write that he personally chose and trained them, and someone wrote that this is what one of the 7 saviors means. He took and pulled out the team that was hanging at the very bottom. His insight is amazing. He is simply a genius. A few days later, the weather was wonderful outside and the sun was shining. Voices were heard from the house. Jaeho asked the hero to tell him about his 2 stars and asked him if he dug up these children. The protagonist was lying on the sofa with his head propped up on his hand, looking dissatisfied, and his friend was standing over him. Mick said that it really was him and called him an old bore, and immediately after asked him if he thought it would be better to say that his assistant found them, and he simply agreed with him. The man with glasses told him not to even dare to do that, and immediately after mentioned that the guys were very talented. MoonYeob turned over and said that he had a diamond eye, and a friend said that he had been thinking for a long time and asked him if they could match the level of the national team. The hero turned slightly and looked at him with a dissatisfied face and said that it was time for him to talk Choi Hyuk out, because most likely he never became a tank. But Jaeho immediately replied that he became one because he personally convinced him. Next we see a fragment from his memories where he talks to a guy about this, and he hesitantly scratches the back of his head. The man with glasses said that he would try if he carried national symbols, but there were strong disputes in the team about this, and the hero immediately asked if that was why the kid was dragging his feet. Jaeho adjusted his glasses and said with a smile that other coaches in their country do not like him very much, so it is quite difficult to convince this or that player, and asked him to think about the situation himself. He mentioned that he is not a professional and trains only due to past merits. But the protagonist immediately asked if they were pros in this case, and sarcastically suggested that this was why they flushed the Korean battle down the toilet. But his friend just laughed when he heard this. The hero sat down on the sofa, looked seriously in front of him and said that he was interested in seeing how they would sing in front of the greatest coach of the century, namely in front of him. The man with glasses said that they wouldn't even say a word against him. But he immediately realized his situation, raised his eyebrows, bleeding with cold sweat and pursing his lips. He thought that he seemed to be in trouble. But then he heard something and opened his eyes wide. The main character asked him how much he wanted for the boy. The friend didn't understand the question at first and asked again. The savior pointed his finger at him and asked him what the price was for it and specified the quantity. On the news headlines of the hour, the face of the hero appears and the inscription that YSM has as many as 5 victories in a row. The happy assistant shows his mobile phone with this news and breaks into a wide-eyed smile. He says that they have as many as 5 victories in a row. They have never had anything like this. All team members sit with them in the same bar. Dong-jun burst into tears into his hand and everyone is looking at him. He asks if he is awake and if there will be a party on their street. The protagonist got angry and looked at him, and the assistant put his hand to the back of his head and was a little confused. The hero asked him why he was roaring, because they had only won 5 times, and asked if this was a record. And the interlocutor at first did not quite understand, and then intended to say something, and then said that they had never won so many times in a row. Even 3 victories in a row seemed unattainable. MoonYeob thought that it was time to get him out of here, but at the same moment the assistant calmed down. He smiled nervously, imagined a jumper behind him who was in the air, and said that one way or another after the disaster in the Wizard Canyon, the internet community almost idolizes Newan. And he said that about this the main character previously mentioned and said that no one expected her to perform so well. The protagonist picked up a glass of alcohol and began to drink, and his deputy wilted and fell into despair. MoonYeob said that he is always right and asked him if he remembers how he whined. He began to quote how he asked whether such a strategy would work, and how an application with such abilities even got through. Dong-jun asked for forgiveness. At the same moment, the hero said that it was too early for them to rejoice. He turned his head in his direction, which alarmed him a little, and said that the basis of their strategy Seon-ho, and all the teams now know about it. The assistant asked if he was sure about this, and the protagonist said that he was upset by such a question and suggested that he ask what to do next. The deputy was a little surprised and opened his eyes a little wider. He said that they would now have to protect the guy. The savior raised his hand a little higher and turned away in the other direction, and the assistant began to glare at him and made a dissatisfied face. The hero said that he was smarter than he seemed and asked the waiter for water, and Dong-jun thought about the conceit of this scoundrel. The protagonist turned his head in his direction with a questioning look, and his interlocutor turned his head in the other direction and pretended that he had nothing to do with it. But the next moment the hero put his hand on his assistant's shoulder and asked him that when the fruits of Jihoon and Youngwon's training come to fruition, will they lose their fighting fervor and power? The savior took on a villainous look and made a sly smile. The younger one told him that this was out of the question, and the hero said that he really likes his confidence, and he will only be satisfied if their win rate by the end of the season is 50%. These words stunned his comrade and he was stunned. His hands and whole body immediately began to shake, and his gaze became frightened. In a trembling voice, he asked whether he meant half the matches for the entire season. Before this, the maximum winning ratio for lawless people in relation to YSM was 31%. The protagonist immediately asked him if he wanted to argue, and he replied that he was not going to do it under any circumstances. The team captain watched their conversation. He watched the conversation of these two throughout the entire time. His face was calm. He thought that 50% was a lot. He remembered that the lawless people in the past, although the number is unrealistic, their director does not say what he is not sure about. He continued to look at them, and the hero leaned towards his assistant with a predatory look and told him to trust his elder, and also told him that he should try hard so that his inner sadistic tyrant does not creep out. And Youngwon thought that their director, of course, is like a sheep in his stubbornness, but it is obvious that he carefully considers every word and decision. He immediately had a memory of an old man putting his hand on his shoulder while he held a card with a 10 million won scholarship for juniors on it. He thought that thanks to the lawless people he was able to participate in the battle. The name has changed. He holds the glass in his hand and looks at everyone with a soft smile. He thinks that now he can repay the team for everything they did for him. The hero began to get up and said that they were going to drink for the first time and asked not to spoil their brains. He stood up to his full height and shouted for everyone to pay attention to him, and also said that he was going to say something. He said that if YSM wins half of all matches, he will personally invest in the team. Everyone looked at him with a smile and did not look away. He said that they had shown their potential and deserved this award. With maximum enthusiasm and lively eyes, he asked loudly whether everyone understood this. Everyone in the hall shouted in unison in agreement. At the same moment, he stood up and began to leave with a wave of his hand. The assistant wanted to stand behind him. The protagonist said that he was going to set sail, and he told his deputy that he should sit, because the savior is not a girl to see him off. Dong-jun at the same moment said that he would do so and wished him a happy journey. We see the restaurant where they are drinking, and MoonYeob said that it is not easy to recruit players. He imagined a telepath who was scared and slowly crawling to the side, and a killer was coming towards him. He thought that the guy could look for enemies and transfer objects only within a radius of 3 kilometers, and if the opponents did not pay attention to Naeun and found him, then they would defeat this flea with a bow without any problems. He immediately thought that without a game of containment, their chances of winning would decrease dramatically. He scratches his head as he leaves the restaurant and talks about how they need help to diversify their tactics. He also mentions that he is going to talk to Jeho and organize a joint 11v11 training session. He looked away and lowered his hand. He thought that the main reason was not the team's merits, but his big name, but they still had sponsors and funding. And also thought about how he could bring someone normal to the team. He looked down and reached for the phone, which received a notification. He said that he was going to negotiate for Choi Hyuk. He took out his phone. They sent him a file with a list from high schools for the Battle of Superhumans, and there were messages with the following content. They offered him players and told him that he could take a closer look at the juniors, and also that the guys were promising and had probably signed contracts. But maybe there were those whose potential was not seen. He immediately broke into a smile while holding the phone in his hands and jokingly said that Jeho was a scoundrel. He also asked a rhetorical question about whether he was going to help his friend. He turned his head to the side and said that since the first wave of matches in the league was over, it was time to look for new talents, and said that the kids were waiting for him. YSM's winning streak ended with the 6th victory. He imagined the thieves blowing. As the hero expected, other teams found a way to counter this pair. Next, we see how the team captain raises his fist in the air and inspires the guys. He stopped hesitating and focused completely on his team. He proposed a new plan, which was based not only on the game of containment, but also on working on increasing endurance and physical strength. He is ready to snatch a high place in the league with his teeth. At the start, among 20 teams, YSM was in last place. Under the label of their team, statistics were visible that stated that out of 18 matches they won 10 and lost 8. As a result, with this situation, the team rose in the rankings to 11th place. The team symbol stood on the tall white staircase and occupied its own step. They finished the league's first season with a 55.6% win rate. Summer has finally arrived and the season is over. It's time to start looking for new players for the team. A crowd of people gathered in front of the Superhuman battle base in Yeomyeon. The elderly man shakes the hero's hand and says that he is glad to meet you, and asks him what brought him to their school. The protagonist replied that it was a job, and today he is here as the director of YSM. The old man introduced himself and said that his name is Kim Young-moon and he is a coach from this team from this city. They began to walk towards the entrance. The savior said that he had no specific goals and asked if everything would be fine if he just looked around, to which the coach agreed and said to accompany him. He urged him to go and they went to the gym where training was actively going on, to which MoonYeob said that this is just a club activity, but everything is at a good level, to which the old man replied that there was nothing special about it. The protagonist noticed something and turned his head away. The coach asked him about what happened. The savior pointed to the guy who was making a quick move to the side and said that this one was not bad. The guy who moved quickly continues to actively train. The old man said that the rumors don't lie and you can't hide anything from the director. This guy is going to join the Phoenix team in the first league. To which the hero answered vaguely so that he would shut up. He frowned and thought that he had an average of only 77. He also thought that he had found talent, but had to come down to earth, and also that in the end he didn't take a single one. As it turned out there is no one whose average is 90 or higher. They watched the guys fighting in a training battle. He thought that there were no good hidden superpowers either. He began to actively turn his head, and the old man raised his hand. The protagonist thought that he had come to collect ears of corn, and they were green. The elderly man turned to him with a question, and he said that he would come over now. The savior looked at the coach who was calling him to follow him. They walk through the hall, and Young Moon points with his finger and says something. The hero thinks that he is already going crazy. He thinks that he didn't let anyone through. He checked everyone, and asks himself internally whether he will leave empty-handed. He immediately frowned and thought that these children were like paired fishing boats, and they would only be useful if paired with someone. But then someone burst through the door, and the protagonist looked in his direction. The latecomer apologized and said that he was late. The guy with purple hair approached the elderly man, and he took his shoulders with his hands. The savior looked at them and noticed something. The coach asked him how his preparation for the entrance exams went, and he replied that it went well, and said that he was late every time. He was going to apologize, but noticed the hero. MoonYeob stood with his hands in his pockets, and the boy addressed him by name and asked where he was from. The protagonist thought that he was just another dummy. The hero's eye lit up and he noticed something. He thought that he was also an athlete and decided to look at his stats. All three of them stood at some distance from each other. Mc asked him if he skips training to study, and he replied that this was exactly the case, and he did not think that he could become a professional player with his stats and strength. So he decided to devote more time to his studies. The guy with purple hair scratched the back of his head, and the savior extended his hand a little forward and asked if other teams had contacted him. He replied that there were no such cases, and he did not receive a single offer. The director smiled softly, and the guy leaned forward a little, raising his hand a little, saying that it doesn't matter, and he wanted to say that MoonYeob is incredibly cool, and he is his fan. And he asked him if this was really so and offered to shake his hand. The hero smiled sarcastically and pointed his finger at him, and the boy was very surprised and panicked. He asked if he could, because judging by what he heard, if he hears that someone is his fan, he immediately hits him. And the protagonist said that the guy with purple hair is absolutely right, but he also said that, apparently, that guy is even. MoonYeob extended his hand forward and told him to join his team and sign a contract. The latecomer was terribly surprised by this, and the hero projected his characteristics onto his chest for himself. The boy was taken aback by such a proposal and even asked again. He saw the shadow walking skill and thought that this was exactly what he was looking for. The skill increased his movement speed by 20%, and with an aura value above 70 the player will be able to merge with the shadow. He thought that he had a special condition for discovering superpower. The hero extended his hand a little forward, and the schoolboy looked as questioning as possible. MoonYeob thought that at the Korean League level, this superpower would be quite enough to survive. We see this whole situation from a lower angle, and spotlights are shining on the ceiling from above. He thinks about how he should get him before anyone gets wind and immediately tells him to join YSM. Yoon Baeum looked at the guy in surprise, saying that he was, of course, grateful to him for this offer and then asked why he was offering him a job. I didn't even know his abilities. MoonYeob looked at him with a smile, asking himself whether he should be fooled by the fact that he saw you at competitions, after which he said that he was watching TV and saw him on the Youth League channel, to which the guy said that he was then put on the bench. MoonYeob fell into a stupor with a smile on his face. He nervously turned away with a wide smile and said that he was looking for him because he was curious why such a nice fellow was stuck on the bench. Yoon Baeum asked in surprise if it was true. He looked at the guy with interest and listened to MoonYeob say that it was true, and when he saw it, he immediately realized that he had a hidden talent, but no one knew about it yet. MoonYeob looked back at Yoon Baeum. The guy looked down upset, scratched the back of his head and said that it seemed to him that he understood something wrong, because his performance left much to be desired and, most importantly, his superpower is so-so. Even with it he is slower than others. The hero with a serious expression on his face raised his hand and asked him if he doubted his experience, after which he said that he was the one who found Naeun and Seunho, and Jahoon was also initially a so-so support. But everything is changing. The guy said with a shocked look that he was truly an outstanding person, after which he asked whether it really seemed to him that he had some kind of outstanding talent. MoonYeob pointed his finger at the surprised guy, saying that his superpower was this talent. He introduced the guy, still running on 2 different surfaces, and said that he had seen a lot of superhumans. From the first sight he understands such things, and now it is not completely known what superpowers he has, after which he added that, as it seems to him, the guy needs to be in the shadows to become even faster, because without the shadows he only speeds up by 20%. Bayam sighed heavily and said that it was hard for him to believe this. He looked down in frustration while the hero said that superpowers are a reflection of his personality traits, and apparently he is one of those people who struggles with self-doubt. And perhaps it would not hurt to become confident, but he is comfortable hiding from others the hidden corners of your soul. Bayam agreed with his words, but said that this was too much. MoonYeob pointed his finger at the guy with a confident smile, and said that thus, his shadow superpower is perfect for him, if he makes every effort, who can develop and improve it, to which the guy asked if he will become stronger. MoonYeob looked him sternly in the eyes and menacingly said that it seemed to him that his superpower could rise to a higher level. Bayam looked up at him in surprise and asked if it was true. The hero extended his hand to him and offered to argue. But first he told him to join his team for 2 years. Bayam exclaimed with emphasis, but the guy added that if the player's life seemed interesting to him, then they would extend the contract for another 3 years. But if he realizes that he wasted his time, then he will personally pay him 300 million in cash. Bayam exclaimed in shock. MoonYeob smiled and said that even if he screwed up, he would still get 300 million in 2 years, and added that nothing bad would happen if he went to university a couple of years later. MoonYeob very quickly dragged the guy, taking him by the arm. Only a residual trace remained of Bayam, after which he said that he needed to tell his mother about this. The hero patted the seat of the motorcycle with his hand and said with a smile that the guy could get on. They took off at great speed. MoonYeob drove the motorcycle with a maniacal smile. Bayam, holding onto it, asked him to wait a little. MoonYeob chuckled as he read the contract, which stated that the deposit would be 5.5 thousand. His annual salary would be 3.5 thousand, and the contract period would be 2 years, increasing by 3 years if extended. A special condition was that if after 2 years the player decides to leave the battle of superhumans, he will receive compensation in the amount of 300 million. Bayam walked next to his mother. His head was spinning, while the hero looked at the contract, saying that this was a good start. The guy rode his motorcycle at great speed, thinking that everything went well, and at the very first school he managed to find a player, after which he wondered if he could collect more. With a confident smile, he rode forward, asking himself who was waiting for him ahead. MoonYeob looked ahead in disappointment as he was told that all of their children had already signed contracts. He stood by the motorcycle with annoyance, saying out loud that, most likely, he would be lucky at the next school, because there were still many of them, so he should hurry. The guy drove from one school to another. In each of them there was not a single free student. The guy looked ahead irritably, saying that this was some kind of setup. They didn't miss a single junior and took everyone for themselves. Only the last free place was left. He sat on his motorcycle in front of the gates of Jungwon School and said that he would definitely find someone here. MoonYeob, full of anger, sat at the table with folded hands while his interlocutor said that he did not want to be a professional player. He looked at the smiling Choi Youngman, who said that for him, the battle of superhumans is just a hobby to have fun. The stat window said that his strength was 64 out of 71, agility 65 out of 81, speed 59 out of 68, stamina 55 out of 57, willpower 90 out of 90, skills 69 out of 87, aura 60 out of 63, and his superpower was observation. Observation, the ability to identify an enemy's weak points by observing him. At the table besides them sat a bald man who, with her hands crossed, said that it was useless to talk to him, because this guy receives many offers, but refuses them all, and if he has driven something into his head, then nothing can be done. The guy thought that his ability and superpower were quite worthy. Youngman waved his hand with a wide smile after his question about whether it could be that his parents are against the game, and answered that this is not so, because participation in the battle pays well, and this is no secret to anyone. He spread his arms to the sides with a smile, shrugged his shoulders and said that it doesn't matter who says what, because this is his life. MoonYeob thought that he had one illness. The guy raised his hands to his chest with a smile, closed his eyes, and said that he wanted to become a writer in order to create and give people dreams and hopes with his works. The hero irritably raised his hand to his head and said that the guy had an art disease. He looked at him sternly and thought about his words. He put his hand on the table with a grin and, turning to him, asked if MoonYeob was the man who was sitting in front of him. The dull guy asked what that meant, to which the hero responded with a question, asking if he was the hero that 17 years ago he gave dreams and hope to a world that was on the verge of destruction, after which he said that it was a long time ago, and, as it seems to him, his biography is quite outdated. Then he asked why not rewrite it, since he has incredible skills in this matter. One by one, images from the life of MoonYeob appeared in the guy's head and he eagerly imagined the names of future chapters. The hero said that he was not bragging, but his life and the truth were similar to a novel, and a whole series of dark fantasy books could be written based on it, and he might even have a story about the final dungeon that no one has ever heard before. Youngman listened with his mouth open to his words that he was ready to tell her if they signed a contract to join the team. The guy quickly jumped up, resting his hands on the table when the hero turned away from him with a malicious smile, and asked where he should sign. MoonYeob leaned on the motorcycle, holding a contract in his hand, stating that the deposit would be $1,600,000,000, his annual salary would be $5,500, and the contract period was 3 years. He asked the guy if they were done with the contract. Youngman answered in the affirmative. He looked at the contract, thinking that BAM was several orders of magnitude cheaper, most likely because Youngman was in demand among teams. But if he could push his stats to the limit and add the superpower of observation, then the guy would be a good investment. The young man interrupted his thoughts by addressing him as the director. MoonYeob put the contract behind his back. The guy asked if he could ask something. The hero replied that he should just call him senior, and asked what he wanted to know. The young man looked at him with wide open eyes, asked him how it happened that he had no weak points at all. The man asked him what that meant. Youngman activated his observation skill. MoonYeob was completely surrounded by dark energy, and there were no weak spots on his body. The young man added that this was the first time he had seen a person like him. He remembered looking at the players of the French national team, and said that he happened to apply observation to the players of the national team and said that he happened to apply observation to the players of the French national team when they came to Korea, and that they were a very strong team, but no one can even come close to him, so why shouldn't he? The man interrupted his conversation, spread his arms to the sides, and asked what he wanted to say by this, and whether he was asking if there were still such unique people in the world as he. To which the guy replied that he didn't mean that, explained that the man is looking for young talents and wants to reveal them, but he himself could act as a player. MoonYeob frowned and said that beating babies is not on his list of hobbies, asked if he watched the charity match. The guy answered in the affirmative. The man walked up to him a little, asking if those were all the questions, to which the guy agreed, after which MoonYeob told him to go back and that their coach would contact him later. MoonYeob took out his phone and looked back at the leaving guy with a smile, saying that it was time for him to move on to the main event. He raised the phone to his ear and turned to Jeho with a smile, asking if he was free. The interlocutor in response asked if he had found someone smart. The guy walked up to his motorcycle, saying that everyone had been taken apart. Jeho said that this was logical, because the recruitment ends in the summer, and all the teams have already rushed in. MoonYeob said that he still found 2 interesting specimens, to which the interlocutor said with surprise that, as it seemed to him, finding even one participant was already a great success. The power pole was illuminated by the rays of the sunset. The guy said that he just had to bring Choi Hyuk and they would have 18 people. The coach asked if he was serious about all this, to which the guy replied that that's why he called, adding that he would be back late. He looked at his motorcycle, saying on the phone that he needed to visit a place. The guy with a wide smile answered Jeho's question about where he was going, sarcastically asking where he was going. The clubhouse of the 2 stars stood under the night sky. MoonYeob said that he needed a team coach, because he seemed to have a lot of complaints about the guy. The security surrounded the guy. One of the men said that he showed up there very unceremoniously, to which MoonYeob replied that a long time ago they said so in the Blue House, after which he asked if they knew what happened there that day. The men remembered the news report where the guy was dealing with the guards, saying that he didn't need them so that they would bring him the president. The headline said that MoonYeob had stormed the Blue House and that there was a violent settlement of the Superman. The security guard asked if they should report his arrival, to which the guy agreed, saying that he would take a walk for now. The men looked at the hero leaving them, thinking that they did everything possible. The guy walked through the city at night. He approached the sports ground. Then he looked around at the bright windows of the houses. The guy walked along the path, holding his hands in his pockets, and looked around, saying that, as it seems to him, the club brings in a good income, and everywhere you look, everything is much better than theirs, although their site is also not bad, and you can even arrange a hike in the mountains. He imagined how club members with ski poles were climbing the slope, remembering that the clubhouse was located at an altitude of 500 meters above sea level, and thought that perhaps this was the only good thing about their club. Suddenly he looked to the side out of the corner of his eye because someone called out to him as if he were the director. The guy turned around and saw a bald man who introduced himself as Kim Taejin with a wide smile, and said that he was the director of the Spirit of 2 Stars, and that he decided to go to him personally after he heard that MoonYeob himself had stopped by. Empty sideways to the man. He asked if he was responsible for the transfer of players and recruitment, to which the man answered in the affirmative. Point clouds floated across the night sky. The guy said that it was interesting, because his coaches are responsible for everything. The man laughed, saying that the Dingjun trainer is very multifunctional. The guy looked at him irritably and said that he shouldn't joke like that. The man laughed nervously. Taejin looked at the guy warily. A look of concern appeared on his face. He thought that the guy, according to rumors, was like a time bomb, and it was unknown when he would explode, after which he decided that he needed to be careful. With a smile, the man raised his hands, standing opposite the guy, and said that he was informed that he was looking for their coach, to which the guy replied that he wanted to talk about the transfer of the player. The man asked if he came about Choi Hyuk. MoonYeob asked if he already knew about it. The director smiled nervously, thinking that all the officials of the Battle of Superhumans already knew that the guy advised his coach Joe to change the position of Choi Hyuk, and Coach Moon Sung until the very end did not want to give Choi Hyuk the tank position, and in fact this meant neglecting MoonYeob's advice. The man smiled widely, thinking that if they were allowed to meet face to face, a disaster could happen, and then said that first he could discuss everything with him. The guy grinned, pointing his finger at him, and said that he didn't need it, because his tongue would dry out and repeat everything twice, after which he asked to just go to the trainer together and menacingly told him to show the way. The man mentally apologized to the coach and said that he did everything he could. A sign with the inscription "Coach" hung on the door. The coach stood in front of the young player, looking very annoyed, as the guy introduced himself as the director of YSM. MoonYeob extended his hand to him with a smile, said that he came for work and official duties, and then asked if he was the coach of the 2-Star Spirit Club. The man turned away in fear, shook his hand with a comma and answered in the affirmative, having greeted the guy. The young man wondered why he was shaking, because he had not yet planned to beat him. Suddenly something caught the guy's attention. The tense man looked at MoonYeob when he asked if they had met before. Moon Sung, trembling with fear, looked away after the guy said that his face was suspiciously familiar to him. A young guy from behind the man turned to MoonYeob, asking if he knew their coach. The hero asked who he was. Standing opposite the guy, he introduced himself as the captain of the Spirit of the 2 Stars Young-jae-hyuk. MoonYeob asked what he forgot here, to which the young man replied that he was called by the coach right in the middle of training. The club director stood behind the coach in confusion while he told the guy that the conversation would concern one of the team players. So the captain, of course, has the right to know everything. The man was thinking that if MoonYeob becomes a problem, then, as it seems to him, the guy will be used as a shield. The hero, holding his hands in his pockets, looked at them, muttering something thoughtfully. The guy put his hand to his chin, looking suspiciously at the coach, who nervously asked him what happened and why he was looking at him so intently. The guy, without leaving his gaze, asked where they could meet. The man coughed. He nervously wiped his sweat, saying that it was the first time they had seen each other, and that he was sure that the guy had confused him with someone, because he had seen a lot of people in his life. The director looked at the guy in fear. After he interrupted him, he said that he had definitely seen him somewhere. The man asked whether this question was so important, and whether they should move on to talking about the player. The man froze in horror after the guy exclaimed as if in realization. MoonYeob grabbed his head with 2 fingers and irritably said that he couldn't remember when everything was boiling in his head. After which he asked to give him a minute, because he needed to delve into his memory. The man loudly repeated that they had definitely never met, and he didn't. It's worth focusing on this. The guy clenched his teeth angrily, trying to remember where they saw each other, and said that it was obvious to him that these were not the most pleasant memories. The man nervously asked why he attaches such importance to this. The guy lowered his head in frustration while the man told him that he shouldn't be so zealous, because life becomes much more pleasant if you forget unpleasant memories and don't bring them up again. After which MoonYeob said that no matter how much he thought, it doesn't seem like dating it would be from a series of everyday encounters. Suddenly he opened his eyes, realizing something. His pupils turned red. The man froze in the office when the guy said the word dungeon. MoonYeob began to remove his hands from his head that he remembered him, in the form of a difficult to completely forget idiot who once got on his nerves. The guy looked angrily at the frightened man, saying that this happened in 1993 in the Temple of a Restless Soul, after which he said menacingly that it was definitely him. He frowned in rage and, gritting his teeth, said that he was going to kill him after clearing the dungeon, but for some reason he didn't. The man turned pale with fright, while the guy thought that he even grew a mustache so that when he returned he would not recognize him, after which he asked himself to forget about everything. The guy plunged into memories in 1993, Seoul Station. In front of the entrance, the dungeons of the Temple of the Restless Soul had not yet been cleared. A huge number of people were crowded. More than 200 superhumans arrived to participate in a large-scale attack, and among them their leader enjoyed the greatest interest, because he was extremely good at destroying monsters. MoonYeob was 18 years old. He looked back at the people sitting on the floor and said that there are a lot of traps in this dungeon, so they shouldn't go fast, but there are also a lot of monsters inside, so they also can't slow down too much, so they'll have to do everything time to move, after which he instructed that healers and supports be especially careful due to weak defense. The guy turned his gaze to the direction where someone called him. There stood a young Moon Sung, who, raising his hands, said that there are a lot of superhumans around, and he says that it will be difficult to quickly clear the dungeon, and it seems to him that you can rush through it like the wind and reach the boss without any problems, after to which he added that he knew how to do it, and asked why beat around the bush. The man, 24 years old at the time, pointed and addressed MoonYeob, calling him a boy, saying that he was famous for being good at killing monsters, and then asked if he should lead the raid in his place. The man shook his head while everyone looked at him, and said with a smile that the fact is that no matter who can pass the dungeon, and he is primarily talking about strategy. Young Jinti held the angry guy who insulted Moon Sung. MoonYeob asked to let him go. Jinti looked at the angry guy, calmly saying that first he should calm down, because work is more important, after which he added that they need to finish explaining the plan, and then enter the dungeon. The man began to lead MoonYeob away. The guy looked over his shoulder and said that they would see each other again, after which he insulted Moon Sung. The red-haired man with a smile called him a show-off and said that it was not in his mind for some youngster to organize and lead a raid, adding that he could clear the dungeon much better than him. Stone giants were approaching the heroes. MoonYeob pointed at them with his hand, which had a shield on it, and told them not to create a dump, but to move calmly, after which he ordered the tanks to replace each other and push the enemy, after which they would move forward. The young man looked to the side in surprise after Moon Sung flew past him at high speed, telling him to get out of his way. The red-haired man held a sword in his hands and, heading towards the enemy, said with a smile that if they walked so slowly, they would never finish this dungeon. He looked back with a grin so that they would not listen to this pompous youngster. Suddenly he stepped on the pressure plate, saying that after this dungeon his era would begin. The man looked down in surprise, sweat appearing on his face. He opened his eyes wide. The guy's words were heard in his head that there were a lot of traps in the dungeon, so they shouldn't go fast. Huge stone boulders rained down on the man from the ceiling. He decided that he would not be able to dodge. Suddenly someone's hand quickly pulled him by the collar. The man fell off his feet, watching as the stone blocks crashed into the ground with great force. My group stood in front of a blocked passage. The participants shouted that this path was blocked with stones and they would have to return, adding that if they went around, it would take another 6 hours. The man tried to catch his breath in horror, looking ahead, with MoonYeob standing behind him. The guy let go of his clothes and looked at him angrily, saying that he would talk to him later. Coming out of the memories, Moon Sung writhed in horror, later thinking that he almost died in that dungeon, and his bones still ache when he remembers this, but he needs to pretend that he does not understand what it is about. He raised his hands to the guy and said that he didn't understand him at all, and apparently he misspoke and confused him with another person, to which MoonYeob said that he thought they should talk privately. The man looked at the smiling guy in fear and asked what he was going to do, to which the hero replied that he should not tremble so much. The man gritted his teeth while the guy asked him if he really thought that after so many years he would take revenge. Moon Sung thought that he didn't even doubt it. He looked back at the standing captain and director as the guy said that they were going to have a normal conversation, and these two should leave the room. But if they want to listen, then let them stay, because he doesn't care. The man raised his hands in irritation and clenched his teeth. The red-haired man looked back, telling the player to wait for him outside, because they needed to talk seriously with the guy. The boy replied that he understood him. MoonYeob crossed his arms over his chest, asking if he was ignoring orders and blabbering on and on about his miraculous ways of clearing out the dungeon. The man looked at him irritably while the guy was talking about how he was talking nonsense about the leader and the plan, and because of his mistake, clearing the dungeon was delayed for 9 hours, with which the man agreed. He clenched his hand into a fist and said that he remembered this, and admitted that he was young and stupid then, after which the guy thought that he was even younger then. The man added that, however, the past should remain in the past. He remembered how the guy beat him that day, and said that when they left the dungeon, he beat him half to death. MoonYeob asked if it was true, to which the man loudly replied that it was some kind of fun for him since he forgot. The guy looked away after his words that they should forget everything and start over. MoonYeob agreed with his words, and added that it would be unfair to punish him now for the mistake of those years, and then asked if he should beat him for a new mistake or not. The man looked at the guy in shock, asking what this meant, to which he replied that there was some sin behind him. He angrily hit him with his hand. A terrible aura emanated from him, and the guy said that even if in the past he had already beaten the crap out of him, now he had messed up significantly again, after which he asked if he was ready to rake him again. He confidently walked towards the frightened man, saying that this time he would be more gentle and be careful, because he would still beat the old man. The man exclaimed to wait at least a second. Moon Sung raised his hands and, frowning, asked what he had done wrong, to which the guy replied that he knew better than anyone that malice could backfire, and then asked who was the first to speak out against Choi Hyuk's change of position. The man began to sweat after the guy said that he already knew who advised Jeho to make changes in the team, but apparently he has the rest of the balls, since he argues. Moon Sung timidly said that this is not so. He exclaimed loudly, asking if he looked like such a person, then added that the coach simply suggested changing the position of a player who was already quite good, to which MoonYeob asked if that was why he criticized both him and his coach. Moon Sung fearfully, with a nervous smile, then watched as the guy went through the phone and said that if they were done with this, he should stop doing things haphazardly from now on, and in return he would not send him to the dentist. Moon Sung confirmed his words, saying that they should do without violence, and asked what he was doing. The guy looked at him with an evil smile and said that, as it seems to him, he needs to please the reporters. He knows a little with the man's story, because if he does this, then they will end in the blink of an eye, because the whole country will know about it. For this he will have enough just by opening his mouth. The man exclaimed that he would sue him for libel. MoonYeob smiled slyly as he looked at him and said that in that case, he would do everything in his own way, so he just had to wait. The man, looking at him, frowned and asked why he was doing this to him. The guy presented the image of Choi Hyuk and asked him to give it to him with a smile. Looking at the angry man, he spread his arms to the sides, saying that the contract only had 1 year left and in 6 months no one would pay for the guy. The man exclaimed that you could always persuade him to continue playing as the main dealer, after which he asked what kind of chaos he was creates. MoonYeob calmly looked at him and said that he started it. The man clenched his teeth and, frowning, listened to the guy's words that the thought that it was better to make this player a tank had previously escaped him. But as the years go by and the players expire, and will he resist a change in the opposition just because for personal beliefs? Moon Sung looked at the guy angrily and replied that he understood him, thinking that in any case there were still many dealers who could be put in his place. The guy with a calm expression listened as the man announced the player's price of 1,200,000,000 won. He smirked slightly, repeating his words. The man looked in surprise at the guy who said that on the way to them, he noticed that their equipment was simply excellent and, as it seemed to him, the club had no problems with money and he was just a beggar director, for whom he decided to raise the price tag. The guy smiled softly, showing a circle with his fingers, and asked if this attempt to rob him was due to personal enmity, after which he offered to name the price, and if it suited the guy, he would spare his life. These words sounded in the head of the frightened man, and he wondered how this gangster was even carried on Earth. In his fantasy, MoonYeob looked at him with an evil smile. A snake tongue protruded from his mouth. The man thought that he knew well that the guy does not throw words to the wind, and he will not lag behind until he achieves his goal. The man clenched his teeth nervously and named the price at $1 billion, after which the guy sarcastically asked why he only dropped 200 million. Moonsung then offered 800 million. The guy smiled broadly, asking if it looked like a discount, after which the man again named another price, this time at 500 million, saying that he couldn't do less. The young man asked if he was afraid, because we were talking about life. The man screamed in despair, saying that the last price would be 100 million. They shook hands, and the man added that in return they would start everything from scratch, without any hostility or old grudges. The guy agreed with a smile, and respectfully called him coach. The man said he would take him at his word and called him Mr. Director. He looked at the guy irritably, thinking that he was the devil in the flesh, but now it's all over. The man still continued to look at the guy. The voiceover said that, unfortunately, at that time the coach did not know that the guy was much more vindictive than he thought. The YSM club building stood under the sun's rays. Several days passed. The guy happily welcomed the new player. Choi Hyuk stood with a suitcase in front of the stairs where MoonYeob was waiting for him. The director said with a smile that from that day on they were his new team, after which he called him a tank. The young man looked at the director with enthusiasm. His contract stated an annual salary of 600 million. The contract was for a period of 5 years. Moonsung nervously shook hands with the joyful Dongjun. The guy said that the main dealer of the spirit of the 2 stars moved to their club, and the deal was the result of negotiations with the coach of Dongjun. The final amount for the player was 50 million won. Several contracts lay on the table. MoonYeob exhaled heavily. The guy sat on the sofa in front of 3 papers, crossing his legs and arms, and said that 3 more people had appeared on the team, and that there were already 18 of them, after which he added that although he was running around like crazy, he didn't even get to 22. Haein entered the room with a book. While the guy was wondering where all the talented schoolchildren had gone, she said that it was very hot outside, and shouted to her mother that she was already home. The girl noticed the guy and quickly ran to the sofa where he was sitting and asked with delight what he was so busy with lately, because it was impossible to find him at home. MoonYeob pointed the guy at the upset girl, saying that he was still far from her, because recently Seung-hee complained that she had already begun to forget what she looked like. The girl agreed with his words with annoyance. The guy looked in surprise at the book in her hands, pointing his finger at it, and asked what it was. In the girl's hands was a book in French for beginners. The guy read the line that it contained the first steps, after which he thoughtfully said that, as it seemed to him, the words in the book were not particularly difficult, to which the girl shouted so that he would not tease her. MoonYeob looked at the girl with a grin and said that modern children's heads are full of God knows what commas, and if textbooks helped deal with this, the world would become a much better place. The girl shouted dissatisfiedly that she was absolutely serious. With tears in her eyes, she looked at the surprised guy and said that French was very difficult, after which she asked her uncle if he would go with her to France. The guy looked at her incomprehensibly and asked what she meant. Jake Land tapped the table with a stack of papers, saying that in Korea all the necessary procedures have been completed, and in Paris they will finish with physical tests, and then the final stage of signing the contract with Miss Haein will be completed. MoonYeob looked out of the corner of his eye at the joyful girl who thanked the man, and thought that in the first season she performed very well, collected the most kills in her new position and reached a record MVP, receiving the highest rating in Korea as a top melee dealer. He remembered the Moro brothers pointing to the girl, saying that they had come for this beautiful mademoiselle, and thought that the brothers had initially shown interest in her, and that he took advantage of this and sent a formal proposal. He presented the Paris Lumiere BC logo above the girl's head. Think that now she signs a contract with him and is on the verge of her debut in the European League. He didn't take his eyes off the joyful Haein and thought that because of this there was a lot of French going on, and that in recent days he was also busy, so he didn't know how things were going with the little one, and Jake Land deserves trust and problems will arise shouldn't. The guy looked back at the man who turned to him and said that they had finished the conversation with Miss Heian, and now it was worth talking to him. Sitting opposite him, MoonYeob first asked to explain what happened that he asked him to come too. The man said that the Moro brothers would like to invite him too. The guy looked at him incomprehensibly, asking why. The man replied that he would be the girl's translator, and plus they personally wanted to give him a gift. Suddenly the guy was surprised and remembered something, saying that something similar had already happened. He remembered how the brothers said with wide smiles that they had stopped making weapons, but they still had a workshop with the best technical equipment, and since they were his longtime fans, they wanted to give him the weapons they created. The guy pointed his finger at the man, saying that he remembered something like this, and they didn't say that they would make a weapon especially for him. After which he asked if they really did it. The man laughed and said that it cost them quite cheap. The man looked at the guy in surprise, after he said that he was now busy for a trip abroad, as he was getting the team before the start of the second half of the season. Jake Land asked if their club was looking for players, and if the guy wanted him to help with this. MoonYeob folded his hands in front of him, saying that you can't make a request through an influential agent like him, because now it's more like an early football club, and he doesn't have much money. The man answered with annoyance that he was sorry. The young man looked at the agent in surprise after he said that he could look for players in Paris, and asked what this meant. The man explained with a smile that according to the rules, each team can have up to 5 foreign players, and in France there are many more clubs and players, and the guy will have plenty to choose from, so he should think about it, because if he looks hard enough, maybe, he will be able to bring a good player with him on suitable terms. The French flag fluttered in the wind. The man added that seeing the French league with his own eyes was a wonderful experience for him. The guy thoughtfully looked away, put his hand to his chin, and thought about his proposal. He looked at the agent with a wide smile, pointed his finger at him, and said that it was a good idea. Their plane was flying across the blue sky. He stood next to another plane at Charles de Gaulle Airport in Paris. The guy was carrying a suitcase with a satisfied smile. Heian was walking next to him, and her mother was a little behind. The woman caught up with the guy, who looked at her with a smile after she said that she had not been to Paris for a very long time, and it would be great to fly with Jeho. The guy walked a little further, looking back at her, and with a smile said that nothing can be done about it, because work training takes a lot of time. And Mr. Busy told them to look at the house, so they should do it quickly, and at the same time have fun. The airport doors opened and behind them stood a huge number of reporters shouting the guy's name. He gritted his teeth in displeasure as the crowd screamed, saying that wherever he went, these journalists were everywhere. He was called out by one of the Moro brothers, who waved his hand at him and shouted for him to come to him. The guy thought that he was the instigator of all this. MoonYeob approached the enthusiastic man and asked if it was because of him that there were so many photographers and reporters here, and whether the director was obliged to come in person. The man replied that this was a necessity, because he personally supervises the athletes. The guy gritted his teeth in displeasure after his question about whether it would be great for a newcomer like Heian to receive as much interest as possible, and then agreed with it. The young man looked at the man, imagining him against the background of a snake, rubbing his hands, because of his question about whether he would give an interview for the sake of his beloved niece. He mentally called him a snake. The heroes came out to the reporters. A man from the crowd said that this was the guy's first visit abroad after his triumphant return to the world of the living, and asked him to tell how he felt. The guy replied that he was fine, because he always left only for work, and now for the first time I came somewhere to relax. The reporter asked whether his association with the Moro brothers stems from personal friendship or whether he intends to become a player in the Paris League. MoonYeob looked at the camera flash, saying that he received an offer from them, but has not yet thought it through properly, because now his task is to support his niece. His attention was drawn to a question about whether he planned to meet with one of his former colleagues, Eric Thuram. He imagined a dark silhouette of a guy, as well as Jeho with his eyes closed, and replied that, as he heard, his colleague gave it all up, chose a simple life, met an intelligent woman and lives quite well for himself. Jeho reported this to him. The guy looked around the crowd of reporters, saying that he had arrived for a short time, and he did not have time to look for old colleagues. But if he himself came to Paris, then perhaps he would be able to meet. A dark-skinned man choked on his coffee while watching MoonYeob on TV, who said that this guy was a mug, because he had become a victim of scammers, and that he was sure that Eric had been homeless for a long time. Eric looked at the guy in shock. Coffee flowed out of his mouth, falling into the glass. A gray-haired man from around the corner asked him what happened. The dark-skinned guy, looking at the screen, said in surprise that MoonYeob had come to France. Suddenly, he quickly took off. Eric jumped from the yacht into the water while the gray-haired man shouted at him, asking where he was going. While in the water, he waved to the man, shouting that he had an urgent matter and would be returning to France, adding that they would go fishing next time. The water surface glittered in the sun. The gray-haired man shouted that they were in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean. The blue-roofed Lumiere clubhouse stood in the sun's rays. The Moro brothers greeted the heroes with delight, saying that it was great that they had come, adding that the day came when Mr. MoonYeob visited their club. The guy calmly replied that he agreed with them, and was also kind of happy. The men came up to him with wide smiles, saying that since he had finally arrived, it would be great to sign a contract. With an awkward smile, he looked at them, saying that his niece would be actively working instead of him, after which he asked them to take care of her. The man replied that this was a matter of course, because they could not refuse him. The guy frowned after one of the brothers asked later if he would also like to come for a physical test, because he had not done this for a long time, and they would accurately measure everything. With each new word, the guy became more and more furious. The man continued to be talked about if he would like to sign a book with his biography for them, that they were planning a special event if he attended, that maybe their film crew would capture this visit to Paris. The guy clenched his teeth and menacingly told them to stop. The man replied that they knew that this would happen, and had just prepared everything, after which they asked him to follow them. Heian stood in the middle of the room with a smile, dressed in equipment. The girl looked back at the window that appeared, on which there was a video call. The man asked in French if anything was bothering her. MoonYeob told her that he meant if she was comfortable. The girl answered in the affirmative. Clumps of dark aura began to appear in the room after he said that, in this case, it was time for them to start the test. The shapeless creatures began to have purple eyes. The man said that she needed to defeat all the opponents that would appear in front of her. The uncle explained that she had to kill them all. The enemy attacked the girl, but she disappeared, leaving behind only a flash, after saying that she had 1 minute. Heian looked back with a smile, finding herself behind her opponents. The monsters quickly turned towards her, and the girl looked at them confidently. Step by step she found herself near them, striking. She took off her helmet with a joyful smile. After saying that the test was completed, the girl said that she had fun. Moro said that this was a record. It took her 22 seconds. The girl's mother and uncle stood in front of the girl's cabin. She turned to them, asked if she had managed it. The woman replied that she was incredible. The guy said that she had become even stronger. Heian closed her eyes with a smile. One of the brothers appeared behind her, while she said that she had been training hard all this time. He said that her dynamics exceeded all expectations and offered to sign a contract. The guy looked at his niece and her mother with a satisfied smile. I thought that she was doing great. The girl looked at him behind some, showing a peace sign. The guy thought that she was only 24, and this is the best period for the development of a Superman. The stats window said that her strength was 72 out of 82, agility 90 out of 90, speed 94 out of 95, endurance 67 out of 80, willpower 81 out of 81, skills 70 out of 75, aura 67 out of 70, and her superpowers were teleportation and a whip. Heian closed her eyes with a wide smile. MoonYeob continued to think that besides, he gave her quite precise instructions, and the training staff here is much better than in Korea, so with this she will be able to push her skills, strength, and endurance to the limit. The guy looked ahead with a smile, thinking that her skills and aura were weak, but she had a good superpower, and it would be quite possible to take a central position here. He looked back at the brothers, then think that such a player cost only 400 million euros, deciding that these men know how to convince. Suddenly he was attracted by a familiar voice asking if Mr. MoonYeob was here. Heian and her mother looked at the guy who had arrived. The woman covered her mouth with her hand, enthusiastically calling him handsome. There is a silhouette of a guy in the doorway. MoonYeob recognized him. He plunged into memories of the past, when Bernard stood with blades over the lying people, and as he himself said that there were 3 best players in the battle of superhumans. The guy said with a smile that he was as fast as his friend in his youth. Bernard looked back. The guy thought that he would hardly have surpassed Jeho with his agility indicator. He recalled how he introduced Bernard while being told that Bernard was a member of the Lumiere Club and was one of the top 3 players. The guy came out of his memories, looking at him, and thought that he didn't even imagine that they would meet like this. Bernard looked at MoonYeob with a soft smile. MoonYeob was on his knee, holding a spear, in front of crowds of monsters. The voiceover said that after everyone asked the saviors, including him, they cleared the last one in the dungeon in 2005, the war ended. People threw down their weapons. He added that many supermen laid down their arms and retired, starting to live an ordinary life, and in the wake of this, a new sport was born, known as the Battle of Supermen. This state of affairs contributed to the emergence of an increasing number of superhumans wishing to declare themselves, and then heated debates began. A ray of light fell on the crown lying on the throne, and the voice voiced the most important question. Who is considered the most powerful person after the death of MoonYeob? Bernard stood with his back to several other players. He added that this is the most discussed topic of the modern era, and although it was many superhumans in the rankings that floated up and down, Bernard was shrouded in a purple aura. The voice said that there was one person who was invariably mentioned in every such dispute. A point in space hung the French flag, the club emblem, and 3 World Cups. The voice said that this man was the ace of the French team, and himself a Parisian club, which is among the top 3 teams in the world, and for 3 years in a row this person became the best player 3 times. Still with the same smile, the guy looked at MoonYeob, who thought it was Bernard. The young man went to him. The Moro brothers said that he had a day off today, asking why he came, to which he replied that he came to see the director of YSM. MoonYeob looked at the guy who approached him and wondered if he dyed his hair, and why he was staring at him. The young man turned to his niece and waved to her with a smile, adding that he wanted to greet his new colleague. The girl awkwardly waved back at him and said hello in French. She nervously leaned towards her mother, who was looking at him from the side, and asked what he was talking about. The woman replied that she herself did not understand French, adding that he was simply beaming. Bernard approached MoonYeob with a smile and said that he was glad to meet them. The hero looked at him silently, thinking that unlike Gerald, this guy has manners, and still he cannot understand why he is staring at him so much. Suddenly the Frenchman directed his hands, glowing auras at him, while the guy was thinking that since this guy would be a colleague of his niece, there was no point in talking bad about him. The man paused in his thoughts, wondering if he had decided to attack. The next second the guy hugged him. It was he who raised his hand to strike. I thought that he was somehow weak. MoonYeob fell into a stupor. Being in his arms, he looked at him irritably, thinking about why the hell he would go for a hug, and wondered if he was definitely not one of these. The blonde let him go, taking him by the shoulders, and, glowing with joy, said that he was sincerely glad to welcome him to Paris. The guy thanked him, thinking that he no longer remembered the last time he was so confused. Standing in the room, the blonde asked for forgiveness, saying that first he had to introduce himself. The guy called his name and said that he had already seen them recording, and praised him for his good abilities. The blonde scratched the back of his head, laughed, and said that he was embarrassed to hear such things from a person who had been his idol since childhood, but he was still far from MoonYeob. The guy looked at the smiling Bernard and thought that if you didn't praise someone like him, then no one would deserve praise at all. The blonde said that he was glad that there was a chance to meet him personally. The stat window said his strength was 83 out of 95, agility 100 out of 100, speed 95 out of 95, speed 95 out of 95, stamina 81 out of 83, willpower 87 out of 92, skills 90 out of 95, and aura 91 out of 91. His superpower was his doppelganger. It allowed you to quickly separate a copy from yourself, using half of the aura, and upon reunification, return up to 30% of the aura. And in the event of the death of the double, the carrier of the ability also receives damage. The aura is restored by only 10%. The guy looked at the Frenchman. His eye was blazing with a blue aura, and he thought that, with the exception of endurance, on average his indicators were over 90, and besides, he also had unprecedented super strength. He looked at the description of his ability, and thought that when he uses it, his enemies encounter not one tough fighter, but 2 at once, and the attack power, of course, decreases because the aura is consumed, but if the other indicators do not change, then this is not a problem. He imagined the image of his friend, against a background with the characteristics of a Frenchman, and thought that this was just an awesome result, because the guy still has room to grow, because not all of his characteristics have reached the maximum. But even at this level he surpasses Jeho when he was at the peak of its form. He remembered the moment from the Frenchman's match when he created a double, and thought that in this situation, using a double in combination with his fighting skills provided endless possibilities. Looking at him, he remembered the average endurance potential of the tanks of the first Korean League, and thought that his endurance, although it was the least developed, but its indicator had already exceeded 80, and it is difficult to call it a weak point, since it is higher than the average indicator of tanks first league in Korea. MoonYeob imagined how the Frenchman stood opposite Gerald, and thought that if we remember this man, who had already developed his potential. He had both endurance and strength, which reached 100, and his agility potential was equal to 96. Suddenly he interrupted his thought that if these two brushed off, it would be an incredible sight. He raised his hand irritably, and wondered why people are always delighted with the battle of superhumans, because people always wonder who will win if this and that fight. Bernard turned to him, asking if he had accidentally made peace with the American captain. The guy looked at the Frenchman and asked why he needed this, to which the young man replied that since Gerald went to Korea, he hasn't been praying for him. But not so long ago, as it seems to him, they were in some kind of quarrel with a friend. MoonYeob imagined the moment when he and the man were quarreling and said that it was not a quarrel, but the older one simply gave some practical advice to the younger one. The blonde looked at him in surprise, asking what this meant, to which the guy replied that he was gentle with him, because he fought with young animals, and after they finished, he gave him advice worth $10 million. The Frenchman raised his hand, asked in surprise if he wanted to say that he had made up his mind when Gerald burst into his room, to which MoonYeob asked if they had talked about it in the news, adding that he almost went crazy because this has been on the news all day. He looked at the Moro brothers, who were delighted and said that the news didn't even tell who won, after which they asked if it ended after a few rounds, to which the guy calmly replied that it never came to the point of killing, but he won. The blonde looked at his interlocutor in shock, asking if it was really possible to defeat the American one-on-one. MoonYeob stuck his little finger in his ear, vaguely asking what was wrong, because he was the same person. The Moro brothers shook their heads with Christina and unanimously said that he showed his abilities to the young lamb who doubted himself, and even gave good advice, adding that they wondered why Gerald had become so good lately. They approached each other, looked at the guy, and said that they should make a player stronger, who in the future could become your opponent. They enthusiastically raised their hands, ran up to the irritated guy and ended the sentence with the fact that this is the act of a brave hero who saved the whole world. The guy asked who to calm down. They added that, as I expected, MoonYeob is the best. Bernard looked from the side at the guy who was trying to calm the brothers down, and repeated his words in his head that he had defeated the American. The blonde introduced Gerald and thought that even he was avoiding a one-on-one battle with this guy. A little later he added that from a tactical point of view, the dealer is already at a disadvantage in a battle against a tank, but he cannot be sure of his victory even if he chooses a card that suits him, and there is no time limit. MoonYeob tried to push the brothers away by pushing against their heads, while the Frenchman wondered how strong MoonYeob was. The guy looked back at the Frenchman, who was thinking that everyone considered him dead, and therefore he thought that it would be impossible to make peace with him by force. But now he is alive and he is here, after which the blonde decided that he wanted to fight with him. The guy looked into the eyes of the blonde, think that this guy apparently walks the streets and charm the girls with his eyes. He approached Haein and told her to be careful, because, as it seemed to him, he was also a womanizer. The girl replied not to worry, because this was not her type at all. Her mother appeared behind them, threateningly asking who was her type then. The girl undressed, pointing at herself with a smile, and said that she liked brave, strong and daring men. The guy turned away, pondering her words, while she looked at her with a warm gaze, straightening her uniform. The woman raised her hand, looking at her smiling daughter, and said that such troubles always happen, to which the girl replied that usually a person who gets into something is sure to do great things. She turned away from her mother in embarrassment after she said that there were still caring men like her father, for example, after which she interrupted her, saying that she wanted to end this conversation, because she would somehow sort out her personal life herself. The woman looked reproachfully at the guy, who was trying with all his might to guess who it was, after which he brought forward the candidacy of Gerald and immediately discarded it. The building with blue roofs stood under the sun's rays. The girl said that she and her mother would go shopping. Hae-in walked towards the car where the woman was standing and waved to the guy with a smile, saying that they would buy him something too. He watched with an awkward smile as the Frenchman bowed slightly to him, telling him not to worry, because he would personally accompany them. MoonYeob asked him to look after them, thinking that he, on the contrary, worried him the most. The Moro brothers approached him while he was waving his hand. They interrupted his words that he would survive thanks to this guy, because if he had to go shopping, the brothers suggested that he go to the workshop. He turned around joyfully after they said later that there was something that they would like to give to the gentleman. The guy was delighted with the gift and said that he was already coming for them. Thick white smoke poured out of the workshop chimneys. The guy looked around, following the joyful brothers. He watched as the old man beat the iron on the anvil. Then he looked back at the other man, who was holding a piece of hot metal in his tongs, and thought that the owners of the workshop had come. But no one even paid attention to it, after which he noticed that there was a great atmosphere there. The men came into the hall, full of weapons, and said that all this was produced in their workshop. The guy walked past the stands and looked at the blades. He took the sword in his hand and said with a smile that he liked it, because since childhood he had tried all the weapons of both the lower category and higher, and can say with confidence that they have something to be proud of. He looked at the two men who asked him if he had experienced the period when the average quality of equipment began to decline. The guy looked back at the stand with weapons, while the men were talking about how a lot of money was spent on maintaining their workshop, and it did not bring any special benefits until the battle of superhumans appeared and the demand for weapons increased again. But thanks to the fact that they preserved and continuously developed their workshop, now it has become possible for them to create the best combat equipment in the world. The men joyfully raised their hands and unanimously said that they simply decided to take responsibility for the lives of their masters and were right, adding that it was incredible, but difficult times played into their hands. The guy followed them. I thought that those who are able to do something just take it and do it. One of the brothers said that now they can give him something perfect. The man turned to the guy, saying that he was very glad that this wonderful day had come, and then pressed the button. The doors swung open, steam pouring out from behind them. Behind the door was a lighted stand labeled with the guy's name, and it had a large number of folding copies on it. The man handed him a red cloth on which the weapons lay. The guy asked if it was his spear, to which the man answered in the affirmative and said that he could take them. MoonYeob raised the weapon in front of him, asked how it works, because he doesn't see the buttons. Holding it in his hand, he looked at the men, who told him to imbue the spear with his aura. He poured energy into the weapon. The next moment, a full-size spear appeared in his hand, and he looked at it in surprise. The man held a red cloth with 4 more like me lying on it and said that the folding spears he had used so far were also very good. But this spear was made by their craftsmen using new materials and technologies. They looked at the satisfied MoonYeob and said that, of course, due to the large number of small parts, it would be less durable than his current weapon. But in the virtual dungeons of the Superhuman battle, a digital copy of the weapon was still used. The guy looked at his hand with satisfaction, folded his weapon, and said that there were no real dungeons for a long time, so there was no work where a real spear would be useful. He turned his gaze to his brothers after they said that he should take care of the spear, and then it would serve him for a very long time, to which he replied that he liked that with this weapon his mobility increased significantly. He looked at the men with a smile, asked if they made it to give it to him, and added that he felt obliged. The men with wide smiles told him not to worry, because of course they created it especially for the guy, but he is not the only one who can use this spear. The young man fell into a stupor after he said that if this was the spear of MoonYeob himself, then his copies would sell well. The guy flew into a rage while they were talking about how they would hand him a weapon, and he would present them with the name of the world hero MoonYeob, after which he menacingly told them that in that case he had nothing to be grateful for. The man presented falling gold coins, showed an OK sign with his hand and said that they had already appreciated his sponsorship. But if their idea paid off, it would turn out to be a good benefit for all of them. The guy with a calm face listened to their words that in this case he would receive payments for 5 years in the amount of 1.5 million euros per year, and also, the men with wide smiles presented a 7-figure sum, finished the sentence with the fact that if he fights in official and unofficial fights with this weapon, then they will pay him 3 million euros for each match. The guy silently listened to their proposal, after which they asked what he thought about it. The young man with a wide smile pointed his finger at them and said that he agreed with their terms. The voiceover said that the hero MoonYeob might have refused. The guy froze in this position, and the voice added that, however, for the club owner, this was too lucrative an offer to reject. The Moro brothers asked MoonYeob if he had read the contract. The main character held a fountain pen in his hand and signed a contract. The Moro brothers smiled widely as the main character looked at them. The Moro brothers noted that the weapon cannot be disposed of and storage is carried out by the person who entered into the contract, adding that this is the second point of the first provision of the contract. MoonYeob noted that naturally he would keep the weapon, since he had no reason to throw it away. MoonYeob knitted his eyebrows, looking at the brothers, and opened his mouth slightly. The Moro brothers clarified that the main character is not an official player in the battle of superhumans. The protagonist did not understand what was wrong with this. MoonYeob sat on a chair, crossed his legs and moved his arm to the side, while the brothers looked at him. The Moro brothers noted that applications for weapons used by superhumans can only be submitted by official athletes. The protagonist stated that he has immunity, so it doesn't matter to him. The main character leaned forward slightly, looking annoyed at the Moro brothers. They told MoonYeob that they knew this, but he wouldn't be able to get through customs like that. MoonYeob did not understand what to do now. MoonYeob told the Moro brothers that he had no particular desire to break through customs. The Moro brothers told the protagonist not to worry. The brothers stood on opposite sides, resting their palms on each other and smiled widely. Jean told the protagonist that there is a very simple solution. Philip echoed his brother's sentiments, noting that it was an incredibly simple solution. The protagonist wondered what this solution was. The Moro brothers flashed their glasses and smiled mischievously. They told the main character that if he couldn't take a gun because he wasn't officially an athlete, then he could become one. Heian was holding a lot of shopping bags in her hands, while soon he stood behind her and smiled widely. Heian told the protagonist that they bought something for him too. MoonYeob looked drooping and tired, as if the spirit was leaving his mouth. Heian looked in surprise at the exhausted protagonist, who was sitting on a snow-white sofa with golden sides. Heian asked MoonYeob what was wrong with him. A few hours ago, the brothers said that becoming a player in the battle of superhumans is very simple. MoonYeob jumped up from his chair, resting his hand on the table. The Moro brothers noted that MoonYeob could register with the National Battle Association, adding that he could also apply to join the Worldwide Association. The Moro brothers smiled widely, sparkling with happiness. Philip told the protagonist that each country's player lists are still managed by the Global Association. Jean noted that it does not matter where exactly the player registers, since everything is simple. The main character was horrified by the pressure, that it irritated him greatly, which made him bare his teeth. The Moro brothers told the protagonist that he could apply for membership in France and apply for a weapon, adding that he had previously registered his avatar, so his representative could apply. The Moro brothers noted that one word from him and they would immediately send an agent to the association. The Moro brothers put their legs in different directions and spread their arms, sparkling with joy, while the main character was filled with rage. The protagonist told the brothers that they had planned to do this from the very beginning. The Moro brothers noted that this is pure improvisation. The protagonist bared his teeth, glaring angrily at the brothers. The protagonist thought that they were still scoundrels. The Moro brothers waved their arms joyfully next to the main character, who was seething with rage, narrowing his gaze. Philip told the main character not to say that he thought they had no interest. Jean noted that negotiation skills are what allow them to move forward. MoonYeob thought that he would really like to use the heads of these scoundrels instead of drums. Jean bent his knees slightly, moving his left hand to the side, while Philip stood in front of his brother and moved his right hand to the side. Jean told the main character that registering with the association would not create any restrictions or obligations, but, on the contrary, would provide him with more freedoms, and if, for example, he wanted to participate in a battle. Philip added that the protagonist loses nothing in any case. The brothers recalled the auction with the main character's car. The Moro brothers told MoonYeob that they would never consider setting him up as there are no fans more devoted to him than them, adding that they even have a collection room named after MoonYeob. They also won a MoonYeob car that was auctioned for charity. Behind the glass was the protagonist's diary. The Moro brothers noted that this was 17 years ago, and the protagonist's belongings were displayed there. The brothers added that they even bought a diary, which he kept for only 4 days and then abandoned because he was tired of writing. The main character turned red with rage, gritting his teeth. He was shocked that the brothers still had his diary. MoonYeob told the brothers to call their agent. MoonYeob covered his face with his hands while Haein looked at the main character. MoonYeob noted that if he needed money, he would participate in amateur competitions, not understanding why he was registering as a player. Haein smiled happily, sparkling with happiness, clapping her hands. Haein told the main character, as if hitting him with these words, that she congratulates him on his sponsorship contract. And now he is a professional athlete. The protagonist was annoyed, squinting at Haein as the Moro brothers peered out the door. MoonYeob noted that registration does not mean that he owes anything to anyone, adding that he is angry that he got involved with the brothers. The Moro brothers approached the protagonist, offering to sign a contract immediately with the Prague Lumiere. The protagonist looked furiously towards the brothers who had appeared, after which they abruptly hid behind the doors. The main character suggested to the brothers to use the new weapon on them. The Moro brothers did not understand why they were so harsh right away, adding that he should still think about it. Haein smiled sweetly, twirling a strand of hair on her finger. Haein told MoonYeob that it would be great if he became a player on the same team as her. Haein added that she would like to become a team with the main character, like he did with Jeho many years ago. MoonYeob looked calm, looking away indifferently. He noted that many years ago, only a couple of months had passed for him. Bernard noted that MoonYeob apparently received a new weapon. Haein and the main character turned around. Bernard stood behind the main character with his arms out to his side while MoonYeob smiled slightly. The protagonist told Bernard that it was given to him by the Moro brothers. Bernard invited the main character to test his new weapon. Bernard closed his eyes and smiled slightly. He noted that there would be a practice fight the next day. The protagonist asked Bernard if he wasn't on vacation, to which Bernard replied that the next season is already around the corner, so he tries to train at least twice a week so as not to lose his fighting spirit. Bernard opened his eyes, looking intently at the main character. Bernard noted that if the main character keeps him company, he clearly won't be bored. Bernard smiled maliciously, looking at the protagonist with an insidious gaze, emitting a purple aura. MoonYeob thought that Bernard wasn't even trying to hide his curiosity. MoonYeob grinned wickedly, showing his teeth, thinking that Bernard was an interesting guy. MoonYeob clenched his fist and lightly punched Bernard on the shoulder, smiling widely. MoonYeob told Bernard that he accepted his invitation. The next day, the weather above the house was clear, and expensive and beautiful cars stood at the entrance. Parisian Lumiere Clubhouse. There were many people in the hall dressed in the same uniform. They discussed how their vacation would end soon, wondering how to spend their last days. One of the guys said that there was no time to rest. One of the guys asked if Louis would come, to which they answered that he would not come, adding that they were told that they should definitely get a consultation that day. Haein clenched her fists in anticipation as the protagonist stood nearby. Haein stated that she would destroy everyone. The main character looked at Haein with a serious look, which made her slightly surprised. MoonYeob told Haein to relax, because if she showed off her fighting spirit, she would be mistaken for a simpleton. Haein was surprised that she looked like that. The main character remembered the moment when Jeho was all on edge, after which he and Haein laughed. MoonYeob told Haein that she was just like her father, adding that when he first entered the dungeon, he immediately wanted to go to the restroom, so he concentrated so much that he fainted for 10 minutes. Haein jokingly noted that she was ashamed of her dad. The main character pointed to the other players, who looked completely carefree. The protagonist told Haein to look at them as they were calm like boa constrictors. The players turned their attention to the main character. The protagonist stood with a slight smile, while Haein was slightly confused. The players were discussing that MoonYeob had come to them, and that they had heard on the news that he had arrived in Paris. The players looked intently at the main character, discussing him among themselves. They noted that he is the strongest person alive, especially after he became immortal, adding that the Moro brothers were still able to drag him into the club, as they sang his praises all the time. One of the players looked at the main character with a serious look, covering his face with his hood. Haein pursed her lips and raised her eyebrows slightly, looking at the protagonist. She thought that as soon as the players noticed MoonYeob, they immediately began to make noise, adding that it was time for her to stop being nervous, because her dad is Jeho, and MoonYeob is like her uncle, wondering who else could be so lucky. A huge and intimidating player approached the guys, looking at them with a serious look. The protagonist shielded Haein with his hand, looking warily at the player. The player said that he is the main tank of the Parisian Lumiere, Chich Lucas. MoonYeob narrowed his eyes, looking unfriendly at Lucas, thinking that he would just try to twitch. Lucas suddenly smiled widely, slapping himself on the chest and closing his eyes. Lucas asked for the main character's autograph, right on the jacket. The main character was slightly shocked by this change of mood. The protagonist wrote his name on Lucas's jacket and wished him happiness. MoonYeob pointed his finger at Haein while Lucas beamed with happiness. MoonYeob told Lucas that this was his niece and asked him to look after her. Lucas told the protagonist that he would definitely look after her. The protagonist looked intently at the back of the departing Lucas. He thought that Lucas seemed harsh at first glance, but seemed like a good guy, thinking that he should tell Haein to befriend him. Lucas walked away from the main character with a wide smile, while MoonYeob looked at him studyingly. MoonYeob noted that based on his abilities, Lucas is a real monster. A card appeared with high characteristics of Lucas and his abilities, such as Revival, Resistance, and Green Blessing. Ability cards appeared. Revival regenerated wounds of any type, and Resistance helped bypass all diseases and curses. The protagonist thought that the ace of this team was Bernard, but the main and irreplaceable force was Lucas. The protagonist carefully looked at Lucas's skills and characteristics. The protagonist introduced Lucas among the top fighters. The main character thought that if we worked with him a little and did some advertising, he would easily become one of the top fighters, like Bernard or Gerald. MoonYeob noted that Lucas's speed can be increased to 97, which is even more than Bernard's. The main character thought that it would be better if Lucas was not a tank, but a main dealer, although his superpowers are closer to the specialization of a tank. The protagonist looked at the Green Blessing skill, which enhanced the growth and vitality of nearby plants. The main character was surprised by this skill, not understanding what it was. Lucas walked in high spirits, humming a tune. MoonYeob noted that since he has such a superpower, it means he likes flowers and all that. Bernard suddenly appeared in front of the guys, extending his hand to the side. Bernard noted that the main character has already met Lucas. The main character did not understand when Bernard had already arrived. Bernard smiled slightly, imagining the image of Lucas in the mountains among the greenery. Bernard noted that Lucas is an amazing player, and on top of all this, he heads a global charity for the protection of forests. Bernard added that it takes his breath away just knowing that they are both involved in a battle of superhumans. Bernard looked at MoonYeob with a slight smile, beaming with joy. MoonYeob thought that now he understood where he got the Green Blessing from. The protagonist told Bernard that it was still morning, but he was already sparkling like the heads of the Morrow brothers, and could assume that something good had happened. Bernard bowed his head slightly, clutching his neck with his hand, and closed his eyes. Bernard was surprised that it was so noticeable, adding that when he thinks that his dream may finally come true, he cannot keep his emotions under control. The protagonist asked Bernard what his dream was. The protagonist folded his hands on his chest, looking at Bernard with a serious look. Bernard said that he always wanted to surpass the protagonist. Bernard said that the hero who saved the world, for him, the Superman of the next generation, was the only goal, the wall that he wanted to overcome. Bernard remembered himself as a little boy, standing at the statue of the main character. Bernard lowered his gaze, looking at the statue's feet. On the sign was written the name MoonYeob, and the date of life and death 1976 to 2005. Bernard noted that he died in the last dungeon. Bernard stood at the statue with a doomed look. Bernard added that the dream of rivaling the main character was therefore obviously unrealistic. Bernard noticed that MoonYeob had returned to the world of the living, and was standing in the flesh right in front of him. The protagonist bared his teeth in a wide smile, narrowing his eyes slightly. MoonYeob noted that Bernard apparently wants to compete with him. Bernard closed his eyes and smiled joyfully. Bernard noted that man is a creature who knows how to dream. Bernard opened his eyes, emitting a purple aura. Bernard noted that now, as long as he is alive, he will never give up on his dream, and on this day, fighting with him, he will also try his best. The protagonist grinned maliciously, emitting a black, powerful aura. The protagonist said that he would see what Bernard could do. The Moro brothers greeted the guys in French. The Moro brothers burst into the hall with two men standing behind them. The gray-haired man with glasses smiled widely, closing his eyes and clapping his hands. The man introduced himself as the coach of the Parisian Lumiere, Dubois Gopin. Dubois spread his arms to the side, standing in front of the players. Dubois suggested immediately dividing into teams. Dubois looked straight ahead with an insidious gaze, imagining the image of Bernard and Lucas. Dubois noted that their power couple, Lucas and Bernard, usually lead their own group. But on this day they had a special guest. MoonYeob looked at Dubois with a serious look, pursing his lips. Dubois stated that this is why MoonYeob and Bernard will be the leaders, and each of them should assemble a team. Bernard grinned maliciously, lowering his eyebrows. The main character raised his hand, looking questioningly at Dubois. The protagonist asked Dubois how he should create a team, according to position and balance, to which Dubois replied that it was not necessary. The protagonist widened his eyes at what he heard. Dubois told MoonYeob that at Lumiere they have their own way of sharing during training. The protagonist thought that he should learn from their methods. Dubois smiled widely, clenched his fist and leaned slightly. He noted that they play rock, paper, scissors. A card appeared with the names of the MoonYeob team. MoonYeob, Lucas, Louis Segel, Alexander Moody, Cindy Ann. The players enthusiastically stood at the head of the main character, smiling sarcastically. The MoonYeob team included Benedict Haller, Lucas Silly, Beek Hayan, Dubois Shu, Lipon Sor, Anthony Madian. A card with the Bernard team appeared. Bernard, Jack Jones, Woody Adelson, Gabriella Anna, Paul Bryant. The players were next to Bernard, anticipating the battle. Also on the team were Sophie Perry, Ruddy Ollie, Alphonse Sally, Pio Lemoy, Muheb Kunta, Mike Rope. Dubois furrowed his eyebrows, squinted at both teams and grinned maliciously. Dubois noted that they turned out to be two very cool teams, noting that it was time to start. The two teams stood on opposite sides of the huge training hall. MoonYeob stood with a malicious smile, waiting for the fight to begin. Bernard looked at the protagonist with anticipation. The main character carefully examined the room. He thought that it was a spacious temple where the enemy could be seen from anywhere, adding that it was a training arena for team combat. The main character noted that in this room the landscape features will not help in any way, because they simply do not exist. The protagonist thought that they were clearly planning to pit him and Bernard against each other. MoonYeob smiled widely, showing his teeth, saying that he would give them a warm welcome. Dubois appeared on the screen that appeared. Dubois told the team leaders that he was giving them 60 seconds to discuss battle tactics, and 5 seconds before the start they would see a countdown timer. Dubois asked the guys if they understood everything, adding that they were starting. The protagonist began to examine the guys, using his analyzing gaze skill. The main character thought that he needed to see who could be placed in what position. MoonYeob smiled widely, pointing his finger at Lucas. MoonYeob told Lucas that he would be the main tank, taking on his usual position. The main character pointed his finger at the player, calling him golden-haired. The main character said that he would be in the attack, tanking, adding that he would be in the team as a support tank. That is, he would occupy between the main tank and the one on the front line. The protagonist stood in the middle of his team, spreading his arms to the sides. MoonYeob said that their team will focus on the tank, which will stand in the attack line, while the main tank, Lucas, will actively move and change position according to the situation. Lucas widened his eyes, slightly surprised. The main character looked towards the smiling Lucas. Lucas noted that MoonYeob seemed to be well aware of what their team was like, adding that what he was talking about was their usual team formation. Lucas smiled widely, showing his teeth, and grabbed his neck, while the protagonist looked at him indifferently. Lucas noted that the protagonist made an excellent choice of players, adding that he believes he is interested in the Paris Lumiere. The protagonist said with irony that, as he can see, he even got ready. MoonYeob told the guys to act as usual and pretend he wasn't there. MoonYeob smiled widely, waiting for the fight to begin. The protagonist said that he would block Bernard. Bernard stood with a malicious smile, looking at the MoonYeob team. The protagonist noted that he has no doubt that Bernard gave the same instructions to his team. Lucas put his hands to his side, closing his eyes and smiling slightly. Lucas told the protagonist that he expected his confrontation with Bernard, adding that now he does not know whether he will be able to focus on the competition. The main character looked to the side, smiling widely. He noted that he was done with the positions and would look at his opponent. The protagonist stupidly looked at Bernard, who had twin blades strapped to his hips. The protagonist noted that dual wielding during battle is a little annoying, but he knows what to do. The protagonist presented an image of people who use twin blades. The protagonist noted that even with two blades, a person will use more the one he holds with his leading hand, while the other hand is more likely to be a support. The main character added that at first glance it seems that there is no system in this style of fighting, but there is a certain order, like the rules of breathing. MoonYeob, flashing his insidious gaze, emitted black energy, while Bernard looked at the main character with narrowed eyes. MoonYeob thought he was curious whether he was left-handed or right-handed. Dubois said he was starting the countdown. Team MoonYeob stood in their stance, waiting for the countdown to end. Bernard's team was ready. The protagonist took the spear and began to fill it with his aura. The countdown is over. MoonYeob smiled maliciously, filling the spear with an aura, causing it to spread apart. MoonYeob told Bernard to come to him. Dubois told the Moro brothers he wanted to ask them. Dubois and the Moro brothers looked at the screen in which the main character was depicted. Dubois folded his arms and turned his gaze to the Moro brothers. Dubois asked the brothers if the main character knew that Bernard was ambidextrous from birth. Philip told Dubois that if he wasn't specifically interested, then it's unlikely. Jean noted that the protagonist does not know, so he has no need to be interested in such details. Dubois put his hand to his chin, looking thoughtfully at the monitor, imagining the twin blades. Dubois said that it would likely be quite difficult for MoonYeob to fight since Bernard changes the dual-wielding pattern to his liking. Dubois added that just when you think you understand the pattern, that very moment you can lose your life. Bernard, emitting a purple aura, split into two and rushed towards the main character. Dubois said that it is often the most observant who fall into this trap, not those who are used to mindlessly responding to attacks. Dubois noted that in addition, Bernard also has a double superpower, and with dual weapons and this superpower, he increases the number of simultaneous attacks to 4. Dubois and the brothers Moro and Gabriel watched the battle begin. Dubois was wondering if they would get a chance to see the headlines of Bernard defeating MoonYeob. Lucas rushed headlong at his opponents, attacking with incredible force. The teams collided with each other, while the main character rushed in the other direction. Bernard followed the main character, holding blades in his hands. The protagonist held his spear and shield tightly in his hands and ran to the side. Bernard jumped sharply towards the protagonist, his eyes sparkling. Bernard looked intently at MoonYeob, narrowing his eyes slightly. He thought that if there was a long distance between them, he would immediately throw a spear, so he needed to shorten the distance. The main character blocked Bernard's blow with a smile and ease. The main character covered his body with a shield, repelling Bernard's attack. Bernard doubled in two directions, diverting the main character's attention to his double. Bernard thought he would make a feint. Bernard, emitting a blue aura, was about to deliver a powerful blow to the side of the main character. MoonYeob blocked Bernard's attack with his shield, after which Bernard jumped to the side. Bernard thought it was fast, as expected. MoonYeob repeatedly blocked the powerful attacks of Bernard with his shield, who bared his teeth in anger. MoonYeob thrust his spear forward, concentrating on the blow, and then gripped it tightly in his hand, intending to use a meter throw. Bernard managed to see the powerful attack and dodge it to the side. Bernard landed on the ground, being far from the main character. Bernard bounced off the ground, jumping with an attack on the protagonist. Bernard bared his teeth, swinging his blade. He thought that the protagonist should not be given a break. Bernard dealt multiple blows to the main character, who blocked them with a shield. Bernard emitted a bright blue aura as he tried to break through MoonYeob's defense. MoonYeob blocked every blow from Bernard with his spear with a malicious smile. MoonYeob pursed his lips, looking at Bernard seriously as he widened his eyes. Bernard thought he saw a hole in MoonYeob's defense. Bernard swung his blade, emitting a bright aura, and was about to hit the main character, seizing the right moment. The main character easily blocked the blow, grinning slightly. Bernard was perplexed as he looked at MoonYeob. Bernard was surprised that he was able to block the blow. The main character knitted his eyebrows and smiled broadly. The main character asked Bernard that he had a really good reaction. Bernard widened his eyes in confusion. He thought that the protagonist was calm as a boa constrictor, did not react to attacks, and deliberately opened himself up. The protagonist swung his shield, driving Bernard aside. Bernard narrowed his gaze, waving his blades. Bernard thought that his advantage was speed and he needed to use it. MoonYeob told Bernard that he could hear the gears in his head working from there. MoonYeob with a crazy look attacked Bernard, emitting a black aura. MoonYeob hit Bernard, but he managed to jump back. The protagonist bent down slightly, enveloping himself in black lightning, and moved his hand with the spear back. The protagonist noted that it was quite funny. The main character widened his eyes, asking Bernard if they should have a real fight, to which Bernard agreed. The main character rushed towards Bernard, covering himself with a shield. The main character attacked Bernard over and over again with a spear shrouded in black lightning, but he managed to dodge the attacks. The main character attacked Bernard with a powerful attack, but he managed to dodge it, causing the protagonist to hit the ground, destroying it. Bernard was surprised by this pressure. Bernard stood in a fighting pose, analyzing what was happening. Bernard noted that the shield and spear work as a single organism, and when you hold back the spear, a blow with the shield follows, and when you hold back the shield, the spear flies. Bernard looked at the main character in confusion. He thought that although it did not allow him to leave the range of his attacks, MoonYeob managed to maintain such a distance that it was difficult for him to attack. MoonYeob gave off an ominous aura, ready to tear apart his opponent. Bernard thought that as expected from MoonYeob, he had amazing skill. Bernard watched the protagonist with narrowed eyes. Bernard thought that all he had to do was give him the opportunity to attack, and an avalanche of blows would fall on him. MoonYeob stood relaxed in front of Bernard with a malicious smile. MoonYeob asked Bernard if this was the end. Bernard thought that at the beginning he thought he had found his weakness, but no. Bernard stood motionless opposite the main character, discussing what he should do. Bernard thought that he was mistaken and he couldn't handle it alone. Bernard thought it was time for a split. Bernard held his weapon out in front of him, covered in pixels. Blue pixels began to form nearby. The protagonist watched in fascination what was happening, thinking that he had finally shown himself. Bernard used the double skill and was ready to attack. A card with the double skill has appeared. A person separates a double from himself. Upon reunification, 30% of the aura is returned, and upon death, the carrier receives damage, and the aura is restored by 10%. MoonYeob looked at Bernard and his double with a sly smile, his blue eyes sparkling. Dubois noted that MoonYeob is pushing Bernard. The guys looked at the monitor, which displayed the ominous main character. Philip noted that Bernard is in the top 3 superhumans, but is still being squeezed out. Jean noticed that the main character wields a spear like a god. Gabriel watched everything with a searching gaze, raising his hand to his chin. Gabriel said that there is another interesting point. Gabriel noted that before the battle the main character had almost no training and no preparation. Jebra introduced a protagonist fighting monsters and Bernard against humans. Jebra noticed that during the war, the protagonist fought with a variety of monsters in the dungeons, but, of course, he did not have much practice in fighting people. Gabriel added that on the other hand, Bernard is a professional player in the battle of superhumans, and yet these results are amazing. Gabriel turned his attention to Dubois, who smiled slightly. Dubois told Gabriel that once you enter the zone of superiority, it makes no difference whether the opponent is human or monster, adding that the protagonist clearly demonstrated this. Gabriel said that however Bernard activated his superpower double, and the tide of the battle could change. Gabriel said that the main character will have to face 2 strong opponents in battle at once, adding that he will use the 4-blade technique, which has no weak points, against him. Gabriel turned around, turning his gaze to the monitor. Gabriel noted that it is almost impossible to predict what blow Bernard is going to deliver. Gabriel said that in general, the savior of humanity will have a hard time. A blue aura filled the space. Bernard and his double took off, planning to attack the main character. Bernard approached the protagonist as he held out his spear in front of him. Bernard appeared behind the protagonist, but he managed to notice him. A huge flurry of blows fell on the protagonist. MoonYeob blocked all the blows that Bernard threw. Bernard continued to push MoonYeob, not giving him a chance. Bernard thought that this was his first time. Bernard watched MoonYeob in confusion, narrowing his eyes. Bernard thought that if it were another player, he would first of all break the distance, but MoonYeob blocks all his attacks and does not allow him to act. Bernard thought that he had attacked him dozens and hundreds of times. The main character bared his teeth and continued to block the wave of blows. Bernard noted that none of the blows reached him. The main character blocked Bernard's blow with his spear, baring his teeth. Bernard was surprised that someone was able to resist him, fighting to the limit of his strength. The protagonist pursed his lips and covered his body with a shield, blocking the blow. The main character bared his teeth and looked angrily at Bernard, raising his spear. The protagonist filled the spear with a black aura, attacking Bernard. A spear appeared in front of Bernard's eye, surrounded by a dark aura. Bernard wondered if he was even human. Bernard and his double jumped away from the main character. The protagonist stood in combat readiness, covering himself with a shield and stretching his arm back with a spear. Bernard looked at the protagonist in bewilderment, pursing his lips. He thought it didn't look like he was any closer to winning. There were deep footmarks on the floor. Bernard thought that after all, this trail proves that MoonYeob is not easy either. Bernard stood ready, holding his hands with blades in front of him. Bernard thought that he had to seriously strain himself, and his skills were worse, but his speed and super strength were the opposite, adding that if he continued to press, a chance would definitely appear. The protagonist calmly watched Bernard, standing opposite. Bernard didn't understand why MoonYeob was so calm, thinking that he was probably up to something. Bernard noted that one cannot help but admire the protagonist. The main character smiled maliciously, knitting his eyebrows. Bernard wondered if he should have expected anything different from MoonYeob himself. The main character was perplexed in his heart, his mouth wide open. MoonYeob thought that Bernard was stronger than he imagined. The main character's eyes darted in different directions. MoonYeob thought that one-on-one he could still compete with him. But now that there were two of them, his attacks turned into a continuous storm of blades. A blue aura emanated from Bernard. He was in combat readiness. MoonYeob noted that if this continues, the fight may drag on too long. But the problem is that he doesn't know much about it, and the longer they fight, the stronger he will get. MoonYeob noticed that Bernard knew him well, and he would have to disassemble his equipment during the battle. The protagonist thought that those who do not take risks do not feast. The protagonist recalled the fight with Bernard. The main character noted that the double and the original act harmoniously. They have everything worked out, and they both changed their leading hand almost without delay. The protagonist closed his eyes and exhaled heavily. MoonYeob thought that he needed to get his act together, and Bernard is not some gangster with a knife, but a strong and trained fighter. The main character thought that Bernard was faster than him, and he still couldn't find a system in his attacks. The main character knitted his eyebrows and looked at Bernard with narrowed eyes. MoonYeob thought it didn't matter. MoonYeob smiled wickedly, baring his teeth, emitting a black aura. MoonYeob told Bernard that they would dance a sultry Latin American tango with him, adding that he would go for broke. Bernard swung his blades, leaning forward, emitting a powerful aura. MoonYeob told Bernard to get started. Bernard rushed towards the protagonist, who was holding a spear in front of him. Bernard swung his blade, while the main character dodged his blow. MoonYeob looked behind him, where Bernard was, who was slightly sliding on the ground. Bernard was surprised that the protagonist was able to dodge. The main character, sparkling with ominous eyes, swung his spear at Bernard. Bernard smiled insidiously, looking at the main character with a crazy look. Bernard thought that MoonYeob was missing one small detail. Bernard's double attacked the main character from behind, who was about to hit Bernard. Bernard noted that there were two of him. The double cut off the main character's hand, which contained a spear. The protagonist clutched a shield in his hand and looked towards Bernard with a serious look. The Moreau and Dubois brothers were quite shocked by what was happening, their mouths hanging open. Dubois noted that MoonYeob's right hand was cut off. Gabriel looked at the monitor in surprise, his mouth parted. Gabriel thought that Bernard could win. MoonYeob stood opposite Bernard while his hand lay nearby. MoonYeob thanked Bernard. Bernard watched the main character in horror. The protagonist said that he believed that, somehow, he would definitely go on the attack as soon as the chance presented itself. The main character noted that he really wanted to fight him, so it occurred to him that he would lower his guard when he struck the decisive blow. The main character, with a crazy look, swung his shield. MoonYeob said that if he waits for this short moment, he will be able to attack a person who is faster than him. MoonYeob slammed his shield at Bernard with all his might, emitting a bright and powerful aura. The main character flashed his blue eyes, smiling insidiously. He thanked Bernard for being so predictable. The main character destroyed Bernard's double with his attack. Bernard told the protagonist that the fight is not over yet. Bernard's blade appeared right in front of the protagonist's face. Lucas grabbed Bernard's hand, stopping his attack. MoonYeob said that then they can agree on a draw. The main character smiled widely and closed his eyes, waving his shield, from which blue lightning emanated. The protagonist noted that his team seemed to have won. The main character added that Bernard was so carried away by the battle that he forgot that, first of all, this was a team competition. Dubois announced that Team MoonYeob had won. The main character and Bernard came out of virtual reality. The protagonist said dissatisfiedly that it was much more difficult than he imagined. Bernard asked the protagonist that he deliberately put his hand up. The main character sat in a chair, while Bernard covered his face with his hand and sighed heavily. The main character noted that if you are going to catch something annoying, like a double, then you need to go to the end and sacrifice, even though it was risky. Bernard dejectedly said that MoonYeob really was set up, and he didn't know it. Dubois said it was very cool. The protagonist looked at Dubois, who was smiling widely. Dubois told MoonYeob that it was great and he was able to take on Bernard one-on-one even when he was using a double, adding that he didn't know anything about his opponent. The protagonist rested his hand on the armrest, looking at the Moro brothers. The protagonist noted that they want to have another fight. The Moro brothers agreed with the protagonist's words. The main character said that we need to weigh the pros and cons. MoonYeob smiled happily as he looked to the side. MoonYeob said that it was quite interesting, ambidexterity, and twin blades, adding that before the next battle he needed to watch the recording of this one, and he would probably clarify something for himself. Dubois approached the protagonist, smiling widely. Dubois was surprised that he wanted to repeat the fight with Bernard, noting that the protagonist was already participating in training and now he could not stay away. Dubois told MoonYeob to follow him. Match analysis room of the Battle of Superhumans of the Lumiere Club. The guys entered the room where Gabriel met them. Gabriel greeted the guys, saying that they did a good job. The protagonist looked at Gabriel while Dubois smiled. The protagonist told Gabriel that he thought he was an assistant coach for coming with him. Dubois told the protagonist that this is Gabriel, and he is helping analyze the practice matches, noting that he is a talented person, and at one time was the coach of their club's reserve team. Gabriel bowed his head slightly in front of the main character, greeting him. MoonYeob answered in confusion that he was glad to meet you. Gabriel stared at the main character, who looked indifferent. The protagonist used the analyzing gaze skill, looking at Gabriel's characteristics and skills. MoonYeob smiled widely, pointing his finger at Gabriel. He noted that Gabriel is a Superman, but not an athlete. MoonYeob thought that his abilities as a fighter were too low for France. The room was illuminated by bright lamps filled with monitors. Gabriel noted that everything is correct, and the main character has a keen eye, or so they say. The protagonist said that you can't argue with that, and he has a diamond eye. MoonYeob opened his mouth slightly, looking at the indifferent Gabriel. MoonYeob asked Gabriel what the analytics department does, adding that they review battle videos. Gabriel stood opposite the main character and Heian. Gabriel said that this is not just a method of some rough calculations, adding that a lot has changed, and now the analysis of fighters is now carried out in a much more advanced way. The ease system window with a person icon appears. Gabriel said that this is a Spurs analysis system, abbreviated ease. Gabriel noted that this program reads and writes all information about battles from devices connected to the module, and thus you can find out the numerical indicators of abilities and see the improvements of individual players. Gabriel extended his hand forward, raising his palm up and opening his mouth. Gabriel said that the data does not lie, and no one has been doing this by eye for a long time. And now all large and serious clubs use ease. Heian looked at the main character, who was smiling slightly. MoonYeob noted that in the past, superhumans with keen eyesight made decent money by leveling up other superhumans or accompanying them on raids. Gabriel represented the weak man and the strong man. Gabriel noted that he would tell him even more that a team that uses the system is very different from one that doesn't. The protagonist began to enthusiastically examine the huge monitors hung on the wall. The main character noted that all this equipment is needed to evaluate players. Gabriel replied that everything is correct, and this program is quite famous, adding that everything from the software to the hardware that is mounted in the module costs a pretty penny. The protagonist raised his hand, pointing his fingers at the equipment. He wondered how much it all cost. Gabriel said that if you take the best package, it comes out to about 2.5 million euros, and you also have to pay a specialist who knows how to use the system, and this is also not cheap. The protagonist was surprised how expensive it was. The main character stared straight ahead, remembering the YSN company logo. MoonYeob thought that he had an analytical eye, so he didn't really need the device, but their trainer might need this thing. The main character remembered the image of Dong-jun, who was smiling widely. MoonYeob thought that if the data was objective, it would reduce the percentage of useless things he does. The main character inspected the equipment while the guys stood behind him. MoonYeob thought that he didn't want to spend €2.5 million just to shut up the younger one by coming up with a plan. The protagonist smiled sarcastically, looking at the Moro brothers. The main character invited the brothers to make a deal. The brothers were interested in his proposal. The main character noted that he would give them his combat data. The main character smiled broadly, pointing his finger at the equipment. MoonYeob added that for this they will give him a system and a person who can manage all this equipment. The main character said that he thinks that his combat data will cost about that much. The Moro brothers thought seriously, pursing their lips. They thought that MoonYeob's data would be useful to those who fought in the same style. The brothers recalled a huge collection of videos with the main character. The brothers thought it would also be a great addition to their video collection with MoonYeob. The brothers stood motionless, thinking about such a proposal. They thought that this chance should not be missed. The brothers smiled widely, flashing their glasses. The brothers told MoonYeob that they agreed and this was a great opportunity to get to know the savior of humanity better. The protagonist said that in return he would give it his all. The main character smiled widely, making a gesture with his fingers. The main character told Bernard to get ready as the second round would be much more interesting. Water was running from the tap. The main character was in the restroom, standing at the sink. The main character noted that it was not in vain that he flew to France, since he managed to snatch several gifts, a personal weapon, and an ability analysis program and a trainer for it. The protagonist looked at the running water, remembering the fight with Bernard. He noted that fighting with people gives a completely different feeling. The protagonist washed his hands under running water. He thought that it was not because there are no monsters, but rather the fact is that this is not a raid, but a sport, and the need to kill has disappeared, and death is not breathing down the neck. The main character smiled, shaking his hands, brushing away the water. The protagonist could never have imagined that fights could be so peaceful, and this is just the thing for a long life. The main character introduced himself and Bernard with a chessboard. MoonYeob thought that the fight with Bernard was quite lively and entertaining, and this was the first time since his return that he had to really strain himself in a fight. He noted that people like him need to calculate every step. Without a strategy, you can't go anywhere. MoonYeob thought that throughout his life he had met a lot of superhumans and could definitely say that Bernard was one of the strongest among them. The main character hit the mirror with his palm. The main character looked at his reflection in the mirror with a malicious smile, using his analyzing gaze skill. A card of his characteristics and skills appeared in front of him. The main character said that Bernard is still small, and it would be a shame to lose to him. The protagonist widened his eyes in surprise. He thought that Bernard's speed and strength were superior to him, and it was stupid to deny it. The main character did not understand what he saw. A card with an enhancement skill has appeared, which can increase the indicator of the selected physical ability by 10 or enhance one of the superpowers. The protagonist did not understand whether he had a new superpower, or whether he simply had not noticed it before. Superpowers. A blue flame burned in his hand. MoonYeob noted that speaking about them, everything is quite complicated, and there is quite a bit of accurate information on this topic. The main character presented white silhouettes of people with superpowers. MoonYeob noted that some things have been well known since the appearance of the first superhumans, since some things are simply obvious. The protagonist recalled the image of Lucas and Soon-ho. MoonYeob said that superpowers are shaped according to a person's personality. The main character recalled himself, furious and baring his teeth as he swung his fist. He thought that, either as a result of the reaction of the aura to some important experience for a person, this means that forces can arise at the moment of an emotional outburst. MoonYeob recalled being called a crazy scoundrel. The protagonist was sitting by a box of things, looking at them. The protagonist noted that a year before he ran away from the orphanage, he heard this hundreds of thousands of times. The main character's entire back was covered in bruises and cuts. MoonYeob noted that these are like scars on the body, and these words do not disappear anywhere and still ring in his head. The protagonist put on his hood while standing by a tree. The main character put a black mask on his face and picked up a large stone. He thought that if the director went to the shelter, it would be along that road. The main character saw a black car driving down the road. The protagonist's eyes widened upon noticing him. The director drove quickly along the road. The main character thought that this was his car. The director drove with a dissatisfied face, squinting his eyes and frowning. MoonYeob threw a stone shrouded in a red aura. From a strong blow from a stone, the car was thrown in different directions, after which it stopped. The director leaned on the steering wheel, and blood dripped from his head. This was his first memory of the throw. MoonYeob stood on a small hill, looking at the wrecked car. The protagonist noted that there are people who say that taking revenge is stupid. The main character widened his eyes, sparkling with them. He noted that, however, only by taking revenge could he learn something. The main character smiled maliciously, baring his teeth. He noted that this is what he knows how to smile. Dubois said the next round starts in 5 minutes. The guys prepared before the fight, sitting in chairs. MoonYeob sat in a chair with a thoughtful look and held a helmet. MoonYeob thought that he received a boost as a result of his extraordinary concentration during the fight with Bernard. MoonYeob thought that maybe it could be in the willpower indicator of 110 units. MoonYeob remembered himself in the hospital when he examined his characteristics. At that moment, the main character said that this is the limit for a person. The protagonist remembered the previous fight as he concentrated on it. The main character thought that the moment of complete concentration, coupled with this indicator, could well be called a key experience. The main character recalled his characteristics and the new skill that had appeared. He didn't understand the part about superpowers, adding that if you increase agility, it will be 107, and skills and aura will rise to 110. But you can, on the contrary, increase relatively low strength or speed. The main character thought that he wanted to test it once, and there was just a suitable opponent, which means he would conduct the experiment in the next round. The protagonist looked to the side, slightly widening his eyes. Heian looked at the main character with a frightening look, which made him scared and open his mouth slightly. MoonYeob told Heian that she scared him. Heian closed her eyes and bowed her head slightly. She looked sad. The protagonist asked Heian how everything went for her. Since he couldn't watch, Bernard was busy. Heian said she was the first to go. MoonYeob was surprised and didn't understand how this happened. Heian knitted her eyebrows sadly, remembering how the enemy flew at her. Heian told MoonYeob that she got excited and lost her vigilance, and was killed at the moment of teleportation. The main character looked up and smiled slightly. The protagonist said that at one time someone said the following words: "If you teleport forward, you die." Heian exhaled heavily, looking down sadly, while the main character pointed his finger at her and introduced little people. MoonYeob told Heian that, moreover, these guys are not the soup set they have in Korea, and Lumiere is a world-class club, adding that she should save teleportation in case of escape. Heian said she would do so. MoonYeob looked at Heian and smiled maliciously. MoonYeob told Heian not to make such a face, since a cowardly main DD is worse than a support without superpower. Heian told MoonYeob that she understood and asked him if he could handle it in the second round since Bernard is very strong. Heian looked at the main character in surprise, her eyes slightly widening. The protagonist closed his eyes and smiled widely, raising his hands in the air, while Heian looked at him in shock. The protagonist noted that he is not called great for nothing. Heian told the protagonist that he must be crazy, because in the first round Bernard cut off his hand. The protagonist gave a thumbs up and smiled broadly at Heian. Heian told MoonYeob that she doesn't even know, compared to his double, his throw seems completely different. MoonYeob asked Heian that she didn't believe in him, adding that she should just watch, calling her dear niece. The main character said that he would put on a real show called The Frenchman's Hack. The two teams were assembled and stood opposite each other. Dubois began the countdown. Bernard stood with a serious expression on his face, his lips pursed. Bernard narrowed his eyes, looking at the main character. He thought that maybe he looks soft and kind on the outside. But as soon as he draws his weapon, everything changes dramatically. MoonYeob stood with his hand out to the side and watched Bernard. The protagonist thought about confronting the two Bernards, which stat he should increase. The main character began to take out a folded spear from his hip bag. He thought the answer was obvious. The protagonist poured his aura into the spear, causing it to appear, and he smiled insidiously. The main character said that he will increase the skill indicator. Dubois has finished the countdown. Both teams immediately rushed at each other. They began to attack each other, and the entire hall was filled with a bright aura. The teams fought with each other, causing small explosions. Heian bared her teeth and clenched them while standing behind her. A light blue aura filled the entire space. The main character quickly ran along the ground, thinking that he had used a power-up. The protagonist jumped into the air, holding a spear and shield. MoonYeob thought that he didn't feel much change. The main character landed on the ground, his eyes flashing viciously, and a dark, terrifying aura emanating from him. MoonYeob thought, look at what will happen directly in the battle. The protagonist covered his body with a shield, while Bernard slowly walked towards him. MoonYeob told Bernard to come to him. The main character narrowed his eyes and smiled insidiously, while Bernard looked at him with a cold gaze. The protagonist told Bernard to attack him with full power. Bernard stood in a fighting pose, holding his blades in front of him. The main character grabbed the spear more comfortably, and a purple aura began to emanate from it, while Bernard began to use the skill to summon a double. Bernard's double appeared next to him, while the main character was preparing to use a throw, causing black lightning to cover the spear. The main character threw a spear at Bernard with all his might, emitting bright blue energy. The spear quickly flew towards Bernard. Bernard looked at the spear with a serious expression. Bernard thought that the spear was moving quickly, adding that if he could dodge it. The protagonist smiled insidiously, putting his hand forward. MoonYeob echoed Bernard's thoughts that he was thinking about dodging. Bernard's eyes widened in surprise. The spear began to accelerate. It rushed at a rapid speed, emitting a blue aura surrounded by black lightning. The spear suddenly changed direction, right in front of Bernard's face. Bernard was surprised that the spear accelerated so much. The spear flew towards Bernard's double, slamming him into the ground. The protagonist extended his hand forward, grinning maliciously, and a blue aura emanated from him. MoonYeob told Bernard that he was able to rebound even if the attack's trajectory had changed, but the movements of his double, whom he had just knocked out, were a little late. Bernard looked in horror at the spear, and then at the main character. MoonYeob noted that it was because of the thought that the spear was not flying at me. Bernard noted that he actually thought so for a moment. Bernard recalled a powerful spear attack. He thought that it was a very strange attack, an explosive acceleration in the middle of the flight. Bernard flashed his eyes, widening them. Bernard thought that in the data on MoonYeob that he had looked at before, there were certainly no cases where the spear accelerated in flight halfway to the target. Bernard didn't understand what it was. Bernard pursed his lips and looked straight ahead with a serious look. Bernard quickly moved away from the main character, leaving behind blue energy. Bernard thought that MoonYeob had some kind of secret. Bernard moved further and further from the main character. He thought that he would first increase the distance, since it was dangerous to get closer, because he only had 30% of his aura left. The main character rushed after Bernard. MoonYeob noted that this was a clever move. The protagonist quickly caught up with Bernard, appearing from above. MoonYeob told Bernard that the double was over, and he immediately put aside his pride, deciding to rely on the team members, sarcastically adding that this is what he understands as a top player, and it was a very smart move. The protagonist looked at Bernard with a crazy look and an insidious smile, surrounding the spear with black lightning, about to throw it at him. MoonYeob told Bernard that he did not expect to lose his double so soon, and now it is too late for him to escape. Bernard widened his eyes in horror when he saw a spear in front of his face. The main character said that the second training match is over. Bernard looked at the main character offendedly and asked him to start the third round. MoonYeob sat in his module and crossed his fingers, smiling sarcastically back at Bernard. He explained with irony that he was tired and they should finish the fight. Bernard asked how this could be. Bernard raised his hands in anger and clenched his fists as the protagonist adjusted his gloves while sitting in the module. Bernard asked for another chance to prove himself, despite the previous 2 losses. MoonYeob ironically asked what would change in this case, because he was unlikely to be able to explain, noting the impudent insolence of his colleague. The main character grinned sarcastically, looking at Bernard, and stretched his fingers. He replied that so be it. He deigned to enter into the third round with him. They entered the third round and Bernard again used his blue aura double. MoonYeob looked mockingly at Bernard, throwing a spear over his shoulder and holding a shield in his other hand. He was ironically surprised that Bernard used a double so immediately, and explained that he approved of such a good idea. He explained that it is better to use every opportunity to the fullest than to try to look cool, and limit yourself. Bernard, together with his double, frowned deeply and went on the attack with glowing eyes. He felt that this should have been his last fight. Bernard, along with his double, ran to the attack with blue blades, like two beams of bright light, rushed forward. Bernard, along with his double with a blue aura, tried to attack the main character from the air, who was expecting this attack. Bernard thought that this time he would cope with the protagonist. The black silhouette of MoonYeob looked down bloodthirstily with glowing eyes, emitting a dark aura from itself. He told little Bernard to go on the attack. MoonYeob imagined possible images of Bernard's attacks, where he swung his blades and used his speed. MoonYeob knew about Bernard's random attacks, his speed and punches in conjunction with his double. Bernard's evil gaze was directed upward, and the main character knew that he saw everything that could pose a threat to him. MoonYeob used his enhancement skill. The main character raised his spear into the air and began to quickly rotate it above his head. MoonYeob looked forward predatorily and maliciously, preparing to meet Bernard's attack, covering himself with a shield along the way. Bernard came face to face with MoonYeob's furious state with a grinning look. MoonYeob was fighting one of the Bernards when the other double tried to attack him from the side. MoonYeob, fighting with Bernard, who attacked him with two blades, did not suspect that a double was about to attack him from behind. MoonYeob covered himself with a shield from the blue flashes of light from Bernard, whose double he also managed to notice, turning to face them both. MoonYeob cast a tense look at the fighters. He felt that Bernard was pressing him non-stop and he could already be respected for this, but he understood that he would not allow him to try to come up from behind. He knew he had to give both of them some room to maneuver. The fight diagram was presented on the screen, where icons of the main character and his two enemies were found in the form of white balls. He knew that if one of them went behind him, he would fall into a trap, so he had to move at all times to keep them in sight. The main character understood that his task was to spend a minimum of energy and exhaust Bernard so that his body and aura would become weaker. The protagonist watched as Bernard and his double quickly attacked him in order to defeat him. MoonYeob understood that Bernard could have been faster than him, but this was definitely not enough to catch him, because it would have been worth being more active. Two bright blue lightning bolts intertwined with the purple lightning of the main character's aura. MoonYeob knew that if Bernard did not calculate his movements, he would never get close to him. The protagonist in the air turned back and saw how he was being pursued by Bernard and his double, emitting bright flashes of light from themselves. MoonYeob raised his shield and ran away from Bernard's attack, who was chasing him in the form of blue rays of light. MoonYeob looked forward coldly as Bernard and his double came at him from above with sharp blades. MoonYeob quickly jumped back, watching as Bernard and his double missed him. He felt that Bernard was still moving quickly. MoonYeob frowned slightly and looked ahead at what was happening. He was aware that Bernard's movements were becoming more and more precise, but he again forgot something. MoonYeob smiled sarcastically and looked up. He realized that Bernard had again forgotten something important, namely that they had a team competition. The main character, in flight, jumped back over the entire opposing team with a mocking smile. MoonYeob landed on the ground with a bloodthirsty grin as the alien opposing team looked at him in puzzlement. The black silhouette of the protagonist with glowing blue eyes smiled sarcastically, realizing that now he would shake up Bernard's mental power. The opposing team was surprised how MoonYeob ended up in a different place. MoonYeob turned sharply towards his opponents and threw a sharp spear with a blue aura at them, shouting at them to dodge. A sharp spear flew at high speed into the chest of one of the opponents, and he began to fall. Bernard and his double were confused and looked angrily at MoonYeob, who was tearing apart his team. The protagonist pulled out two black hilts, intending to use a new weapon. He understood that when you rush in battle, some shortcomings appear. MoonYeob stretched his hand back and a full-fledged weapon appeared from two handles with discharges of lightning and light. The main character smiled sarcastically and pulled out two new spears in front of him, shouting to the guys that now he would cause chaos and destruction. Bernard, along with his doppelganger, flew at MoonYeob from the air, swinging their blades to defeat him. MoonYeob raised his angry gaze upward at the approaching two clones of Bernard, who understood that he could not just leave it all like that. MoonYeob raised his spears with a dark aura and pointed them upward. MoonYeob extended his spears and made a defensive strike at one of the players as Bernard's blue silhouette rushed by. Bernard and his double angrily turned back, realizing that they could still be bypassed. Bernard and his double watched with tension as their main enemy defeated their player without much effort. MoonYeob smiled sarcastically and looked ironically towards the guys. He was curious to see if Bernard could dodge, and when he said that, he meant dodge in the air. MoonYeob deftly jumped into the air and fired 2 spears in the form of blue aura beams towards his enemies. Bernard and his double immediately turned back and tried to dodge 2 spears approaching them at high speed. Bernard looked at his counterpart angrily, realizing that they must have a plan. They deftly turned towards each other and were about to push away from each other. Bernard and his double landed on the ground as 2 spears in the form of blue rays flew near them. Bernard furrowed his brows when he heard the heavy cry of his comrade. Bernard and his double turned back and saw that these spears had stuck into 2 of his teammates. The protagonist ironically explained that it was incredible, as expected. MoonYeob straightened his shoulders proudly and radiated a bright blue aura from himself, extending his long spear to the side. He praised his enemy and sarcastically said that he was aiming at him alone, but killed 2 of his comrades at once. Bernard, along with his double, raised their blades and looked angrily at the main character. MoonYeob continued that Bernard was lucky that he escaped the attack using his double, but did not take into account that it happens that it was possible to block the view of his comrades. MoonYeob stepped hard on the ground and crushed the ground beneath him. He noted that Bernard was so focused on speed that he did not even see his teammates. MoonYeob smiled sarcastically and tilted his head forward, maliciously inviting Bernard to attack him with his hand movement. The protagonist explained to Bernard that he should have better covered his rear. Dubois and his guys watched the guys fight through the big screen, which showed the last moment with MoonYeob. Dubois didn't understand how this happened. Dubois raised his head and looked attentively at the screen. He thought that the main character was running away from Bernard, but he still tried to limit his maneuverability with this movement. Dubois glared at the Moro brothers, who watched the match with admiration, celebrating MoonYeob's good fight. Jean and Philip noted that the main character was using the enemy's attack against him and Bernard was in too much of a hurry. They noted that MoonYeob was the best. Dubois was angry that they were not on the side of their team. The head coach of the national team raised his hand with enthusiasm and noted that their professional should never lose and could still show something. Dubois frowned at Gabriel, who was watching the duel intently. He noted that it would not be easy because Bernard was no longer in control of the situation, and moreover, to resist against the spear. The 2 long black spears of the main character reflected the attacks of 2 doubles in the form of blue flashes of light. Gabriel wondered what could possibly have happened in such a short period of time. He saw that MoonYeob calmly withstood all the attacks of their main star. Dubois looked carefully at the screen, where it was broadcast that the protagonist deftly repelled the attacks of Bernard and his double. He marveled at MoonYeob's strength. Bernard, together with his double, swung their blades and advanced in the form of a quick attack on the main character. Dubois realized that Bernard was attacking from all sides. Dubois presented the image of Bernard, from which the blue shadow of the double emanated against the background of the bright rays of the aura. Dubois knew that Bernard was talented from birth and trained hard and became a true master, and even after endless attacks he still breathed evenly, which was the result of his hard training. The protagonist looked gloatingly at his opponent, holding spears tightly in his hands. Dubois at the same time saw a powerful barrage of punches from MoonYeob. Bernard leaned forward and intended to launch another attack. From the first shot to the last, his timing was perfect. The protagonist released his spear, but Bernard, with a deft movement of his body, was able to dodge it. Dubois saw that MoonYeob was counterattacking and sought to wear down Bernard and take his breath away. The protagonist raised his head and looked up, puzzled. MoonYeob extended his shield, trying to hide from the enemy's fast attack. They understood that using such tactics was very difficult, because the main character was inferior in speed to his opponent. MoonYeob bared his teeth furiously and swung his arm. The French coach understood that if MoonYeob managed to act like this, then he was able to calculate every step at the level of vision of the future. MoonYeob glanced upward with a frown as he watched Bernard intend to attack him from behind. The protagonist swung his spear, intending to throw it towards Bernard, unaware that he was surrounded from behind by a double. This spear flew in the form of a dark beam towards Bernard, who was again about to dodge another attack. With a deft movement, Bernard and his double rallied together. At the same instant, the 2 of them rushed to attack MoonYeob, who who spread his shield and weapons to defend himself. MoonYeob carefully watched every move of his opponents. MoonYeob flew into the air and intended to meet the attack of Bernard and his double, who were advancing towards him. Gabriel watched the fight carefully, noting that after the fight was over, he would like to show the recording of the fight to the tanks so that they could see how to use the shield more effectively. He appreciated that MoonYeob was true to the basics with his impeccable technique. The protagonist deftly dodged in the air when they tried to surround him from both sides. Gabriel understood that as soon as MoonYeob felt that he was falling into a trap, he would attack and immediately change his position and counterattack at the first opportunity. Bernard ran into MoonYeob's shield and he was unable to carry out his attack. Gabriel understood that MoonYeob even used the shield as a weapon. Bernard was thrown back by the impact of the shield, and he was dragged along the ground. He saw that the enemy was too far away and he should have gotten closer. Bernard watched as MoonYeob stabbed his double with a spear. Bernard watched anxiously as the main character defeated his double. This shocked Bernard. Bernard widened his eyes, confused. He finally realized why the protagonist was the savior of humanity, the number one among superhumans. He understood that he was invincible, that he returned to the world of the living after 17 years. Having dealt with his double, MoonYeob threw his spear behind his head and grinned maliciously, noting that there were only two of them left on the battlefield again. Bernard finally admitted that it was the great MoonYeob. Bernard looked at his opponent, who dealt with his double with ease. MoonYeob deftly rotated his spear in front of him, smiling maliciously. Bernard understood that this was the same MoonYeob. Bernard with an angry look went to attack his main opponent. The protagonist threw a spear over his shoulder and watched indifferently as Bernard angrily swung his blades at him. Bernard felt that despite all this and his greatness, he would fight to the last. MoonYeob immediately got into a fighting pose and prepared to attack Bernard, who was flying at him. Bernard came face to face with his guns against MoonYeob, who looked at him gloatingly. He knew that he would fight him to the last. Bernard held his head and was indignant. He was silently surprised that MoonYeob simply smeared him. The main character grinned and pointed his finger towards Bernard, who was mocking him with irony. MoonYeob appreciated Bernard's skills and praised him, noting that he was clearly better than Gerald, and he explained that he now understood why that guy was not in the top 3. Bernard timidly replied that the protagonist was simply flattering him. Bernard was a little puzzled when MoonYeob gave him advice. The main character gave him this advice so that he could try to hone his strength a little more. MoonYeob looked closely at Bernard's strength stat and told him that he would become even stronger. MoonYeob understood that such a capable fighter still had room to grow, because his strength indicator was not yet at its maximum. Suddenly Dubois came up from the side and began clapping his hands enthusiastically. Bernard only had time to thank his colleague for the advice before Dubois replied that they both fought well. The head coach of the French national team looked at the guys with enthusiasm. He noted the merits of MoonYeob, adding that once it seemed to him that even Bernard could win. But then with each new attack he proved his superiority more and more. The protagonist sat in his module as Bernard looked at his trainer, puzzled. Dubois asked MoonYeob how he was able to time his opponent's movements when using his double. The main character recalled Bernard's attacks, where he tried to surround him with his double. In his mind, MoonYeob realized that due to the randomness of Bernard's attacks, he still had to strain himself, and he was not going to hide that his work with the double and the general level of skill were good. But when he used the enhancement skill and improved his performance, he could cope with Bernard. It wasn't difficult for him. He knew that otherwise he had no idea how it could have ended. After thinking for a while, MoonYeob extended his index finger and said that he won because he was the great savior of MoonYeob. The main character, together with Helen, stood opposite Coach France and his directors near the gates of a huge mansion. Dubois stood with the Moreau brothers and extended his hand, thanking MoonYeob for agreeing to take part in the training. The main character, along with Heian, stood next to Dubois, surrounded by the Moreau brothers. MoonYeob responded jokingly that it was fun and told the guys to train Heian well for his next visit. Dubois, in response, spread his arms to the sides and replied that the main star of the training did not have to worry about it, because they were not one of those who paid such a large salary to players for nothing and beautiful eyes. The protagonist looked puzzled at Heian, who looked downcast. He remembered her on the battlefield, where he ran past with a sword and a whip. He knew that Heian had not killed a single player in all the matches, and when she herself was killed in the first round, she became overly cautious and her nerves were on edge. MoonYeob placed his hand on Heian's head to show her support. After all, in the end, Heian's training was still good, and in the second round she made 1 pass, and in the third, 3 passes. The protagonist looked towards Heian with a warm mockery, stroking her hair. He tried to support her and said that it was just training and she shouldn't be upset about it. Heian suddenly became angry and bared her teeth, causing MoonYeob to flinch sharply and move away. She angrily agreed with his words and said that it really was not bad for the first time. At that very second, Heian calmed down and enthusiastically raised her fists in front of her. She told MoonYeob not to worry about it, because she would train more, to which MoonYeob suddenly calmed down and wished her good luck. The protagonist breathed a sigh of relief and looked at Hen with a smile. Heian proudly said that she was the daughter of Baek Jaho himself, the niece of Seo MoonYeob, and the 7 saviors will now be in her hands. The main character now realized that he definitely shouldn't have worried about Heian, but he noticed that the speech about 7 saviors sounded strange. MoonYeob smiled brightly and walked forward, realizing that he now had free time and was going to test that very skill. The main character was in a large tall building under the cover of the night sky. Card: Strengthening. He can strengthen one of his parameters, increases the indicator of the selected physical ability by +10, or strengthens one of his superpowers. MoonYeob raised his hands and held the spear handle in his hands. The protagonist looked puzzledly at the system window of his parameters with the skill, and noted that now it became clear to him about this moment with the strengthening of one of the superpowers. MoonYeob frowned and looked away and remembered the fight where he tried to shield himself from Bernard. He understood that if physical abilities were enhanced, the effect would be obvious, but if super strength was enhanced, he would be curious to know. MoonYeob closed his eyes and tilted his head forward, grinning slightly. The protagonist laughed maliciously and was surrounded by a dark aura. Looking at the system window, he decided to check this point and strengthen his analyzing gaze. Card: Analyzing Gaze. Enhanced version: the ability to see the characteristics and superpowers of living beings. The owner of the skill had access to the video and could see more characteristics and skills. The protagonist's gaze caught on 2 skills on his card: leadership and tactics, which were new. MoonYeob grabbed his chin in puzzlement and imagined fights between fighters, which implied a video description. The main character looked carefully at his stats card, which were all almost at maximum values. He realized that now it would be even easier to find young talent. Card Boost plus Throw. Throw is an enhanced version. It was possible to adjust the distance and speed of the throw when the thrown object comes back. The protagonist raised the toothbrush up and exclaimed with joy that now he had to run for the spear to test his throwing skill. The main character threw his brush aside and immediately caught it, leaving a blue aura trail near him. He was surprised that the brush returned to him, and the aura remained at the same level, and he admitted that it was quite convenient, so he was going to test it with a spear in battle, which should have looked impressive. MoonYeob's gaze caught another thing on the card. He understood that he would now become even cooler and he liked it, but there was still a moment left. It was a card with the immortality skill, immunity to death from physical impact. This was the last superpower. MoonYeob sweated and drooped slightly and thought about what the enhancement of immortality would give him. He used the immortality enhancement skill. He spread his arms out to his sides and looked around in confusion as his limbs began to be surrounded by blue flames. He looked dumbfounded at his hand, which was completely surrounded by blue flames. He began to become covered in blue flames and began to get angry about what was happening to him. He was completely covered in blue flames and frowned deeply. It was strengthening plus immortality. He soared into the air and glowed with a blue magical aura, inspecting his body while holding a spear in his hands. He didn't understand what was happening. Card: Immortality is an enhanced version, immune to lethality from physical damage, and the subject's body turns into a stream of aura for 2 minutes, and all attacks were invalidated when the subject passed through all objects. MoonYeob, glowing with a bright blue aura, looked around himself in bewilderment. He realized that he had an aura instead of flesh and blood. His bright blue silhouette glowed brightly in the air, and he looked himself up and down. He was surprised by this and was going to somehow test his capabilities. The bright glowing silhouette of MoonYeob floated in the air with his arms raised. He remembered that he was definitely supposed to pass through objects and was going to check it out. He rushed forward with a malicious grin. He was moving straight towards the window, intending to pass through it. His bright blue silhouette flew through the window, and he found himself in the space of a French city. He was dumbfounded by this skill. The main character continued to soar through the streets of Paris in a stream of blue aura. He realized that this skill really worked and realized that now it was useless to hit him, so he himself became curious if he could touch something. The bright blue silhouette of MoonYeob looked ahead in confusion as dark energy enveloped him. He was about to go back and check it all on a toothbrush when he suddenly fell into a stupor from what was happening. The protagonist widened his eyes and looked to the side in shock, realizing that something strange was happening now. He floated in the air and shrank slightly when he saw dark streams of energy floating across the sky of the night city. He realized that it was a monster from the dungeon. His silhouette changed dramatically, and he himself turned black with reflections of a blue aura. He smiled maliciously and was already holding his spear in his hands, realizing that this was definitely a dungeon. He rushed forward in a stream of blue aura, leaving behind a trail in the sky. The night city did not sleep and brightly illuminated the streets of the city with its light. The roofs of the houses were no exception and were also illuminated. MoonYeob swung his spear, emitting a blue aura from himself, and looked at how the Eiffel Tower was surrounded by a dark stream of energy. He realized that those monsters had definitely survived. MoonYeob smiled sarcastically and walked forward in a stream of blue aura, realizing that he would have to fight monsters. He rushed forward with a quick stream of blue aura. His blue beam reached the tower faster when the still dark stream was reaching towards it, and the civilians began to turn around in alarm. The protagonist grinned maliciously, emitting a bright blue light. He realized that this was a reaction to the aura of the monster from the dungeon. With a lightning-fast reaction, he rushed forward towards the tower with a blue stream of aura. His blue trail flew around the huge Eiffel Tower. His bright blue silhouette hovered near the tower, and he peered into it. He felt that the monster was nearby. MoonYeob grinned bloodthirstily and clenched his fists, realizing that it was still good that the monsters didn't all die, because otherwise it would have been boring. Just as the main character was about to continue, a system window suddenly popped up in front of him. It said that the skill of immortality had dried up within 2 minutes and he was returning to his corporeal shell. He realized that now it would be bad. He spread his arms to the sides and began to walk back into the building in a stream of blue aura. He understood that it was very inopportune and his silhouette in a stream of blue aura was returning back to the building. He returned to his corporeal shell and became sharply angry. He landed on the floor and left behind a cloud of dust. His gaze looked downcast and he was at a loss. He moved forward, bending slightly. He hit the wall with all his strength and destroyed it greatly out of anger. He angrily grabbed his face and was indignant at why his skill had turned up at the wrong time. He looked confused and held his hand to his face. He wondered how long it took for this skill to recover and whether it was possible to become a ghost immediately after returning to the body. He looked at his hand, puzzled, as he returned to his original state. Thick clouds floated over night Paris. He didn't understand why he didn't feel anything. He recalled the dark room and the cries of his comrades about who knew that the task at hand would be so difficult. They asked him to be more lenient and suddenly a spear flew from somewhere. The protagonist's huge spear flew into one of the demons. The main boss of the demons with white magic addressed his subordinate. The demon boss told his subordinate that he did not need excuses and ordered him to die, because there were many who wanted to take his place. The white light demon boss said that it was not time yet. He held his hand with white light in front of the corpse of his subordinate, and turned to the beginning of the world, wanting to meet him. The main character, in the form of a bright blue aura, was floating in the air. Once in his physical body, MoonYeob hurried to return to a state of enhanced immortality. There were 2 points worth noting here. The protagonist, in the form of a blue aura, absorbed the spears and arrows flying at him. The first point is that when the main character is in this state, he passes through absolutely all objects, and no attacks affect him. At the same moment, the protagonist with a blue aura broke the toothbrush in half. Himself being woven from aura, he could strike and destroy matter. The second point was that last time he did not feel the energy of the creature from the underground. The main character floated in the air in the form of a blue aura with crossed arms and legs against the backdrop of a tower in Paris. MoonYeob threw his hands behind his head and looked up angrily. He tried to attribute it to imagination equals, but no matter how much he searched, he never found his spear, which he threw towards the monster, which means he concluded that he had hit someone. He thought that he might have hit someone who had carried him away in their body without leaving a trace. MoonYeob transformed into his human form and landed on the floor. He could say one thing for sure. The protagonist frowned towards the Eiffel Tower, leaning his hand on the glass. He knew that when the creature appeared again, he would never miss this moment. Gabriel, along with the two Moro brothers, entered the main character's room, putting his hand behind his back. MoonYeob, with a mocking grin, extended his index finger towards Gabriel and noted that he recognized him, because they had met at training. The two brothers stood on either side of Gabriel. Philip said that in exchange for his data, MoonYeob asked to find a person who could be managed by ease. The protagonist noted that they agreed on this. Philip pointed his hand at Gabriel, who was looking forward intently. Philip noted that Mr. Gabriel would go with him. MoonYeob was about to use his enhanced analyzing gaze skill, and his eye became covered in purple flames. MoonYeob looked closely at Gabriel and his stat card. His eyes caught on the concentration skill that helped him maintain maximum concentration for 6 hours. He also paid attention to leadership and tactical skills, which were very high. MoonYeob understood that Gabriel had excellent super strength, and leadership and tactics were near the limit. The main character carefully looked at Gabriel with his analyzing gaze with a purple aura, realizing that he was literally born to become a trainer. Gabriel presented the Paris Lumiere team badge. Gabriel explained that MoonYeob did not doubt his abilities, and 3 years ago he was the head coach of the Paris Lumiere reserve team, returned and thought about becoming the coach of the main team. The main character turned to the world ranking of the Battle of Superhumans, where France was in first place, and Korea was in 127. He crossed his arms and asked Gabriel, puzzled, that he had now decided to move to Korea, to leave France for the country for a long term. Middle a team with weak players. He asked him whether he seriously wanted to contact such losers and whether he would regret his decision. MoonYeob added that YSM is a second division team. Gabriel spread his arms to the sides and replied that he knew, although he had never been to Korea before, much less worked with someone from the second division. Gabriel recalled moments from battles where the main character fought with great success against their star Bernard. Gabriel explained that he saw him in the game and his desire to get into the Paris Lumiere could easily be explained by Bernard. But with a response he added that if there was a chance to get into the team of MoonYeob, who was superior to Mr. Bernard, then it sounds much more grandiose. The protagonist indifferently looked away, crossing his arms. Gabriel added that he thought it would be very interesting to watch the MoonYeob team. MoonYeob grinned slightly and explained that since Gabriel himself made such a choice, he would not dissuade him. The main character extended his hand towards Gabriel, who stood opposite him, and waved his hand. MoonYeob began to explain that the payment would be more than worthy for Gabriel, because he is still a qualified specialist, the position of head coach, and the corresponding authority to manage the team. Gabriel, with his eyes closed, waved his hand as a sign that MoonYeob was not talking about that at all. MoonYeob extended his hand forward and looked at Gabriel, puzzled. MoonYeob also asked the specialist that he came to Korea but did not want to be a coach. Gabriel explained his gesture by saying that what MoonYeob offered was not enough for him. Gabriel stared ahead intensely through his glasses. He said that the post of head coach or full management of the team is already part of his natural outcome, given his abilities. The protagonist noticed that Gabriel said everything correctly, but still he felt uneasy. Gabriel presented Korea's location in the world ranking of the Battle of Superhumans at 127th place. Gabriel explained that he could have become the head coach at Paris Lumiere at any time, so the trip to Korea was objectively a huge minus for his career. The protagonist agreed with the specialist's words. Gabriel presented how the YSM team moves from the second division to the first. Gabriel noted that since the main character understood everything, he proposed an option where YSM would move to the first division within a year, and if with his arrival in the team they would win the championship and take first place in South Korea. He added that such an explosive success will not harm, but will only help his career. Gabriel stood opposite MoonYeob, who was in anticipation. Gabriel said that he had a condition, to which MoonYeob immediately became curious. Gabriel voiced his conditions to him, which no one heard. Gabriel spread his arms out to the sides as the two Moro brothers behind him suddenly perked up. Gabriel asked MoonYeob, who was standing opposite him, whether such conditions suited him. The main character frowned sharply and put his hand to his face, thoughtfully thinking about Gabriel's condition. After a moment, MoonYeob broke into a warm smile and extended his hand to the specialist as a sign of agreement, and he was ready to negotiate. They shook hands and Gabriel said they needed to make a contract. Jean and Philip took out their phones and started filming MoonYeob and Gabriel shaking hands. Philip laughed and noted that this event will further connect MoonYeob and their Parisian club. Jean added that now it will be impossible not to mention their Parisian club when talking about the main character. One of the Moro brothers posted a photo of the protagonist during training on social networks. The Moro brothers noted that, in truth, they had already posted a photo of the main character on the official networks of their Paris Lumiere team. MoonYeob answered in an angry tone why these scoundrels do whatever comes into their bald heads with photos of others. The Moro brothers noted that even though it was a training session, MoonYeob wore their club uniform. The protagonist with a grin approached the two Moro brothers, who were running away from him with phones in their hands. The Moro brothers collectively said that they had to show off and promote themselves at the same time. Philip, by the way, said that they should meet again in honor of signing a sponsorship contract for weapons. MoonYeob replied that let these cunning people do what they want. Ease was turned on the big screen. Arriving in Paris, the protagonist was going to find new players, and he unexpectedly acquired the Ease system and trainer Gabriel. The protagonist recalled his enhanced analyzing gaze, which allowed him to see the characteristics and superpowers of living beings. Also, his skills were described in video format, which showed battles with the skills used. The main character knew that thanks to the effect of the enhancement ability, he was even more confident in his abilities and returned home earlier than planned. Several photographs of the main character were published on the social networks of the main Parisian club Lumiere. When MoonYeob returned to Korea, his photographs continued to be published for some time on the official pages of the Parisian club on social networks. The Parisian team was surrounded by a yellow, hostile aura. Then rumors leaked out that MoonYeob had signed up for the Battle of the Superhumans as a player, and because of this, discontent among Parisian Lumiere's rivals escalated into outright hostility. A man with long thick hair was looking at his phone, and among them, the main rivals of the French club, the best team in Germany, reacted most negatively. The man was looking at the photo of the main character on his phone. The German team was led by Emre Kasa, one of the Seven Saviors. Kasa frowned at the phone and said that he had no idea what MoonYeob was thinking about right now. Kasa was known as the Berlin Lightning. At the YSM club base, things were being unpacked and handymen were standing in the yard on a bright sunny day. Gabriel walked around the office as workers installed equipment and carried boxes. Gabriel, in his black suit, closely watched the work of the movers. The YSM players peered over the wall and watched their new coach, who looked very smart. The team players noticed the installation of Ease and realized that in their country there were no specialists who could work with it. The entire team stuck their heads out and secretly watched the work of their new coach, Gabriel. They understood that not all teams in the first division had this new program, but they would use it, noting that their director was incredibly cool, and they really wanted to try Ease as soon as possible. Thick clouds floated over the YSM team building. The guys noticed their director MoonYeob, who was walking towards them along the corridor. The protagonist enthusiastically told his guys that they had been training properly all this time, and therefore it was time for a general gathering. The main character spread his arms to the sides, and the whole team looked at him in surprise. MoonYeob said that he had an interesting dream last night. The protagonist raised his eyebrows and said with enthusiasm that in the dream there was an old man who said that he was his ancestor and that he had many difficulties because he himself had no ancestors. He also added that he told him 6 numbers. The player guy and the red-haired, long-haired girl opened their mouths in surprise. MoonYeob put his finger to his temple and continued that he told the old man in his dream that he didn't need it and he told him to get lost. But he said these 6 numbers right in his ear, so each of them reached him and they still haven't left his head for a while now. The protagonist noted that he thought a lot and decided that it was such a thank you from God to the one who saved the world and he just wanted him to win the main prize in the lottery. The red-haired girl player looked dumbfounded at the frowning director, who crossed his arms. She asked him if he had bought himself a lottery ticket, to which he sharply replied that he had not. MoonYeob grinned sarcastically and answered ironically that he didn't do such nonsense and asked them if they knew why this was so. The whole team looked at their director, the great MoonYeob, with enthusiasm. He loudly told them that they, his favorite people, were his lottery ticket, and added that this season they would have to try and show that they were greatly underestimated. The protagonist put his hand to his mouth and cleared his throat. He was going to continue further and noted that for their further growth he brought a specialist from France. MoonYeob excitedly pointed his hand at Gabriel standing behind him. He introduced them to a new coach, Gabriel Sana, who was a super elite specialist, and added that he himself would not have come to them in their mountain backwater, and therefore it took him a lot of effort to persuade him to work with them. Gabriel closed his eyes and lowered his head as MoonYeob looked at him and continued to talk about him. MoonYeob added that for reference his annual salary, he will have more players, so he told the guys to take good care of him. The protagonist has already turned to his specialist and asked him to introduce himself. Gabriel opened his mouth and introduced himself, saying that he would temporarily take over as head coach. Gabriel looked angrily at the previous trainer, who timidly scratched the back of his head. Gabriel noted that their current coach Dong Jun will be assisting him as a senior advisor and expressed gratitude to him for his assistance. He was also going to tell the guys about the new tasks first. The YSM team of players widened their eyes when they heard Gabriel's plan that their goal for the new season was promotion to the first division, and the goal for the next season was to lead it. Gabriel extended his palm in front of him and asked the guys that if they follow his plan, they will definitely succeed. Gabriel extended his hand to the side and pointed it at MoonYeob, who crossed his arms proudly. Gabriel added that in return, Director MoonYeob himself will take part in matches 3 times a year. The players immediately exclaimed and were surprised that the director would now be a player, and that was a completely different conversation. MoonYeob glanced sharply to the side. Gabriel told him that it would be very cool if the director also took part in the competition. The protagonist raised his eyebrows and exclaimed at such a statement. Gabriel looked at the director and raised his hand in front of him. He explained that he did not say that he should participate in all matches, because it was clear to everyone that with him in the lineup any team would become invincible and this would be obvious. He added that for his part, he left Bernard and the famous Lumiere and came to work at YSM, and he did this because if he looked at the same players, his growth as a coach would come to a dead end. Gabriel looked forward and presented the winner's cup with a blue aura. He explained that MoonYeob was stronger than Bernard and he came for him, so he asked for a chance as a coach to put him on the team and watch a high-quality match. And he also said that if he goes for it, then YSM is guaranteed to move to the first league, or in other words, he will be with him for 1 year before the championship. The protagonist was puzzled and touched his face with his hand, thinking about these words from Gabriel. The protagonist excitedly extended 3 fingers and said that he would still perform 3 times in a year. Gabriel looked closely at MoonYeob and noted that even if MoonYeob plays only 3 matches, then this season the team will definitely move to the first league, and he will demonstrate all his coaching abilities in those games in which he will no longer take part. The main character extended his hand forward to shake them in agreement. He added that Gabriel showed everything he was capable of. The protagonist looked admiringly at his guys with his hand outstretched and said that he still hoped that his turn wouldn't come and told the guys to try better. The first training session under the leadership of Gabriel, a group hunt, which took place at a location with a fortress. A team of fighters dealt with skeletons on the battlefield. 2 players named Cho Seung-ho and Namgung Jae-hoon wore glasses and looked tense on the battlefield. They understood that Ys was excellent at analyzing the abilities of superhumans. Also, 3 more players named Choi Hyuk, Lee Na-yeon, and Ro Young-hwan were also actively fighting in the battle. The director and Gabriel understood that this system allowed them to see the same indicators using the skill of analyzing the gaze. Gabriel stood next to the chief director and they watched what was happening. Gabriel noted that Namgung Jae-hoon, Lee Na-yeon, and Ro Young-hwan used their strengths well. MoonYeob thought to himself that this was due to his efforts. Gabriel's gaze caught on the first player named Cho Seung-ho, noting that his performance was poor and his stat card appeared. The protagonist timidly scratched his cheek when Gabriel looked at him with a slight frown. MoonYeob was surprised and added that this player had still improved. Gabriel said that overall he didn't see any potential for development. Player Cho Seung-ho was on the battlefield with a downcast look and a card appeared with his available superpowers. Superpowers such as the ability to transfer objects, the ability to share what you see in your aura. The main character explained that Gabriel was right, that the technical aspects could still be improved, but much progress was unlikely. Gabriel noted that this player had many useful superpowers, but still he would be the weak link. The main character's gaze is caught on two of the player's skills, leadership and tactics. MoonYeob thought that Gabriel was wrong and he saw something else. The protagonist looked at these two skills with his analyzing gaze, whose indicators were not yet at their limit. MoonYeob understood that leadership had a very high limit, and the tactics indicator could be pumped up to 90 units, and with this Cho Seung-ho had a chance to become a strong player. The main character put his hand in his pocket and looked enthusiastically at Gabriel, who put his hands behind his back. MoonYeob suggested to the head coach the idea of him training Cho Seung-ho as a second tactician, to which Gabriel was sharply taken aback. MoonYeob began to say that the guy was always calm and collected, and not stupid either, because he was responsible for determining the location of the opposing team, so it would not be difficult for him to assess the situation as a whole. Gabriel straightened his shoulders wide and looked forward with a confident gaze. He thought a little and answered that Ro Young-hwan, the chief tactician, it would be worth sending him directly to the very center of events, and the second analyst would work out the strategy in detail, being in a calm environment where he is least likely to be killed. He decided to personally take care of the player Cho Seung-ho. Two more players quickly broke through the space on the battlefield. Gabriel reminded his director that he had recently acquired two more players named Choi Youngmin and Yoon Bam. The main character remembered these two players when he signed a contract with them. He noted the uniqueness of these players as he liked their superpowers, which is why he decided to sign a contract with them. Player Choi Youngmin fought fiercely against skeletons on the battlefield. MoonYeob explained that this player has excellent moves and a satisfying super strength, and was worth investing your time in. MoonYeob understood that using his superpower of observation, he would prematurely dismiss unnecessary actions and his movements were as effective as possible. Gabriel mentioned another player Yoon Bam and asked the director about what he could pay attention to. The protagonist looked at his trainer with slight confusion. MoonYeob, together with Gabriel, watched through the system's huge screen the player Yoon Bam, who fearfully fought with a skeleton. MoonYeob replied, no matter how much he looked at it, he didn't see anything special. The protagonist looked straight ahead. He understood that the ease system would not show them his features. Yoon Bam was running away from the skeletons on the battlefield with fear in his eyes when his ability card appeared. The main character's gaze caught on the aura skill 6972. The card is shadow walking. Movement speed increases by 20%, and with aura values above 70 the player can merge with the shadow. Gabriel carefully peered ahead at the player. MoonYeob replied that his eyes were never wrong. Gabriel was slightly surprised and looked at the director, puzzled. MoonYeob smiled sarcastically and said that you just need to wait a little. The protagonist crossed his arms and broke into a malicious smile. He understood that when the player's aura increased by just 1 unit, then very soon his lottery ticket would hit a big win. Gabriel was holding a folder with the YSM team training plan in his hands. He asked previous coaches if they were still involved in the team's affairs. Gabriel sat in his chair as two trainers stood in front of his desk. Gabriel noted that he had to admit that it was a real miracle that they achieved such high results with such inefficient work. Dongjun immediately dropped and trembled when Gabriel said that this miracle had a name, MoonYeob. Gabriel looked confidently at his assistants and told them to change their training schedule, as they needed to lay a solid foundation before the start of the second half of the season. Second training session under the guidance of trainer Gabriel, speed testing. The player's foot quickly flew through space at high speed. Nayeon ran as hard as she could and passed all her teammates. The first place was taken by Nayeon. Bam, looking very tired and out of breath, was breathing heavily, noting that Nayeon was too fast. 14th place, Bam. Ro Young-hwan, who took 6th place, ran past the out-of-breath Bam with a confident look. Bam turned to his captain and wondered if he would die from such a load. Ro Young-hwan told his friend that their new coach had a doctorate in sports medicine, and they might have felt like he was really overworking them. But that wasn't the case. Ro Young-hwan looked ahead and started to run forward when Bam closed his eyes tightly. Ro Young-hwan added that their director said that he adjusted their level to the training system of the Paris Lumiere, and he thought that their players had similar training every day. Ro Young-hwan accelerated sharply and was already beginning to move away from Bam, who was running after him on his last legs and trying to keep up. Bam stopped on the treadmill and wanted to catch his breath, realizing that it was difficult for him. Bayam looked ahead in horror and opened his mouth wide as he tried to take in air to come to his senses. He understood that he could not catch up with them and invited the guys to run away together. We were transported to the coach's office. Gabriel was surprised by what happened during training. Gabriel picked up the remote control and watched the training video many times. Gabriel sat in his chair and continued to press the remote control to rewind the training video. He understood that the average performance and training system were typical for a second division team, and yet he did not understand how the YSM players achieved results so quickly. Gabriel crossed his arms and looked at the screen with confusion. Gabriel turned his attention to the team's 5 best players. He presented the images of 2 players, Ro Young-hwan and Namgung, in a fighting image. He noticed that once Ro Young-hwan began training for endurance, he began to defeat opponents and make assists more often, and his save percentage also increased. He also noted that Namgung, despite the sharp change in its position, has established itself as an excellent melee dealer by comboing his superpower project and his utility. He also noticed 3 more players. Nayeon and Seung-ho trained sprints repeatedly as track and field athletes and became famous for their strategy, striking and holding. And Choi Hyuk, after moving to YSM, became a tank and in his new position showed an explosive increase in physical strength. Gabriel recalled the image of the main character, who smiled maliciously. He realized that MoonYeob definitely had a hand in this. Gabriel, with his arms crossed, frowned at the table, deep in thought. He understood that thanks to these 5 it was already possible to easily reach the playoffs, thinking that MoonYeob himself could have participated in the matches 3 times and victory would have been ensured. Gabriel raised his eyes and looked a little puzzled at the screen. He looked at the system screen and looked at the characteristics of the team captain Choi Hyuk and could not understand what the point of changing his position was, because he would have performed fine as a melee dealer. The team captain during training fiercely repelled enemy attacks with his sword. Gabriel didn't understand why MoonYeob made him a tank. Gabriel suddenly grabbed the keyboard and began searching for the necessary information on the computer. Gabriel was watching a replay of the Choi Hyuk fight on the computer, and the system showed his passive ability to increase physical endurance. Gabriel realized that the amount of damage the enemy was inflicting on him was different from that received by the team captain. It dawned on him that Choi Hyuk had another passive ability. Gabriel frowned slightly and couldn't believe that MoonYeob knew this and therefore gave him the role of tank. Gabriel remembered the moment the protagonist grinned when he said that his eyes were never wrong, and wondered how he did it. Bayam sat in the corner and sighed heavily, who doubted himself and thought that he had overestimated himself. The main character noticed the saddened Bayam and called out to him. MoonYeob asked the player why he was depressed and told him not to be so afraid and suggested that he call himself senior instead of director. Bayam timidly grabbed the back of his head when the main character was not far from him. Bayam said his new name and MoonYeob praised him and told him to continue in the same spirit. When he saw him he should radiate respect and joy. The main character grinned maliciously and turned to his ward and told him to talk about what was bothering him. Bayam hung his head again and sighed heavily, and sadly said that he had the worst skills on the team. Bayam grabbed his head and anxiously imagined the image of their team captain, Choi Hyuk. Bayam noted that their captain, who was a year younger than him, had already taken the center position and continued to write the main character's biography ever since he joined the club. He noted with disappointment that he could not maintain the pace of training and realized that he was not able to become a professional. MoonYeob raised his eyebrows and asked what he might have thought that he and Choi Hyuk were similar and unlike him. He was originally good with his innate talent. Bayam was indignant at such superiority of his captain and began to talk plaintively about why he was even taken to the team if he was so bad. The protagonist added that it was all about his superpower. Bayam closed his eyes tightly and cried from the hopelessness of his situation, imagining how during training he could not catch up with Nayeon. Bayam asked about increasing speed and merging with the shadow. He thought that they could increase his speed, but how could he catch up with Nayeon? The main character crossed his arms and looked slightly displeased at the saddened Bayam. MoonYeob was going to cheer up his comrade and remind him that his superpowers developed in accordance with his efforts. Bayam frantically asked if this could guarantee anything in this matter. Bayam bared his teeth and cried heavily, looking with eyes full of tears at the main character, who told him that they had a dispute and he could not provide him with any guarantees. He angrily asked the director that his life was like some kind of joke for him. MoonYeob grabbed Bayam by the collar with displeasure and he got scared. MoonYeob reminded him about the dispute, where he promised to give him 300 million if their idea failed. And this big money was not so easy to earn in 2 years. Bam immediately came to his senses and began to apologize for his behavior. The main character looked angrily at the offending player and told him that this would not work. MoonYeob pulled Bam's shirt and told him to follow him. A huge mountain range covered with dense trees. Bam wondered why they came to the mountains, and even without prior preparation. MoonYeob walked forward without looking back as Bam passed through the rubble. The protagonist replied that now they will change his mindset of a loser, because he would not want to throw 300 million down the drain. He ironically asked him to think about what would be better, spend 2 years of his time whining or push himself and hit the jackpot. Bam looked at the main character standing above him on the rock ledge with an angry face. Bam noted what kind of adult would teach that the pursuit of success is more important than living modestly and honestly. MoonYeob was suddenly puzzled and thought that Bam did not consider his competence sufficient to teach him something. Bam explained that it was about something completely different. MoonYeob, with a smile on his face, raised his finger up and said that there, higher up, he had prepared a place for him where he would pump his aura. Bam wondered why in the mountains. MoonYeob remembered himself in his fighting form when he was surrounded by a dark aura at the beginning of his journey. He explained that the aura has some characteristics. It becomes more active when you are in a suitable place. After all, he himself clearly did not begin his journey from the dungeons. Bam looked dumbfounded at his director, who told him that he himself felt like the right person when he found himself in the right place. MoonYeob, with sadness on his face, said the unpleasant phrases that were once repeated to him. These phrases carried the meaning that he was pitiful and was considered a mediocrity and a useless person. When he was little, he constantly listened to something like this. The protagonist remembered his orphanage, noting that their director of the orphanage did not stand on ceremony with them and often beat the children and was not shy in his expressions. He remembered the phrase of his enemy in the orphanage, who asked him if he was still crazy. MoonYeob recalled how he sat on the floor, all beaten, and the director stood opposite him. He remembered that this bastard hated him more than anyone, so he beat him especially often. And those little sycophants of the director treated him the same way. The director told him that he was too rebellious and made him angry. Young MoonYeob looked at his offender with an angry look, who warned him that if he looked like that, he would be beaten again. He was called a useless man. Bam raised his eyebrows and was stunned by the protagonist's childhood story. The protagonist watched as Bam immediately changed his face and looked confused. The main character put his hand on Bam's head and told him with trepidation that each of them had mental wounds. The main character looked at Bam with a smile, holding his hand on his head. He replied that the consequences of these wounds could be overcome. Bam widened his eyes in shock and turned to his elder. MoonYeob rushed to move on. When Bam exclaimed angrily, MoonYeob said since Bam was a loser from the cradle, then they should move away from human eyes. Bam said with displeasure that the elder again called him a loser and explained what he should do in this remote place. MoonYeob walked to the edge of the mountain and looked into the dark cave with Bam. He replied that Bam should not ask him, but his superpower. The protagonist looked forward proudly when Bam pointed at the cave and asked how it was even understood. MoonYeob told Bam not to talk too much because this was the place where he was supposed to train. The main character kicked Bam from behind and it flew down. Bam sat inside the cave and looked dumbfounded at his director, who was looking at him carefully. Bam asked him why he did this. MoonYeob began to say that Bam looked at the world with pessimism, was a loser who always complained, and decided that this place was perfect for him, where he would improve his skills. Bam looked tearfully at his teacher MoonYeob, who told him to settle down and told him that he could only leave in 10 days. Bam wondered what he would eat and where he would go to the toilet. MoonYeob rolled his eyes and imitated Bam complaining again. MoonYeob said that he provided him with a wonderful place to train, and he was worried about such little things, so he told him to stop whining and get down to business. The main character waved his hand in his direction. When Bam looked at him in a sweat, MoonYeob told him that he would confiscate the phone and told him to give it back. Bam thought the protagonist was crazy. Bam was in the pit itself and looked up into the sky. He understood that if he stayed here, he would die and he had to escape somehow. Suddenly MoonYeob looked at him with a bloodthirsty look and explained to him that if he tried to get out ahead of time, he would catch him and skin him, and he would be in trouble. Bam immediately drooped and fell into a stupor. The main character waved his hand and broke into a bright smile, saying goodbye to Bayam and wishing him good luck. Bayam didn't understand how only MoonYeob could think straight. Bayam plopped down on the ground and sighed heavily. He looked up in despair and thought that he could not believe what he should do now. Bayam recalled how he sat on a bench at school with a towel on his head. He thought that he would not be able to cope with this task and that nothing would work out for him, because even at school he sat on the bench all the time. During school, he sat on a bench with a downcast face. He remembered that when he did go out onto the field, no one paid attention to him at all. He recalled how he cried tearfully while on the bench under a towel. He considered himself quite active and wanted to become a top-notch player in the battle of superhumans. He remembered himself in training, when it was difficult for him and he tried to catch up with his captain. He believed that all this was absolutely impossible for him. He recalled stopping on the treadmill to catch his breath and thinking he had no chance. He also remembered the main character who extended his hand to him. MoonYeob invited him to join their YSM team, and if he worked hard enough, he could develop and improve super strength. He suddenly sat down on the ground and hung his arms, thinking that it was possible after all. He was lost in thought, looking ahead without moving. He realized that the most powerful Superman in the world had told him that it was possible. Bayam sat on the ground and crossed his legs, surrounded by his blue aura. He realized that there was no point in doubting his leader's words and felt that he should have focused on the aura flow. Suddenly, a purple beam of light appeared in the sky. 10 days have passed. The main character watched through the phone over the life of Bayam, who was still alive. He understood that now it was time for his lottery ticket to get out of there. MoonYeob looked at his phone, breaking into a malicious smile. He used his analyzing gaze. His eye emitted purple flames as he used his skill. He realized that his lottery ticket had worked. The black silhouette of a head approached the pit, and Bayam, in the form of his blue aura, began to crawl out of the pit. The main character, confident in his words, asked Bayam if his plan worked. Bayam widened his eyes with surprise on his face. He realized that MoonYeob had been watching him all this time. It was a video camera module in the form of a penguin on wheels, which monitored him. MoonYeob said through the camera that there was still time before the start of the second half of the season, so he asked him to master his new superpower technique until then. A hologram of MoonYeob from a video camera looked at the confused Bayam. MoonYeob told him that in such conditions in the first match he would attract everyone's attention. The clear sun hung over the YSM building. Seo MoonYeob happily shouted to the director that he had come. The guys stood in front of Choi Dong-jun, asking him where Gabriel was Sana, to which they received an answer that he was forming subgroups in the coaching room for the second half of the season. But he was interrupted, not allowing him to ask the question. The brunette turned around, leading the young man away, turning to him and saying that he wanted to introduce the new main character. The young men walked past an office where a man and a woman were answering calls, explaining that at the moment they were not planning to transfer players to another club, explaining that Lee Na-in will not move to another club. The guys came to the director's office, asking what kind of commotion was happening there. Looking at them, Gabriel Sana replied that many teams want to take the girl to their team, and offers even came from abroad. A man with glasses looked at them, representing many countries, telling how everyone was stirring at the end of the transfer window and wanted to get the famous duo. One Arab company offered $5 million for them. The main character grimaced when they asked him whether he agreed to the offer, answering that for them it was little money. He introduced Lee Na-in and Jo Seun-ho had their backs to each other, explaining that they could only sell the girl if something happened, but not the guy, because he represented the real value of the team, even though the girl was the face of the team. The brunette recalled to Jo Seun-ho that he warmed up while in shape, adding that it would be a deadly tandem, given the director and his love for non-standard solutions in battle. Seo MoonYeob winked, already imagining the tactics of fighting him in his head, but the director suggested that he could analyze Daniel Mansk. The brunette was surprised, asking who he was talking about. They told him about a blue-eyed guy who was the best support in the world, forming with the rest of the players the 3 strongest superhuman participants in the battle. He and the director looked at each other while Bayam looked at the brunette, who was explained that the support was from the German team Berlin Lightning, whose coach was one of the 7 saviors. The main character recalled to Casa that he raised his finger, seriously declaring that he could not leave everything to chance. The brunette looked at him with a bottle in his hands while he read the lectures. Then he thought that the team coach was clearly a stuffy person. Afterwards, he was mentally surprised by the support's achievements, realizing that he was more interested in him than his coach himself. The brunette turned to the man with glasses. The main character pushed Yumbayam forward, who awkwardly greeted him while the coach stated that it would be a good idea to change the main lineup of players for the second half of the season. Gabriel Sauna clasped his hands together, clarifying the young man's name, saying that just recently the guy wasn't of much interest. Yumbayam suddenly demonstrated his aura, and then the coach called the guy a lottery ticket, hinting at his unusual ability. A clear sky hung over the stadium, while the commentators were announcing the first match of the second half of the season. The emblems of the two opposing teams were displayed on the screen, announcing YSM and the GT Knights, suggesting that the match would put an end to their confrontation. Viewers were shown the new member of Team YSM through a hologram, saying that Yumbayam was recently published as a new athlete. The brunette crossed his arms with a smile when he heard himself mentioned. Let's move back 10 minutes. Yumbayam and Jo Seun-ho looked at the coach, who told them that the match was an opportunity to show a new side of themselves. The directors presented the 5 most valuable players, calling them the ideal combination. The bespectacled man's eyes sparkled, and he told the 5 to move together if the match didn't bring any surprises. Jo Seun-ho excitedly thanked the director. When he was declared the leader of this subgroup, the brunette addressed the rookie with a raised finger, saying he didn't expect much from him in his first game. However, Yumbayam clearly became nervous when he was told to take care of his opponents. The spotlights sparkled. The match had already begun. Everyone was eagerly awaiting which dungeon the game would take place in. It turned out to be an upside-down forest. In the middle of the cave, a luminous tree was flying in the air. This monster was called a Zardlun. It will attack from above on those who dare to approach it, and the closer they get to it, the more intense the attack. They say that the monster is actually not one tree, but several that have absorbed an incredible amount of aura and merged together. The GT Knights were divided according to the 4-4-3 principle. The first subgroup had 4 players, and the second also. But in the third there were already 3 players. The YSM team was divided into 2 subgroups of 5 people. Unexpectedly for the others, someone suddenly came out, walking confidently. It turned out to be a newcomer. He alone made up the third subgroup. All the spectators were shocked by this decision, especially considering the terrain where a Zardlun could attack you at any moment. The guy confidently ran into the dungeon. His eyes suddenly glowed as he used his shadow walking ability. With its help, movement speed increased by 20%. With an aura value above 70, the player could merge with the shadow. The first subgroup of the night, consisting of 4 people, fought the monster. They suggested that the monster was small, but would increase significantly as soon as they went deeper. Not far from them, several arrows stuck into the ground. What of course caught their attention, they realized that Lee Nayan caught up with them. Red stood in front of his teammates, telling the others that everything was fine and they should continue moving at the same pace, because their target was the guy. The red-haired guy with shaved temples looked away, saying that it was even better because they were heading towards them and not in the opposite direction, declaring that they had something for their duet. They rushed forward. One of them used his ability of perception, which involved detecting signs of living beings in the surrounding space. The opponents were then attacked with arrows, but they still continued to move. After all, the damage was small. The guy opened his eyes wide, realizing that he had found something. He saw an archer around his comrades, and a subgroup of rivals fought with the monster, while one of the opponents was behind a rock a kilometer from this place. He swore that it was Jo Seun-ho. Lee Nayan watched them leave, holding a bow in her hand. The girl stated with a smile that the first stage of the plan has been completed. The guy in the hood was warned about the approaching enemies. As soon as he turned around, the knights were already standing in front of him, declaring that he would not be able to escape, considering that his team was fighting the Zardlun. The stranger touched his hood. Throwing off the cloth, Choi Hyuk asked why he should run. The knight was surprised, thinking that there was definitely a tank there. As soon as they turned around, their rivals arrived from behind. Jo Seun-ho ran with a sword and shield in his hands. While holding the weapon in the air, he gave something to his partner. The guy held the backpack on his back. The next moment he threw it at his opponent, calling it a gift. The redhead caught the backpack, wondering what was there. Seeing the contents, the guy cursed. These turned out to be Zardlun seeds that grew quickly, absorbing aura from the environment. He presented a diagram where the opponents collected seeds and made a package that blocked the flow of aura, filling a backpack with them, handing them over to Choi Hyuk. At that very second, vines began to grow rapidly from the backpack. They wrapped themselves around each of the knights, suspending them in the air. Members of the YSM team came to them while they were unable to get out. One after another they began to formulate murders for themselves. So Choi Hyuk made 1 kill, and Namkoong Jahoon made 1. Choi Jeongman swung his sword, earning himself 1 kill. Leader of the 3rd subgroup, consisting of 3 players, I listened in shock to the news that the first subgroup was no longer there. In front of them was Zardlin. The bald one shouted to regroup immediately after the hunt. The monster's vine rushed forward. It grabbed one guy by the leg, hanging him in the air. The leader of the group bared his teeth, declaring the salvation of his teammate as the main goal. Without a second thought, he ran straight towards the monster. His eyes glowed and he grabbed the hilt of his sword. Swinging, he cut the vine into 2 parts. He immediately began to run while his teammate fell to the ground. Turning around, he noticed the redhead struggling with the monster while the rescued one tried to get to his feet. The leader of the subgroup looked at him angrily, not understanding what the guy was wasting his time on. He was overcome with rage and thought that he could deal with the monster first. One by one they attacked the monster, striking it. Soon the bald man was exhausted, realizing that they had wasted too much time on one monster. The leader of the subgroup spoke angrily about the red-haired guy who froze. He approached his teammate, placing his hand on his shoulder, intending to have a serious conversation. The next moment he fell dead, beginning to dissolve into pixels. He became nervous, not understanding what had happened, when his opponent was credited with the first kill. The guy shook his head in alarm, shouting that this couldn't happen, because there weren't even any signs of the group approaching. At this time, a shadow quietly crept up on the guys. It was Yoonbaeum in the shadows with glowing eyes. He approached the brunette, preparing to finish him off. Next he swings his weapon. He kills his opponent right in front of his teammates' eyes. He was counted as the second murder. Yoonbaeum hurried to hide in the shadows, realizing that he had been noticed. The enemy looked at the shadow in shock, wondering what had happened. The bald man shook his head around in fear, searching for his opponent. The young man turned pale, understanding that his opponent is following him. The next moment, Yoonbaeum emerges from the shadows. He attacks the knight, who manages to react. Baldy managed to repel the attack, and the enemy jumped back. The YSM guy slid along the ground, crouching, realizing that the enemy had a good reaction. He became nervous, mentally calling out to his elder for advice. The young man stood opposite the trainer, who asked about his actions if suddenly the surprise attack did not work, receiving the answer that he would most likely simply be killed. The brunette gesticulated, denying his possible rightness. Yoonbaeum was indignant when he was told that nothing is certain in battle. Then he asked how he could defeat someone who is much stronger. For this he received a kick in the ass and screams from the elder, because he should have listened to the end first. The young man looked warily at the bruised area while the coach urged him to use his head for its intended purpose. Yoonbaeum turned around and looked at the brunette, receiving advice. First, he should have limited the variability of his opponent's actions. He presented a logical tree, where he cut off several options for the outcome of events. Seo MoonYeob asked how his opponent would think. The young man awkwardly scratched the back of his head, assuming that his opponent would go there, where there is less shadow, and will wait for his appearance. The brunette showed 2 fingers, saying that most of his opponents would think so. After all, when circumstances force you to decide quickly, it is very difficult to be distracted by 103rd. He pointed his finger at the confused young man, saying that at this time the initiative was in his hands. Next, the trainer took a box with a crossbow and a dagger inside, but received the answer that the student preferred long swords. The brunette handed everything to his ward, saying that in the absence of control skill, he should use an easy-to-use weapon. Yoonbaeum took the crossbow and ran with it, crawling out of the shadows. The brunette smiled with confidence, crossing his arms over his chest. Magic arrows flew at the opponent one after another. However, the bald man managed to repel them all with his shield. At this time, the young man corrected himself and quickly moved along the shadow behind his opponent. He jumped out from behind at his opponent, holding a dagger in his hand. The main character watched the battle through the screen. He grinned confidently, thinking that bad thoughts are not a reason to give up if the student does not give up. Yoonbaeum attacked his opponent with a dagger, catching him by surprise. The knight's eyes lit up and he prepared to swing his sword. However, the stone interfered with the young man and he stumbled. The guy falls to the ground rather clumsily and screams. He found himself at the feet of a confused knight who could not find words. Before his eyes, the guy disappeared into the shadows, leaving his opponent alone. He squealed in embarrassment while he was a shadow, not understanding how he stumbled like that. His displeased expression followed his opponent like a shadow as he wondered if they had revealed their trump card too early. Yumbayam was surprised when he was amazed by his ability to merge with the shadow. The bald man turned around, noticing a suspicious shadow. He was fully armed, looking out for his opponent. At this time, the entire team was actively attacking their opponents, earning themselves kills. The knights only had Jeong Soo-ho left. An entire YSM group was blocked by the boss himself, and another was captured by the previously scattered Zardlan seeds. The players stood in front of him. A brutal battle with the monster awaited them. Yumbayam waved his dagger. Many understood that a lot depended on this fight. The knight managed to repel the guy's blow. The young man again became a shadow, and then sharply attacked his opponent. Each of them tried to at least injure his opponent. Jeong Soo-ho swung his sword again, but it was all in vain. He couldn't even hurt the guy. The knight's evil gaze suddenly shifted sharply. He suddenly attacked the guy standing with a dagger in his hand. Yumbayam barely managed to jump back and crouched on the ground. As it turned out, the guy was wounded right in the legs. The bald man couldn't believe his eyes. He was finally able to wound his enemy. Suddenly the realization came to him that his opponent had not dodged and he was not hiding in the shadows. He remembered several powers, but also realized that this superpower also had limitations. The guy can only disguise himself in the shadow, but not become it. He remembered the moment when the young man fell at his feet, thinking that there was nothing unusual in this, because superpowers are often bound by limitations. The bald man smiled ominously, realizing that such an opportunity should not be missed. He waved his sword, intending to deal with the younger one. Yumbayam became nervous, thinking that he had lost. His wounded leg trembled. He reproached himself for his mistakes. The young man looked in surprise at the swing of the sword. The blade almost touched the guy's head, still looking at him. Jeong Soo-ho was very surprised as he watched what was happening. The opponent's eyes suddenly shone. There was a smile of gloating on his face. He warned that with such a sweeping blow, one could drive a sword deep into the ground. There was only a shadow at the site of the impact. She was quickly moving somewhere. Yumbayam suddenly swung at him from behind before he could figure it out, thanking him for falling for his trick. He swung decisively, pointing the dagger at the confused and angry knight. The young man imagined a dungeon turned upside down, saying that he deliberately did not completely hide in the shadows when asking. He also did not think that the entire location was a solid shadow. Yumbayam defeated the enemy, finally killing him. Finally, the guy was credited with the third murder. The young man looked around in shock. He fell to his knees as the voice again said that he had 3 kills. His eyes widened. He was barely aware of what was happening. Yumbayam clenched his fists victoriously and closed his eyes, realizing that he had succeeded. The brunette remembered the hunted guy with a smile, realizing that he could. The young man exclaimed victoriously, crying with happiness. The first game of the second half of the season ends in victory for the YSM team. The newcomer turned out to be the most productive player. The video of the battle was posted on the internet, and everyone was discussing the new rising star of gaming. The main character stood up from his seat, saying that he had no doubt about today's match. He remembered the students, realizing that at this rate, promotion to the first division would not be so difficult. The brunette took out his phone, wondering if their victory was too easy. He looked at the news, thinking that it would be great to set a goal for the team to become first on the world stage. The clear sun again illuminated everything around. The main character lay on the sofa in suits and slippers, with his hands behind his head, realizing that he was bored after the second director took over. He looked at the TV, where there was a guy in alien glasses, saying that he had already watched everything. The brunette switched channels. On one, a man was holding a fork with a sausage. On another, children at school witnessed an alien invasion. On the third, a group had gathered for survival. Suddenly, he turns off the TV by pressing a button on the remote control. He took the remote control with displeasure, clearly lost in thought. The man stood with a bag on his shoulder, looking up at the building. His teeth sparkled brightly against his dark skin and dark beard. The man pressed the bell, starting to call the main character. The brunette looked out from behind the door. Eric Thuram was one of the 7 with whom they saved the world. He He was the Red Star of France, who was called the God of Axes. The dark-skinned man asked why he was introducing him, to which he received the answer that this moment was considered appropriate for the moment of explanation. He asked his comrade in surprise how it was brought to his country, to which he was accused of not coming to France. Then Seo MoonYeob opened the door completely, asking if he said that he would meet him if he went to Paris, to which he received a positive answer. Eric Thuram awkwardly told how he was fishing in the Atlantic Ocean and had to swim to get there, although there was a small accident along the way. He told how he received a slap in the face from his wife, and she forbade him to fish. The brunette happily noted that his comrade had not changed. The man blithely waved his hand, explaining that his wife was simply worried about him and that he was lucky to have her. His powers were fate and the instinct of survival. His powers appear at critical moments. With them it is impossible to die of old age or illness. Seo MoonYeob turned around as Han Seung-hee entered. She approached the guest, greeting him with cordiality, while he happily declared that she was still charming. There were various dishes on the table, but the girl said that she didn't have time to cook much. The men sat down at the table, starting their meal. Not one of them ever thought that they could eat like this at the same table with their friend. Seo MoonYeob took pictures of a huge number of people while his friend asked why he was hiding the skill, to which he received the answer that the power appeared after returning. The dark-skinned man looked at his interlocutor in shock, wondering if he was really ready to die. But the protagonist began to be praised for devaluing his act. The guest began to rummage through his bag, looking for a small gift. He held in his hand a stone with a glowing green rune, which was called the Stone of Return. It is used to escape from a dungeon. Activation time is 12 seconds. The main character was surprised when he picked it up, wondering if his friend still kept it, to which he received a positive answer. His eyes suddenly widened while his old acquaintance was talking about how he had picked up the stone as a souvenir. He turned to him, asking the price for the stone, receiving the answer that perhaps 10 million. Eric Thuram pointed to the glowing stone, saying that it could be activated 7 more times, when the comrade was upset because of the low cost. The brunette's gaze was full of determination. Looking at the stone in front of his nose, he realized that he could return there. He remembered Baek Jeho with his wife, mentally thanking him for sheltering him, but he didn't want to be there. 2 days later the sky was a little cloudy, but the day was still sunny. The men stood opposite each other. A dark-skinned friend invited him to go fishing, but was refused. The brunette touched his hand, smilingly saying that he would not help him with the ban, advising him to go on a trip with his wife instead. Eric Thuram stepped back with a bag of things on his shoulder, saying goodbye to his old acquaintance. Then the brunette clapped his hands. He looked towards the exit, saying that it was time for him to go. A rather heavy backpack with many compartments flopped onto the floor. Baek Jeho asked the main character where he was going, receiving the answer that he was on a short trip. The man with glasses asked how many days he was leaving, but did not receive a definite answer. The brunette began to put on his shoes, answering that he had a secret place. The main character barely got up with a backpack on his back, to the surprise of his interlocutor. He replied that he simply did not know everything about him and said goodbye. He took hold of the backpack straps and said with a smile that they would see each other in 3 days. He gripped the steering wheel in his hand and then put on his helmet while sitting on the moped. Having started it, he quickly drove off to where he needed to go. He drove straight along the highway, arriving at Gangwon-do. He parked the moped, stopping on the road from which there was a gorgeous view of the green hills. He stood in front of the rocks, planning to find something he needed. He took out the Stone of Return, realizing that without it he could not leave without destroying the core. He presented various riches and necessary artifacts that were from the dungeons. The brunette looked ahead with confidence, intending to save money. He took a stance, intending to use his power. There was a small flash of blue below. The main character stood up in the blink of an eye. He quickly jumped from rock to rock, rising higher and higher. He landed hard, destroying the ground beneath him. A satisfied grin was visible on his face. A huge round stone stood in his way. At first there was pitch darkness behind the stone, but then a ray of sunlight was able to cross the gap. And then the brunette moved the stone away completely. The sun was able to illuminate it. The man was shocked when he looked inside. There was some kind of purple glow inside. Seo MoonYeob thought that everything was fine so far. His hand reached out to an unidentified object. He pursed his lips, intending to touch. He had a satisfied grin on his face and glowed with a purple aura. Suddenly he was teleported to an unknown area. The brunette smiled contentedly, looking at his secret dungeon. The man sucked in as much air as possible. Then he exhaled noisily, clearly missing his surroundings. He perked up, smiling a little evilly. For some reason his body and mind were renewed when he was in the dungeon. The man rushed forward to the entrance. He walked towards the stairs, thinking that if he did not destroy the core and use the homecoming stone to exit, he could create a ghostly space. The brunette walked up the steps, looking up, realizing that he had not smelled this smell for a long time. He found himself in front of a huge building. With his hands at his sides, Seo MoonYeob looked around contentedly. After returning, he regretted that he had cleared all the dungeons, so he fell on his back, holding his head, thinking that if he went back again, he would of course do the same, save the world again, but this was not enough for him. He confidently noted that he was supposed to die in the last dungeon. The blue moon shone on everything around. The man was telling a secret that a person is not able to defeat the monsters from the dungeon. A man in armor stood in front of the main character as a child, declaring that, as a Superman, he felt everything in his gut. The boy looked displeasedly past the adult, who explained that he was making every effort to educate the young man in order to instill hope. The man was surprised to hear the indifferent question. The boy covered his fist with his hand, saying that he was only interested in dungeons. All 7 saviors walked towards the light and only the brunette in armor turned away from him. He understood that this time of peace was not for him. The main character stood up, realizing that he had only come to make sure, because he thought that he could adapt to the new world. The brunette recalled his adventures in France with a smile. He waved his arms, nonchalantly declaring that he was imagining something while a purple mist appeared behind him. Seo MoonYeob turned around, noticing the fog spreading. He was shocked and speechless for a moment. He looked into the distance, wondering if the dungeon should be so empty that it had been cleared out. He remembered how the stone at the entrance was a little overgrown, so he realized that there was definitely no other Superman here. His eyes suddenly opened wide. He was confused in his guesses. Seo MoonYeob took something in his hand, realizing that it would be difficult for him without equipment. Soon the item became a full-fledged weapon, similar to a spear. Seo MoonYeob excitedly called someone over, getting ready for a battle. MoonYeob held his shining weapon in his hands and said that it wouldn't be easy since he didn't bring any equipment with him. The spear in his hand lengthened as he poured aura into it. With a wicked smile, he called the monster to come out and fight him. MoonYeob held a spear in his hand and listened to the silence of the dungeon. Suddenly he listened, hearing something and thought that he must have heard it. The gate to the dungeon behind was spreading purple aura smoke, and the guy froze, listening. He turned and looked in that direction. The brunette looked at the bridge that connected the place where he stood with the place surrounded by purple force, and said that there was only one path, and if he was attacked while crossing, then there would be more problems. He grinned contentedly, saying it was fun. MoonYeob quickly ran forward along the narrow bridge. He thought that before this dungeon was sealed, there was a laboratory here, and some demons synthesized and modified other monsters here. The dungeon was surrounded by purple swirls of power, and the guy ran across the bridge to the darkening door ahead. He thought that the chambers were made specifically for the creatures that this infernal breeder bred. He remembered the huge cages that hid the ferocious monsters and thought that this was his dungeon after all, so why not? 17 years ago, MoonYeob cleared out the dungeon and made it his secret location, deliberately leaving the core untouched. He remembered jewelry, gold, magic stones, bones, and monster skins. He used the cave as a warehouse for various treasures, trophies, and expensive monster carcasses. MoonYeob quickly ran forward, remembering what else was there. He threw everything here, so he couldn't remember. He ran quickly, so that he was almost approaching the site. With a satisfied smile, the brunette thought that there was someone there. MoonYeob ran quickly, leaving a bright trail behind him, and thought that he heard some kind of continuous shuffling sound. It was either a monster that was crawling on the ground like a snake, or a plant. And I thought that was great, at least something good, and suggested that the monster crawl out. The hero used his super strength, and his eyes glowed with blue fire as he called for this monster to show itself. Suddenly a bright purple beam approached him, and the guy looked at him in surprise. He jumped back with lightning speed and the purple punch landed exactly where he was standing. MoonYeob looked in surprise at the huge hole that was left in the ground from the impact. His gaze was very serious. A huge monster with a round head and many eyes appeared ahead. Tentacles like branches protruded from it. The system reported that this is a Zadran monster. Its strength is 147 out of 412, agility 85 out of 97, aura 142 out of 533. The weakness was that it reveals a vulnerable spot when it gets nervous or swallows caught prey. MoonYeob touched his spear with his hand and called out to the monster with a smile. He looked at the huge head with sharp fangs and thought that, given the size of the carcass, it was not surprising that his presence was felt everywhere. Did this freak decide to devour him in his warehouse? He imagined a man in a cloak, greedily holding a monster root in his hand, which was shining. The guy thought that if Zadran could be described in one phrase, it could be said that it is a demonic crop. He absorbs everything he comes across, minerals, gems, corpses, etc., and then extracts the aura from them and stores it in his body. He remembered how they stood with other defenders next to a huge monster, around which there were several other small ones. The guy thought that if he grew such a flower himself, he could absorb aura from it, a rather practical monster that could also attack people. The monster was huge and looked at the guy with its eyes shining with purple light, preparing to attack. The guy stood in front of him on the bridge asking if the Zadran seeds were left here. He remembered how he pierced such a monster with his weapon and said that he remembers when he was clearing the dungeon there was such a monster. But after the raid he carefully examined this location. Like any other, he then definitely destroyed every single seed. MoonYeob frowned, thinking that Ideal is his middle name in everyday life, but during the hunt he simply has no equal in the whole world. Didn't he really see the seeds? He thought that, if left, they would immediately begin to absorb the things around them and grow to enormous sizes. The spear in the guy's hand glowed with a blue aura. He thought that therefore the search and destruction of seeds was the main principle of the cleanup. But what if he really was wrong? MoonYeob held a spear that was shining brightly in purple in his hand and said that then this is not fun at all. The system reported the throw skill, an enhanced version, which can be used to adjust the distance and speed of the throw, and the thrown object can be returned back. Bright purple rays of the monster's sprouts rushed towards the guy from all sides. Zadran directed its tentacle roots towards the guy who stood holding a spear in his hands. The monster quickly attacked, but the guy fought off the blows with his weapon. He used an enhanced throw, swinging his brightly glowing spear with a determined look. The weapon quickly flew forward, leaving a bright trail behind it, aimed straight at the monster's carcass. A bright flash from the impact occurred as the spear flew into the monster. MoonYeob jumped, and a bright glow spread across the place where he was standing. He jumped up and looked down at the monster below, stretching out his hand, which glowed brightly purple. He thought for the spear to return. The weapon came out of the monster's body and glowed brightly. The spear returned to the guy, and he caught it with one hand, smiling contentedly. MoonYeob looked at the monster resolutely, baring his teeth, his eyes glowing brightly. He swung, wishing the monster death. The hero repeatedly attacked the monster with his weapon, cutting off its sprouts and aimed directly at its eye. MoonYeob jumped high, raising his sharp spear above his head. He thrust it forcefully right into the monster. From the impact, a bright glow spread around along with black lines. The spear came out of the body. The guy jumped away from the monster screaming in agony. Looking at him, he exhaled. Looking ahead thoughtfully, the guy thought that it would be great if the demon left the Zadran seeds and left. He imagined how they were closing the last dungeon, and thought that 17 years had passed since then. And although the demon civilization was destroyed, those who created such terrible monsters could not die easily. He imagined screaming demons surrounded by chains, and thought that perhaps some of the demons remained. And now they were planning an invasion again. I repeated it many times, please. MoonYeob, cunningly clenching his fist, with a greedy smile asked the freaks to hold on. An hour later, the guy kicked the ground near the lying defeated monster. Under his foot was a purple, shriveled sprout. The guy looked around, holding a silver bottle in his hands, and said that he was done with the seeds of this creature, and he would take one with him just in case. He raised a small jar with a seed to his eyes and, wrinkling his face, said that if this harmful potato just tries to sprout again, he will carry it with him, so let him take the risk of growing at least one sprout. The seed shriveled and trembled in the jar. MoonYeob looked forward seriously, tossing the can in his hand, and said that he couldn't understand. He was cultivating himself. So could he make such a mistake? Is it possible? The guy moved towards the gate ahead and said that first it's worth looking around and finding out what's going on here. He looked at the cracked walls and said, "Here." He turned around and looked at the remaining columns in the distance and said that there too. He walked along the empty corridor to the doors, displeasedly saying that this monster had eaten everything. Because of this freak there was nothing left. The guy swore and said that he was thinking of selling something and making good money. He turned his head to the side when he remembered that there was one room that Zadran would never open. This is a sarcophagus cave. He approached the massive metal doors, from which emanated a round golden aura with many chains. This sarcophagus contains the core of the dungeon. The guy walked up to the massive gate, presented purple magic stones and said that this place was built so that it would be difficult to get to the core. He then left magic stones in this cave. The seal on the door seems to be okay. MoonYeob leaned one hand and the other hand on the gate and decisively opened it. The guy's eyes widened in surprise. In front of him, in a stone cage, was a bright red core bound in chains. The guy looked in surprise at the shining red ball and thought that only the core remained. He stood in the doorway in surprise, thinking that Zadran could not get here, but all the magic stones had disappeared somewhere. He imagined a purple piece of magic stone, and thought that for a person such stones are just glitter, but for demons they are like oil or coal. He thought, really, and then he looked forward in surprise. A folded spear lay on the ground in front of him, and he asked in surprise, "Is this his spear?" He remembered the French who were smiling and picked up the spear from the ground. Holding it in his hand, he thought that he definitely received it as a gift from the bald ones and it was just a short time ago. He looked at the weapon with alarm. He remembered standing surrounded by a bright light in France, how the blows flew off the Eiffel Tower. Clutching the weapon in his hand, with a wicked smile, MoonYeob thought he had found it. The guy remembered the defeated monster in front of the gate and thought that, without a doubt, if his guesses were correct, he would come to collect Zadran. MoonYeob stood next to the stone pillar in which the core was encased, thought that if the core were destroyed before the monster was collected, it would be a huge loss. One thing is clear, the local warning device. Behind the alarmedly frozen guy, a red aura appeared, appearing in the door, which extended black tentacles. MoonYeob turned around, looking at the force penetrating inside. He froze, as if covered in a filter, and thought about this feeling. A black and red gloomy aura entered the room from the open door. She was rapidly approaching the standing guy. He smiled contentedly and laughed. In front of him appeared the figure of a monster in a black cloak with a hood, which was surrounded by a bright red glow. A monster with gray skin and a glowing eye looked at him sternly. MoonYeob grinned contentedly, saying that he knew that not all the demons had died yet. Surrounded by a bright red glow, the monster hovered not far from the guy. MoonYeob thought with admiration that he had a red aura. The demon looked at him darkly with its red eye. The guy presented a schematic triangular table, where the lower fifth level was blue, the fourth purple, the third red, the second black, and the upper first white. The multicolored hands of the monsters reached out to the pyramid. The guy thought that the system of changing the color of the aura depending on the results of the hunt in the battle of superhumans originates from demons who use a similar system. He thought that they were divided into groups and which particular demon belonged to could be determined by the shade of his aura. The guy stood opposite the demon shining with red light and thought that red is the third level. This monster is far from the lowest. The demon pointed his finger at him and said something in an incomprehensible language. The guy grinned, putting his spear on his shoulder and thought that he had often heard this word. He definitely said a man, and answered out loud that he was glad to meet you. Standing confidently in front of the monster, the guy said that he could hear well when people talked to him. It's usually customary to answer, but he was apparently just learning to talk. Let him try again, and quickly. MoonYeob thought that, apparently, that was all, he couldn't speak yet. Looking at the demon with a smile, the guy said that they quickly master their language, but people cannot learn demonic language. It's too difficult for people. Quite conveniently, he means that they can get comfortable with anyone with just a few exchanges of words. The demon clenched his fist and pronounced the word man syllable by syllable, to which the guy said admiringly that this was his first word. Looking at the demon, the guy heard the question whether the person was alone, and thought that he had already been able to utter a whole sentence. The demon standing opposite repeated that he asked if he was alone. The guy replied that he preferred to work solo. He had difficulty learning third-rate languages. The demon frowned, saying that he was well aware of the one he spoke. It was a second-level language. The language slaves spoke. It was annoying that he had to use it to talk. The guy grinned, saying that it was necessary. With a wicked smile, he mockingly asked, "What is it like to speak the language of the lower ones, the language of the people who destroyed the demon civilization?" The demon wrinkled his face, looking at him with displeasure, and he shouted that if they had not been hiding in the shrine like pathetic rats, this would never have happened. The guy remembered the last dungeon and asked again, "Holy shrine, is he talking about the last dungeon?" The demon screamed angrily, asking how dare he. The demon cursed, shouting that the vile people dared to use the word last when speaking about him, and a bright blade was approaching him. The demons fell silent in surprise and dodged the blow, which left a bright flash. Blazing brightly, he got angry and called the guy names, who asked if he knew. With a satisfied smile, the guy raised his hand, something shone in his fingers, and he said that they were their prey. The demon grinned angrily and ordered it to be repeated. The guy introduced hunters who fought monsters and said that if a person hunted them, he could get rich and become famous, so they killed with great pleasure. Demons enjoyed it when they devoured auras, and they did the same with killing them. He remembered happy people in suits holding glasses of alcohol in their hands, and said that with this money they ate, drank, had fun, and had a great time. The dungeon and the shrine are just a gold mine for them, does he understand? With a satisfied smile, the guy squeezed the blade in his hand and said with a smile that now his prey was a demon. The monster's cloak fluttered with his rage. He blazed with a red aura, shouting that the humans had always been nothing but cattle. How did they even dare to go against them? The guy swung his spear and said that he was too talkative for the one who had been robbed and destroyed by this very cattle. The demon raised one hand, around which many red glowing snakes appeared. He directed his hand towards the guy and ordered the snakes to attack in his demonic language. The monsters rushed towards the guy standing in front. He looked at them carefully. A rapid explosion from the impact appeared, spreading bright red rays around. The reddish clouds began to dissipate. The demon's eye widened in surprise. He looked at the dent that remained in the place where the guy stood and asked in surprise, "Did he disappear?" A question was heard, "Does he know?" The demon turned around in surprise, looking at the grinning guy who was already standing behind him. He thought in surprise, "Behind." MoonYeob used his agility enhancement ability. Looking contentedly at the demon, he said that the core that was in their shrine was very huge, probably twice as big as him. The demon attacked him with his snakes, but the guy dodged. There were bright flashes of blue and red blows everywhere. MoonYeob looked pleased, while the demon looked at him in surprise, dodging the attacks. The guy cut the snakes with his spear. The demon asked in surprise how he knew this. A bright mark from the guy's jump appeared on the ground. He jumped high into the air above the demon and the snakes pointed towards him. The monster frowned darkly. His eyes turned black as he thought, "Really?" MoonYeob looked at him with a grin, saying that really, where from? The demon got angry, sending his snakes towards him and shouted at him to shut up, "You worthless worm." Many snakes rushed towards him, opening their mouths. The guy clutched the spear more tightly in his hand. He stopped the attack by rapidly spinning his spear in the air above him. He pulled the spear back, shouting that it was not for the monster to shut his mouth. The demon looked at him in surprise when the guy landed on the ground and asked if he got it. The demon looked gloomily, saying that they had not shown the core of the shrine to anyone. The lower races had no chance to see it, and the only person who could know about it. The guy smiled contentedly, slapping his hand on his chest, and said that he thought correctly. "This is MoonYeob, and this is him." The demon opened his mouth in shock and shouted that he was MoonYeob, his blood enemy. The guy's eyes burned with anger and determination. He said thank you that the demon came to him. He was afraid that he would no longer be able to hunt them. The demon, with a cry, stretched out his palms to him, and even more huge red snakes rushed towards the guy, and MoonYeob resolutely clutched his spear. A bright trace of the jump remained on the ground. The guy attacked the huge snake, leaving a bright mark from the blow, and cut it in half, cutting it lengthwise and leaving a bright mark from his spear. The guy was rapidly approaching the demon who stood in front. He looked in amazement at the guy confidently approaching him. MoonYeob decisively threw his spear, throwing the demon far back, so that huge cracks appeared on the wall behind. The demon was nailed to the wall with a spear. He was silent, his eyes were closed. The guy said that, to be honest, he was a little disappointed. The guy approached the demon and said that he didn't think it would be so simple. It only took one throw. They hadn't seen each other for so long, and it was all over so quickly. The brunette walked up to the demon and put his hands on his hips, confidently said that he knows that he is not dead yet. They upgrade their own bodies and can maintain vitality with the help of aura, so he will not die until all the aura is used up, right? He said something about lower races, aren't you ashamed? The demon opened his eyes angrily and looked at him, glowing red. The system reported that the object is Demon Search, Strength 52 out of 52, Agility 80 out of 80, Speed 78 out of 78, Endurance 60 out of 60, Willpower 47 out of 57, Skills 84 out of 84, Aura 93, and 93 Super Strength Search Aura. The Aura Search skill allows you to see the reaction of the aura. The guy thought that demons didn't have their own names. He remembered the words observer, slave, search, master, priest, master, transformer. He thought that demons identify themselves according to the functions they perform. Thus the role of searching is to look for places where one can acquire aura. MoonYeob looked at the demon using his ability. His eye glowed blue, and the guy thought that if he was searching, then there was nothing special about him. Red was not a lower level, but not a high one either. The demon stood chained with a spear and said displeasedly that he was MoonYeob. The guy calmly said that it was so. The demon screamed, emitting bright dark red flashes, and heard that the guy wanted to ask him something. He asked, does the guy think he will answer him? MoonYeob clenched his spear in his hand. He pulled the weapon out of the body of the screaming demon and said that for some reason he was sure of it. Clutching his weapon in his hand, the guy, whose face was smeared in blood, asked if they were all dead. The demon looked at him in surprise, asking what he meant. The guy held a spear emitting a blue aura and asked that they simply hid underground and licked their wounds, or was their civilization beyond restoration after the war? He's a scout, after all, and if he's hanging around here, it means his seed still remains. The demon angrily asked how dare some insignificant person talk to him so arrogantly. The guy introduced a flaming demon from his palms, from which bright circles of power were emanating, and said that the albino with whom he fought on their holy land was very interesting. Are there still others like him? The demon asked in surprise, is he an albino? The guy held his weapon next to the demon, saying that his aura glowed white like his, and then remembered that the master. The demon screamed, saying that he was an insignificant person. The monster angrily clenched his teeth, looking at him and said that the guy was too arrogant. Their race survived, and the hero asked admiringly if this was true. The monster bowed his head, answering that the great ancestors and the primordial light continued to guide them. Although the master who heard their voices has left them, they are still in great order. MoonYeob looked at him, saying that, judging by what he started muttering, he would soon blow himself up. The demon's eyes glowed with a bright red light. He said that the original light prophesied that that same prophet would appear on earth. He would lead them to the land where the light falls. A dazzlingly bright red light appeared in the dungeon, and the demon screamed his words about the original light and excessive darkness. He begged to shine on them and lead them to the earth where the light falls. The demon opened his eyes and mouth, which glowed dazzlingly brightly. The dungeon was brightly illuminated by the flash of an explosion. At the wall of the dungeon, only a charred piece of the demon's body remained, from which thick smoke emanated, rising high into the air. The demon was already screaming quieter. He noticed a silhouette glowing brightly with light and shouted in surprise that it was a prophet. He extended the rest of his hand to the light, talking about the warm radiance of the aura. Let it lead him, unworthy, with him to the ground where the light falls. MoonYeob asked what nonsense, let him die quickly. The demon, amazed, opened his eyes and asked what. Shining with a bright light, the name raised his hand, clenched into a fist, and shouted for him to die. The system reported that he used the immortality enhancement. The demon, devastated like a mummy, spoke again about the prophet. The shining guy looked at him, bowing his head, and said that he had finally died. I must admit he turned out to be strong. MoonYeob turned away, dusting off his palms, and said that he could also prophesy. He left the dungeon covered in smoke from the explosion and said that now he won't have to look for cover when they blow themselves up. He stood in a confident pose, putting his fingers to his forehead, and said that he was the strongest man in the world, no, in the universe. The booted foot stepped on the step. The guy came out of the dungeon, in which there was a bright purple glow, and held a blue stone in his hands. He said that for once he decided to get some fresh air and visit the dungeon. But even then there were adventures. He remembered how the demon with flaming eyes said that the primordial light prophesied that that same prophet would appear on earth, and lead them to the land where the light falls, exploding brightly in the dungeon. The demon shouted that it was too dark without the original light, and begged him to shine and lead him to the ground where the light falls. The guy looked ahead and thought, "Prophet, spiritual awakening." He chuckled and said that they had updated the repertoire. He had not heard that before. The guy remembered the demon, from whose palm a bright light emanated, and thought that, if you think about it, they were talking similar nonsense at the time when the 7 of them went on raids. He had already heard similar prophecies that the primordial light was allowed to follow to the promised land, or something like that. The guy turned, exhaled, and looked at the dungeon, saying that if there really was something like the primordial light or prophecy, then why were the demons not aware that they would lose and their civilization would be destroyed? Standing against the backdrop of a clear sky, the guy continued the thought that if the prophet really showed up, it would still be extremely difficult for the demons to be reborn. The return stones that remained in the last dungeon stopped appearing. He remembered the huge castle standing in the last dungeon, and thought that, according to the researchers, it was built more than 10,000 years ago. He imagined a huge glowing red core with cloaked demons around it. The guy thought that the dungeon was a kind of mechanism that accumulated aura from all over the world. One day, the demons who were bathing in this inexhaustible source of power lost control. But this is in theory. He imagined a demon sitting in his cloak and saying something in his demonic language, and thought that otherwise it was impossible to understand why beings who had created a high-level civilization, superior in some respects to humans, decided to invade their world. He remembered how the demon's eyes glowed and the bright fire in his palm, and thought that, of course, there were several different hypotheses and reasons why they invaded them, but no one could find out the reliable reason. The guy introduced several red and black flaming demons and said that from what he saw, the surviving demon was gathering aura for something. If their civilization is going to come back and restore itself to its former size, then while he is alive, it will not be easy for them to pull it off. The guy calmly looked forward, saying how much hope he had in the demons he had not seen for so long. He remembered the screaming and frightened demon with whom he fought and thought that that scoundrel exuded only fear and despair, complete doom. MoonYeob stood not far from the dungeon, with his hand in his pocket, and thought that if everything had happened in the good old days, then just before the explosion, the demon would have bided his time and called his friends. But this time, it seemed, he did not have the opportunity to do this. The guy clenched his teeth in displeasure and thought that this was a bummer and said that he needed to call it a day. The guy walked away from the dungeon, in which a bright purple glow could be seen, and said that he needed to return home. He couldn't sleep in a destroyed dungeon. In the destroyed passage, a purple glow glowed brightly from a bright ball. The core glowed dazzlingly, surrounded by a red glow. A demonic voice was heard saying that it was a pity. Gray smoke spread in the darkness of the dungeon. The demon approached the remains of the deceased and said that the search had returned to the light, but there was a problem. He looked at the scraps of Zadran sprouts and said that Zadran had ripened and was almost ready for the harvest. This was a great loss. Of course, this is not the only place where you can profit from the aura. The demon clenched his fist, which was glowing, and thought that now they had learned that the hated MoonYeob was more alive than all the living. The demon, who glowed with a white radiance, put his hand to his chest and said that this time he would definitely die. They would prepare to receive the prophet. The demon looked at the figure of the man who was glowing white and replied that he understood him. The man looked at him and called him third. A white building with columns stood under the light of a bright blue sky. From there a voice was heard that the guy said that he was leaving for 3 days. Why did he return so early? MoonYeob sat on the sofa, putting his backpack next to him, and asked why the man was muttering. And Jeho, who was standing next to him, asked that he came to the mountains and immediately returned. Stretching out his hand, he asked if the guy had at least brought mountain ginseng, to which the brunette, turning around, said something like that. The man asked how it was and looked in surprise at the jar in the hand of the guy, who asked how much he thought they would pay for this thing. Jeho adjusted his glasses while holding the jar and asked what it was. Then his eyes widened in surprise and he asked again. He looked at the shriveled sprout in the jar and said it was Zadran. Where did he get the seed from? The guy pointed his finger and said that he grabbed it from the warehouses in the dungeon. The man angrily told him not to say that he killed him first. The guy said that's fine. He won't tell. Jeho introduced a huge monster that destroys the city and said that he knows that from one such grain the whole city can turn into chaos. To which MoonYeob replied that he should not worry, that there are a lot of superhumans here, and that they are some kind of Zadrun. Jeho adjusted his glasses, presenting the statistics, where only 1% were players in the battle of superhumans, and all the rest were ordinary people, and told the guy that if you don't count the players, then the rest of the population are ordinary people who have no idea how to fight. They would become food for the monster. MoonYeob indifferently turned to him and asked, "Really, this is bad luck?" The man displeasedly told him that even in battle, the strong Zadrun acts as the final boss, hunted by several people, and then said that it does not matter. He was surprised to hear the question why he ended mid-sentence, but it's better to tell him how much the guy will get if he sells it. Looking at the guy with dissatisfaction, Jeho said that he was up to the same thing. He wants to make a fuss all over the world so that everyone will panic about the return of the monsters. If he needs money so much, he himself will give him as much as he needs. MoonYeob looked at him in surprise and asked, "Who needs this money? Aren't there now institutes that study demons?" He was going to give them this thing, in case it helps somehow. Jeho said that he speaks very smoothly. MoonYeob said that it is too early to discount the demonic civilization. These creatures could not die so easily. He is sure that they hid somewhere and are waiting for an opportunity to attack again. Jeho asked why he thought so and replied that there was the world's most interested organization in the study of demons. The guy looked at him asking, "What is this?" And I heard the answer that this is an international association for the battle of superhumans. On the screen of the huge glass association building were the names of the teams. The commentator said that the Nean player simply has no equal in jumping. The girl held 3 arrows in her hand, looking forward confidently. She jumped high, sending the arrows flying. They crashed into the monster's head with force. The enemy watched in surprise as the monster dissolved in a blue glow, and Nean calmly landed. The commentator said that after tightly restraining her opponents, the girl successfully robs them. Nean held her bow in her hand, beaming with a satisfied smile. The guy ran towards her with an axe at the ready, shouting how annoying she was. He tried to attack, waving his weapon, but the girl jumped up, and the guy angrily shouted that she could not stand still. Nean calmly replied that she did not and mockingly apologized. She jumped back in different directions with a smile, saying what they would do, first let them catch her, and teased that it wasn't working out. The guy clenched his teeth angrily, thinking that this was a stupid catch-up. Nean flirted cutely, winking and saying she was sorry. The guy watched as she jumped forward high and called her a flea, to which the girl thanked her for the compliment. She quickly jumped far ahead. MoonYeob looked at her contentedly, thinking that she had achieved excellent results. The guy stood in front of a hologram with a blue image of Nean. The system reported that her strength is 48 out of 48, agility 71 out of 71, speed 95 out of 100, endurance 53 out of 53, willpower 73 out of 73, skills 60 out of 60, aura 69 out of 69, leadership 20 out of 24, tactics 65 out of 83, superpower jump. The guy thought that the leadership was at the bottom, but the tactical indicator was higher than he expected. If you raise it in its speed to the maximum, then you can sell such a player to another club for a decent amount. He imagined a smiling girl posing next to a confidently standing Nathan, and thought that the speed indicator could be compared with Nathan's. And this is not even the limit. In fact, there is nothing more to improve from physical indicators other than speed. However, it is worth supporting the girl with you for some time. He thought that she had recently become the star of the YSM club, and he was not sure whether to sell her at all. The audience held posters in their hands and cried. The posters said that they loved her, asked to date him, and said that Nean was beautiful. The guy thought that more than half of YSM fans came to see her. He remembered the guy with the blue eye and thought that some people had a different favorite. Bayam looked resolutely at the enemy, covered in a purple aura. The enemy, wrinkled, disappeared, and the guy thought why he was so sad, hanging out in the dark again. The commentator said, "Bayam, 1 kill." He turned around, holding a blade in his hand. MoonYeob thought that now he would not see such a spectacular battle as in the first game. Even in a situation where you can come out from cover, Bayam attacks and immediately goes back into the shadows. He is not particularly visible, so most viewers are not interested in him. MoonYeob sat in a chair and looked at the blue image of the player hidden in the shadows and thought that after all, in terms of technology, he is doing well. He thinks that Bam will easily grow into mid-level players when the team gets into the first league. The players swung their weapons rapidly, leaving bright marks. The commentator said that the game ended with a score of 10-0. The opponents took cover from the attacks and looked surprised. The commentator said that YSM finishes the second set with a huge lead. The hologram showed that the YSM team had won, and their emblem appeared. The announcer said that today's victory finally allows YSM to advance to the playoffs. The fans cheered and chanted the team name. Jeho approached MoonYeob sitting on the sofa and asked if they really made it to the playoffs, to which the guy drew attention to Mr. Coach of the national team and asked what he forgot at the regional competitions. Jeho replied with a smile that he was passing by and decided to look in. The International Battle Association is asking for Zadran seeds. They said they need a few weeks. The man sat on the sofa next to the guy who asked what was true, and someone told him about the danger. The man said that he thought that they were unusual people. If anything, he had MoonYeob, so there was nothing to worry about. Jeho said that when the guy bought the team, he thought it was for fun. But in just a year they went from last place in the second division to the playoffs. The cashier with a Nein bow on his head smiled at the customers who were buying YSM team souvenirs. The man said he was amazed. In the lobby at the box office there were a lot of people wearing girl bows or t-shirts with the team logo on them. The man said that he meant that the number of fans and ticket sales have increased significantly, and the number of views of videos with them is growing literally before our eyes. This is natural. Jeho introduced the team members, saying that the teams they will face in the future will be stronger than all their opponents in the past. He understands this. Will YSM be able to win with such a small number of players? The man was jealous. MoonYeob looked at him confidently, touching his face with his fingers, and said that there was no problem at all. Jeho looked at him in surprise, saying that he was so confident that he didn't even think before answering. It seemed to him that Bam's tactics were obvious to everyone, so they would come up with measures against it and it would not be easy to win. He asked if he still had any tricks up his sleeve. The commentator said that finally they would watch an interview with the coach of the winning team. The reporter approached Gabriel and said hello. The guy looked at the screen and told him to watch and find out for himself. The woman said with a smile that she must say that he speaks Korean very well. It's hard to believe that he arrived just recently. The man thanked him. The presenter continued that she could not help but give a compliment, because his knowledge of the language is really amazing. But now they will move on to the main topic. Is he worried, and how did he plan to prepare for the playoffs? Gabriel remained silent, looking at the extended microphone. He looked confidently at the reporters and the many flashes, and said that they had no reason to worry about the playoffs. He thought that the Champions Cup cube was already in their hands. The girl asked again with a smile. Even so, and the man confidently said that the club director promised him something before he accepted the invitation to YSM. She asked what it was. The man stated that MoonYeob would compete with the team 3 times during the year, and admitted that he sympathized with their opponents. The spectators stared at him in shock. Jeho was extremely surprised and opened his mouth. Holding his glasses, he turned to the guy and asked what this meant. MoonYeob sat on the sofa with his legs crossed and said with a smile that it happened so. In one of the YSM buildings, which was illuminated by the bright afternoon sun, a man's voice was heard saying that he was a rookie and would make his debut in the upcoming match. He asked to be taught everything, since he has little experience in the battle of superhumans. Standing next to Gabriel, MoonYeob bowed deeply and greeted his senior comrades. He put one hand on his belt and the other behind his head and smiled broadly, saying that this would be his first match in the official league, and he was not paid enough, so he asked for attention and to be lenient. His face darkened and his lips curled into a crazed smile as the brunette said in a low voice that he hoped they would all become an example to him. He especially creepily asked if he could trust his older comrades. The entire esports team, who sat opposite him at the large table, froze in shock. While a negative aura hovered around each of them, the guy smiled widely and waved at them when the coach said that starting from this match, Director MoonYeob would be playing with them. The players thought that if he acted as a player, he would defeat everyone anyway, but he thought that being part of his team was like being in a bad dream. Moving his hand to the side, Gabriel pressed the remote control and turned on the projector, on which the emblem appeared. He noted that since they had finished getting acquainted with the newcomer, now was the time to move on to the scheduled meeting. An image appeared on the screen with golden letters and 2 eyes above them. The coach said that his first opponents will be the team that took 3rd place in Sehon BC, recalling the guy and girl on the team. The man said that Naeun and Jo Seong-ho debuted in a match against these guys, so this opponent is already familiar with their containment strategy. He went to the console to change the image and said that they seem to be approaching matches a lot more cautiously since then, especially when dealing with opponents using similar tactics. An image of a hollow, dark-haired guy with orange eyes appeared on the screen. The coach said that this season they hired a guy from the youth league to answer for them. A voice came from a large building, surrounded on all sides by large mountains, asking if this was Han Seung-yeob. The answer was the question of how he knows him. The guy thought that if you watch a recording and not a live broadcast, then the analyzing gaze is useless. MoonYeob was holding his phone, which was playing a video of the match, and his eyes glowed with purple light. He thought about the mango, so he rushed in time and watched the match with that guy. Seung-yeob's performance was at an average level, and only his aura and strength reached almost the maximum. The brunette recognized that his superpower was surveillance, which makes it possible to track the location of almost living objects that are in the field of view of the owner of the victim. Sitting at the table, the guy smiled broadly and waved his hand, talking about the surveillance, noting that they were openly declaring their intentions. He added that he was sure that this boy was taken only for a match with them. Gabriel closed his eyes and lowered his head, saying that he believes that this is so since Seung-yeob has physical characteristics and only one superpower, but it poses a serious threat to the team. Introducing the 2 members of his team with a target sign, the coach said that Baem was hiding in the shadows almost yesterday, and Seong-ho was working from a distance, supplying the team with everything they needed. He noted that the guy was only needed to keep track of these 2, imagining in his head a guy sitting on one knee, who at that moment could discern the aura of the enemy. Gabriel said that thanks to his abilities, Seong-ho performs several important functions. He added that, however, the distance at which he works is limited, and he will still need time to see the aura or transfer the object. Then an image of Seung-yeob using his ability appeared in his mind. He said that on the other hand, this guy only has one superpower. However, he can immediately determine where the right person was if he has already marked him. Imagining a diagram where Seung-yeob's tracking speed was much faster than Seong-ho's, Gabriel said that they ended up with a situation where the enemy team reacted much faster than them. He added, in other words, now the game of containment against them makes no sense. MoonYeob looked at Seong-ho as he raised his hand and asked if that was why the director would be participating in this match. He asked if they were going to use a different strategy. The coach looked at the guy and waved his hand when he suggested that they would use the strategy that MoonYeob's game was based on. The man replied that they would play the game as usual, and the leading players would still be Naeun, Seong-ho and Baem. He added that everything is simple. In his head, he imagined his team, where instead of one of the background players there was a brunette. He said that the place of Choi Jeongmib, who covered the guy during the match, will be taken by MoonYeob. Seong-ho looked at the coach with a puzzled expression as a bead of sweat rolled down his cheek. He said that they could play their usual game of containment, but he didn't know whether to use their trump card in this way. His eyes widened in surprise when the director said that he volunteered himself. Placing his hands on the table, the brunette smiled widely and said that he wanted to try something. An image of a rich golden crown appeared. The question of the most powerful Superman in the whole world has always been a favorite topic of discussion. Human hands raised this crown over the heads of the strongest players in the world, who were in the top 3 and 2 contenders for this title. The top 3 pros weren't the only ones being considered for the title of strongest, with people also pointing out Gerald Walker and Chichai Lucas as worthy. Pressing the keys of their keyboards, users all over the world engaged in heated debates on the internet. Korean users could only silently observe from the sidelines in all trades. The internet was filled with interviews with Bernard, and questions about which of the 3 would take first place in the top 100 world rankings this time. When the world ranking of Superhumans came out, in which Bernard took first place, Roy second, and Daniel third, discussions began to raise the topic of the fact that there is only one Japanese in the top 100, and there are no Koreans at all, and also that Korea is in the ranking only MoonYeob's resurrection or Jeho's return would help. 17 years ago, after MoonYeob's death, Jeho retired and became a coach. He looked back at the leading players in a business suit. However, in the comments he was not compared to them, and he did not become part of the debate. However, years later, the bedraggled face of the resurrected brunette began to make headlines, and everything changed. Then in the comments people began to write that now he would give everyone a hard time, and ordinary athletes were no match for the savior of the world. MoonYeob returned and gained the power of immortality, and then foreign users immediately changed their minds, and, sitting at their computers, they built a message that the guy was the strongest person. Others wrote that we are talking only about the battle, and not about the whole world, and that the hero does not even participate in it, and there is no point in comparing them. For a while, Korean users calmed down. However, MoonYeob sat fully armed on the corpse of the defeated monster, and he had absolutely nothing to do with it. During a charity match, the brunette expertly swung his weapon, smashing the opposing team to smithereens, which was loudly noted by the announcers. Thus, he was able to prove that even in esports they are his equals. And ultimately after that match, headlines with a photo of MoonYeob started appearing on the internet, saying that he would make his debut as a player on YSM against the Incheon BC team. He finally decided to enter the playing field again. A guy with a gloomy face stood with a spear on his shoulder on the bodies of many monsters exposed to them. He is a world legend and the savior of humanity who has achieved a lot since the war with the demons. There were headlines everywhere about YSN's upcoming battle against Incheon BC previously. No one paid attention to the Marichi of South Korea in the 2nd Division. But now there were more spectators than ever, and all thanks to the participation of MoonYeob. The battle begins. Many spectators gathered in the hall looked at the podium and loudly chanted the name of their favorite team. Closing his eyes, the brunette smiled widely. Hearing how many people were repeating his name, he noted that although it is very noisy here, he likes its popularity. When they lined up, the guy turned to Jahoon standing behind him, who said that this was great, and he wanted at least a 10th or even a 100th of his popularity. The brunette asked if this was true, noting that he was already tired of this noise everywhere. Two opposing teams lined up opposite each other. Incheon BC, looking at their opponents, did not hide the fear on their faces, sadly raised their eyebrows and clenched their teeth, thinking that if MoonYeob smashed the national team to smithereens, then it would be even worse with him. He mentally scolded YSM, noting that it was not normal to release a hero in a 2nd Division game. The team on the other side, on the contrary, radiated only joy and delight on their faces. They thought that if they won, they would be promoted to the 1st Division, even though the director could win this match alone. The brunette looked to the side, and his eyes lit up with a violet flame. He said that now he will find out everything about them. Using his analyzing gaze, he scanned the team's sad faces and read the stat information. Pursing his lips, the guy thought that there wasn't a single interesting player among them, and they, without exception. Suddenly the brunette's eyes widened in surprise. He looked at MoonYeob, who stood opposite him and radiated confidence. The host told the players to enter the Superhuman battle models. When all the players began to disperse in different directions, MoonYeob was suddenly left alone and began to look around, puzzled. MoonYeob was thinking about Seong Ho, Baeum, Neo and Jeong Hwan at that moment. He suddenly walked up to the lost guy and greeted him. The young man closed his eyes, opened them loudly, and greeted the hero. The brunette, at this time, looked again at his characteristics and thought that they had not changed at all. Sticking his finger in his ear, he displeasedly asked him why he was screaming so much. The clearly nervous guy shouted again, saying that he wouldn't do it again. MoonYeob began to tremble worriedly when asked if he had identified any targets to track. MoonYeob smiled a wide, sly grin as the player loudly agreed. He asked if he had looked at the site and again received a positive answer. Pointing his finger at the guy, the brunette flashed a malicious look, and his lips stretched into a grin again. He said he also found a purpose, noting that it was him. Hearing these words, MoonYeob pursed his lips in fear with a gloomy face. YSM's postseason first march against Incheon BC was held in Wizard Canyon, which had a lot of flying rocks and hills. MoonYeob turned to Seong Ho, who had a sword hanging from his white backpack, and said that he should remember his training and work the same way. The player replied that he understood everything. The team led by him confidently headed ahead, and the brunette remained standing behind on the mountain. When they had already moved some distance, he noted that everything would be fine. Raising his hands, the Superman began to stretch his muscles and smile broadly, saying that he should also get ready. The announcer commented that YSM, led by Seon-ho, was in motion. The well-coordinated detachment, with a degree of concern in their eyes, continued to move along the canyon. The presenter added that they seemed to be planning to use containment tactics again. While the brunette was hopping from foot to foot, the announcer explained that this team usually consists of 6 people, after which they are divided into 3 groups, one of which consists of Naeun, Seon-ho, and Baem and is the containment group, and the second of Jeongmin, Hyuk and Jaehoon, who work as hunters or protectors. The host added that MoonYeob came out today instead of Jeongmin and is still just warming up. When the brunette got up from the ground, the announcer added that they all knew that not a single monster would show up at the starting point, because in this way they would not be able to earn hunting points. His eyes flashing, the guy's lips stretched into a predatory grin, and the presenter asked what he was up to. At this time, the first sub-team of Incheon BC, masterfully using their equipment, dealt with the monster. Seon-jeop turned to his 2 comrades and said loudly that recruitment and Baem were approaching the second subgroup. The targets of his surveillance were Naeun, Seon-ho, MoonYeob, Baem and Jeong H1. The boy with brown hair furrowed his brows as a bead of sweat rolled down his cheek. He asked why they, knowing the ability to cope with their strategy, still decided to act according to the usual scheme. He looked to the side and muttered that it was even easier for them, because it would have been much more difficult if they had immediately encountered the hero. When all the remaining teammates approached him, the guy said that they would act according to the old plan, and then asked Seon-jeop not to go far since he must report on the movements of the opponents. Using his ability, the guy learned the location of each of the players when he was asked where MoonYeob was now. He replied that he was now at the starting point and did not go with the rest of the team. The guy with brown hair smiled smugly, imagining his comrades as wolves. He asked whether it was worth letting the predators out of the cage, and then noted that their team was now in an excellent position. While the YSM team divided into 2 subgroups of 5 people with the exception of MoonYeob and went in different directions. Around the Seon-ho subgroup there were 2 Incheon squads of 5 and 4 people. Smiling contentedly, the captain waved his hand, and his body glowed with a soft purple light. He noted that the aura had already turned purple, and they needed to try a little harder and get more hunting points to make it white. Turning around, frowning and smiling, he raised his hand and waved to his comrades, saying that the remaining 3 carries would come with him, and they would trim YSM's wings a little and join the others. When Incheon BC found out that MoonYeob would be participating in the match, the brunette grinned a little, raising the corner of his lips, and the team decided to stall for time and go hunting to increase the odds against him. The system of the Battle of Superhumans allows you to accumulate hunting points and, at the expense of them, increase your performance, including aura, and the gradation was as follows: blue, purple, red, black, white. And if, thanks to this system, you surpass the enemy's similar indicators, you can turn any situation into your favor. However, after YSM and MoonYeob this will not work, so Incheon BC decided to increase their chances by increasing carries and reducing dealers in their team. They plan to initially unleash their power on the containment group, and to do this they need to monitor Naeun, Seon-ho and Baem from a safe distance, and this operation they called counterintelligence. While MoonYeob continued to remain at the start, they needed 2 conditions to successfully complete the operation. The first of which was that when YSM was scheduled to begin the delay game, and the second rule was to avoid the hero until they gained enough strength. The captain smiled smugly, clenching his teeth tightly, and said that the plan was simply perfect, and if everything went smoothly, they would be able to win the first set. Suddenly his eyes widened in surprise. The blue glowing spear blade moved closer to his shocked face. The guy suddenly jumped to the side, and the tip flew past at great speed. Turning his fearful eyes back, he mentally noted that he believed that they would not meet MoonYeob. However, his entire squad was simply terrified when the spear hit Seon-jeop, and he began to disappear. Standing among the floating stones, they asked in a frightened voice what just happened if the hero was standing at the start. In another part of the canyon, the brunette was still standing at the start with his arm extended upward, as he used an enhanced javelin throw. He noted that he was able to hit the target without even seeing it. The guy stood with his arm outstretched, around which a blue aura shone, and around his left eye there was a small round projection in the form of a sight. The announcers recorded 1 kill on his account. MoonYeob, with a blue sight near his eye, smiled contentedly, thanking Seon-ho for this. Somewhere on one of the peaks of the canyon, under the bright sun, a player stood. Seon-ho smiled softly as he held a pair of binoculars and had a sight around his right eye that was part of his visual telepathy ability, allowing him to transmit what he saw to another person within a 3-kilometer radius. The captain, with a puzzled face, looked at the disappearing body of his comrade, into which a spear was stuck. He indignantly asked how the hero could get him all the way here if he was at the starting point. He opened his mouth wide, and his gaze was distorted in horror when the guy asked about weather. He turned to the side with frightened eyes when another spear suddenly pierced his teammate. The remaining members of the squad froze, looking at the 2 disappearing bodies in puzzlement, and the announcer announced the second murder of MoonYeob. The captain, with a shocked face, opened his mouth wide and touched the communication device on his ear, asking the second team to get in touch and warning about the presence of the brunette. Capillaries began to burst in his round, incomprehensible eyes when the third murder of the same Superman was announced. He muttered that none of them were hit. Suddenly, a loud voice came from the earpiece asking the first subgroup if they had really given up on surveillance, because MoonYeob was now attacking them. The captain, with a gloomy face, froze in place, like the rest of his squad, when the second subgroup said that a spear had just come to them and killed one of the carries, from which it becomes obvious that the brunette had sneaked up on them. Among the floating stones, a loud, incomprehensible cry was heard with the question of what was happening now, and where was he doing this from. At this moment, in one of the parts of the canton stood a satisfied MoonYeob, smiling with a predatory smile and shining with a purple aura, and in his hands were folding spears. The question of where he throws them from was still open. A few days ago, the brunette called Seon-ho and said that he believed that he was able to hit the target even from 2 kilometers away. The 2 of them were in a canyon near a large waterfall. The guy asked if this was really so, to which the Superman replied that if she was visible, he would be able to throw down his weapon. Throwing his spear over his shoulder, he looked at Seon-ho sitting on the ground, saying that although the distance was quite large, such a throw would have lethal force. Putting one hand on his belt, he smiled and said that it was worth putting aside admiration and moving on to Seon-ho's mission. The guy asked, "What mission are we talking about?" Pursing his lips, he perked up in confusion when the director noted that he meant the part where the target should be visible. His eyes widened when he realized what he was talking about. His ability, visual telepathy, allowed him to transmit what he saw to another person within a radius of 3 kilometers. Seon-ho remembered the steels flying at great speed when he did this trick with the archers. He asked if the director wanted him to use his power to broadcast to him what he sees himself. He added that it works without problems with a bow, but he doesn't know about a spear. The brunette told him not to worry about it, saying that in this case there was no difference between spears and arrows. He smiled widely, looking at the guy, and asked if he understood what they had to do with him. Seon-ho smiled back and said that he would go to a place where their opponents would be clearly visible. MoonYeob raised his hand and pointed his finger at the top of the mountain, saying that he would have to climb as high as possible. Standing on a large rock at the top of the waterfall, the guy said that he was there. Placing one hand on his belt and throwing his spear over his shoulder, the brunette told him to turn on his telepathy. The guy accepted the order and, closing his eyes, spread his arms to the sides, and his body was enveloped in a green aura. His left eye suddenly sparkled, and a sight appeared near his right eye, which meant the action of visual telepathy. MoonYeob opened his mouth in surprise when he had the same sight. The brunette saw Seon-ho's hands before his eyes, and his sleep was focused on the island floating ahead. The guy asked the director if it was too far. He asked in response if it was possible to get a little closer. The Superman smiled contentedly and raised his index finger up, asking if they should try using binoculars. He asked if the guy could convey what he saw through him, and then asked someone to send binoculars. When the object appeared in Seon-ho's hands, he immediately put it to his eyes and asked if the view had improved. Clearly seeing the relief of the floating stones, MoonYeob replied that this was much better. He was confidently watching the transmission of the picture with an eye on his eye when the guy asked him if he wanted to try throwing a spear, noting that he was very interested in what would come of it. The brunette looked at the tall tree in front of him and said that this tree was their goal. He smiled widely when Seon-ho asked, puzzled, if he was sure about the correct name. He replied that he didn't know much about trees, but since it was a conifer, then let it be a Christmas tree. In a low voice, he noted that it was time to begin. With a satisfied smile on his face, MoonYeob moved his hand to the side and his spear began to glow with a bright purple light. Focusing his sight, he swung. When the Superman threw his spear, he began to push away the floating stones that came in his way. With his mouth slightly open, Seon-ho looked through the binoculars in fascination. The tip of the spear struck the stone relief a few meters from the tree. Looking at this point, the brunette began to stretch his shoulders, noting that it was a little different from when he looked with his own eyes. He noted that although they see the same thing, the place from which he throws is different. Seon-ho replied that he still hit it pretty close. MoonYeob extended his hand with a smile on his face and it began to glow with a blue-violet aura. He noted that he would get the hang of it after a few throws, and then told the measles to come back. The weapon bounced off the ground and flew back, and the brunette deftly caught it in his palm. When he threw it over his shoulder, the guy asked the director what it was just now, to which he replied that it was one of his cool moves. Taking his eyes to the side, the Superman remembered how he soared in the city, thinking about what he could do and do such a thing. He wouldn't do that alone in the battle. In a low voice he said he would try again. Gritting his teeth tightly, MoonYeob swung his weapon sharply again with a gloomy face. Skirting the stones, it flew at great speed towards its target. Through the scope, he saw that it again missed the tree. However, it landed much closer than during the previous throw. The brunette grinned contentedly, thinking that this blow was 10 meters closer, and then exclaimed that he would try again. Shining with a purple light, the weapon flew next to the arch of the tree, and the guy mentally noted that he was 30 centimeters short. When he threw again, small pieces of bark flew everywhere. MoonYeob noted that he only touched the edge, but that's almost what they need. He again stated that he was quitting. He threw the return spear over his shoulder and began to think that Seon-ho was transmitting information to him about the spray of the wind, its speed and the optimal angle for throwing. He opened his eyes wide, which glowed with a blue light and went out, which is all quite enough to derive the formula for sensory perception. The brunette said he was trying again. He swung his weapon. Quickly running up, he launched his spear at great speed with a loud, enraged cry. Its tip flew towards the tree. A moment later it landed right on target, and the top flew off to the side. MoonYeob victoriously clenched his hands into fists, and with a big smile on his face, he happily exclaimed that he did it. The rest of the team at that moment watched what was happening through the large screen. One of them asked if he was really a man, noting that he was more like a god because his talents were truly divine. Someone added that they always dreamed that their country would have such a Superman. Gabriel, who was watching everyone coming with a calm face, said in French that his talent was truly divine, after which he added that success was definitely guaranteed this year. He said he was looking forward to tomorrow's match. The announcer loudly exclaimed that MoonYeob already had 3 kills. Flashing his eye, the brunette smiled predatorily, tightly clutching a folding spear in his hand. The presenter asked in bewilderment if this was all happening in reality, noting that he killed 3 by throwing a spear from the starting point. A surprised Jeho sat on the sofa in front of the screen with his admiring wife. He asked how is this even possible. Soon he noted that Seon-ho can convey to others what he sees. The man, keeping his eyes on the screen, opened his mouth slightly, saying that he knew about it. But the catch is that the point of view and the point of throwing are in different places, and even with his eyes closed it would be much easier. The woman noted the incredibleness of MoonYeob and told her husband that it was not for nothing that he always praised him. The man replied that this was when he was considered dead. He remembered the episode of his own interview, where he opened up about the brunette. He told his wife that although he said then that the guy hit the monster by throwing a spear from 2 kilometers, he lied a little, and on the internet this story was inflated to the point of absurdity. Then commentators wrote that this could not happen and that he had exaggerated the hero's abilities too much. Soon he said that she knows that they are best friends, and then noted that he did not describe the story in his own words. Jeho wrote a book about the saviors of the world MoonYeob, on the cover of which was a picture of a guy with his team. She described events that the author saw with his own eyes. There were stories told about how a brunette hit the weak spot of a flea-sized monster from 100 meters away, that he once lost his sight due to a curse but still fought, and there was also a story that he killed a monster with a spear throw from 2 kilometers. Readers considered all these stories to be fiction. The gloomy figure of MoonYeob stood with his back with a weapon in his hands. His achievements were regarded as exaggerated, and everything agreed that the author was greatly impressed by what he saw, and wrote a science fiction novel in honor of his best friend and hero. Sitting at the dinner table, Jeho put his hand to his chest with a smile on his face, noting that his soul felt warmer. He flashed his glasses, saying that it turns out that he never lied, and the brunette just proved the veracity of his stories, or wondered how his friend was able to get the weapon back. With a grim smile on his face, the guy waved his hands, ordering the weapon to return, and his palms glowed with a bright blue-violet light. Obeying the order, the spear began to return at great speed. The announcer exclaimed in surprise that he couldn't believe his eyes. When the brunette waved his hand sharply, his fingers clenching on the weapon, the host commented that the spear he had just thrown came back. The gloomy-faced Superman smiled crazily as a red aura engulfed his gaze. In a low voice, he said that he wanted to continue. At this moment, the second Incheon BC team was fighting with a giant fire-breathing disc. One of the guys gave the order to his comrades to concentrate on hunting. The guy with brown hair, who is the captain of the squad named Baek Kangcheol, furrowed his eyebrows and opened his mouth wide, shouting that MoonYeob was hitting this first group from afar, and at such a distance the force of the throw is reduced. So, he turned to his members with an irritated face squad, saying that it only targets carries, with weak defense. While Kangcheol was waving his arms and looking at his comrades, a blue glowing spear pierced the dragon. A male voice asked why they continued to hunt, knowing that a containment team was coming towards them. MoonYeob squeezed several folding spears between his fingers. With a wave of his hand, he stuck them into the ground in his full version. Blazing with blue-violet energy, the guy began to stretch his joints and watch one of the opponents through the scope, saying that they were careless fighters if they really thought that it would be enough to just adjust their strength a little. His eyes flashing, he grabbed one of the spears. Swinging his weapon and making several sharp lunges, the Superman threw each of them in turn. Spinning among themselves, 3 sharp blades quickly headed towards their target. Each of them struck the huge dragon in turn, causing it to howl in pain. The girl from the Incheon BC squad froze as she watched the monster begin to glow blue and fall to the ground as the spear hit it right in the head. Opening her mouth slightly, the girl with red hair froze with frightened eyes on her gloomy face and wondered what it was just now. The weapon began to return when its owner mentally ordered it to do so. With a deft movement of his hands, the brunette caught each of them. With white eyes and a crazy smile on his face, he continued to throw sharp blades, after which he brought them back again. With an angry grin on his face, MoonYeob threw his weapon again. The long sharp spear warmed up at great speed, cutting a long distance. When it hit the target, there was a loud, powerful energy explosion. A loud, frightened voice shouted that everything was lost. The captain of the first subgroup clenched his teeth tightly, after which he turned to the rest of his comrades, and veins began to bulge on his face. He indignantly stated that they missed so many monsters, after which he wondered if YSM had originally planned to kill SeonJob first. He said loudly that he needed to change his position and regroup, and then come up with a new strategy. Frowning, the 3 players gritted their teeth and began to jump to the sides as MoonYeob's attacks flew towards them. The girl with dark green hair fell to the ground and looked at the spear that landed right next to her with a little relief in her eyes. Thick steam emanated from the tip, which was stuck into the ground literally at a distance of 1 meter. She muttered that she almost got caught. Putting his hand behind his head, Baem looked at the brunette's profile, asking why the director called him. Standing at the waterfall, MoonYeob put his hand in his pocket and turned to the guy, reminding him that they had agreed that he would call him Elder. He responded by saying that he understood everything, and then began talking about training, asking why he was called. The brunette smiled widely, revealing his white teeth, and said in a playful voice that in order for his lottery ticket to work out its salary. Baem asked, "What does this mean?" Suddenly, from under a spear stuck into the ground, a thick black shadow appeared, from which large, crazy eyes looked at the girl with a wide smile. MoonYeob greeted her in a gloomy voice. Suddenly, an opponent appeared in front of the shocked girl from the other team. She tried to shout for him to wait, but Baem, without allowing her to finish, killed the enemy. After this, a system sign appeared informing that the guy had committed his first murder. A devilish aura appeared around the armed MoonYeob. He assumed that the guys, focusing on his person, completely forgot about the other players. Then he asked why they, being professionals, could not calculate their actions a couple of steps ahead. The guys looked back at Youngman, who contacted the main character. The blonde informed the director that they had already finished, after which he asked whether they should go to the collection point in order to finish the game. Holding his bow tightly, MoonYeob confidently told his partner that while they were getting ready, he would delay the opponents with long-range attacks. Hearing the order, Youngman replied accepted. While the guys were finishing off their opponents, the blonde man pointed somewhere with his hand. The location announced that the first round ended with a flawless victory for YSM. A hologram of the main character appeared in the arena when the best player of the rounds was announced. He scored 4 kills and opened the door for another player to kill the enemy 7 times. The blue-haired guy scratched the back of his head as he entered the arena. He smugly announced that he was always great. MoonYeob looked back at Gabriel, who approached him. The man praised the guy for his excellent job. Standing opposite the coach, the main character asked him if the audience was happy. He told him that they were absolutely delighted, because the reaction to the game was very strong. Hearing this, MoonYeob realized that he had put on a great show. Holding the bottle in his hands, the main character began to smile. He told the man that it was time to finish, since a real war awaited the BC team next. The second round has been announced and will take place in a dungeon known as Thousand Bridges. The ancient building has many floors, which are connected by stairs. The man said that this dungeon is a cylinder with countless suspension bridges stretched inside it. He also mentioned that they are so dilapidated that they can crumble, but at the same time they are not all real, because some of them are just a visual illusion. He believes that in such a dungeon, players should be especially careful. That is why, first, they have to determine which of the bridges are real and then start moving. The man also said that this dungeon is called Newbie Killer. Dayan, armed with a bow, attacked the enemy from the background. It was announced in the arena that YSM were great at fighting spiders. While Jahoon was finishing off the huge creature, Youngman was thinking about something. The man announced that these kids are not the only threat in this dungeon. MoonYeob stuck a dagger into a spider with a smile on the street. He realized that there were also alpha spiders. Opposite the armed guys, bright red eyes sparkled in the darkness. The alpha spiders opened their mouths with fangs from which poison flowed. Their huge 3 red eyes stared intently at their prey. The alpha spider began to emit its web, thanks to which it captures the victim and kills it. And after that, a zombie under his control emerges from the cocoon. Ominous zombies have jumped into the arena and are aimed at their opponents. Seeing a flock of spiders opposite him, MoonYeob realized that the alpha spider, collecting corpses, was using them. Remembering how a hand burst out of the cocoon while the shocked partners stood behind, the main character reported that one zombie crawled out right in front of him, which is why she was very scared. He doesn't like that these horror stories are already happening in reality. The YSM team was surrounded on all sides by spiders. MoonYeob knows that there are approximately 40 to 50 ordinary spiders in the dungeon, after which he told the guys that all 8 alphas were on him. Bolts appeared between the fingers of the main character. He loudly declared that he was leaving the zombies to the rest of the players. The blue-haired guy's devilish eyes flashed when he decided to use the power-up and throw. A bright purple laser aimed at the main character. MoonYeob, seeing that he was being attacked, quickly grabbed his shield. Turning sharply, the guy was able to repel the alpha spider's attack. As a result, he was able to attack the spiders with their own blow. His powerful force tore the alpha spider's legs to pieces from their bodies. The guys standing on the side felt uneasy when they saw that the director was having fun with all his might. Youngman thought he was having a lot of fun. A few minutes later, an armed MoonYeob stood among the corpses of the alpha spiders. It was announced in the arena that the main character had completed the hunt. A bead of sweat ran down Seunho's surprised face. He didn't expect the director to handle it so quickly. While looking at the player, MoonYeob stepped on a spider's foot. He asked Seunho to share his aura with him. The player, raising his hand, blazing with a bright red flame, transferred his aura to the main character. The blue-haired guy's body was enveloped in red flames. He was delighted and said that he had enough. Meanwhile, the main character turned around in confusion towards the sound. Someone demanded that they remain where they were. The guys who remained in the middle of the arena were surrounded by opponents. They told them there was nowhere to run. MoonYeob looked at what was happening emotionlessly. Seunho asked him what they should do, since BC had trapped them, leaving them on the bridge. A bead of sweat ran down the face of the blonde man dressed in a red uniform. He believes that the day the main character fell into the mousetrap will go down in history, after which he said that luck was on their side. The blue-haired guy raised his hand and smiled widely. He stated that the enemy managed to come up with a wonderful plan, despite the fact that his head was nothing but sawdust. And then I asked him how long he had been puffing and puffing in order to plan all this. A bright red devilish aura appeared around MoonYeob. He asked the guy what he was talking about, after which he invited them to experience all the beauty of free fall together. Standing opposite him, the blonde was so angry that he frowned, because he did not expect to hear such an answer. Meanwhile, the entire arena was covered in a bright scarlet light when the main character admitted that he had not yet returned his spears. Shocked, Seunho leaned away from the rebel. The blue-haired guy said that if you use the same amount of aura when throwing and returning, then the weapon will fly back at the same speed as when launched. The angry blonde, bowing his head, asked MoonYeob what he was talking about. The enemy began to fall with a shocked face. The floor of the arena was broken into pieces by the attack of the main character. All the frightened players of the YSM team flew to the floor below, screaming. Meanwhile, a sly smile appeared on the blue-haired guy's face. The shocked players, holding weapons in their hands, continued to fall. They all together called the main character a crazy maniac. Hearing the protagonist's plan, beads of sweat began to flow down Dongjun's worried face. He, calling the director the coolest Superman, said that he had gone crazy. Looking closely at the worried Dongjun, the main character said that he had everything covered. The guy looked askance at the floor when he said that it was easy to die from a fall in such a specific structure. He believed that this is exactly what the enemy would try to take advantage of. Then he said that they would try to pin them down on one of the bridges, not knowing that they would deliberately gather on the bridge. The main character tensed all the muscles in his face when Dongjun suggested that their team, if the bridge breaks, would also fall down. He believes that they, not knowing the location of the dungeon structures by heart, will not be lucky enough to fall on any other bridge. Hearing this, MoonYeob bowed his head and said threateningly that the 569th bridge is an illusion, and the 13th and 121st are real. Drops of sweat ran down the man's face when the main character said that Bridge 677 is an illusion and Bridge 518 is dilapidated. He also said that Bridge 888 is full of traps and Bridge 428 is real. Dongjun didn't expect that the director remembered absolutely everything. Clenching his fist tightly so that his veins showed, MoonYeob asked the man if he could still shake the children. Meanwhile, the exhausted players managed to survive, after which the arena reported that all YSM players were able to land on real bridges. The main character, smiling, lowered his head and noticed that the opponents were flying well. Meanwhile, at the bottom of the abyss a ring appeared, illuminating with a bright red flame. Beads of sweat ran down the faces of the shocked players as they flew down. MoonYeob jumped towards them, smiling devilishly, and asked who he should start with. A trace of a bright red aura was left behind the blue-haired guy. Looking at the opponents, the head asked them not to worry, because he would not allow them to die a stupid death. He informed them that they should not hit the ground. After all, he planned that he would finish off 6 of them in the air. Firmly grasping the weapon, the main character headed into the abyss. Swinging with all his might, he killed 2 players. After that, system signs appeared informing that MoonYeob had committed murders. While the BC team players were flying down, trying to grab onto the bridge, the blue-haired guy approached them. The main character, having killed everyone at once, descended to the very first floor of the dungeon. He looked around askance with his red shining eyes. The bodies of the dead players quickly flew down. As the opponents' characters began to turn into holograms, MoonYeob began to smile devilishly. It was announced in the arena that the main character had committed 4 murders, which shocked the presenters. The blue-haired guy stuck his spear into the next opponent, after which they announced that he had made 5 kills. There was a bright red flash on the broken floor. Bend his leg. MoonYeob stared at the ground floor. The entire dungeon was covered in red light when the main character decided to complete his aerial show. The walls began to shatter into pieces as he killed Seunho using wall surfing. The guy's hologram began to disappear from the dungeon the moment MoonYeob bounced away from him. This is where he decided to end his air show. Surrounded by a strong aura, the main character landed on the top floor, where the YSM team was waiting for him. A devilish smile appeared on his face when he realized that they did not die, and also managed to land successfully. The worried guys looked closely at the director. MoonYeob's eyes flashed red as he announced that it was their turn. A bright flash lit up on the floor. Swinging his spear, the main character decided to attack Naeun first. Then, laughing, he slipped past the players. On the back of the armed blue-haired guy hung a shield. He decided that his team's players had overestimated themselves. After sharply attacking the defending Youngman, MoonYeob realized that nothing would help the guys, despite the fact that they had been training. Having repelled their attack, the main character began to smile. He understands that it is much easier to catch a person than a demon like him. When the main character, touching the ground with his hands, used his abilities, all the players on his team flew away. After which it was reported in the arena that MoonYeob had committed 7 kills. Behind him, the area where his attack hit was completely shattered into rubble. Grabbing the spear with both hands, the main character stuck it into the floor of the dungeon. The blue-haired boy stared devilishly at the ground as his team's players began to disappear. At that moment, it was announced in the arena that MoonYeob had made 8 kills. The main character sharply attacked his partners with his foot. When Youngman decided to hit the blue-haired guy, he did a backflip. While standing on his hands, MoonYeob kicked the blonde in the face with his boots. The guy jumped away from his blow. While the armed blonde was swinging his sword, the main character cut him with a spear. MoonYeob looked back at his partner. He saw how the players of his team decided to attack him. The blue-haired guy smiled and looked at the guys. He asked them why they were able to hold out until the very end. Having cut 2 players with spears at once, the main character said that he simply did not notice them as slow as they were. The hologram of the guy's hand lying on the ground began to disappear. It was announced in the arena that MoonYeob had scored 11 kills. One main character stood confidently in the broken dungeon when the end of the second round was announced. A smile appeared on the blue-haired guy's face when they reported that he had committed an all-kill by killing 11 players. He was declared a monster that the Korean Professional League battlefield had never encountered in its entire existence. Remembering how the main character pinned one guy to the dungeon wall, the host said that he had already shown them a clear victory at a charity match. After which he reminded that no one had ever shown all-kill at official games. Enthusiastic spectators sitting in the hall began shouting the name of the blue-haired guy, calling him an invincible legend. When MoonYeob turned to look at the red-haired girl, he admitted that he didn't do anything special. He didn't even break a sweat. Naeun didn't understand why he thought so, because this was the first all-kill in the history of the Korean League. They started to leave the arena when the disgruntled guy said that this was not a great event at all. Hearing this, the girl reminded the director that there were no players yet who could easily pull off something like that. After which she asked MoonYeob if he could defeat a team from the first division. The main character tilted his head when he reminded her that there were major league guys at the charity match. The blue-haired guy looked back at the players standing behind them, who were drooping. He felt sorry that these BC kids were sent to fight with adults. Naeun looked at her opponents with concern. MoonYeob decided that he would leave them alone since they seemed too upset to him. The girl asked the main character if he would miss the 3rd round. Meanwhile, Gabriel approached the guys and said that the enemy team was morally defeated. He decided that this was why he placed players who had little experience in real battles. The blue-haired guy, smiling and pointing his finger, said that he would leave in the 5th round if they lost. The coach asked him not to worry. Clenching his hand into a fist, Gabriel confidently said that this would not happen. A hologram of Choi appeared in the arena as the winners of the 3rd round were announced. The YSM team won. The presenter said that they are suppressing their rivals even without their strongest player. He believes that YSM is rewriting the history of the Korean battlefield. The main one, bowing his head, was asked how he assessed his success in today's game. He started to say something, but immediately changed his mind about saying it. Standing next to the dark brunette, MoonYeob said that everything was great. While the journalist handed the microphone to the blue-haired guy, he admitted that he had not demonstrated half of what he was capable of. He also said that he feels slightly guilty before BC the main character was standing on a sparkling stage when the girl believed that he did not enter the field after the 2nd round out of guilt. The journalist suggested that the opposing team was grateful to MoonYeob. A huge number of photographers gathered near the stage. The brunette asked the blue-haired guy if he wanted to say anything to his next opponents, the SP team. The main character brought his hand to his face and cleared his throat. With a devilish smile, he pointed his finger and told his opponents that they had no chance. Naeun started clapping happily as the entire room started shouting their team name. The first playoff game against BC ended in their complete defeat. It was a clear victory for YSM. Remembering MoonYeob in the dungeon, they reported that it was he who showed the world the incredible range of his spear. They also talked about how he was able to make the first all-kill in history in an official match. Now the whole world believes that the YSM team is unstoppable. The main character, standing next to his players, began to smile. After all, they started their second game against SP. The host announced the start of the battle. Having descended into the dungeon, the blue-haired guy immediately attacked all opponents. When he, armed with a spear, swung hard, it was reported that he was planning to make his signature long-distance throw. This is exactly what he talked about in his interview. Holograms of players with spears stuck into them disappeared in the arena. Everyone thinks that SP never had a chance. Smiling, MoonYeob walked ahead of his players, waving to the spectators. It was announced that in the first round the main character made 3 kills and 7 assists. And also in the second round 8 kills and 2 assists. The blue-haired guy looked back at his teammates when the arena announced that the second game of the playoffs was ending with a resounding success for MoonYeob. All the comments on the site were only about the victory of the strongest man in the universe. An article appeared in the news saying that they would give any money for a blue-haired guy. The huge mansion, surrounded by greenery, was illuminated by sunlight. In the office of the owner of the Lumiere Club, they were discussing how the main character threw a spear. Watching the video from MoonYeob's battle, the man did not understand why he hid his talents for so long. I also didn't expect that he would be able to come up with such a long-range throwing technique. The Moro brothers looked at the screen in raptures. They believe that the main character has adapted Seunho's superpowers well, despite the fact that he has decidedly low powers. After which one man admitted that he would not have thought of using the player's visual telepathy in such a way. They decided that in order for them to see MoonYeob's incredible shot at their club, they needed to bring his support as well. They think that this is a small thing for them. Bald men wear a huge number of rings on their hands. They dream of getting a blue-haired guy into their club. Remembering how he attacked opponents, one man suggested that this particular throw would become his calling card. He realized that thanks to the countless enthusiastic fans, they were able to appreciate MoonYeob's greatness in monetary terms. His brother told him that he must see how the main character plays in their team uniform. Remembering how the armed blue-haired guy looked around, the man mentioned that they didn't even hope to get him on their team when MoonYeob announced that he would not take part in Battlefield. But now they found out that this guy joined the professional league anyway. There were a huge number of silver suitcases filled with money in the room. They decided that with enough motivation they could hire him to join their team. The Moro brothers looked enthusiastically at the computer screen depicting the main character. They decided that they were ready to give absolutely any money for this player, because many teams would definitely want to invite him. After which one man said that they would put the entire winter transfer on MoonYeob. Meanwhile, the Gothic-style building was illuminated by the sun. In Berlin, one man asked how much time had passed since their last meeting. On the table in the office there was a sign indicating that the owner of the Berlin Blitz Club was John Behrman. A man approached his table and said that he had come to recruit players. John assumed that there would be a transfer of a strong player, since he was going to discuss this topic with him. The bearded man frowned at the director. Emrakasa said that he plans to hire MoonYeob. The main character, after introducing various logos, remembered that there are countless teams in Battlefield. You can even compare them to a huge mountain, on the top of which the bright sun shines. The guy understands that 3 stand out especially among everyone. 2 bald men tower over the players, who are the leaders of the Moro Brothers Club. The core of this team is Bernard and Lucas, whose play is admired by millions. Their logo is presented in the form of an elven tower, which is surrounded by 2 wings, because their team is called the Flames of Europe. A serious man with a scar on his head leads the US team. Being the center of this team, everyone believes that Gerald was able to get a second wind after the recent shield change. Their logo is represented by an angry bear depicted on a shield, as it is called the Walking Fortress. And the last of the Trinity, the team coach standing behind the player, is one of the 7 heroes. Having developed a flawless strategy, Commander Imrakasa's players flawlessly suppress the opponent. The team also places its main emphasis on support, who is in the top 3 of Battlefield. Their logo is presented in the form of a hawk spreading its wings, because their team is called the Stelcourts. The main character knows that all these 3 clubs have always been competing with each other for the right to be called the strongest. But the Flames of Europe and the Stelcourts are the most bitter rivals in the European League. Meanwhile, the Gothic-style building was illuminated by the sun. In Berlin, one man asked how much time had passed since their last meeting. On the table in the office there was a sign indicating that the owner of the Berlin Blitz Club was John Behrman. A man approached his table and said that he had come to recruit players. John assumed that there would be a transfer of a strong player, since he was going to discuss this topic with him. The bearded man frowned at the director. Emrakasa said that he plans to hire MoonYeob. Concerned, John grabbed his forehead with his fingers when he asked the coach if he was talking about the main character. The man told the director that they should not miss this opportunity. A bead of sweat ran down the leader's face as he admitted that he respected his decision. However, he believes that MoonYeob is not suitable for their team due to the fact that he constantly improvises during matches. He also understands that he and Emrakasa have always not gotten along. The man remembered what happened 17 years ago. The players standing opposite each other made faces. Emrakasa told the main character that it was impossible to talk to him. Hearing this, MoonYeob, repeating his own words, advised him to look at himself. The director believes that during battle, the guys are like angry wild animals. After all, they constantly disagree on whether it is worth going to this or that dungeon. Meanwhile, the man imagined Eric sitting next to his partner eating popcorn. The guy thinks that he needs to interrupt the 50th argument between MoonYeob and Emrakasa, but the brunette admitted to him that what is happening amuses him. Cornflakes started flying around as Eric continued to eat the popcorn. His partner reminded him that when it comes to dungeons, these guys, who are great debaters, are ready to rip each other's throats out. Meanwhile, in his office, John, raising his finger, said that MoonYeob does not recognize anyone's authority, which is why he believes that the coach's words are not a decree for him. The man said that they could do without this player. There are silver goblets on wooden shelves. The director reminded the guy that they were one of the strongest teams. Emrakasa looked closely at the head and asked him if he was sure of his decision. The coach, looking at the awards, recalled that in 2021 in the World Champions League, their team, losing to the Flames of Europe, took second place. A drop of sweat ran down John's frowning face when the coach told him that this story repeated itself again in 2022, which is why they again ended up second. Presenting the top leading teams, Emrakasa said that until 2020 they were on equal terms with them, as they had the same number of victories in the Champions League. After which the man reminded the director that recently they had begun to lose ground, as the gap between the teams was increasing. Concerned, John clutched his forehead when he realized that everything was so. Emrakasa advised him to take a realistic look at the current situation, which is why they shouldn't let MoonYeob go. The coach introduced the main character next to the players of the Moro brothers team when he asked where John thought the blue-haired guy would go. A gloomy man sitting at the table said that they shouldn't worry about it, suggesting that MoonYeob would continue to play for Korean. He believes that the protagonist's team is unlikely to be so active in the European League. Standing opposite the director, Emrakasa said that this guy would be the best in the big league. He asked the man not to even argue with him, as he was completely confident in his guesses. The frowning John exhaled heavily when he asked the guy what the price of this issue was. Imagining MoonYeob looking at someone with a devilish gaze, the man said that they would have to beat the Moro brothers at the auction. Looking seriously at the director, the coach sternly said that they needed 180 million euros. The angry club director's eyes turned red. He leaned his hands on the table, jumped up from his seat and asked Emrakasa how much money they needed for this. The battle arena announced that the game would begin in a few minutes. Armed MoonYeob ran past the round chasms. The presenter said that in the finals of the playoffs of the season, the YSM team will fight against Ocean Empire. Meanwhile, a bright blue aura appeared around MoonYeob. It was noticed at the arena that, despite the importance of the match, there was no excitement among the players and spectators. And the reason for this is that the main character, whose eyes sparkle, is determined to win. MoonYeob, armed with a spear, attacked all opponents at once. After this battle, the Ocean Empire team decided that it was time for them to prepare for the next season. The BC Club remembered that their opponents almost risked their lives for the next season. The SP team believes that the upcoming battles will be much tougher. Remembering the invincible main character, around whom there is a powerful aura, players do not understand how to defeat him. It was announced at the arena that MoonYeob entered the field in the first round. Holding his spear on his shoulder, the blue-haired guy looked back after scoring 11 kills. The presenter announced that the YSM team won in the first round. Gabriel looked intently at the main character when he advised him to exit only in the first round. Hearing this, MoonYeob asked him if he should also participate in the second. The coach, looking intently at the director, admitted that he wanted to test something today. He said that their team needs to gain experience at every opportunity. A smile appeared on the protagonist's face as he agreed that they should take every chance. He decided that he would return after the second or third round. It was announced in the arena that the second round was beginning. The presenter said that big changes had taken place in the main composition of YSM. There are two new players in the dungeon named Jeongwon and Hyuk. A blonde man with an eyebrow piercing switched from the position of main tank to sub-tank. This fighter, with high levels of leadership and tactics, protects the team from the rear and can cover all his teammates. The frowning pink-haired guy was able to raise his strength to 85 units, thanks to which he became a main tank. And also his aura indicator reached 81, which is enough to enter the national team. Having imagined the balance of forces for the battle, the main character realized that Hyuk was placed in the rear to close the gaps in the defense, since he sees the picture on a larger scale. And as a result, Jeongwon has developed into a player who could be in the first division. Meanwhile, a worried Hyuk looked back at the attack flying towards him. The trainer believes that, as a sub-tank, this guy has a habit of doubting what he should do. After which he reminded that this player was a defender, and only after that he thought about a counterattack. Hyuk, armed with a sword, repelled the attack. Seeing this, MoonYeob explained that if this player did not have a clear role, the old habit would reappear, causing his strategy to fail. Looking at the blonde man who put the weapon in front of him, the coach asked the main character how this player reasoned. While Jeongwon was confidently looking somewhere, the blue-haired guy said that it would be good if he survived, given that this player stayed too long in a weak team. He also mentioned that at such moments the blonde begins to pick out only some important moments. MoonYeob began to look closely at the profile when he realized that Jeongwon completely forgets about thinking through tactics. Hearing this, Gabriel assumed that the director was right. The coach imagined Seunho standing with his finger in the air, as he said that he was very suited to be the team's tactician. He doesn't understand if the director has some secret, since he predicts everything like that. Recalling the time when the main character personally participated in battles, he said that he used to recruit people for each raid in the dungeon himself, due to the fact that they did not have permanent team members. He admitted that after seeing different players, he learned to understand them. Gabriel looked back at the director, who suggested that when he gains experience, he too will be able to read people. The coach, promising that he would try, suggested that Seunho be appointed as the team's chief tactician after he had honed his tactical abilities. Sitting on the bench, MoonYeob said that they will fully utilize this guy and his partner in hunting and fighting. Meanwhile, the main character looked back when the coach said that he was interested in one question. Concerned, Dongjun looked at MoonYeob, who asked him what he wanted, suggesting that he was planning to deceive him again. Hearing this, the man did not understand why he treated him this way. The blue-haired guy turned his head to the coach and asked him to quickly tell him everything. Dongjun informed him that their club was increasingly receiving requests to transfer. Hearing this, the main character reminded him that they are not selling anyone now, since when they move to the first division, the prices for players will skyrocket. But the coach explained to him that they had requested a transfer. MoonYeob looked in surprise at Dongjun, who said that they wanted to buy him. Remembering an article on the internet, the man said that they wanted to hire the blue-haired guy to a foreign club for more than 100 billion won. The main character looked displeasedly at Gabriel, who invited him to go because the Moro brothers would not be stingy. Hearing this, MoonYeob called him a small shopkeeper. After all, he believes that it is better to make a prestigious team from YSM, despite the fact that it will take time. The coach looked menacingly at the sitting blue-haired guy when he admitted that the team could achieve this without his help. But the main character believes that it is better for them to win the World Cup. Having presented the most capable players of foreign teams, Gabriel admitted that this would be impossible to do. Realizing that MoonYeob can easily take out a second league team, he believes that it will be difficult for him to win the world tournament alone. The blue-haired guy turned his head and drooped. He realized that he had no confidence that they would win the international games. A drop of sweat ran down the protagonist's face when he suggested that the coach hire some foreign players for the team. Hearing this, Gabriel believed that strong fighters would not go to Korean. Presenting a panoramic high-rise building and a suitcase with money, the coach said that they needed to take into account many points, starting with the basics. He believes that, at best, they can hire a promising but still unknown player, but the chance of his development in their league is too small. MoonYeob looked askance at Gabriel when he asked him what he should do to ensure that there were no equals in Korean. Imagining how the guy became the owner of a huge amount of money, the coach said that by selling the main character, they would be able to secure the supply of equipment. And he also thinks that this is what will allow them to attract good players. MoonYeob frowned and looked at Gabriel. He said this is not a decision that can be made hastily. In the battle arena, the main character, seeing that they were still losing to a draw, said that for now they had more important things to do. Looking at his players, the blue-haired guy realized that, despite their strength, Ocean Empire was significantly superior to his team in terms of skills. MoonYeob bowed his head, remembering that after they won the first round, the opponents regained their composure and also regained their fighting spirit. The YSM team is in the second division, when Ocean Empire was originally from the first. The main character understands that this game is aimed at selecting players who can show themselves worthily in the first league. Standing behind the smiling protagonist, Gabriel informed the director that he would have to try a little more. Hearing this, the guy said that he would return quickly. Looking at the leaning director, the coach realized that he stood out from the crowd. Leaving Gabriel, MoonYeob confidently headed into the dungeon. The man does not understand how much the world ranking will change with the arrival of this guy. The arena announced that the final round would determine the winner of the playoff season. The presenter began to read out the names of the competing teams. He announced that he was starting the 5th round. Meanwhile, the playoffs of the season have ended. The renovated clubhouse was illuminated by sunlight. There is a silver sign hanging above the director's office. MoonYeob selected 7 main players, and the remaining candidates were recontracted. There is a silver goblet on the shelf next to the photograph. The man said that 3 people went to the second division, and 1 to the first. Having placed the documents on the table, Gabriel, who looked back, told the main character that they had sold 4 players in total. Taking the tablet in his hands, MoonYeob sat down on a chair as he asked if they got more than they originally planned. He believes that there is still a result from the fact that they worked on their weak points. Then he said that they urgently need to replenish the playing squad, as they need to replace those who have left. Looking at the calm coach, MoonYeob asked him who they needed. Gabriel said that they needed 1 fast sub-tank, as well as many fighters playing as Mets DD. The blue-haired guy tilted his head when he said that the most important thing for them was to get a ranged DD with a high accuracy rate. A bead of sweat ran down Dongjun's face as he remembered that Naeun did little damage. He understands that in high-level combat, each blow must have as much damage as possible. Moving a piece of paper across the table, MoonYeob asked the coach to look at the list he had made, and also told him to complete it. When Gabriel opened the tablet, the worried Dongjun became interested in who was on it, because the director had prepared this list in advance. His pupils constricted when he saw the familiar player in him. Gabriel looked back at the worried Dongjun, who asked the director if he was serious about hiring him. A smile appeared on MoonYeob's face when he, not understanding the coach's concern, said that this guy was the right guy for them. The main character was rapidly flying on a bike along the roadway. The main character recalled the image of Gabriel, who told him to go to Paris because by selling him and receiving huge transfer fees, they would be able to attract good players. The protagonist narrowed his eyes, looking at the road. He noted that Gabriel was right and there was no point in arguing. The protagonist was thinking about a trip to Lumiere in Paris. MoonYeob bared his teeth in irritation, scratching his head. MoonYeob said that his brain is already boiling with everything, and first he needs to figure out how to promote YSM. MoonYeob presented the tactics of the YSM team, where the players are divided into positions. The protagonist noted that Gabriel unmistakably pointed to the position that seemed necessary to him. Gabriel said that 1 fast tanker and as many damage dealers as possible from close range, and most importantly damage dealer from a long distance, and a high accuracy rate. Excerpts of the battle from the game with different countries appeared. As a director, MoonYeob watched quite a lot of games in the second half of the season. First Division, 2nd, 7th, Asia, Eastern Europe and Latin America, they don't have the best attitude towards players. A shiny gray folder appeared. With all this in mind, this is MoonYeob's list. A total of 29 players were selected to play against other teams. The protagonist raced on his bike along the road, raising clouds of dust. With this list via transfer this winter, MoonYeob intended to complete YSM's roster. Singhoon High School's sign appeared. The main character asked if there was a guy named Kim Hyun-tae among them. The main character stood opposite the coach in the school gym. The coach told the main character that Hyun-tae had already signed a contract with the spirit of the 2 stars. The protagonist pursed his lips, remembering the image of a nervous Moon Sung. He thought that this team was nothing but trouble. The protagonist closed his eyes, presenting a list of 2 names. The protagonist asked the coach about Lee Dae-young. The protagonist thought that they were obliged to grind them into powder. The coach closed his eyes and knitted his eyebrows in confusion, scratching the back of his head. The coach said that Dae-young had already retired. The protagonist was surprised that he was a high school student and had already resigned. The coach presented a huge shining snow-white building. The trainer told the main character that his parents owned several buildings in Gangnam. The main character turned around and headed towards the exit, waving his hand to the coach. The main character told the coach that then he had nothing else to do there. The coach furrowed his eyebrows, pursing his lips. The coach asked to wait for the main character. The protagonist stopped, looking at the coach, his mouth slightly open. The coach told MoonYeob that there was another guy he would like to recommend. MoonYeob stared at the trainer while he imagined an image of a guy with red eyes. MoonYeob asked the coach if there was anyone else worthy in this school. The coach said his name was Youngman and he graduated last year. MoonYeob was surprised that Youngman didn't get a job with some other team. The protagonist widened his eyes. The coach told the protagonist that Youngman was still considering whether to stay in the battle at all. The coach introduced Youngman, wearing a black jacket and an angry expression on his face. The coach noted that he heard that Youngman got involved with a bad company, but the guy is capable. The protagonist stuck his finger in his ear, baring his teeth nervously. The protagonist noted that he is not keen on recycling. The main character put his hand in his trouser pocket and extended the other in front of him. The protagonist said that since the coach recommends him, it means he can be made into a good player. The coach closed his eyes and knitted his eyebrows, pursing his lips. The protagonist told the coach that he must understand that if Youngman dies in his hands, then everything will be according to the law. The coach tilted his head slightly, furrowing his brows and opening his mouth wide. The coach told the main character that he understood everything and asked him to take care of him, since he himself, as a coach, had met many players and dealt with bullies more than once, adding that Youngman was not like them. The protagonist looked at the coach with a calm expression. The coach noted that Youngman is not that spoiled. The main character thought that he would make an exception and move away from the list. The main character presented Seun-ho, Jae-ho, Bernard on the good side, and Shirin with Young-soo on the bad side. The main character noted that now he can judge a player just by looking at him, and will immediately understand whether he is good, whether he is an obedient bully, or whether he deserves death. The coach furrowed his brows, clenching his hands into fists. The coach said that although Youngman is at a crossroads due to family circumstances, he is truly talented. The main character asked the coach what his position was. The protagonist widened his eyes and opened his mouth slightly in surprise. The trainer said that he is a melee dealer. The protagonist smiled broadly, pointing his finger at the coach. The main character asked the coach where Youngman was. There was a sign on the building with the name of the computer club. There was a yellow sign warning that smoking was prohibited. In the computer club, people were agitated by the behavior of one person who vehemently spoke out that others did not know how to play. The guys were sitting at the table playing computer games. One of the guys made uncivil remarks about other players. Youngman was sitting among these guys playing a game. A high school student turned to Youngman, asking that they didn't know how to play at all. Youngman narrowed his eyes and knitted his eyebrows, looking to the side. Youngman said that apparently those players are not given this. It was Park Youngman, Superhuman. The shaven-headed guy raised his head, looking displeased at the man who approached him. The club employee looked rather confused, raising his eyebrows slightly. He asked the high school student to be a little quieter because his screams were disturbing others, noting that smoking was prohibited there. The high school student jumped up from his seat, clenching his fists and glaring angrily at the employee, causing him to raise his hands. The high school student said that they were already adults, which meant they could smoke. The employee noted that there was a sign prohibiting doing this. The high school student, losing his temper, shoved the employee in the shoulder, telling him that he was annoying him. The employee fell to the floor, looking at the menacing high school student, who bared his teeth. The high school student said that he was apparently looking for death. The high school student pointed behind him where Youngman was sitting in his seat. The high school student noted that there was a Superman behind him, and if the employee went against him, he would fly off with one blow. Youngman turned his head away, looking at the computer monitor. Youngman told the high school student to sit down already. The high school student lowered his hand with his cigarette. He said that he would take his seat. The high school student smiled maliciously, baring his teeth, while the employee looked at him in horror. The high school student told the employee to get lost and not to bother him again. A computer club sign appeared. The scream could be heard throughout the entire building and street. A cigarette burn was visible on his hand. The employee did not understand what would happen to the country because of such scoundrels. The employee sat on the stairs, sighing heavily and closing his eyes. He didn't understand when his club became a hangout for such people. Suddenly, the silhouette of the main character appeared. He asked the employee if this was the place where bad kids hung out and played computer games. The employee looked at the main character in surprise, widening his eyes. Youngman furrowed his eyebrows, looking at the monitor in anger. Youngman was unhappy with how the other person played, noting that he couldn't even deal damage. A card with Youngman's characteristics and superpower appeared. The high school student sitting next to Youngman turned around with displeasure, looking at the one who grabbed his shoulder. Suddenly, this high school student was unexpectedly pulled back, causing his eyes to widen. The main character sat in the place of that high school student, wearing a bike helmet. MoonYeob noted that Youngman is really not bad. Youngman looked at the main character in shock, his eyes wide. He thought he hadn't even heard him. The protagonist tilted his head slightly to the side, looking at Youngman. The shaven-headed high school student looked irritated at the main character, baring his teeth. The high school student told the protagonist that he must have confused something. The protagonist sharply threw his mouse at the skinhead's face. The high school student lost consciousness and slammed his face into the keyboard. The guys did not understand what had happened. The protagonist sat with his hand outstretched, looking at the bad kids. MoonYeob did not understand what kind of disrespect this was, because he was not their brother or friend. The protagonist stood up from his chair, resting his hand on the table, while the high school students surrounded the skinhead. MoonYeob thought that they were trying to get on him. The guys didn't understand where he even came from. The main character headed towards the villains. He noted that he hoped not to attract attention, even wearing a helmet, adding that he simply could not pass by a bunch of such rude people. MoonYeob walked up to one of the guys, nudging him with his elbow. MoonYeob noted that apparently they were not taught at school how to talk to elders. The main character snatched a cigarette from a high school student with red hair and put it out right on him. The protagonist pointed his finger at the sign that said no smoking. MoonYeob noted this fact, adding that they should take off their eyes, asking for whom King Sejong invented writing. One of the guys grabbed the keyboard and attacked the main character from behind. A high school student hit the protagonist's helmet, breaking the keyboard. He landed on his feet, holding a broken keyboard and smiling evilly. The high school student noted that this would happen to anyone who goes against them. The high school student widened his eyes in bewilderment. The main character hit a high school student, causing him to fly past his guys. The high school student lay with a broken nose and unconscious. The protagonist noted that he meant well. The main character grabbed his helmet and clenched his other hand into a fist. MoonYeob noted that they started it themselves, so it was self-defense on his part. The guys looked in horror at the main character, who was pointing his finger at them. MoonYeob said that since they don't know how to choose friends, they will bear collective responsibility. MoonYeob put his hand on his helmet, pointing his finger at the guys, and glared angrily. The guys furrowed their eyebrows, preparing to attack the main character. The guys rushed to attack the protagonist, thinking that they could defeat him. Youngman's eyes widened at the male lead's evil gaze. Youngman looked at MoonYeob in shock, realizing that he had already seen these eyes somewhere. Youngman extended his arms forward at the moment when the guys were already swinging at MoonYeob. Youngman told the boys not to mess with him or else they would all be screwed. The high school student, clenching his fist and baring his teeth, was about to strike the protagonist. MoonYeob looked at them with a crazy look, smiling bloodthirstily. The main character thought that it was too late now. The high school student struck, but the main character appeared behind him. The high school student turned his head when he saw that he was about to be attacked. MoonYeob hit the high school student, slamming him to the floor. The red-haired man with a knife ran at the protagonist, baring his teeth. He swung a knife at the main character, thinking that he could do something. MoonYeob pulled his hand back, swinging his palm at the high school student. MoonYeob noted that it was too easy. The main character slapped the red-haired man in the face, causing him to spin in the air. The high school student fell to the ground unconscious. The protagonist grabbed his helmet with his hands. MoonYeob told Youngman that now why don't they chat. MoonYeob took off his helmet, smiling bloodthirstily and looking at Youngman. The main character walked towards Youngman, who was terrified. Youngman said MoonYeob's name, to which the main character replied that he knew his name. Greeting Youngman. A girl was hiding behind the wall, filming everything on her phone. The girl was broadcasting live. She asked her audience if they were paying attention, because such a mess happened there. The girl looked in surprise towards the guys, knitting her eyebrows. She noted that the guy in the helmet scattered a bunch of guys like kittens, adding that it was MoonYeob. An hour later, the computer club room was brightly lit. The main character asked the high school students if they had thought about their behavior. The guys stood in a plank position with their heads down while MoonYeob sat on a chair and looked at them. MoonYeob asked the villains why they were silent. The guys raised their heads, looking at the main character in horror. The guys said they thought about everything. The guys became gloomy, looking at the main character, narrowing their eyes. The main character noted that they are not going to become new people just because they were beaten. The guys didn't understand why he was asking them. The protagonist jumped up sharply from his chair towards the guys. MoonYeob said he would prescribe them a couple more times. The protagonist struck each of the guys with incredible speed, knocking them out. Behind the protagonist, the guys were lying unconscious. MoonYeob told the high school students that now they all leave except Youngman. The protagonist looked at the villains with a crazy look, pointing his finger at them, emitting a red aura. MoonYeob told the guys not to even think about running away from there, but to kneel down and crawl like insects. Youngman sat on his knees, with his hands raised and looking guiltily at the floor. The protagonist turned to Youngman, telling him to stay, asking why he allowed himself to smoke in the wrong place. Youngman asked the main character for forgiveness. Youngman looked up, looking at the protagonist in bewilderment. MoonYeob stated that since Youngman has something to regret, a couple more lessons would not hurt him. The protagonist hit Youngman in the stomach with his fist. The main character smiled insidiously, raising his fist in front of him. He noted that the feeling is simply crazy, because Youngman is more of an over-the-top person than an ordinary person. Youngman rested his hands on the floor, gritting his teeth. Youngman thought the main character was crazy. Youngman looked at the protagonist with irritation, baring his teeth. He did not understand what was happening, and what MoonYeob had forgotten there, and how he knew him. Youngman stood up slightly while MoonYeob stood opposite. Youngman told the protagonist that he understood everything. MoonYeob knitted his eyebrows and looked at Youngman with a cold gaze. Youngman asked MoonYeob what the coach told him about this cube. Youngman glared at the protagonist, wiping saliva from his face with his hand. Youngman told the main character that he had come in vain, since he was not going to participate in the battle. Youngman stood up and sat back down at his place at the computer. MoonYeob wanted to have a serious conversation with Youngman, but he absolutely didn't want to talk about anything. Youngman looked at the computer monitor with his mouth slightly open. He thought that the main character could beat him only for his reluctance to play. Youngman narrowed his eyes and looked sideways at the protagonist. Youngman thought that according to rumors, the main character does not resort to violence without a reason, especially since he saved humanity at the cost of his own life, and he should have at least some dignity. Youngman waved to the main character who was standing behind him. MoonYeob was amazed that Youngman continued to persist, commenting that it was funny and asked him to give him some time. Youngman told the protagonist that he doesn't want to, and he's sorry, but it's better for him to leave. The protagonist extended his palm towards Youngman, noting that he was pissing him off. The main character looked at Youngman annoyed, holding his hood and clenching his hand into a fist. The protagonist told Youngman that he brushes him off like an annoying fly. Youngman confusedly stated that this is not what he meant. The protagonist bared his teeth and punched Youngman in the stomach, emitting a bright aura, and told him to remain silent. Youngman opened his mouth wide, rolling his eyes. He thought that the dignity of a hero was going to hell in humanity. The protagonist dragged Youngman, who was unconscious, along the floor, while the girl crawled in the other direction from the guys. MoonYeob told Youngman that it looks like there is no choice, and they will have to talk without prying eyes. The main character turned his head to the side, noticing the girl. The girl sat on her knees, looking at the main character in confusion. The protagonist asked who she was. The main character saw the phone in the girl's hands. The protagonist bared his teeth, looking at the camera with displeasure. He asked the girl to delete photos and videos, adding that he didn't want to waste energy on her. The girl smiled awkwardly, pointing her finger at the phone. She told the protagonist that there were no files with recordings, there was a live broadcast on the internet. The protagonist was surprised that there was a live broadcast. The girl stood slightly pestered, looking at the main character who was holding Youngman's leg. MoonYeob asked the girl what her name was. The girl said she was BJ Pretty. The protagonist told BJ Pretty that she must be brave enough to call herself a beauty, to which BJ Pretty replied that it was just a nickname. BJ Pretty smiled widely, widening her eyes, remembering the task. MoonYeob asked BJ Pretty why she was broadcasting live at the computer club. BJ Pretty said that the condition is broadcast in a club with hooligans, and if she fulfills it, she can get 10,000 stars, which is a whole million in one. The main character glanced slightly at the phone where the live broadcast was being broadcast, while BJ Pretty smiled awkwardly while looking at him. The protagonist did not understand what stars she was talking about. The phone featured BJ Pretty with the main character, and her broadcast received many messages that MoonYeob was there. There was a notification about receiving 10,000 stars from the user Real Sayonara. BJ Pretty's eyes sparkled with happiness, causing her to smile widely, while MoonYeob was perplexed. BJ Pretty thanked Real Sayonara from the bottom of her heart. BJ Pretty began to spin around and get into various poses, showing strange and terrifying emotions. She noted that this is a reaction to 10,000 stars. MoonYeob was completely bewildered, his eyes wide and his mouth parted. Users noted this fact live. The main character looked at BJ Pretty, after which she turned around and looked at him with a smile. MoonYeob asked BJ Pretty that 10,000 of these pieces are worth like a million real one. BJ Pretty said that everything is correct, but there is a commission, so she gets about 700,000. MoonYeob noted that this is somehow not enough. BJ Pretty closed her eyes and smiled joyfully, clenching her hand into a fist. BJ Pretty told the protagonist that this is quite a lot, and her family lives on money from broadcasts, adding that she does everything to earn money to pay bills and food. The protagonist stared at BJ Pretty with a serious look. The main character remembered himself in his youth, standing not far from a man in armor. The man told the protagonist that he was still too young to come there. MoonYeob gripped the weapon tightly in his hand, his brows furrowed. He said that he had nowhere else to go and to survive. He must take advantage of every opportunity. Notifications about sent stars started appearing on BJ Pretty's phone one after another. A notification appeared that BJ Pretty was given 10,000 stars again, from the same user Real Sayonara. BJ Pretty reacted furiously, rolling her eyes, cheering for another 10,000 stars, while the protagonist was in shock. The main character smiled nervously, knitting his eyebrows. The protagonist noted that she was crazy. A notification popped up on BJ Pretty's phone that the broadcast had ended. BJ Pretty didn't understand what happened, thinking that charging had ended. BJ Pretty widened her eyes in surprise when she saw the call from the administrator. BJ Pretty put the phone to her ear, while the main character stood behind with a blank look. BJ Pretty opened her mouth wide, horrified by what she heard. She was shocked that she was blocked for 3 months. The protagonist looked questioningly at BJ Pretty while she was talking on the phone. BJ Pretty asked the administrator why it was taking so long. BJ Pretty looked at the protagonist with panic in her eyes, her mouth slightly open. BJ Pretty told the main character that the administrator said that she was blocked for 3 months for demonstrating violence, adding that she had already been seen doing something similar before, and for repeat violations the account would be blocked for quite a long period. The main character waved his finger, which made BJ Pretty surprised. The main character asked BJ Pretty to give him the phone. The protagonist extended his hand to BJ Pretty, looking at her with a serious look. He repeated for her to give it back. BJ Pretty held out the phone, causing MoonYeob to grab it, bringing it to his ear. MoonYeob asked the administrator that he was the one running the site. The administrator replied that everything was so, finding out who was speaking. The main character said his name, asking the administrator why they were blocking BJ Pretty. The administrator told the main character that violence was shown during the broadcast. The protagonist bared his teeth, clutching the phone in his hand with displeasure. The main character asked the administrator what he was saying about the latest broadcast. The protagonist recalled the moment when the hooligan stood in a plank position, upside down. MoonYeob asked the admin if he thought publicly punishing bullies was something to condemn, adding whether he was willing to justify it. The protagonist bared his teeth, clenched them and furrowed his eyebrows. MoonYeob told the receptionist that he would have to answer for his words because he was already on his way, and asked him what his name was. The computers were turned off, and there was practically no one in the club. The main character asked the administrator why he was silent, as if he had filled his mouth with water, repeating the question what his name was. The administrator told MoonYeob that they had just held an emergency meeting and decided that user BJ Pretty was broadcasting the fight unintentionally, so they replaced the ban with a simple warning. The protagonist furrowed his eyebrows in displeasure, looking away to the side. He noted that this is already better. The administrator told the main character to just keep up appearances and avoid scenes with violence and obscene language in the future. The main character lifted Youngman by the leg and looked at him. The protagonist released Youngman's leg from his hand and he fell to the floor. The protagonist agreed with the administrator. MoonYeob told BJ Pretty that everything is ready. BJ Pretty smiled happily, closing her eyes, while the main character stood behind, crossing his arms over his chest. Viewers were surprised that BJ Pretty wasn't banned and that she returned so quickly.